Chapter 22. I would never call myself as amazing or erudite a scholar as J.R.R. Tolkien, nor am I British at all. I'm better than that asshole Simon Tolkien, though. Anyway. This was the winner of the HP poll this month, and the third story I have updated. This isn't quite the chapter I hoped it would be, but I hope you all enjoy it regardless. Thanks go to Novice for pointing out a lore issue, and to Grammarly, because it and my own Mark 1 eyeballs are the only things that have actually edited this. Now, without further ado, enjoy a return to the land of Arda, a world created by the one of the greatest writers of all time. Edit, March 31, 2024, I messed up on a few of the names. This has now been corrected, along with a few other mistakes. Chapter 22, A Home is What You Want It to Be. Harry and Toriel made camp with the dwarves several miles away from the dual pyres that the dwarves had said to destroy the bodies of the goblins they had fought. It was dual pyres because most of the dead had been spread out between two specific points on the battlefield, the ambush point and the area around the cave entrance, and none of the dwarves had wanted to spend any more time than necessary gathering the dead bodies. One of them had even joked about it. It's just like when you are clearing out your stall at the end of a busy day. You don't want to sweep twice, so you use little piles everywhere. Of course, Harry helped to light the fires using his magic, similar to the way he had destroyed the cave on top of the hill. This made all of the dwarves in the patrol thankful for his aid again, although a few were still looking at him a little askance. That was fine by Harry. He had gotten used to those kinds of looks from the majority of dwarves in Erebor before he and Toriel had begun their journey to Lothlorien. He knew that some dwarves would always look at people from other races askance, regardless of the specific individual in question. The camp was made in the lee of a hill, where a tree had fallen and created a small wall to one side and a hole at the bottom where the roots had been pulled out of the ground as the tree had fallen. The dwarves spent a few moments carving the edge of the hole to make it more uniform, then lit a small fire there, covering it up with a tarp to kill any bugs or whatever might have been in there, before removing the tarp to let the smoke loose and to use the fire for cooking. Once the camp was set up, several dwarves took out small bits of whetstone and began to work on their blades or some other bit of maintenance as a general conversation began, including Harry and Toriel in their discussion by switching to common. By this point, the dwarves had accepted them both as welcome as they could, and Harry was astonished to learn that Gimli, although quite young for his folk, about the same age as Keeley, was the leader of the group. He remembered that Gloin had told him that his son had decided early on he would be a warrior first and foremost, but Harry hadn't anticipated that to mean he would be so well trusted as to lead others at such a young age, which Harry knew was unusual. Even Philly and Keeley had only recently been allowed to command others, and they were literal princes of their people. Yet, while he was young, Gimli was affable, intelligent, and seemed to have a decent sense of humor judging by the laughter he sometimes got when he switched to Husdul to joke as they marched away from the battle site. He also seemed to run a very tight ship with his patrol. Everything around the camp had been seen to quickly and efficiently, with everyone having tasks, including cooking. Seeing a dwarf start to cook over the small fire in the hole in the ground at the base of the fallen tree, Harry decided to broach the subject he had hoped to do since recognizing Gimli. By the way, you wouldn't happen to have any of your father's special mead, would you? Once you taste such as that, no other drink can quite compare. Gimli laughed raucously, shaking his head even as he patted a small, barely a finger's length, flask at his side. I have some on me always. For special occasions, you understand. But it is not the kind of thing that I will give out even to someone with your reputation, Harry. If you want some of my family's special mead, you will have to earn it. I did help you with the goblins, Harry retorted. Bah! Goblins! That is no proper fight. If they had been orcs, perhaps. But good Gloin-made mead cannot be earned by simply killing or frightening any number of goblins. How about an offer to cook, then? That caused the dwarf at the fireplace to look up sharply, but instead of the look of annoyance at someone else trying to take his job, the dwarf in question, who had been introduced as Valu, looked extremely happy at the idea that someone could take the onerous task off his shoulders. That would get my vote. Can humans even cook properly? Came another dwarf, sounding sour and shaking his head. Harry has done all of the cooking for the two of us since we have been on the road, and I know for a fact that he did a large portion of the cooking for Thorin's company as well, Toriel interjected, speaking up before Harry could defend himself. We also have fish to add to your supplies and medical skills if any of you are injured. I know you dwarven folk make light of such things, but as we have now established our camp, I thought it prudent to offer. The dwarves all shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't taken any injuries from the goblin attack. Their weapons weren't nearly good enough to get through our chain mail, Toriel, Gimli said somewhat hesitantly. While Harry had been quickly accepted by Gimli and the others under his command, Toriel was still an elf. Having heard tales of how she and Harry were a couple was one thing. Accepting an elf was entirely another matter. While none of this group had suffered directly from elves like the dwarves of Thorin's company, all could remember the fact that the elves had not come to the dwarves' aid after the desolation of Smog. Gimli then grinned. And if it please you, Lady Toriel, Don't sing. I've heard tell of elvish singing, and if we wanted long, sad, and sonorous, we could do that ourselves. Toriel laughed. While Harry seems to enjoy my singing, I would not be reckoned a singer among my folk. I am but a warrior, a member of the unseen host of Tori and Daedalus. Seeing that there would be no meat on the offering, Harry sighed theatrically, then asked, Tell me, is it normal for your patrols to be this far out from Erebor? We can't even see it from here, after all, and given the size of the lonely mountain, that means we are well away from it. Or did you have some idea that goblins were in the area? Nay, we had no idea. That was why we were out here in the first place. So saying, Gimli looked over at one of the other dwarves, who scowled back. Both Harry and Toriel sensed, however, that this wasn't the scowl of someone being unfriendly. Simply, it was his normal state of being. Are you certain we should? Are you saying we cannot trust our king's word that Harry and Toriel are trustworthy, Wooly? Gimli asked softly, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Wooly grumbled a bit but said nothing further. He reached into his pack, and brought out 2 folded pieces of parchment, a thin book and a tiny ink pot of ingenious design. The quill had a little cap to it, providing both quill and topper in one, while the majority of the pot was made of metal bar to small strips of glass, barely a finger's length worth, indented into the metal of the pot and so protected by a small outer rim which could be used to check how much ink could be seen. Spread out, the first folded piece of parchment was almost as large as the dwarf sitting down. On it was something that Harry could only loosely call a map, with very little detail. The next one was of a smaller area, as shown by a key to one side. Harry couldn't read the numbers as they were written in the dwarfish language, but he could at least see that it was a measurement key of some kind. While smaller, it was far more detailed, showing a series of rolling hills, a few places where trees had been noted, and so forth. We are not only a patrol. We are a survey team. Wooly here is apprenticed to a master mapmaker of our people, Kiflo of the Blue Mountains. He and his fellow apprentices are out on patrols like ours, surveying the area that had originally been controlled by Dale and then further afield. We're at the outer outskirts of Dale now and will be making a wide circuit north and east around the Lonely Mountain until we meet up with another group at one of the stopovers that have been refurbished since Erebor was reclaimed, Gimli explained, thumping the other dwarf companionably on the shoulder with a fist that would probably have brought Harry to his knees. The other dwarf simply took it stoically, his scowl lessening slightly. With the small lumos giving them more than enough light to see by, Harry and Toriel examined the map closely, and Harry hummed thoughtfully. You know, while you're showing hills, streams, and everything here, and I would never denigrate your work, I remember seeing maps in my old home where I came from originally. He had no idea how much of his past Thorin had told his people or what rumor had said of his past, so he kept things vague for now. Those maps used different colors to denote height, as well as steepness and other things. He began to explain some of the maps he had seen back on Earth, with Wooly listening avidly, grabbing the parchment of notes from a grumbling Gimli and staring at it, then back to Harry, tapping it thoughtfully with the quill before marking down some things. Toriel also listened, leaning into Harry's side, her head on his shoulder, smiling faintly as his arm went around hers automatically even as he continued the discussion. Wooly asked several questions, by which point the food, such as it was ready. Barely softened earth bread and barely charred meat was not what Harry would call a meal, although the taste of the bread was interesting despite how poorly it had been made. The conversation on maps ended on that note, but as he was eating, Harry looked back at Gimli. But is there a specific reason for your surveys? Or is it just Thorin and Bard wanting to know more about the area around them? There are reasons we're this far out, Gimli said between bites. We're finally getting some real responses to King Thorin's overtures of marriage contracts and so forth. Whole trade convoys are due along with delegations are set to arrive from several of the other dwarfen houses. It's taken this long to get that going? And here I thought the stiffbeards we ran into were going to be late to the party, Harry mused. Toriel and the dwarves stared at Harry, and he shrugged. What? My heart, it has only been a year since we have been away from Erebor. Any political discussions about trade or mutual defense or so forth would normally take at least a decade or more among my people, Toriel explained. Such was rare, but occasionally, it had happened in the past between nations that were predominantly made of one of the 3 elvish tribes, Teleri, Sindar, or Noldor. It does not take that long for us, but a year or 2 is normal for our fall. And it is not as if this kind of thing, diplomatic marriages, I mean, is normal among dwarvenkind. Most of the time, the houses of the dwarves stick to their own. Very rarely is a king of such import or in such a position as to be required to reach out to one of the other houses for a spouse. We dislike such political marriages, after all, as you probably know, Harry. Gimli's tone made that last sentence a question, but Harry nodded understanding. He did know that and both Harry and Toriel had learned more of how the dwarves conducted personal relationships and so forth when he was last in Erebor from Thorin's sister. Most of the courtship was in the hands of the woman, particularly the final decision, and that decision was based almost entirely on personal attraction and attachment, if the woman in the relationship had found their one, the one dwarven male they could come to love. Regardless of anything else, that last, the personality compatibility would be very important, and was the area Dis would be looking for more than trade deals, mutual defense treaties or anything else. Beyond that, trade with the Iron Hills is picking up. All of the stopovers between the Iron Hills and Erebor, which are people built in earlier times, have been repaired or rebuilt by this point, and trade caravans will soon be moving large amounts of goods in every direction, Gimli said, smiling faintly. One of the others grinned. It has been some time since steel has flowed into the Iron Hills in any quantity. It will be good to get the price of steel and weapons and armor down again. I'm sorry, I would have thought that a place named the Iron Hills would have enough of their own steel, Toriel said apologetically. If not, why are the Iron Hills named so? Because we are all iron-headed. All of the dwarves there chorused, then burst out laughing as Toriel blinked. Harry chuckled, understanding that she had just given them the best opening for an ongoing joke of their people than they could have hoped for. Eventually, however, Gimli explained, what the Iron Hills have in abundance is iron, lass. Steel is different. Iron will travel one way to Erebor, and steel will come back. But surely dwarves can make their own steel regardless of where it comes from, Harry said, confused. I thought all dwarven nations could work with metal to a certain degree. We can, but only the dwarves of Erebor and Moria before them know the secret of creating so much steel so cheaply and quickly. The secret of the heat needed, the secret of what to add, how to make it in large quantities without harming the quality at all. That is the secret of my folk, Gimli said with a chuckle. And setting such a system up in the Iron Hills during our exile would have taken all of our funds and then some. We would have bankrupted our entire folk even further at a time when we are at our lowest ebb already, the oldest dwarf in the patrol, a grey-bearded dwarf almost as old as Balin, whose name was Vulai, stated. It was the choice between feeding ourselves, feeding our children and dams, or trying to set up something for the future. Thrain and Thror before him decided to save our people. For a moment, there was silence around the campfire as the dwarves there remembered those times. Gimli might have been a child at the time, but he could still remember how many days he'd gone without food, how close to death his mother had come through disease or lack of food herself. Those thoughts were not any such that any dwarf could remember with equanimity, and he was one of the youngest there. For someone like Kinlai, there were even more such memories to deal with even now. Harry let the dwarves have their silence, reflecting that had they been human, any human would probably have gone into debt to whatever king ruled the new country they were in, trying to do both. But the very idea of going into debt to someone who had already opened their homes and kingdom to them would have been anathema to dwarves, even if they all came from the same house. Eventually the silence was broken by Gimli, moving the conversation along briskly. Regardless, it is why Erebor was the center of the steel trade for so long. Soon, new full-plate suits of armor will be made for the first time in numbers since Smog. He grimaced, shaking his head. Such heavy plate was next to useless against the dragon, but against normal weapons, well, Mithril, they are not, but they will be the next best thing. And we dwarves can wear that kind of armor without losing much in the way of endurance, unlike you humans or elves. And what of speed and mobility? Toriel asked archly. To my mind, those are even more important than endurance. Yes, well, you would think that, wouldn't you? You're an elf, Gimli said, causing more laughter, which Toriel joined in. But we have chainmail and other types of armor for those who want it. But I, for one, am looking forward to seeing a true. Here, Gimli segued into Husdul for a moment. The other dwarves all nodded, and Harry frowned, trying to think of a translation. Anvil Corps or Anvil Company. All of the dwarves stopped and stared at Harry, tensing, and Harry waved his hand. I don't speak your language, but I could make out one of the words there. I've heard it before with Thorin when we were in the smithies back in Erebor. And I'm not going to ask for a translation, either. The only words I know in your language are battle cries and curses, and that's all I need to know. Ah, well, those we allow. Gimli laughed, shaking his head. And while your translation was nowhere near in terms of what we call them, I suppose in context, it's quite close. It's how that kind of formation fights, a solid line of armor-clad dwarves, clad head to toe in unbreakable metal. They stand on the defense and will take any attack on themselves, becoming the rock on which our enemies will break like water. There was a lot of grim pride in Gimli's voice, and Harry laughed with them, thankful that the moment of tension had passed. The dwarves were extremely protective of their language. Indeed, he doubted anyone elf or human had ever been allowed to learn Husdul except, as Gimli had said, curses and battle cries. And you are reckoned something of a runesmith, are you not, Harry? Wally asked, leaning forward in interest and equally willing to move the conversation away from Harry's attempt at translating their language. Were you taught that by your parents? Is it a common skill where you originally came from? Somewhat common, to a certain degree. Few are as capable with runes as I have become, and no, neither of my parents taught me them or anything else. They were killed when I was a baby. And as for my greater family, I never learned anything about them, Harry said with a shrug. That was an old pain, and it no longer hurt to think of his parents or the lack of knowledge he had about them. However, all the dwarves were shocked and appalled by this, with many of them asking questions about whether or not his parents had any family friends who could have at least set him in the right direction. Family knowledge and craftwork were incredibly important to dwarves, and all of them became incensed when they were told that even Harry's teachers hadn't told him much about his family. Only that his father was a prankster, and his mother a highly intelligent witch. A word that needed some explanation, as it had negative connotations in the common tongue, but which did nothing to lessen their anger. One dwarf, however, had remained silent throughout this conversation, frowning, trying to figure out what had been bothering him by what Harry or Toriel had said moments ago. Then he clicked his fingers as he got it. Wait, you mentioned stiffbeards, didn't you? Have you run into stiffbeards, Harry? If so, you and Toriel went well out of your way from where the elvish woods of Lothlorien are supposed to reside if rumor is right. We ran into one of those convoy/delegations of yours. It was under attack by trolls south of here around 5 days ago, Harry explained. Toriel took up the tale, explaining more about the territory they had been in, as well as what happened to the trolls before Harry described the dwarves in question. I am somewhat bemused they weren't using long spears. Gimli murmured, stroking his beard thoughtfully, causing Harry to smirk a little, still remembering the picture of Gimli as a youngling without a beard. The stiffbeard spear formations are rightly famed. What weapons were they using instead, Harry? Crossbows, some ingeniously created ballistae on their carts, and double-handed war hammers, for the most part, Harry explained. I was somewhat astonished at how uninformed they all were in their mode of dress, how they kept their beard and weapons, really. The stiffbeards are like that, extremely organized, and I suppose the phrase communal works? It is not quite accurate, but it's close enough, Gimli said, thinking about it. Then, one of the other dwarves said something in their own tongue, and he nodded firmly. You are right, Karn, I had forgotten. That weapon denotes that group as an elite unit among the stiffbeards. It is nice to know that they are treating the idea of a marriage alliance with King Thorin so seriously. Or are so desperate, Toriel said, shaking her head and looking over at Harry, who grimaced but nodded and began to describe how the two of them had been treated by the stiffbeards. Even the dwarves who were the most put off by Toriel being an elf looked aghast at the amount of negative treatment they'd gotten, and Gimli shook his head. It is hard to hear of you being so ill-treated by any dwarf, let alone by what is a royal procession, Harry, especially after the two of you help them defend what dams they are traveling with regardless of station. Still, considering how much trouble they have with the Southerners, it is understandable, Woli said, shaking his head. And you know that the Iron Fists already said they could not send even a single trade convoy, let alone a delegation to discuss a marriage alliance. Harry and Toriel looked at him, and the dwarf shrugged, gesturing over to Gimli, who replied with an equally grim tone. While the stiffbeards are in conflict with the men of the South, the Iron Fists face both Southerners and Easterlings. The men of the South make war on our folk once every other human generation or so, but conflict with the Easterlings is never ending. Woli nodded. I once got drunk with one of the Iron Fists on a trade trip down from the Iron Hills. The Iron Fists are masters of defense and terrain, but there are just so many damn Easterlings. There's always some kind of conflict, small skirmishes or outright invasions every few years or so. The men of the South have discipline and they're giant elephants. The Easterlings have numbers, some strange chariot units and a warrior culture that demands expansion at the cost of others. They war among themselves almost as much as with their neighbors and have been pressing the Iron Fists hard for several hundred years, even before the fall of Erebor. But the Iron Fists hold their land as hard as they can. They are the most stubborn of houses, and thousands upon thousands of Easterlings have died trying to shift them. Really? There's another group out there that is even more stubborn than you Longbeards? Harry asked dryly, and the dwarves laughed, some of the grimness leaving them at Harry's joke. Oh, and the Southerners are called Haradrim. The Stonefoots are already in Erebor. A few families had come one after another to join us, but a delegation and trade convoy soon followed. Gimli snorted, shaking his head. When you get to Erebor, you will notice them right away. Harry looked at him quizzically, and another dwarf snickered, a grin nearly hidden behind his beard. The Stonefoot warriors are bald to a man. Apparently, it is a sign of their devotion to combat or something. They wear fur over their heavy armor and wield spears in the main, along with large shields, although without any of the unit cohesion of the stiffbeards. They're also whiter than most of our folk. They eat a lot. I remember once, when a group of them came to the Blue Mountains, Bomber got into an eating contest with a few of them and actually lost. Gimli declared with a laugh. Harry nearly fell off his seat at that, while Toriel's eyes widened, and she asked hesitantly, are we talking about the same dwarf? Bomber, the most round of the fellows of Thorin's company? The one who looked as if he weighed about as much as any 2 or even 3 of the other members of Thorin's group. She did not want to speak ill of the dead, but honestly she hadn't really understood why Bomber of all the dwarves she had met had been one of Thorin's companions. Even the news of how much he had helped to sway the people of Lake Town to the dwarves' cause did not offset how ill-suited Bomber had been to the traveling life in Toriel's view. Not a day had gone by while the dwarves languished in Thranduil's jails that the fat dwarf had not complained about the lack of food. While, Toriel had later learned, being fed more than he would have otherwise thanks to Bilbo's burglary. The very same. Gimli chuckled again, along with one of the other dwarves, who had been there at the time. But don't let their seemingly overweight looks fool you. Most of them are powerfully strong, stronger than most of our folk. Are they up to Dory's strength? Harry asked interested. No, nor that of our king. At that, the dwarves all laughed louder, slapping their knees in memory. One of their guards said something, and Thorin took exception to it. The two of them had a wrestling match, and it was a sight to see. Thorin still bested him 2 falls out of 3, though. Only among you dwarves could a king get involved in a public wrestling match and not have it be a thing of scandal, Toriel said with a shake of her head, but she was smiling as she did it, so none of the dwarves took offense even as she hit a win-ce, wondering how such a show would have been taken by any elves in Erebor at the time. The problem the Stonefoot House has been facing over the past 100 years, however, is no joke. They are the most north and east of our lonely mountain. Their holds are the only ones still in the Grey Mountains and they must deal with not only the weather but orc excursions and even a few drakes appearing every decade or so, along with far-reaching raids from Easterlings. Harry and Toriel glanced at one another at that, and Toriel nodded slightly, tapping the bow that left wrist at her side. The two lovers understood that they would probably be heading in that direction at some point over the next few years. Hunting down such creatures was part of the task that had been laid on Toriel's shoulders by Arom after all. But I have to say that I doubt that Thorin will ever enter into a marriage alliance with them. There are many families among our house, and there's that have intermarried since we had a kingdom of our own to the north generations ago, Gimli opined. They remained in the Grey Mountains while we returned to Erebor, bringing it to its greatest power before Smaug followed us from the north. Harry hummed thoughtfully, leaning his head sideways against Toriel, feeling her hair under his cheek, the scent of her in his nostrils soothing him. And the Firebeards and Broadbeams are to the west, correct? In the Blue Mountains near the Shire, from what I remember. He felt Toriel twitch and knew that she remembered a tale that Sealborn had told them of the invasion of the dwarves of Nogrod and the sacking of Manigrith. King Thingol had asked for their help to pair a necklace of dwarven craft with the Silmaril Byrne and Luthien had taken from Morgoth and given to Thingol as the bride price for Luthien's hand in marriage, losing his hand in the process and being tortured by Sauron along the way. The piece of dwarven craft in question was the Noglamir, the most beautiful necklace to ever be made in Middle-earth, in which jewels of Valinor rested. Crafted originally by the dwarves of Nargothrond, it had been reclaimed from the dragon Glaurung's hoard after Turin, the doomed hero of the line of Hurin, had slain the dragon with his black blade. Turin, one of the greatest heroes of the wars against Morgoth, later killed himself in grief at the knowledge he had wed his own sister, Ninel. The young woman had taken her own life when she had learned that from Glaurung, leaping off a cliff. As long as Morgoth had resided in Middle-earth, tales of joy and triumph over evil had been few and far between, and even fewer such tales were not tainted by tragedy, such was the power of the Black Foe. Hurin, their father, was the one who reclaimed Noglamir. He had been captive of Morgoth after refusing to tell him of where Gondolin was hidden, and had been cursed to watch the curse laid on his family take hold, seeing their tragic adventures. He had then eventually, with the Noglamir, reached the land of Doriath, where he was taken to the king. Hurin tossed the Noglamir at Thingol's feet, railing at him until Melian, the Maya, had healed his mind of the weight of Morgoth's influence. The Noglamir, untainted by its time as a dragon's bauble thanks to the jewels of Valinor set within it, was the only thing on Middle-earth that could possibly hold a Silmaril. It was worked with such skill and magic that it weighed next to nothing, and could gift the wearer with greater nobility, grace, and beauty, as if a spell had been cast on them by a Maya. The dwarves had agreed. But in the creation, the dwarves had been driven mad with the desire of the Silmaril. Thingol recognized this, and when the dwarves tried to claim that he had no right to own the Noglamir after setting the Silmaril within, Thingol had attempted to use words to shame them. Only for it to backfire and for the dwarves to attack him in their need of the Silmaril. When Thingol was slain, his wife, Melian the Maya, had fled Middle-earth in her grief, only sending a warning to her daughter Luthien the Fair, who was dwelling with her husband, Byrne. The two of them had been given a second life by Manduz, who had been moved by Luthien's grief. And as Melian went, the veil of Melian had fallen. While the forces of Morgoth had not been in a position to take advantage, a few of the dwarves had survived and fled to their folk in Nogrod. Nogrod had then gone to war against the folk of Doriath, laying waste to Manigrith, which had once been the most ancient of elven cities in Middle-earth in their desire for the Silmaril. Their army had been ambushed in the forest by the men of Tol Galen, the elves, and Ents in the battle of Sarnathrad. All the treasure of Manigrith the dwarves had carted off were cursed by their king, but Byrne had not wanted any of it, regardless. He had it all tossed into the river Asker. All save the Noglamir and the Silmaril set into it, which Burin brought back to his wife. The dwarves of Nogrod had been Broadbeams or Firebeards. Which it was lost to time. As Nogrod itself was. Nogrod had been destroyed when the Erdluin mountain range was shattered by the Vala during the Age of Wrath. Nay. Neither of those houses has ever truly recovered from the ancient wars against the Greater Darkness and others. Vulai said, now actually glaring at Toriel. Which is why they allowed so many of our own folk to move there. Toriel glared right back, pushing away from Harry as she did so and closer to her bow and arrow. While I am far too young to remember such times, I am a Sindar elf, dwarf. And I have been trained by Lord Sealborn over the past year. I have been told of some of the treachery of your folk. If you want to hold whatever ancient evil is in your head that you think my folk did against me, I will say that when it comes to ancient wrongs, it was you and yours who began such exchanges. Say that to the petty dwarves who your folk hunted as animals. Say that to the dwarves of Belegost, forced to flee their home after being friendly to the dwarves since well before the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, where it was the dwarves who took on the first dragons. But no, the dwarves of Belegost too were forced to flee after the sack of Manigrath, because all dwarves were seen with the same suspicion, Vulai barked back. To say nothing of what your own cursed king did. Turning away from our folk after Smaug sacked Erebor, acting the role of coward and oath-breaker. But what could be expected of an elf? For a moment, tension crackled in the air between the ancient dwarf and the elven maiden before Harry gently took Toriel in his arms again, shaking his head. You're right. Many of these wrongs are ancient, from the first age when we now live in the third as reckoned by all folk of Middle-earth who know of such things. Neither of you were alive back when the bad blood between elf and dwarf began. I would dare say that even your parents were not involved in them. When Toriel shook her head, Harry went on smoothly. Then let us leave those wrongs where they belong, in the past. He now glared at Vulai, his emerald eyes hard and cold. I was among Thorin's company as you know, Vulai. I know well the feel of captivity by Thranduil, how harshly he treated us then, how harshly he treated your people before. But Thranduil is dead, slain in battle at the feet of the Lonely Mountain. And even though she helped to capture us, Toriel had no part in any cruelties laid against us. Indeed, she railed against such. Do not paint Toriel in the same color as her now dead king, or her ancestors. Agreed, Gimli said instantly, glaring across the fire at the other dwarf. While he was somewhat leery about Toriel as an elf as well, he was also something of a student of history, not just the history of his folk, but history as a whole of Middle-earth. And he knew that particular sorry chapter in Middle-earth's history had been the fault of the dwarves more than anyone else. The elves were not blameless in his eyes, particularly not the elves of Mirkwood, considering how many hundreds of his people died during the long exodus from Erebor when they wouldn't have if the elves had just helped them with food and shelter, let alone actual military aid. But he wasn't going to hold that against Toriel. Like many others, he had heard how much she had resented the former king of Mirkwood and his heavy-handedness, his cowardice when it came to dealing with the spiders of the necromancer. Even if you do not wish to set aside your prejudice against all elves, Vulai, you should do so in this one case. Toriel proved to Thorin and those with him that she was a friend. And remember also that her people stood alongside ours in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain and took on the brunt of the troll forces that Azog brought to bear against us. Neither you nor I were involved in that battle, but we have both heard the tales, true. True. I apologize for my tone, Toriel of Mirkwood. I will watch it in the future. I remember all too well the time of the Exodus and how your people turned away from ours is one memory I will never truly forget. It makes my knowledge of even more ancient wrongs harsher for it. But I will not bring up past wrongs in your presence, Toriel. That was wrong of me, Vulai stated with some reluctance but also some honest regret for how this confrontation had begun. If you forgive my words, I will do the same to your tone. Truly, what my Harry said is true, that ancient wrong is indeed ancient even as my people reckon it, and even my parents were not born at the time, both having been born during the Second Age. It is simply that Sealborn, who was there at the time, told such a stark tale that I found myself sympathizing with those who were. I will not bring it up again, and I will try not to let such color my interactions with any Broadbeams or Redbeards I happen to meet, let alone Longbeards such as yourself and those who dwell in Erebor. For truly, you did have a proper grievance against Thranduil, Toriel answered equally formally. At that all the dwarves, including several other, older members of the party all relaxed, and Harry nodded, although he kept one arm around Toriel's waist, pulling her against him lightly, even as he turned to Gimli again. I will note that there is one more house you haven't spoken of, the Blacklocks. Ha, yes. I suppose in looks, they are somewhat like the Stiffbeards in that they all habitually have black hair, but that is where the similarity ends. Their skin is more golden tanned than black as night, and in terms of how they keep their beards and hair, they are much like my own folk, such is an individual choice regardless of your path in life, Gimli said, eager for the change in subject. Snarl, you've been among them, haven't you? My family and I traveled to the Blacklock lands during the Exodus and remained there for a few years. We had escaped Erebor with a lot of cloth and sewing material and knew we would be able to find a good price for such among them as well as learn more about our trade. And we did. They are an interesting folk, and if you deplore the idea of static defenses and simply letting your opponents come to you, Lady Elf, then you would like them. They disdain the heavy armor most of our folk use and instead wear gambesons of amazing quality matched with axes and massive shields along with forearm bracers. Snurl answered with a faint smile of memory. They welcomed my family for a time, and we were able to recoup enough money to set ourselves up in the Iron Hills in such a way that we could begin our craft once more. They are also great singers, even poets. And Blacklocks are some of the best when it comes to working with glass. Beyond the Stonefoots, the Blacklocks will have the easiest time trading with Erebor. With the Iron Hills between us, we can perhaps create a trade corridor and patrol it, Gimli said, far more easily than we could do with any of the other houses. Up to this point, only small-time traffic has made that long journey, but you've already seen one example of a joint Blacklock and Longbeard creation. The quill and inkwell that Wooly carries. There is tremendous incentive there, and the more time goes on, the better our control of the trade roads will be. Harry nodded, and the discussion turned to the Stiffbeards, what they had looked like, and the strangeness that Harry had noticed among them. Other dwarfs spoke of the other houses. This gave Harry and Toriel more of an idea of what separated them in terms of looks and attitude from the Longbeards of Duriness House. Eventually, however, Gimli decided it was time for them all to head to bed. He was about to assign watchers, but Harry reminded him of some of his runes, at which point Gimli watched as Harry put the runes around the camp, hiding them under a Notice Me Not array. While this territory is not as wild as further south, we still need to be on the lookout. I don't suppose I could have some of those stones of yours, Harry? Or that you would mind traveling with us for a time as we finish our circuit. From the previous conversation, Harry knew this would mean that they would be on the eastern side of the Lonely Mountain, straight east from the Lonely Mountain towards the Iron Hills. But there would be possibly a road there by this point, which would make travel to the Lonely Mountain easier. Harry was a little reluctant to do so but decided that getting to know Gimli more was enough of an incentive to put off heading straight back to Erebor for a time. He looked over to Toriel, who nodded firmly, gesturing back south and east to where they had left the funeral pyres, which was still burning, sending smoke up into the nighttime sky that Toriel could still see clearly. If there are other goblin habitats like that around, dealing with them is always a good thing, Harry. Harry nodded and turned back to Gimli. In that case, you have 2 more for your patrol, Gimli. The young dwarf nodded, smiling faintly, and then held out the small flask of his father's best mead. In that case, and if you agree to put up those runic stones around every time we make camp, I believe you have earned this. Harry took it and savored the mead going down with a loud and appreciative ah. Oh. The next day, Toriel woke before Harry, looking down at him, where Harry nuzzled into her chest. Both of them were naked from the waist up. While neither had been willing to be as open with their affections when surrounded by dwarves as they had become accustomed to while traveling alone, that hadn't meant that their clothing had stayed on or that they had gone to bed without kisses. Kisses which Toriel remembered now as she stared down at Harry. Toriel gently passed her fingers through his hair, slowly tracing the lightning bolt mark on his forehead, a warmth and feeling of fulfillment filling her. Yes. This is what I want to wake up to every morning. This man is who I will spend the rest of my life, however long it might be with. Whatever comes, my wizard and I will face it side by side. After a few moments, Harry stirred, looking up at Toriel, and Toriel stared back down, smiling at him, feeling as if she could see Harry's very soul in those emerald eyes of his. For his part, Harry was lost in Toriel's and pulled her into a tighter hug, leaning up slightly to give her a gentle kiss. I love you. And you, Harry, Toriel said simply but with feeling. For several moments, they simply lay there, looking into one another's eyes. But then the noise of the camp around them began to rouse the pair, and they quickly rolled away from one another, grabbing at their clothing as Gimli's voice shouted from outside, "Up you get, Lady Elf and Harry. The sun is up, and we must be moving. We have a schedule to keep, and you are now on a dwarven patrol. No simply gallivanting around or taking your time as you elven folk do." Toriel shouted back, "I will take that as a challenge, good dwarf. And I promise that this elf will keep on going long after you and yours have marched your legs into mere nubs. Not that, given the length of those legs, that will take long." The dwarves all laughed, and Harry finished pulling on his shirt, making sure he didn't look as if he'd just been making out with his lover, even though he would have liked to do so. He gave her a kiss on the neck, leaving Toriel to prepare herself as he stepped out of the tent, heading over to where he left the room stones the night before. Within 30 minutes, all of the tenants had been folded in, and sleep rolls put away in packs, which are set on sturdy dwarfen backs, and the group was off. Over breakfast, Harry decided that yes, he would be taking over cooking for the band as none of them seemed to be able to cook even as well as Philly and Keely. And that is saying something. They could literally burn soup, for goodness sake. Regardless of the nature of the breakfast, the scouting party was soon on their way once more. Wooly tended to lag behind, making notes as they went, while Gimli led from the front, making certain everyone was keeping watch on their surroundings as they went and that Wooly had a minder at all times. They were following a noticeable route, with Gimli pointing out this or that landmark as they went. Many of these had obviously changed over time since the last time any dwarf, human or even elf had passed through here, but dwarfish memory, written records in this case, was long, and the shapes of hills and rocks changed slowly. For the first few hours, the group was silent, moving along and watching the area around them with only Gimli's shouted commands, breaking the silence. This territory was mainly a series of rolling hills and flatlands, marked occasionally by a tree here or there. The soil was rocky for the most part, although there were areas of almost startlingly abundant grass or shrubbery. It wasn't quite as rocky and inhospitable as it was further south, but it was close. More than that, Harry and the others saw some signs of ancient battles. Here a spear tip sticking out of the ground. There, a shield, the wood having rotted away only to leave the circle of metal around the edge, set in such a way within a series of rocks that it almost looked as if it was a broken monocle laying atop an eye staring down at the surrounding area. Harry and Toriel easily kept up with the dwarves, although they set a brisk pace, not quite jogging, but certainly moving faster than a walk. Harry remembered Hermione saying something about her mother liking to power walk as exercise, and the pace the dwarves set themselves was something like the image Harry had of what that term meant, although he doubted that any human could have kept up this pace for overlong with the burdens the dwarves carried. All of them had chainmail over gambesons, gauntlets, helmets, weapons, and shields on their backs. The helmets were the simple type that just protected the top of the head shaped in a bowl, but even so, they looked to be weighty things, to say nothing of the rest. Yet the dwarves, like Thorin and company before them, bore their burden stoically, marching on throughout the day. As the sun began to rise and finally burn away the last of the fog around them, they even began to joke, keeping their discussions in common for Harry and Toriel. At first, all of them plied Harry with questions about the journey of the company, which Harry was happy to talk about, even those tales that dealt with his friends who had died in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, Bombur, Bifur, and Ori. Thanks to Galadriel, Harry had been able to deal with those losses as well as some of the continuing mental trauma of his time in the Great Beyond and Hermione's death back on Earth. To say nothing about the physical damage done to his brain that had locked those memories in the foreground of his mind. Now, Harry took some pleasure in those stories most of all, remembering the good times he had with Bombur and Ori in particular. He earned many a bemused scowl when he told them the story of how Thorin refused to not give him his payments due despite Harry's protests, and two of the dwarves even took to lecturing Harry about knowing his own worth, which Toriel was happy to see judging by the laughter in her eyes as they did so. When Harry was able to explain that he had been convinced of such before they subsided, thankfully, and after a moment, Gimli hummed thoughtfully. I am intrigued that Thorin said that you and your lady would both be given armor made for you by our forges. I wonder what kind of armor it will be. I cannot remember any non-dwarf being given our armor before, and this will be new built, not gifted from an existing supply. Gambeson for certain for the lady elf, Vulai said definitively, nodding his head towards Toriel, who nodded back. The two of them were extremely polite to one another, not wishing to have another confrontation as they had last night. For the human, Brigandine. That is the name that came up in discussion, yes. I confess that I don't know what that is. My own people never use armor of any kind. We relied far too heavily on magic, Harry admitted. I would like something that is relatively quiet, easy to move in, and yet offers decent protection on its own. And that is not mentioning whether or not I and the dwarven runesmiths can add a bit of magic into it in some fashion, as I hope. Brigandine will do that. It isn't as good as dwarven-made chain mail, but it will allow you a greater range of movement. We dwarves tend not to rely on much in the way of movement when engaged in combat, Gimli said dryly. As for being quiet, bah. Good dwarven mail does not do more than jingle. You can wear a shirt over it, and I would wager an elf would not hear a thing. Now, that sounds like an interesting experiment. As for not moving much once a battle begins, for such stout, short fellows as you, it makes sense. Not for my love and I, Toriel said dryly. For myself, I will approve of any kind of armor that protects my man when the two of us undoubtedly get dragged into trouble once more at some point in the future. Once Harry has told you more about his past life, you two will understand what I mean when I say he is a bit of a trouble magnet. As magnets, or lodestones as they were commonly called, were known among the dwarves, this phrase needed no translation. It also worked to cause laughter throughout the group. Such exchanges continued throughout the day, the dwarves proving to be a rather upbeat lot. This was a marked contrast to the journey with Thorin and company. While Harry and the others did have moments of jocularity and laughter, in the main, the journey from the Shire to the Lonely Mountain had been a serious affair, the shadow of smog and the need to right past wrongs hanging heavily over the dwarfs' heads in a way that only the youngest Philly, Keely, and Ori did not seem to feel on occasion. But the dwarves of Gimli's patrol knew that their home had been reclaimed, knew that their people were forging a new nation on top of the rubble of the old. While trouble persisted, and problems remained both within the realm of Erebor and without, the future was bright for Gimli and his band, and their banter reflected that. Harry was also amused by many of the jokes and comments passed around. Dwarven humor was not like human humor. There was no joking about affairs of the heart, there was no joking about parentage or anything of that nature, which Harry had known long since thanks to a certain punch to the gut by Thorin. There was some of what Harry called bathroom humor and details of when dwarves were young, the mishaps of youth, were a source of much of the humor the dwarves shared, even if some tales had been passed on to the new teller through many other mouths before. And when the talk shifted away from jokes, there was a great deal about various professions, blacksmithing, clothing making, textile work, jewelry, and so forth. Not about trends and not much about what looked good either. Rather, the discussion was simply about the quality of the work, whether or not this or that dwarf approved of what another dwarf had done. And even there, the dwarves are very different from humans. A typical group of humans in this world would have conversations about the weather, farming, food, or the market for such. None of that mattered to the dwarves. Even when Harry asked questions about the underground farms of Erebor, these particular dwarves didn't know anything about them. For more information about how those have grown, Harry, you would need to ask those who have been involved in that from the beginning. While dwarves do not look down on any kind of work, only so many of us are called to work with things that can grow. Mahal did not infuse us with any great joy in such things when he made the fathers of our houses, Gimli laughingly explained. Snorting, Harry knew that to be the literal truth in a way that perhaps the dwarves didn't, as he remembered some of the tales of the creation of the world that Gandalf had told him. While married to Yavanna, the lady of growing things that Bilbo revered above all other Vala, all had not confided the fact that he was trying to create life to Yavanna. Thus, dwarves had literally no knowledge or love of things that grew. The fact that they had gained such to the point where they could maintain their underground farms in the first place and even some farms on the surface was a testament to their stubborn desire to survive rather than any sign of appreciation for such work. However, that memory sparked another question, and Harry asked, by the way, has Erebor had any word of Gandalf? When we left Lothlorien, the lady passed on that he intended to head into Gondor, but I wonder if any further information has reached the mountain of his movements. Gimli shook his head. Nay, word of Tharkan has reached us. I think you still do not understand how large Middle-earth is, Harry, and how slowly information moves through normal methods. Nor have we had any dealings with the other wizards you and Thorin met, Radagast. Radagast has been seen in Mirkwood by the elves, but that is all we know. We dwarves and the men of Dale have had our own issues to deal with and have not looked beyond our borders save towards our own folk. I suppose it was somewhat naive of me to think that he would have somehow gotten in touch with you all, Harry sighed, although amused that Radagast apparently hadn't interacted with dwarves enough over the centuries to earn a dwarfish name. Do not forget, my heart, that eventually, you and I will be traveling into Gondor ourselves, Toriel said with a smile. Sometime among the dwarves so that you and the dwarves and rune crafters can exchange teachings, then to the north on the errand given to me. And then traveling into Gondor or elsewhere was our tentative plan, I believe? I have never been in a nation of men, so it should be interesting. The dwarves all looked at the human and elven pair questioningly, but Harry didn't enlighten them, watching instead as his lady began to pick up the pace, passing the other dwarves quickly. And now, with the sun well above us, I believe that I am done keeping pace with you slow folk. I will range ahead of you and search for signs of goblins or orcs in the surrounding terrain. I will find you this evening, Harry. Harry nodded, although a part of him wanted to go with his lady love. Since he could keep up with her now, that would have been no hardship, and while he loved watching Toriel go, he hated to see her leave despite the many days of alone time they'd had before meeting with the Stiffbeards. But it would perhaps have seemed somewhat churlish to the dwarves if they both left after agreeing that they would join the scouting party, and he also wanted to keep talking to the dwarves. So Harry merely said, "Stay safe, love. My dear, there can be no danger to someone who walks unseen as I can." Toriel laughed, pulled up the hood of her cloak, and raced forward now, going on light feet as only elves could, covered by the cloak that she had been given by the elves of Lothlorien, which allowed her to blend into the surroundings almost as well as Harry's invisibility cloak could have hid him from sight. Within 20 yards of having left the party, none of the dwarves could pick her out among the surrounding area. Within another 10, even Harry couldn't. Toriel was gone, without even a bent piece of grass or disturbed pebble to mark her passage. No wonder elves are seen as such uncanny folk, Gimli muttered, tugging at his beard even as he and the others continued their own methodical advance. Can you do the same, Harry? You have spent some time among elvish folk, after all. That always leaves a mark on humans or dwarves, at least according to old tales. Harry laughed, remembering suddenly a young boy who had wanted to go on an adventure away from the last homely house, but he understood the truth behind Gimli's words. Being around elves did indeed have an impact on people. I can do the same, yes, but I would need to use my invisibility cloak to do it. Although I will say that I can also move as silently as Toriel now, thanks to her kind tutelage. And isn't that an uncanny thing to think of, a human and an elf together. I've studied the history of Middle-earth as best I could, and I know that it has occurred before. Yet even so, it is still uncanny, Gimli said, then grinned and punched Harry in this side, causing Harry to grimace despite the blow being the dwarves' an equivalent of a friendly tap. And yet, all of us could see the love that is between you, Harry. I am happy that you found your one, and I wish the two of you happiness and a long life. He laughed again then. Although I suppose long life can be assumed among wizards and elves alike. Harry laughed along with the other dwarves and began to ask Gimli and the others questions about their families, the Iron Hills, and other things of that nature. All of his questions were answered readily and proudly. Dwarves liked nothing better than to talk of their folk, their deeds of hand and skill. And while more serious than the earlier banter, it was still welcome to the dwarves. That evening, as she had said she would, Toriel returned as the dwarves were thinking about places to put up camp, reporting that she had discovered a small area between three hills where they could easily make camp and have access to a small stream of running water. Soon, the party was settling down, and Harry gained several new fans for his cooking. The next 3 days passed like this, the only difference being that Toriel would leave the group after breakfast, heading out on long ranges around the party, coming back with information she would share with Wooly to the point where he could draw a map of the area well out beyond the patrol route in either direction. He was even able to start using some of the ideas Harry had given him about adding more information to the map in terms of terrain, height, and so forth. And as they went, heading north and east, the land began to change. The land itself became less rocky and more grassy, although what rocks there were of far larger size. Hills became taller, while what little in the way of streams there were disappeared almost entirely. Yet the area was still greener than further south, which hinted to the dwarves that there were underground water sources. This hint proved to be fact when they came upon a small hamlet, long deserted of human folk, so much so the wood had all rotted away, leaving only stone walls behind, with even those having collapsed in places. In the center was a well. It was dug deep into some underground water source, where they were still able to pull up several helmets worth of water. Harry and Toriel examined the homes carefully, looking for any signs of violence, but this place had been abandoned for so long that there was no hint as to if the people who had settled here had moved on willingly. Still, the area here was decent enough, and hard-working humans could make a farm out of it, that was clear. This would be good information to take back to Dale for certain, especially as, according to Toriel, they hoped to expand westward in time. The hills became even larger as they went. As the 5th day of their journey with the dwarves reached mid-morning, Toriel came back early from ranging ahead of the party. At the speed you all are moving, it will take you another day to reach them, but I have seen signs of goblins, the elven huntress reported briskly. I think it is a larger group than the one we discovered you fighting further south. There are also numerous animals about. Deer in the main, one of which I felled with an arrow but a few leagues ahead. Rabbits and other smaller animals as well are more prolific around here. Further south, that had not been the case, a trend that had only begun to change the day before they found the abandoned hamlet. Before that, the only animals they had seen were birds and extremely small animals like chipmunks or gophers. Even the birds had been crows and ravens, not the most pleasant sort of birds to see. The band had also eaten their way through the fish supplies that Harry and Toriel had so carefully built up down by the river Silduin before crossing, so he was not alone in smiling happily at Toriel's report. Toriel saw this and smiled. Harry, if you would like to follow me? By the time these good dwarves join us, we should have it skinned and ready for cooking. The way Harry's eyes lit up as he looked at her made Toriel's heart pound, and her smile turned a bit softer for a moment as he began to speed up his pace, shifting along the flank of the dwarven party. Before you go, tell us more about these goblin sightings you said you had seen, Gimli ordered, hiding a smile at the way these two were around one another sometimes. I know you said it would take another day and a half to reach where you saw such signs, but still. I came upon one of their kills first of all and then spotted a few goblin footprints and other markings, along with a crushed bracelet of bone. At that point, I decided to turn back rather than explore further given the distance involved, Toriel reported before going into detail more on the markings she had seen, noting that they looked as if the goblins had been in the area for quite some time. Their smell is prevalent in the area to the point where it is making most animals shy away. The only animal trail I spotted after that point was that of a badger, and that species is notoriously uncaring of danger. She shook her head with a sigh. Unfortunately, there is little a badger can do about arrows. When we ambush them, I'll transfigure some stones and other things into badgers to fight the goblins in revenge, Toriel, Harry joked lightly, although he was partially serious too. He had spent some time on this portion of the journey thinking about the proper mix of spells when facing goblins, orcs, and other creatures. A mob of transfigured creatures to lighten the load on his allies and to allow him to keep his distance and thus use more spell work rather than sword work was one such idea. Toriel smiled slightly at that, nodding her head, and after Gimli asked him several other questions, she and Harry raced ahead of the rest of the party. And by the time the dwarves caught up, the two of them did indeed have the deer carcass bled out and its meat roasting on a small fire. Not that preparing the deer had been all the two of them had done. Even in the privacy of their tent, neither was willing to do more than cuddle and kiss lightly when surrounded by dwarves. Even with Harry's spell work, there was just something about being surrounded by dwarves that put both of them off more physical signs of affection. Away from the party, that had not been the case. But thankfully, Toriel's tunic and cloak worked to hide the hickeys that Harry had left on her neck and collarbone, and Harry's shirt did the same for him. And if any of the dwarves noticed how the two of them were even more touchy-feely for a little bit after the dwarves arrived before settling down again, none of them saw fit to comment. True to Toriel's words, late in the next day, Gimli and the others finally began to make out the same signs in the surrounding area of goblins being nearby that Toriel had seen. It was quickly decided to set up camp then and there, pulling back over another hill to the west. That night, as the dwarves prepared their weapons and gear, Harry and Toriel scouted the area in a wide area around where Toriel estimated where the goblins' main camp would be. They saw goblins almost instantly. The goblins were hunting around in pairs, moving as silently as they could through the area. Bypassing them was child's play, and the pair pushed beyond them, searching for the goblins' main camp. That took them most of the night, and scouting around the camp to make certain they had seen everything they needed to see took the rest. By the time they returned, it was near dawn, and Gimli was pacing around where the dwarves had made camp, just at the edge of the Notice Me Not array that Harry had set up before he had left. A Notice Me Not array that worked on Toriel, Harry was amused to note. Every time her eyes grazed over the camp, she turned her attention away to look around them again, unable to notice anything within that area. This does look like the area where we left our fellows, Harry, but I cannot see them anywhere. It was only when Harry crossed over and tapped the runestone to cancel the ward that she noticed that the dwarves were there, and her eyes narrowed at the smiles she saw on many of the dwarves' faces. I don't know why you all are so amused. You would have been tricked too. And none of you have the magic necessary to use that particular runic array, now do you? All the dwarves grumbled a bit at that, but it was the truth. Runes that needed activation like that, which created an effect that went well beyond the runestone itself, needed magic to activate. Gandalf and the other wizards of this world, Galadriel, Elrond, and so forth, who could direct their own magic, would be able to make use of them, but dwarves could not do so. They imbued their runes with magic during the crafting process tied into the art of crafting itself, like Harry had seen once back in Erebor, and could not do so on command or by themselves. They seemed to have something of the same setup as the other group of goblins we dealt with when we first met, Harry reported as Toriel knelt on the ground, beginning to mark out an outline of the area the goblins seemed to live in. There's one main entrance and two side entrances to the cave system we saw. There are several goblins outside at all times, including during the day, ostensibly hidden underneath an awning of tree branches here. As he spoke, he gestured down to where Toriel just finished marking that out on the ground. We saw at least 4 groups of goblins out hunting, although one could have been the same group twice. They seemed to like to go out in groups of 2, but I didn't see anything I could use to identify them. Toriel. I think it was the same group. One of them had a mark on his ear as if it had been cut by a dagger, and I saw the same mark on one of the 2 goblins in the 4th group we saw, Harry, she replied. There might also be a 4th entrance on the back most of the hill here. There was a suspiciously large group of rocks there, which may or may not have been set there naturally. I would have had to get much closer to see if it was or not. But as the night wound on, the goblins became more active, moving around the area, skinning the carcasses their hunters had brought in, and gathering what roots and berries they seemed to add to their normal meal of pure meat. Orcs and goblins both ate far more meat than any of the other races and could go for longer without eating than dwarves or humans, let alone hobbits. Their marching speed over long marches was also incredible, better than any dwarven or human infantry, regardless of terrain or weather. I didn't see any orcs among them, but they have at least 100, maybe more goblins up there, Toriel finished, both speaking and putting the finishing touches on the makeshift map of the area she and Harry had seen. Rust and Bodorashan. That is a far larger force than we expected to find. I wonder, have they built up their numbers since the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, or was this group not involved in it at all? Gimli mused, tugging at his beard. The other dwarves nearby all stilled at that, and Harry scowled, crossing his arms while Toriel looked pained. Still, I believe we can take them during the day. Harry frowned, pointing at himself and Toriel as if to ask if Gimli thought that because of the 2 of them being there, and Gimli laughed harshly. If we were able to take them unawares, Harry, we might be able to push them back into their holes during the day. Goblins are easily frightened when the sun is high. Which would indeed be the case today. The last of the night's clouds were disappearing already, and it was already getting a bit warm for a morning. If we could wipe out the groups of hunters, then come at them unawares, yes, we could have pushed them back in. Once in position at the entrance we could it with 4 of our number as the others raced to collapse the other entrances. That would be tough, admittedly, but if they were in position beforehand. Wishful thinking, Vulai and one of the other older-looking dwarves muttered, causing Gimli to glare at them. I've led groups before that have done it. The 2 dwarves acknowledged that, and Gimli went on, his town more conciliatory. Although those were combat missions rather than scouting ones. Still, at that point, we would probably have had to pull back or station a watch while sending one of our fellows back to Erebor for aid in clearing them out. And it would have been hard going with once the night came on. But depending on the state of their weapons, I might well have ordered that, even if I knew we were going to take losses. There are 7 dwarves in the patrol, and if Gimli sent one away, that would have obviously left only 6 to hold the goblins in their warren throughout the night. Depending on the size of the entrance and the marksmanship of goblins, by which Harry meant both their ability to shoot at what they were aiming at and their skill with making arrows and bows, it could have been possible, but Harry thought that, like the older dwarves, Gimli was overestimating their abilities a bit. Of course, that is without myself and my lady here. And with us, I presume that you do believe we can still take them. During the day, easily, Gimli said grimly. At that point, he began to give out orders, and seeing as they were extremely sensible ones, neither Toriel nor Harry objected when he gave them their orders as well. Harry and Toriel would first ambush the goblin hunters if any were around during the day, while Gimli and the other dwarves made their way towards the front entrance to the goblin hovel. Killing the goblins on watch near the main entrance would be tough but necessary. Once the dwarves were in a position where they could see the cave entrance, Harry and Toriel would meet back up with them. Harry and one of the dwarves would then move around the area, making sure that Harry and Toriel were right in saying that there were only 2, possibly 3, more entrances before collapsing those entrances. The dwarf with Harry, a young dwarf around Gimli's own age named Kalu, would be able to tell if there were any more thanks to his family being minors. At which point the goblins will try to come out of their entryway son or not. And we will have a bit of a fight of our hands. But they will eventually retreat into the ground again, even against so few, once they see Harry's magic in play. Ambushing the few goblin hunters out during the day was easy. The dark-loving creatures spent most of their time complaining in loud voices about having been chosen for the duty, vowing vengeance against their fellows. Right up until the point, Toriel's arrows found them in the neck or skull, or Harry's muffalatio washed over them before further spells followed. 5 goblins died before the sun was marking midday, and 3 more died before the dwarves got into position near the cave entrance, including one who was very obviously skiving off when he should have been hunting. As Harry and Kalu were quickly sent off to close the other entrances, Gimli got the rest of them in position, separated and hidden in scattered places around the entrance so that they would come at the cave in a half-circle formation. Toriel was behind them, directly in front of the cave further down the hill. This close, even with the incline getting in the way, Toriel could see into the darkness of the cave. There, 2 more goblins lounged. But they were well within bow range, and when she saw the pair of them look agitated, turning to gaze deeper into the cavern at something, Toriel loosed her first arrow. The arrow made a whistling noise as it passed over his head, and Gimli barked out a command in Huzdul. Up and at them. Baruch Hezed, Hezed ai Erebor. Hezed ai Erebor. In the rumbling reply from his fellow dwarves, and then they were charging through the woods towards the entryway. Both goblins in the entrance into the caves below turned, and one of them died with an arrow through the side from Toriel, who scowled a little. She had actually been aiming for his head, but he'd stood up abruptly and turned away, the shot going through his side rather than forehead. Then Toriel was moving forward as well to where she had the best position she could to aim into the cave entrance, as a few more goblins came charging out, hissing and whimpering at the first touch of the sun above. Although I did not actually cause physical pain, the gaze of Anar certainly weakened the creatures. It also practically blinded them at this time of day, just past midday. Gimli hit the first goblin to come out of the cave in a running charge, his shield up and slamming into the goblin's center of mass, lifting the creature up off of its feet and hurling it backward as if it weighed nothing before he hacked out at another. His sword, its edge sharp as a razor, cut the creature's arm off just above the elbow before a backhand blow cut it across the throat. The dwarven warrior named Ibun was next to reach the cave's opening, his axe slamming into and threw a hasty spear into the head of one goblin before getting caught in its skull. A hasty kick sent the body off of his weapon and into another goblin, which died through another axe strike, although the kick nearly had Ibun falling back on his side. 2 more dwarves quickly joined their fellows, and as Ibun got to his feet with a curse, between the 4 of them, they held back the goblin rush. All 4 took hits on their chainmail or shield or even helmets, but none penetrated the good dwarven steel. Gimli's thoughts on that score were quickly proven correct, as more often than not, the rusted, ill-maintained weaponry of the goblins broke on impact with chainmail or steel helmets. Meanwhile, Toriel aimed around and above the dwarves, firing deeper into the cave. Whereas anyone of non-elven lineage would have been simply firing blindly into the dark and assuming they would hit something, Toriel's shots were aimed. Each arrow took a goblin, dumping them to the floor where they were quickly trampled or tripped their fellows. This close, Gimli could hear a distant rumble coming from the warren ahead of them a second later as Harry closed another entrance into the cave system. This was followed moments later by a third sound and a cry in the black tongue of Mordor coming from the goblins. None of the dwarves or Toriel knew that tongue, but it was clearly a lament, a cry that their secret escape route had been closed. That seemed to buoy the goblins on for a few more moments, and another dozen goblins rushed out of the darkness of the cave, losing several of their numbers to Toriel's arrows to try and battle through the dwarven line at the entrance. But with the dwarves within reach of one another, none of the goblins could get through, and soon, the bodies began to pile up so much that they got in the way of their fellows. At that point, the goblins retreated, shouting to one another, pulling completely back and away out of even Toriel's line of sight into the earth of the hill. All the dwarves had taken a battering, their chainmail punctured lightly in places, their helmets a little dented. But thanks to their armor and general level of toughness, all they had to show for the short, sharp battle was a few bruises and a cut to Ibun's cheek. Toriel instantly began to see to that, using wine to wipe the wound down, and then placing a small poultice on it, one of the medical supplies they had been given in Lothlorien. Bruises are fine, but anything that punctured skin would have to be seen to quickly, considering what vile gunk goblins and orcs routinely put on their weapons. Ibun thanked her, touching his cheek gingerly over the bandage and nodding his head towards Harry and Kalu as they came through the woods. Well done on bringing down the other entrances. That would normally be a chancy time for any pair of dwarves and should have taken far longer even at the best of times. Magic is good for many things, Harry said glibly, his eyes raking up and down Toriel's form. First, to look for wounds, then, as he wiggled his eyebrows at her, with different intent, his emerald eyes sparkling with good humor. Toriel laughed at that, rolling her eyes, but she did cock her hip just so as she turned away to look towards the entranceway, feeling Harry move up behind her to put his arms around her waist for a brief but heartfelt hug. I take it that everything went well here. Indeed. And now, we smoke the goblins out. Gimli said grimly. I will not lead my band into a goblin warren, not even with a wizard and an elf beside me. Especially considering neither of you will be able to stand upright in there. While the entryway into the underground warren was human-sized, Toriel could easily see where the tunnel narrowed to goblin size within. Within moments, the dwarves not on guard at the entrance had gathered brush, twigs, and logs enough to create a large bonfire. This they set in the entrance into the caves, before lighting it up. At that point, Harry helped to create a wind, calling on a spell that Galadriel had taught him in Lothlorien, one that she had apparently learned from Gandalf in the past. In this, Manwë was quite forthcoming of aid, and the wind around the dwarves pushed into the cave, bringing with it the smoke. This kept it out of their own faces easily and filled everything underground with smoke. While having none of the secret fire of elevator, goblins and orcs still needed to breathe like regular living beings. Using smoke like this was a tried and tested manner of literally smoking them out of their hiding places like they were bugs. The dwarves had used this method times uncounted over the ages, and it never ceased to work. It was either to come out and fight the dwarves in a stand-up fight at the entrance or remain where they were hiding away and die. With the sun still very visible in the sky above, that was not an easy decision for any goblin. But neither could they survive till nighttime with the smoke filling their living areas. Thus, first in small groups, then in a rush, the goblins tried to charge through the fire towards the dwarves. The first few died easily. Toriel and Harry could both fire through the smoke and, well, fire at the entrance, hitting the targets of the goblins beyond before they could even come close to the actual flames with arrow and spell, rifles to start with and then others as the goblins kept coming. The rush was more difficult to deal with as the goblins had organized themselves a bit. First came dozens of goblins bearing large buckets of mud and dirt, with others grabbing up the bodies of their fellows and using them as shields. Had he and Toriel been alone at this point, Harry would probably have brought down the entire entryway, burying the goblins, if not for the fact that they were very good at mining. Or perhaps a horde of conjured creatures, such as I mentioned to Toriel, to hold the other side of the fire and a pro to go on ours to keep the smoke within? Conjured creatures don't need to breathe, after all. But this was Gimli's show, and he wasn't going to step on the young dwarf's toes. It looked as if Gimli was working off a tried and true playbook by this point, and Harry was willing to simply add his own abilities onto that rather than take over entirely. I might change my tune if it looks as if the dwarves are going to start taking actual dangerous wounds or, Vala forbid, actually lose someone, but until then, it seems as if Gimli has this well thought out. Instead, he watched as the bodies and dirt and mud were tossed onto the fire in an effort to put it out while other goblins raced through their fellows working on that, trying to close with the dwarves. Only for the dwarves to stand strong, cutting down any who could make it through the fires. Harry and Toriel helped as best they could with spell work and arrow. But eventually, the fire was out, and the goblins began pushing the dwarves hard. A barked command came from Gimli and Husdul, and the four dwarves at the entrance took a single step back, spreading out as they did. They still held the line, but now they were a little further back, allowing more of the goblins to press forward a bit out of the entryway but also for more of the dwarves to step up. Harry stood to one side of that line, sending spells into the mass of goblins, searing and burning them to ash with light-based spells, more to basically sear away the dead bodies than because they were actually more effective than exploding spells. Overpowered bone breaker curses, for example, were incredibly effective when tossed into large groups of goblins, something Harry noted for continued use in the future. Overpowered enough, the curse would literally have bones exploding in every direction when it struck, and this would allow Harry to target one goblin and kill 6 or 7 in the resulting viscera-filled explosion. For her part, Toriel aimed at any goblin who seemed to be trying to stay back of the others. Whether or not these goblins were cowards or trying to actually give out orders, she didn't know. But with the dwarves holding the line so strongly and Harry's spell work, it seemed a better use of her time than to simply add to the carnage at the forefront of the battle. By evening, though, the goblins had put out enough of the fire that they were then able to retreat. The dwarves, however, simply relit the fires, and they did so, with Gimli actually rotating out the 4 dwarves who had been at the forefront of the battle to begin with, getting them some rest while the others took their own watch. Soon, the fire was lit again, and Harry's spell was once more wafting the smoke deeper into the tunnel. When the goblins came again, they were even more angry and furious and no longer feared the light of the sun. But once more, dwarven steel and armor were up to the task of holding the entrance, with Toriel and Harry taking out any of the goblins who tried to stay back from their fellows and fire at the dwarves with arrows. Without the fire or the light of the sun blinding them, the goblin archers could have perhaps turned the tide of the fight. But not with Toriel there or with Harry lobbing Lumos spells into the darkness of the tunnel. The spell had shifted since Harry had linked his magic to Arion. Instead of a simple, blue-white light, it caused tiny sun-like lights to appear. This, in turn, caused keening wails and shrieks of fear from the goblins thus revealed. No creature of Morgoth could suffer the light of Anar for over long, not without something like the pace the trolls who fought in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain had been given. Once more, the fires were put out during the battle, but the goblins were no longer coming out at them, and Harry estimated that they'd killed at least 80 goblins or more throughout the day. There are undoubtedly more down below who've died of smoke inhalation. What now? Now we keep the fire going throughout the night, completely smoking them out. I will send Vulai and Kalo around the hill to make certain that they haven't been able to open up one of the entrances you collapsed, Harry, and to listen for any digging going on, just in case. Even my folk would have trouble carving through the earth around here to make a new tunnel in time to save ourselves from something like this, but it's possible. And I don't want to leave anything to chance. Lady Toriel, if you feel up to it, would you mind scouting out and around the area to make certain that there are no other goblin warrens around? Toriel nodded and, after refilling her quiver for the 3rd time that day from her and Harry's supplies, raced off without another word. Harry made certain that several of the dwarves that weren't on watch at the entrance got some food, then helped create a small berm in front of the entryway to further block the entrance. Soon, only 2 of the dwarves were on guard at the entryway while the others rested, saw to their weapons, or ate something. All of them were still in fine form despite having fought throughout the day, showing Harry once again an example of the dwarves and endurance. Most humans would have been completely knackered after an on-again off-again fight that had lasted for so long. Harry himself felt somewhat tired. Different muscle groups from hiking throughout the day with Toriel at elvish speed, I guess. However, there was a question he wanted to ask. Why didn't you have me just? He gestured vaguely with one hand, take all that fire and send it straight down into the tunnel to burn them out rather than smoke them out. Gimli scowled a bit, looking away, then back at Harry. You said that you and Thorin fought an orc encampment shortly after meeting one another. Surely you saw the what they kept as spoils? We do not want such to be damaged beyond recognition if any such remains within. And there is something else that might be there as well if this place has been here as long as it seems to have. Burning is a horrible way to go regardless of race, and smoke at least is less painful. Harry grimaced at that, understanding what Gimli was alluding to, and now very much worried about what they would find within. I can only hope that we find some of the darkened earth then, and not the other method which orcs and goblins can use to multiply. So it was throughout the night. The fire was kept up, and although Harry slept occasionally, he found he did not need much to rebuild his magical or physical reserves. Every few hours he renewed the spell wafting the smoke deeper into the cave, keeping it away from the dwarves on guard near the entryway. Twice more some goblins tried to rush out, their noses and mouths covered by cloth wetted down by something, hurling buckets of dirt ahead of them or the bodies of their fellows. But there weren't enough of them to put the fire out now, let alone get past the dwarves at the entryway, even without Toriel around to snipe at them. The next day, Harry and Kalo went around to the other entrances, opening them up again to let the smoke out, while the fire was put out by the dwarves by the entryway, who, like the goblins the night before, were wearing cloth masks dipped in water. By the time they were done with that, Toriel had returned, having pushed out in every direction around them for the equivalent of several days of travel by anyone but another elf. Once more, if we consider how fast you dwarven folk can move, we are within a full day's march south of what looks to be some kind of semi-kept-up road heading west and east. In the distance I could see some kind of large dwelling along the roadside. But I saw no sign between there and here of goblins, nor anywhere around. It seems as if this place was on its own. Yet well placed for all that if it is so close to the main road leading from the Iron Hills to Erebor, Gimli grumbled. We will wait a few hours for the smoke to clear, then we will enter. Actually, if it is just an air issue at this point, I can help there. I have a spell called the Bubblehead Charm, and I can use it on all of us so that we can move through the smoke. At this point, it is just that, so let us begin. Hopefully, we can start leaving this place behind by midday. Gimli shook his head, although he was smiling as he did, thinking of the amount of help Harry's spell work had already been. The group had to push through the bodies of the dead goblins and all of the dwarves, and Toriel began to thank Harry profusely when they realized that the bubblehead charm didn't just block out the smoke but also the stench. Goblins were foul creatures at the best of times. When they were burned to a crisp, as many were near the entryway or just simply dead by asphyxiation, they were far worse. However, Toriel ran into a problem soon after the tunnel narrowed down to dwarf or goblin height. She shivered suddenly, stopping in place, grateful that she was at the back of the band. Harry, I feel, there is a great evil here, it clings to me, assaults my senses as the taint did in Erebor before it finished dispelling. She gagged, feeling as if she with every foot forward she waded deeper into black, corrupted water. I cannot. Of course, love. Harry answered instantly, although he had a moment to wonder if a patroness spell could fight that feeling. He decided after a second it wouldn't. He could feel a sense of foulness, but it was nothing like the feeling of death and darkness he got from the barrows when traveling with Estelle. This feels more like it is coming from a creature to me, but even now I'm not as connected to the world around me as an elf like Toriel. I need to consciously try doing that, and if I can't sense whatever is making Toriel worried, I don't think the patroness would do anything. You can turn back, Toriel. I just want to see if there's anything to indicate this group preyed on humans. You don't need to be in here for this. Thank you. Toriel breathed, shaking her head and stopping in place, grateful that Harry understood. I will await you outside. But be careful, Harry. Whatever is hidden here, it is a thing of deep, unremitting corruption, something perhaps of the great enemy. Harry nodded and turned his head awkwardly, looking over his shoulder to keep an eye on Toriel as she turned around and headed back up the tunnel. Only when she was out of sight did he turn back, hurrying as much as he could, crouched over as he was to catch up with the dwarves. The Warren underground seemed to be composed of several different interconnecting caves, only a few of which looked natural, including the entryway and a few deeper in. They found a small source of water coming up from below, an area that was possibly some kind of larder, and what had to have been sleeping quarters for many of the goblins. There, the dwarves began to root around what little the goblins had owned, coming up with several dwarven-made items, each of which was carried out and placed on a tent tarp laid out on the ground for cleaning and inspection. If there was a maker or family mark on any of it, it would be returned to the next of kin if possible. Several human items were also discovered, and Harry was asked what they should do with them. A farmer's tine and a sword hilt, the rest of the rusted blade having shattered at some point recently, were found in the main tunnel soon after Toriel turned back. And then in one of the caverns the goblins had used as sleeping quarters a small painting of a family set in a locket was found. Standing stooped in the center of the goblin cave, Harry just looked at it for several moments, his face grave and his emerald eyes cold. It was not a great painting. In fact, it looked like something that a peasant girl could have done over time, its colors dim, the people in it without much detail. But the smiles on the faces of the people within told the real tale. And it had wound up here, in a goblin cave. This I will keep, and we will set up outside along with the weapons of the dead goblins by the entryway and the hilt that you found, Harry said solemnly, shaking his head. It will make a good marker for a cairn. He should have looked ridiculous really, crouched over as he was. But the solemnity of his voice and face offset that. Gimli nodded, and then Vulai, who had gone ahead of the others, came back. He spoke in Husdul as he shook his head, pointing back over his shoulder. Gimli and the others all stiffened, and then Vulai looked at Harry. The human looked highly uncomfortable, but what they were about to see would make them even more so. Harry, what you are about to see is one of the horrors of the first enemy. Steel yourself, and if you feel the need to throw up, you will need to renew your bubblehead charm afterward almost at once. There is still enough smoke down here to kill if you are not careful. Unless solid things can pass through this air bubble, Harry. No, you're right. I will need to renew it. I have been sufficiently warned, Gimli. Lead on. Harry said, his face still set in grim lines. Moments later, he found himself in a cavern where he could stand upright without banging his head or back, but that was scant comfort to what lay within. Harry had seen horrors before. Cedric's corpse, the goblin lair underneath the misty mountains, Hermione's dead eyes staring at nothing, bodies and gore galore since coming to this world, and the strange, eldritch abominations hidden within the Department of Mysteries. What was before him now made nearly everything he had seen before pale in terms of sheer, vile, wrongness. The corpse ahead of him was large, many times larger than a normal goblin or even a human or elf, although not quite the size of a troll. It looked kind of female, if only truly around the eyes and face, although the dead being's mouth had distended open, gaping open like a ghoul's, well beyond anything a normal jaw should have been capable of. But the eyes were still human or perhaps dwarven, although there didn't seem any hint of a beard, so Harry thought it more likely this being had once been a human. A human girl, judging by the small size of the head, who had cried so often her cheeks were still stained with the signs of it even now. The body below the relatively small head was like some unholy cross between a queen ant, mud, and black, vile-looking sludge. The sludge in question had poured out of orifices like pustules spread out across the mass. Perhaps thankfully that mass did not have anything about it that could be called female bar certain, hints of darker skin that could be nipples. The mass of the woman had somehow been mutated in such a way her body had distended outwards well beyond the point of obesity, the flesh of the monstrosity looking as if it was both goblin flesh, human or dwarven flesh and mud combined. Gimli, Kaloo, and Harry had never seen anything like it, and all three stared at the dead thing in front of him, bile rising in their throats until they all turned away. The dwarfs backed away out of the horrifying birthing chamber, keeping their gorge from rising with difficulty, while Harry could not move fast enough, crouching down as he was. Instead, Harry was barely able to turn and aim for a corner before he began to lose every meal still within his stomach, falling forward even as he threw up. He was only saved from the ignominy of falling into his own sick by the quick actions of Vulai and one of the older dwarves, who grabbed his arms, keeping Harry upright, pushing him against the wall. Harry closed his eyes, trying hard not to see the eyes of the creature, those eyes which told him of pain and fear and screaming, soul-rending horror, to which death had been the greatest mercy. That was once a human girl, wasn't it? I had thought that when captured, women and girls were raped or sexually abused. But this is... I cannot say it is worse, but it is far fouler. We know not what foulness Morgoth wrought, but this is one of the ways in which goblins and others can repopulate themselves. They take a woman, any race will do, curse them to the blackest pits of the ocean. Vulai growled, his hands clenching and unclenching as he continued to curse in Husdul for several moments before he seemed to calm himself, staring now with pity and sadness at the creature. They take women, they starve them. Eventually, if they do not bite out their own tongues or otherwise kill themselves, the women are forced to eat goblin or orc meat, force them to eat meat of their own race or others. And in so doing, they force a change upon the woman. The creature thus made does not birth goblins so much as simply create them. From her very flesh will form pustules as you see, and out of those pustules will come goblins, or worse, orcs. It is a horrifying process, and the change occurs over many years. But when it is done, you get a creature like this, a creature which can repopulate a goblin warren within months, not decades as it is for tainted ground. The other older dwarf, a silent fellow by the name of Rory, who was Vulai's cousin, bowed his head towards the dead creature. But we seem to have slaughtered the goblins here fast enough that the monster she had become could evolve further, and there's no hint of any of the tainted ground either. We bury her, no goblins will be birthed from this foul place again. Harry nodded slowly, fighting the urge to lash out with his magic or stand upright and turn away and keep his gorge from rising again. The first would be useless now, the creatures who had done this were already old dead. The second would simply have hurt. Instead, he murmured a prayer to the Vala, to Mandus in his halls, hoping that this human soul would have passed through those halls to be cleansed before going on to join Elevator as was the right of any soul of humankind. But as he looked at the horribly tainted, mutated creature that had once been a young human girl, Harry finally understood the true depths of the horror that Sealbrain, Elrond's wife and Galadriel's daughter, had been saved from by her sons and husband. He didn't know where along this process Sealbrain had been before she had been rescued, but he understood now why she had so quickly decided to head over the Belegir Sea and enter Aman. Some things are just too horrible for anyone to bear, and he hoped she had found healing within the Blessed Realm and the light of the Vala. Beyond that, though, Harry also understood something that perhaps the dwarves and maybe even most elves did not. Gandalf had told him about the original creation of the orcs and goblins, how they had been created by twisting and breaking many of the first elves to awake on Arda, long before the dwarves and humans awoke. How Morgoth could not create life, he could only twist it. And he had long wondered how goblins and orcs could seem so lifelike, twisted though they were. Now he saw how. Because he would bet anything that with every birth she gave, the woman who had been turned into the monster before him had given of her own life force, her own portion of the sacred fire Elevator had breathed into all living things. And in so doing, had given a kind of life to the goblins that came from her person. What are we going to do? Harry asked, gesturing to the creature. Is there some kind of ceremony or... Nay. Vulai shook his head, gesturing around them. This place, like others before it will serve as a monument, a resting place for her. When we are done within, Harry, you may bring the roof down again all throughout this warren. Bury this doomed soul, as well as the creatures who made her. That is the only way we can honor her now. Harry nodded, answering that was one task he would see to with relish, and he began to move around, noting support beams, crude ones admittedly made by the goblins, weak points in the rock above, and other areas. When the call came from Gimli and the others that they were done, he started at the deepest point, and began to methodically destroy each weak zone until bits and pieces of the roof were almost coming down on his own head. Then he moved to the entryway as fast as he could, still lashing out behind him with bombarding spells. It was a sober group of dwarves who reported back to the camp they had made before the battle, well away from the goblin cave system, the whole area having collapsed inward. As Toriel joined them, Harry and the dwarves looked at one another and, without even a word shared, packed up, and moved away. They pushed hard until was deep into the night, putting as much distance as they could between them and the horror underneath the rubble behind them, while Harry reluctantly explained what they had found underneath the hill. Behind them, the hill had collapsed, looking almost like a volcanic caldera now. Nothing remained to show that the hill had been occupied by goblins. Only a few human weapons stuck out of the ground, with a small locket of bronze dangling from a long string, shifting this way and that in the wind. That night, Harry and Toriel were the first to retire, entering their tent even as the dwarves began to look over what they had collected from within the goblin warren, singing old dirges in their own language. Harry put up a muffalation, and feeling Toriel's arms around him, fell back onto their sleeping bag, hugging her tightly as if to never let go, taking comfort in one another, trying to blot out the horror of what they had seen with one another's company. Oh. The next day, the patrol was still somewhat subdued by the horror they had discovered and the various proofs that the goblins there had preyed on dwarven humans alike. Toriel was even worse, silent and solemn, her eyes hooded, walking along beside Harry rather than ranging ahead of the party. Not because of fear but because she did not want to be alone with her own thoughts after having been told of what Harry had discovered. Not that he or any of the dwarves could blame her. Even second-hand, that kind of horror was something that would darken the mind of anyone. But halfway through the day, Harry decided enough was enough, and he went about raising everyone's spirits a bit. And what better way than bringing back an oldie but a goodie? With that, Harry glanced around and, deciding that Gimli would be the least likely to be infuriated by this, aimed over the head of the other dwarves toward where Gimli raced along ahead of the others. The sudden bout of snickering and confusion from behind him caused Gimli to turn, and he growled out, "What is wrong with you lot? I do not believe that bright pink is your color, Gimli. In fact, I would go so far as to say it is no dwarf's color," Vulai announced, glancing over his shoulder at Harry, who was obviously the only person who could have done something like that. "I'll admit I'm not the best at colors, but I wanted to see what it looks like." "Do you have a preference, Gimli?" Harry said, changing the color of Gimli's hair to rainbow for now, causing even more snickering and even for Toriel to smile slightly. Gimli tried to look up at his hair, then down at his beard, noting that it hadn't changed. Knowing how touchy dwarves were about their beards, Harry had decided he would aim only at Gimli's hair rather than both beard and hair. "So long as you don't touch the beard, I've always wondered what I would look like with dark blue hair." The other dwarves all looked at Gimli in surprise, and he shrugged his shoulders. "It was but a passing thought when I was a youngling." "So, about 2 years ago," shouted more than one dwarf, to which Gimli replied in Husdul in such a way that several of the dwarves cracked up, with Gimli joining them a second later. Toriel joined them a moment when Gimli reached down, picked up a portion of hard-packed dirt and tossed it with startlingly good accuracy into Harry's face. Since they had all been moving at the same brisk pace the dwarves had sustained since meeting Harry and Toriel, this caused Harry to stumble, and he fell to his ass, wiping at his face with both hands. "So even the mightiest of wizards can be taken down by simple mud and dirt?" Gimli guffawed. "Perhaps you will keep that lesson in your mind in the future." Once Harry got back to his feet, he pushed himself a little bit further to catch up with Gimli at the front of the group, laughing and teasingly changing his hair to the dark blue that Gimli had professed to wanting, shouting out over his shoulder if anyone else wanted to see what they would look like with different hair color or just a different color overall. Once Kalua was running along as a pine-green dwarf from head to toe bar his beard, Toriel got into it, asking if she could get her hair color changed to golden blonde or raven black. Without giving any reasons for her sudden desire to do so. Although a wise soul might have felt she had ulterior motives to choose the hair colors that Galadriel and Arwen. Harry's look of horror, however, caused Toriel to laugh aloud, the sound a bright, clear note uplifting the spirits of the dwarven Harry just as much as the previous moments of joking had. The group continued on their way in much better spirits, although Toriel did not leave the party again to range ahead of them, instead staying by Harry's side, smiling the entire time as he joked with the dwarves. Before midday, Toriel paused, staring ahead of them. "I see a tower in the distance, the construct I saw ranging out after we attacked the goblins. It has the shape of a rectangle from this angle, but one portion of it looks taller than the rest. It almost looks like a keep of some kind. That will be one of the way stations. In fact, if we have followed our route as well as we could have, that will be one of the heavy way stations, one of 2 on the road to the Iron Hills, set where Erebor and Dale's joint borders had been in ancient days. Although obviously none of us are under any illusion as to what territory we can actually claim at this point," Gimli explained, before going into detail on the route between the Iron Hills and Erebor, as well as the way stations themselves. Around evening, the scouting party reached what in Harry's old world would have been called a motte and bailey. It was a kind of keep, a fortification that was rectangular in shape, with an inner keep set to one side of the rectangle and tall walls going forward to the gate tower at the other end. Much of it looked like old construction, and Harry was once more stunned at both the industry of the dwarf and how well they could work with stone. There was one other question that he had to ask as the portcullis ahead of them opened, with a dwarven officer of the watch shouting in Husdul some message to someone inside. "This place looks extremely formidable. I can understand why it was possibly abandoned after Erebor fell, but did you all have to kick orcs or goblins out of it?" "Dane did," Wooly stated, exchanging a wave with one of the dwarves on watch above them. "Our folk retained control of this and several of the other way stations for a time during the Exodus, which saved hundreds of lives. And after, with Dane's help in supplying them even though there was no reason to do so for a few years before we pulled back into the Iron Hills. Then, orcs came down from the north, taking this and several others over. But such folk couldn't maintain them, not after we had torn down segments of the wall ourselves when we left, removed the doors, and some other bits. Which obviously made it much easier for us to repair them when we came back and made it equally harder for the orcs to hold them against us. Dane slew them all before he and his forces joined with ours in the war against the orcs within the Misty Mountains under Thrain," Vulai stated. "There was some concern in the decades since that more would return, but none ever did. Of course, we learned why they weren't so interested in building up forces between the Iron Hills and Erebor when Azog led his army against the Lonely Mountain and the allied forces." Harry nodded as that made sense. After all, why invest a fortification like this if it wasn't all that good, and there was no reason to do so? But now there was a reason, and Toriel and Harry both took in the rebuilt outpost for a time, watching the dwarven patrols speak to their fellows within the keep, getting news and reports from other patrols in their own language. Gimli came up to them soon, indicating the keep portion of the motte and Bailey, then pointing to a group of donkeys who were grazing in a trough nearby. "They've room for us and more within. The owners of that lot are going to be leaving soon, heading towards the Iron Hills with weapons, gold, and jewels, as agreed upon by some of the contracts and agreements reached with those of the Iron Hills." Harry and Toriel could both hear the pride in the dwarf's voice, could see it in the eyes of several of the others, but said nothing, knowing that making certain that contracts were immensely important to dwarves, particularly when it came to family business and debts owed, as those of Erebor did particularly to the families of those dwarves who had died in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. "'Tis the last installment in many cases. But we are to stay here for a time before heading back to Erebor. Mapmaker Kiflo is here and is waiting for 2 more patrols to come in as he builds a map of the area between the Lonely Mountain and the Iron Hills." At that, Harry asked if he and Toriel should stay to talk to this master mapmaker about the ideas he had shared with Wooly, but when asked, Gimli shook his head. "If you want to, you may, of course, and you will be welcome here. But remember that Wooly took copious notes of what you described and even started to use some of the ideas you gave him. He will be able to pass them on to his master, and Kiflo is a very open sort about such things. He does not care where an idea comes from, only that it works to make a map better. If you wish to travel yourselves towards Erebor, I do not see any reason for you to stay." Harry and Toriel exchanged a glance, and in that glance both of them saw that the other wanted to have some alone time. Traveling with the dwarves had been a great deal of fun despite the goblins and the revelation of where such creatures could come from. But their own senses of propriety had put a damper on certain couple business between them. Having some time on their own before reaching Erebor seemed a good idea to both of them. "In that case, Gimli, I think we will take our leave now. It has been good to get to know you, and I hope to continue our acquaintance when you arrive in Erebor. But for now, unless Kiflo wants to talk to me in person, I don't see a reason for the 2 of us to stay. It's been nice to meet you as well, Harry, to put a name to the tales my father and his friends told me. And to meet you as well, Toriel." Gimli actually winked at Toriel, a small smile appearing through his beard. "I have long wondered if perhaps the tales of elvish beauty had been exaggerated, but I see they have not been." Toriel laughed aloud, reaching down to clasp forearms with Gimli even as the other dwarves all around them started at the noise, smiles tugging at their lips despite their best efforts at the sound as those who hadn't noticed Toriel was an elf did so now. "If you can say that of a mere warrior like myself, wait until you see some of the true beauties among my race. But I thank you for the compliment nonetheless." Harry took his own turn to shake Gimli's hand, then waved farewell to the rest of the party before he and Toriel turned and exited the keep. Minutes later, they heard the portcullis close behind them and began to speed up from a walk to the normal ground-devouring lope of the elves. At the normal speed the 2 of them could maintain without really pushing themselves, it took 3 days to reach the lands around the Lonely Mountain, where they surprisingly started to see more dwarven humans about. There seemed to be several farms or rather land that was slowly being converted into farmland here under the shadow of the mountain. Dwarven humans were working together in a way that Harry knew would have seemed impossible anywhere else. Small houses had already been built in range of Toriel's eyes, although they looked more like temporary domiciles than anything permanent. Near the mountain was a different story. There, astonishingly, real farms were visible, with several rows of wheat fields being seen in the distance, coming closer to the dwarven road leading eastward, along with watchtowers and groups of people working the fields. The two travelers were not seen from afar thanks to their cloaks and startled many of the peasants as they moved along the road at the same pace they'd kept since leaving the dwarven outpost. But Harry was recognized almost at once by many, causing Toriel some annoyance when a few of the women in the fields waved at him merrily, calling for him to stop and talk with them. Harry ignored them all, moving along at the same pace. I wonder why Bard and Thorin have pushed to start farms like this all the way out here? I know that there were dozens of farms nearer to Dale's capital. Perhaps the soil there was not as rich as they thought. Toriel shrugged. I know trees and forests, Harry, not soil and human-style farms. Harry snorted at that, but he knew it was simple truth. Neither Lothlorien nor Rivendell or even Torrenda Edalos had farms, as any human would understand the term. Lothlorien produced wheat and other such crops but did so in the center of a forest, with trees, even the mighty Malorn trees, growing in the center of the farmland without in any way disturbing the crops. They soon saw that this kind of build-up was exceptionally spotty, giving some credence to Toriel's hunch. There were still leagues around the Lonely Mountain, the area that had previously been called Dale, where there were no farms and no people. For a time, the pair saw more humans than dwarves, small patrols of 4 men moving around the area, men manning the watchtowers in the distance that only Toriel could see or along the road, and men working at making new roads or something else that Harry couldn't identify without stopping to ask. Numerous times, the pair saw heavy carts moving out into the distance loaded with stones and others loaded with soil heading towards where Harry estimated Dale the city resided, proving Toriel's guess accurate. Not that she cared over much. Instead, Toriel was stunned by the sight of entire trees being transplanted and moved, shifted out past them on the road or further south from ahead of them somewhere. Every time they saw a cart carrying a tree in such a manner, Toriel would just stare until their pace moved them out of range, her head cocked to one side in a rather cute expression of complete confusion. As if she could just not understand why anyone would up and move an entire. But soon, the two of them were moving around the Lonely Mountain towards the entrance into Erebor, and the land once more changed. It became steeper, for one thing, with more trees and more rocks sticking out of the side of the hills leading up to the mountain, whose shadow had covered them for quite some time by this point. The watchtowers here looked to be more permanent constructions, with what Harry recognized as some kind of signal flag system at the top of them. There weren't all that many dwarves, but there were still more of them here than there had been since the initial farming zone near the Dwarven Road. There were even a few Dwarven-run farms here, although they were predominantly orchards. Apparently, at the backside of the Lonely Mountain from the entryway, there had been several orchards before the coming of the dragon, and astonishingly, many of the trees therein had survived throughout the years. There, Harry stopped and asked a Dwarven farmer about it, who told him that they'd needed to bring in some soil and had to shift away many a tree to allow others to grow better. By this point, they were actually going to be able to produce a somewhat decent supply of fruit going forward. That had certainly not been the case the last time Harry and Toriel had been in Erebor. Then, Erebor and Dale were relying on the elves of Torrenda Edalos for food. It was good to hear that food was no longer a problem, despite families and clans of dwarves and still more humans coming into the area from the north and even the south. When they reached the road leading up to the entryway into Erebor itself, they saw more evidence of the dwarven industry being hard at work, more humans, and, surprisingly, a pair of elves. The pair were standing together and looked like messengers of some kind, sharing a meal as Harry and Toriel loped forward along the road. One of them called out to Toriel in Sindarin, waving his hand, and Toriel waved back before looking at Harry quizzically. You can stay and get some news if you want, he answered easily. I want to go find Thorin and see where we'll be staying. Who knows, maybe the dwarves have finished work on our house by the lake. Toriel smiled, gave Harry a kiss on the cheek, and then turned, heading over to the other elves. Harry smiled as he watched her go, then turned and headed up the path to the entryway, nodding to an 8-man strong group of guards that were on duty outside along with Balin, who was greeting a group of dwarves personally for some reason. The guards seemed mostly ceremonial but also served to answer questions from humans and newly arrived dwarves, of which there were still many arriving every week despite how long Harry had been away. Several of the guards recognized Harry and raised their fists in salute, something he returned, while the newly arrived dwarves looked at the human askance, although not just Harry but all the other humans around. Inside, the bazaar took Harry's breath away. It was even busier than last time, even more colorful. Many of the buntings that flew from stalactites above have been replaced, and the lighting system had been rebuilt almost entirely. Massive chandeliers of thousands of candles burned throughout the massive cavern, lighting the entire area as much as it would have were Arian able to guide the sun into Erebor directly. Dwarves and humans mingled throughout the area. Harry even saw Bard speaking to a group of old, fatter than normal dwarves, a large cart and several other men behind him. What kind of goods the cart carried that would demand the King of Dale himself to come into Erebor, Harry didn't know, but the man recognized Harry, and the two exchanged waves, even as Harry forged his way through the crowd towards stairwells leading down. Balin had told him he would find Thorin down in the smithy rather than in the king's quarters or the king's hall. Moments later, Harry became very happy that he was so much taller than dwarves because this allowed him to see over the crowd of strangely silent dwarves that were blocking his way down into the smithy, the noise of the bazaar muting quickly. At first, Harry thought to ask them to let him pass, but the silence had him staring ahead of him and down into the smithy, and when he saw what was going on there, he understood why everyone was silent. Because Thorin wasn't just working in the smithy. He was instead taking part in some kind of ceremony. Harry's friend stood, his arms behind him, staring straight at the ground by his feet in the center of a small ring of far older-looking dwarves, all of whom Harry recognized from having seen them in the smithy before. They were all senior master smiths, men who had reached the pinnacle of their craft after decades and been allowed to create their own maker's mark. Between them, they were passing a gauntlet sized to fit a dwarven hand. The gauntlet was a double-sided type, with fully metal fingers, palm, and wrist, and would cover the hand up to near the elbow, slightly bigger than a normal dwarven hand, so the wearer could wear a leather or cloth glove at the same time. Its fingers were extremely well articulated, judging by how the judges were moving them one after another, gazing at the joints, sniffing, and even looking at the metal occasionally. Harry wasn't thrown by that. He had seen the dwarves similar things before. They had a knowledge and feel of metal that was well beyond what Harry could understand. As the gauntlet went around, questions were thrown at Thorin in Husdul, some sharp and almost growling, others long and involved. Thorin answered all of them, not looking up from where he was staring at the ground, looking almost humble in a way that Harry had rarely, if ever, seen from Thorin. His hands were clasped in front of him, and Harry realized with a start they were actually chained together. The chains were very small, incredibly intricate, almost looking like a band of dwarven chainmail rather than actual handcuffs or chains, and Harry knew his friend could probably have turned that kind of thing into a weapon if he so wished, let alone broken out of it. But he kept his hands in front of him, his whole manner respectful, and it bore repeating, humble. Thorin. Humble. Is the world ending? By the time Harry had arrived, whatever ceremony was going on had been in full swing for a while. The gauntlet was being held by a dwarf almost behind Thorin, and the questions continued as the gauntlet was passed to others until it arrived back in the hands of the dwarf facing Thorin. The oldest one there, this dwarf's hair, was completely white, and he looked as if he would need help to get up a decent-sized flight of stairs. Yet around his neck was still a heavy chain of gold, silver and other metals, including, Harry was certain, judging by the silver sheen of it, either platinum or mithril. From here, he wasn't certain which. But he was certain that if there was a mithril link in that chain, this dwarven master was someone of extreme importance. He took the gauntlet in his hand, seeming to weigh it, then tried to bend a portion of it before twisting it around, looking at the edges on the other side. He then put it on, without an accompanying, clasping the metal clasps at the end into place. Only dwarves would be able to create a gauntlet that looks more like a modern-day ski glove made of metal, Harry reflected with some amusement. He also noticed now that Dis, Philly, and Keely were near the front of the crowd with Dwellin and Gloin, both kinsmen to Thorin through a great-great-grandfather. But his attention was drawn back to the ceremony as several of the dwarves in the circle around Thorin stepped backward and then pushed a series of objects forward. First, a large cob of wood. Then, a series of weapons followed by a large piece of stone around the size of a dwarf's body and, finally, an anvil. As Harry watched, the cob of wood was struck by the gauntlet, the blow knocking out chips of wood despite the age of the dwarf doing the blow. Only now were there some murmurs of appreciation from the crowd, although they quickly died down again as the old dwarf raised his hand, flexed his fingers in the gauntlet and turned it this way and that to look for damages. He even pulled out a small monocle, a jeweler's magnifying glass, looked at the hinges closely before pulling the gauntlet off. He had been silent since the items had been brought out but now said 2 words in Husdul and passed the gauntlet to the next dwarf to the left. Gab Sog. Well made. And so it went as Harry watched. Some of the dwarves were more concerned about how the gauntlet could grip around a weapon shaft, and went through a series of strikes and blows with it, aiming at a shield or piece of armor. Each time, the gauntlet was removed and passed on. Others attempted to smash it down into stone or anvil, while still more hit it with weapons, seeing how it would hold up. By the time the gauntlet reached the ancient master once more, there were a series of small dents in it, but that was all. And Harry was interested to note that the weapons actually seemed to have fared worse. In particular, the sword they had used was now chipped, and the tip of the spear looked as if it had been bent a little, although the spear had done a much better job of trying to penetrate the metal than the sword had, being the cause of one of the deeper dents. That's interesting and makes me wonder exactly how much of those movies Hermione made me watch occasionally were accurate. Now, it might just be that dwarves make armor to a far higher standard than most, which is certainly possible, but still. I wonder if that was all, what would you call it, artistic license? That full plate armor could be cut or punched through so easily. He continued to watch as the gauntlet was handed back to the ancient Grand Master, who slipped it on again and began to move his fingers. Despite the punishment the gauntlet had taken, all the joints still worked, he could still grip a weapon, could still take the gauntlet on and off without help. He then pulled it back off and looked inside, shouting something ostensibly for a light as one was quickly offered. This was a small, intricately made lantern that the dwarf placed inside the gauntlet to allow him to look at the interior of the metalwork, letting it fall into it without the light going out. The thing made Harry remember the amazingly well-made portable inkwell Gimli and Wooly had used, and with a start, Harry looked around the area, noting a few dwarves with extremely curly black locks, tan skin, and wearing slightly more colorful outfits than the other dwarves in the area. He also noted a few bald dwarves watching on, the only ones in the crowd making any noise, speaking quietly to one another despite the glares they were getting from the long beards around them. Once more, Harry turned his attention back to the ceremony when the small light was dropped back out of the gauntlet into a waiting palm and handed over to an attendant. The ancient dwarf looked at it for a few moments, then at Thorin, and spoke a long line in Husdul, raising the gauntlet high. Thorin's shoulders drew back, and he finally looked up, his eyes glinting with what Harry knew to be victory as a chant went up from the surrounding master smiths. It began low before building slowly, with many of the watchers joining in. The Blacklocks were first, their voices lighter, more lilting than any Harry had ever heard from a dwarf, their Husdul less sharp, almost lyrical. They were quickly followed by the rest of the crowd, with the Stonefoots being the slowest to join in. And as they all did, Harry twitched, feeling something with his magical senses. A kind of magic grew around them, just like the kind Harry had experienced before in the smithy. Here though, it was much sharper, more directed. Not part of an intricate web, it was instead directed into Thorin as two of the dwarves moved forward, carrying a small, perfectly rounded stone tablet and a chisel. The chisel was intricately marked and carved, the markings seeming to gleam with gold inlay, the tip sharp and pointed, capped with copper. The stone itself was smooth and uniform in color, shape, and thickness. He chain on his hands broken at his feet, Thorin leaned his head back, his eyes closing as he too joined the chant, hands outstretched for the items. He took them, and Harry watched as he slowly brought them together, holding the stone in one hand, the chisel in the other as he chanted. For several minutes, the chant continued to build, and then, as the magic seemed to reach a crescendo, Thorin began to mark out something on the stone with the chisel. This didn't take very long at all, but soon, he was holding the chisel up, and the magic snapped suddenly, disappearing. Then, the chant became a simple roar of acknowledgement as their king held up his new master's mark to the crowd. The crowd continued to cheer and roar as Thorin's family moved forward, the other blacksmiths removing the items used in the ceremony. Philly and Keely slapped their uncle on the shoulders, grinning at him, while Dis embraced her brother, his own arms going around hers. Then he saw Harry over the crowd, and he grinned at his friend, nodding his head towards Harry. Harry nodded back and waited there like a stone in the crowd as it began to disperse, only a few moving forward to congratulate Thorin in person, including several of the Blacklocks, one who, Harry thought, could be a woman. With dwarves, it was often hard to tell unless you heard them speak since both genders had beards. That was fascinating. I take it you are now a master smith? Harry asked rhetorically. What was that at the end there? I am not surprised that you were able to feel that something strange was going on. But that is normal during a ceremony of mastery. Thorin said, the two friends clasping arms. It is said that when it comes time for a master to create his mark for the first time, he is guided by the touch of Mahal himself. Well, I can't tell you whether or not that was directly from Mahal, but there was certainly a lot of magic involved. It's good to see you, Thorin, and once more, I am amazed at how far your people have come since the last time I was here. There is still more to do, but yes, my people now have enough food coming in from our own hands and from the farms of the humans. The smithy is back to full operation, and the lights have been repaired. Erebor is not quite where it was before Smog, but I would give it another year, 2 at the most before we are, Thorin said, a quiet pride and certainty in his voice. Not for himself or the work of his hand, which he had just celebrated, but for the work of his people, for what they had built and would continue to build in the future. It was subtle, but the way he looked around him, the smile on his face for his nephews and sister, for the dwarves around them, told the tale to Harry. But come! Thorin suddenly exclaimed, looking back up at Harry. We will adjourn to the king's quarters, where we will share many a glass, and you will tell me what you have been up to since leaving. I take it that you are healed now in the head. As subtle as ever, although the idea of mead certainly sounds nice. I will even go so far as to wager that I will drink you under the table, Harry teased. Ha! Would you care to wager on it? Thorin asked, his eyes gleaming. What will you put up as stake? A barrel of Gloin's finest. Thorin said. Agreed. And I, in turn, will put up a barrel of pipeweed from the Shire. This caused a new sound from the dwarves nearby, friends and family alike, and the odd pair, human and dwarf, turned, making their way up the stairs as Harry continued to speak, explaining about how he and Toriel had met with Gimli and his patrol and the 2 battles they'd taken part in against goblins. By the time the group got through the crowd and into the king's hall, where several other dwarves were already waiting to speak to the king, Harry's tale had gotten to the meeting with the Stiffbeards. Hearing how he and Toriel had been not only not treated very well but been insulted by one of the younger stiffbeards caused the royal family to growl angrily, but Dis brought her three menfolk up sharply, speaking a few lines in Husdul, the meaning of which like much of that language escaped Harry. Although at least chagrined, henpecked expressions are universal. Despite that somewhat amused observation, Harry did his part to calm them down, saying, given the kind of enemies they are used to fighting, I can see where their antipathy towards humans came from. I still will not forget the insult, but neither do I want all of their dealings with you and your nation to be colored by it. My personal interactions with them, though, most certainly will be. As in, I will keep such interactions to a minimum, and I will go out of my way to make certain that none of them get any benefit from my magic or runes until they apologize appropriately. That is more than fair, and as for your runes, are you and Toriel going to stay here for a time? My own rune masters have been champing at the bit to see about some cross-training between you and them, Harry, Thorin said, waving several other dwarves away, speaking a few words to a young-looking dwarf who had a pair of wire-rimmed glasses on, perhaps some kind of aide to Balin, who Harry knew was Thorin's chief advisor. The younger dwarf looked somewhat put upon but put on a brave face as he looked over at the other dwarves waiting in the king's hall, speaking loudly as the royal party passed them by, heading towards their quarters. The sight of a human going with them caused a few rumbles, but that stopped when Harry turned his head so that most could see his eyes. While a human could be, well, any human from the back, Harry's emerald-like eyes and lightning bolt scar were what most dwarves who had heard the tale of Thorin's company used to recognize the wizard friend of their king. And with that, much of the irritation with him going before them passed quickly. I will be yes. Toriel and I decided we were going to spend at least a year here, perhaps a little more, before heading north on a task she has been given by an august personage, shall we say. A task that will have us seeking out evil creatures and making certain that they will be unavailable to answer the lesser darkness's call, Harry said obliquely, unwilling to state in this public place what all that was entailing. You boys get started on the drinks. I will send a messenger out to Toriel and will conduct her myself through the hall if she wishes to stay here with us rather than outside, Dis suggested, turning away, a faint smile on her face, as she also mentally composed a message to be taken back to Mirkwood by the two elven messengers that were currently waiting Thorin to finish a letter to their king. After all, some things, dwarf, human or elf, were universal. And a mother and father certainly had a right to meet their daughter's prospective husband. Although I will have to pass it to them in such a way that Toriel is unaware. She seemed the type to object to others meddling in her affairs, Dis thought with amusement. Unfortunately for her, part of my role as sole lady of my family is to meddle, and given her relationship with Harry, I will cheerfully spread that role to include the two of them. Inside the king's quarters, Harry found more evidence of how life had changed for the dwarves of Erebor. When Harry and Toriel had left, a lot of the furniture had been barely repaired, or simple furniture carried by other dwarves to Erebor and purchased for the king's use for a time. Now, all of it had been replaced. They were large seats, and although they did have some cushioning to them, they were not exactly comfortable in human terms. They were seemingly enough for the dwarves, though, and 4 of them and a sofa large enough for 3 dwarves or 2 humans dominated the personal sitting room where Thorin entertained favored guests or family members. There was even a rug now to go with the tapestries that had been here before, and several of the tapestries had been replaced to boot, the simple ones being moved out to the receiving hall to make room for new ones. A few Harry could tell were far older than the others, perhaps carried away during the fall of Erebor. Or made in the time of exile in the Iron Hills or the Blue Mountains. When he asked, Thorin nodded and pointed to one of them in particular, saying that one had been made in the Blue Mountains by some familial connection to his sister's husband that Harry could barely follow in common, let alone in the original Husdul. As for the rest of the furniture here, Keeley actually made much of it. He is the best of us when it comes to working with wood, and he worked with journeyman Coral and his master to craft many of these. He winked at his youngest nephew, a small smirk of pride on his face. He is decades away from getting his own maker's mark, however. True, and you became the youngest since the time of the last Durin to earn your mark. So, we will allow you to retain your ego for a few days. That is a tremendous achievement in the life of any dwarf. However, after a week, I will feel it incumbent upon me and perforce my sons to once more bring him down to size, Dis quipped. Well, Keeley, I have to say that I am pleased to have a chair properly sized for me to sit in, Harry chuckled, causing Philly to laugh and admit that he had actually begun to make things in larger sizes because it was easier to get the fiddly bits right that way. Apparently, most of the wooden furniture in here could actually be taken apart, moved separately and then put back together again, a new concept that Keeley had come up with after hearing all of the tales of how much had been left behind in Erebor after Smaug had sacked the mountain fastness. I hope to eventually start selling to the Stiffbeards and the Iron Fists because both of them don't actually have much in the way of wooden material for things like furniture, particularly comfortable furniture. Harry replied with what he had been working on since waking up, teaching Galadriel his own spells, learning some in return and how he had been taught sword work from Sealborn and continued his personal education on room work. In fact, I had finished one thing before Toriel and I reached the Lonely Mountain after I came back from dropping Bilbo off in the Shire. It is called a pensieve, and it allows me to share memories with other people. I haven't tested it on other people using memories, but I'm going to start working on another one for Lady Galadriel at some point. I was thinking I could use it here to show you some things from my world, as well as the destruction of Dol Guldur, which Lady Galadriel saw too. Truly. Thorin leaned forward, some of his affable happiness at his own accomplishment and Harry being back disappearing, revealing the king underneath. While that fortress is in no way close to the Lonely Mountain, Azog proved it could be used to launch a war against us. Even with Sauron retreating back to Mordor, it could have been a dangerous forward position, separating us from Lothlorien and the human realms beyond, if we had cause to open discussions with them in the future. While Erebor is still in no position to do so yet, I can envision such a time 100 years or so down the line. Especially as I know from speaking with the Blacklocks and the 2 lone Stonefoot representatives that Gondor is an enemy of the Easterlings and Southerners. The Haradrim, Harry said, giving the Southerners their proper name as he had to Gimli and his patrol, to which Thorin simply nodded while Philly leaned forward, asking Harry if he knew anything about them. But Harry had to admit ignorance there. He'd heard a few stories, and he had learned much what they knew, that the Stiffbeards and Iron Fists were warring with the Haradrim occasionally, and the Iron Fists had to deal with both the Haradrim and the Easterlings. Conjecture on what those wars looked like went on for a time, with all 4 of the men sharing ale and bread as Dis left and returned with Toriel, smiling a small secret smile into her beard behind the elven woman who looked around the small room, smiling pleasantly at the 3 dwarves who rose along with Harry as she entered. She exchanged hand clasps with Thorin and Philly and Keely before sitting down next to Harry on the 2-person sofa that he had commandeered, leaning into his side as Thorin smiled. "I take it that your relationship has proceeded apace then?" he asked. Toriel smiled demurely. "It has proceeded indeed. It has done so far faster than the elven method of courtship, but you will not find me at all displeased by that. Quite the opposite, in fact." With Toriel's help, Harry explained more of the journey to Lothlorien then back up, admitting that the pair of them had gone well out of their way to the east and then even further out of their way, accidentally going straight up rather than at the proper westward-facing angle. They should have to reach Erebor sooner. When it came time to explain how they met with the Stiffbeards, all of their listeners scowled a bit and how the 2 of them had been treated. That the Stiffbeards would treat strangers brusquely comes as no surprise, but to treat you so ill is grossly disappointing. Still, to hear that they sent an elite unit with this trade convoy and the princess of their people speaks well of their commitment, or it could speak to their desperation, Dis mused, a steely tone segueing into one of simple thoughtfulness. She was the one who would be the final voice when it came to any marriage alliance that Thorin might wish to reach with one of the other dwarven houses. While Thorin would try, emphasis there, to decide such matters purely based on politics and the needs of Erebor as a whole, it was Dis who, if the worst happened and he didn't fall for any of the ladies in question, would make sure that he was at least compatible with the woman in question and that both of them would be happy in the marriage. To dwarven sensibilities, no amount of fiscal or societal aid was worth the trouble a bad marriage would bring to both parties. This was a nod to the fact that among dwarves, even among royalty like Thorin, it was the womenfolk who controlled the courtship. Men wooed the women, but it was the woman who made the final decision whether or not to go with one of the men who were interested in her hand or to pursue someone else entirely. Or even no one at all. Even in the last choice, no other dwarf would gainsay a woman's right to choose. The idea of finding the one was that important to dwarven society. That was my thought later when we learned that the hammer wielders were an elite force amongst the Stiffbeards, Toriel admitted. That makes sense, but still, that final insult to the pair of you, to call you grave robbers. Even if it was instantly denounced by the rest of the Stiffbeards there, to have it tossed your way in the first place is a grave offense. Thorin grumbled. We will not rake them over the coals overmuch, but at this point, it is doubtful that any personal marriage of alliance will occur there. He heard something in his friend's voice then, and mental ears pricked for a moment, but before he could comment, Philly began to talk about what he had been up to since he had last seen Harry. Thorin had used Philly several times as his voice on matters outside of the mountain since being king rather neatly nailed Thorin's own feet to the mountain itself. Philly had forged a firm friendship with Bard, led expeditions around the northern edge of the Long Lake, and had worked closely with the mapmakers closer in to start devising a road network for Dale and what little of Erebor existed beyond the mountain fastness. Similarly, Keely had been involved in much of the forestry and remodeling work going on outside and inside the mountain, along with Nori and Dory. The discussion and tales being shared were so interesting that Harry and Thorin forgot all about their drinking contest, although all 4 men started to put away copious amounts of dwarven ale while Dis and Toriel stuck to Dalish wine, which was, according to Dis, being sold for quite a high price now. Lake Town had been nearly abandoned except for fishermen and wine growers. Bilbo's work on turning much of the previous farmland around the lake that had been devoted to wine to other crops had borne tremendous fruit since then, and wine was seen as more a relic of the past than anything else. Most of the time, the discussion wound around what the dwarves had been up to, what Toriel had been up to while Harry had been unconscious, his brain being healed of the damages done to it. It came as a surprise to the dwarves that while Harry had been getting his mind healed, Toriel also had a mental visitation from a Vala. While the dwarves did not revere any of the other Vala anywhere close to the level of their own creator, Mahal, they knew of the hunting lord. To hear that he was concerned about fallen creatures flocking to Sauron's banner was somewhat worrisome, and Thorin promised to send messages to Dane and other leaders of the Longbeard house elsewhere to pass on word of any such. Although the only one that comes to mind at present is the ice drakes of the North End, of course, Durin's Bane in Moria. If it still resides there. That is not known, even to Lady Galadriel and Sealborn, nor do they know what manner of monster it is. They have guesses but did not share them with me. Harry glanced to his side at Toriel, who shook her head to indicate they hadn't told her either. What is known is that orcs and goblins have made their home there and are still in large numbers there even now after the rest of the Misty Mountains emptied to augment Azog's army. But you need not worry. My mission is a very long-term mission. It is not to deal with a present threat, one that has to be seen to immediately, Toriel soothed. That sat well enough with the dwarves, who considered that they and Erebor as a whole had more than enough on their collective plates at present. At that point, the conversation shifted to what other plans Harry and Toriel had made, with Thorin passing on the information that their house was nearly finished building. Your timing could have been just a little bit better. There is ever more for me and my advisors to see to, especially with me pushing for my mastery in smithcraft. Still, give Balin and his workers another week, and they will be finished. Then you can move into the final product rather than see a preview now. I will keep living in the elven lodges that you built outside Erebor, Toriel decided. Being under so many tons of rock might be fine for you folks, but I prefer the open sky and the light of Tenuvil's craftsmanship above me rather than anything made of mortal hands. Harry looked at his lady, squeezing her hand briefly in question, wondering if she wished to leave, but she shook her head. In places like this, which were warm and, more importantly, large enough that she didn't feel entirely confined, she could deal with the feeling of being underground for short amounts of time. But she would be leaving that evening to stay outside, and Harry instantly decided that he would leave as well. While I appreciate the fact that you are more than willing to put me up for a few nights, do not take it wrongly, but I think that I prefer the company I can have if I follow Toriel outside. I would see if there was something wrong with you, Thorin joked, and Harry laughed. Soon, it was deep into the night, and all four of the menfolk were looking a little tipsy even as the conversation continued about what the dwarves had been doing and Harry and Toriel's hopes to travel to Middle-earth in the future. If you're going to do that, then I demand the two of you stay here long enough to get those rooms meant off my back and for us to finalize your armor, Harry. We already have prepared sufficient cloth and material for a gambeson for Toriel. But we need your measurements. I've finalized several of the plates for your brigantine already, but I'll need your measurements to finalize the other ones, and the outer shell hasn't been finished yet. Speaking with the Blacklocks after their arrival gave me and our cloth makers some new ideas that we will be using in its design. Once more, there was something in Thorin's tone, and this time, Harry was able to speak up quickly enough to follow up on it. That is the second time you've mentioned the Blacklocks. Both times, there seems to be a little more going on there, Thorin. Is there something you would like to share with the audience? Dis smiled, shaking her head as she looked up from where she had been pouring another glass of wine for Toriel. Thorin seems quite taken with the Blacklock princess, Ani Redring. And I have seen no sign she finds him repulsive either. Harry blinked at that, intrigued on many levels. For one thing, dwarves typically did not have a second name in common. Even among friends like now, Thorin and the others would not tell Harry their names in Husdol, let alone the name of their family. To earn a second name, like Dane had in the term Ironfoot or like Thorin had in Oakenshield, was a sign of some single tremendous deed because such names were given to you by the larger dwarven community you were a part of rather than something you took for yourself. And on the other hand, the fact that Thorin now looked to be blushing a bit and looking away from Harry was just hilarious. Oh? He asked, giving that word quite a bit of meaning. And does this Ani meet with your approval as well, Dis? Somewhat yes. I would have hoped for someone a little softer perhaps? That isn't quite the right term, but I would prefer someone who could act as a weight on the other end of the mace that Thorin can frequently act like in political and social circles. But then again, he seems to have mellowed considerably since taking on the kingship. Harry, Philly, and Keely looked at one another but said nothing. All three remembered how Thorin had changed after overcoming the dragon taint on the Horde, thanks to Bilbo's aid. And how Thorin had humbled himself to ask for forgiveness for his actions under the taint. It didn't really surprise Harry that Thorin had a softer touch as king since that ordeal, to say nothing of his bonding with the Arkenstone. The heart of the mountain had been specifically created by all to give those who were worthy of its special physical and mental abilities beyond those of other dwarves, and only after that transformation had Thorin proven worthy. How did she come to be called Redring? Harry asked. Judging by the fact that you say that she isn't the type to soften Thorin, I imagine it has quite a tale. It is indeed. Ani Redring comes from one of the cities of the Blacklocks, and it was raided by a major Easterling incursion. The city was taken, but Ani led her people in a clandestine war against the Easterlings, leading them out of the city, getting the children and womenfolk someplace safe and then organizing months' worth of engagements against the invaders until aid arrived from other cities to finally push them entirely out of the territory. She then led her people for 10 years as they rebuilt until her younger brother was able to take over for her. Ani is a little older than most of the other prospective brides that have come here, but she has an excellent head on her shoulders, and although Ani is somewhat soft-spoken when it comes to personal matters, she knows more about terrain and warfare than any of the others. Ani is also a journeyman jeweler of some renown, hence the ring portion of her name. Keely, who was the drunkest of the 4 men, leaned over theatrically towards Harry, almost dropping out of his chair as he made to whisper in a loud tone, that, and she created these strange devices for her fists, they go over her knuckles and are made of steel, with small spikes. Because she didn't know how to use any weapons, Ani Redring instead just used those and her fists to fight the Easterlings personally. I do not know where you got that story from, Keely, but I can inform you that it is not true. Ani did not involve herself directly in any of the fights. She simply directed them. Many of her city's warriors lost their weapons, however, and did take to melting down the broken weapons of their foes and creating what they call knuckle maces from them. That way, there was enough metal to go around for all of them to have weapons, Dis retorted angrily. Which is why a large portion of the trade between the Iron Hills, Erebor, and Blacklocks will be for weapons going the other way. Harry asked, pulling off some of the heat from Keely, who wilted under his mother's glare at the very idea that a woman would be involved directly in fighting. Women could enter any craft they wished in Dwarven society, even if the woman was married, so long as they did not travel. But they could not become warriors. Considering that there were 4 or more men for every woman, that simply made far too much sense for any woman, no matter how outspoken, to argue against. Women dwarves were equal to their menfolk in every way that mattered socially except in how expendable they were. Exactly. The trade with the Blacklocks is not as lucrative a trade as it would be with the Stonefoot tribe, but neither is an alliance with them as necessary. It's nowhere near as lucrative as it would be if we made an agreement with the Stiffbeards or the Iron Fists if the last was in a position to offer much in the first place, Thorin shrugged, turning his attention to the kingly side of things. There are the Stiffbeards to consider, of course, but distance and travel time there is a major factor. More importantly, unless one of the womenfolk that the Stiffbeards have sent to try to see if there can be some personal connection with Thorin, sweeps him off his feet, I believe that is the human phrase, although why I don't know what sweeping has to do with matters of the heart, Dis faltered for a moment, showing that even she was feeling the wine that she had partaken in, before continuing firmly, looking over at her brother. Unless all that happens, then I will approve a continued courtship with Ani. I can tell she is interested in him to a degree as well. Thorin smiled a little, although he looked almost terrified of the idea of truly courting someone, an expression that jumped to Keely when Dis rounded on him. And don't think, I have not seen that you have been trying to court young Solu, Keely. You know the first thing she said to me when we talked with one another was that she had someone that she considered her one back home. You aren't so old that I can't take you across my knee, young man. It isn't like that. I'm interested in her on. Keely began before realizing that Dis was grinning at him and slumped forward, causing Philly to laugh aloud and Thorin to chuckle, seeing the ploy that his sister had used. Well, it's good that you admit that. You're still somewhat young to look to be settling down, but SIA is certainly not, and if she has expressed interest in you, then perhaps something more can be discussed, Dis said, leaning backward in her chair with all the ladylike smugness that she could convey. Which turned out to be quite a lot. Harry leaned over and topped up Keely's ale for him, patting him on the back. Best to go along with it for now, Keely. Although, if you're not serious about the lady in question, now is the time to up stake and move on to the next mine, so to speak. Not that I would personally know anything about such, he added virtuously, winking at his own lady as he sat back. Toriel simply smirked back at him, leaning away from Harry and then crossing her legs in a way that drew Harry's eyes like a lodestone, as she knew it would. For a few seconds, Harry just simply stared at her legs before shaking himself and turning his attention back to his drink and the conversation while Toriel smiled even wider. The rest of the evening passed companionably, with jokes and easygoing talk of the future now dominating rather than tales of the past or, worse yet, romantic stuff. Keely was the first to crash, slumping forward until he lay half on, half off of the low table set in the center of the room. Philly, who had been matching Harry and Thorin drink for drink, decided to bow out at that point, leaving with by far the lion's share of the dignity to be found on the male side of the room at that point, considering that Harry and Thorin were both now slurring their words. Soon enough, with a whisper and a tug of a hand, Toriel led Harry off as well, and he found himself passing through the night-still area of the King's Hall and then out into the bazaar beyond to head back outside. While they could have stayed with the royal family, Toriel had somehow decided the pair would be staying outside. Despite centuries living in the caverns of Thranduil, Toriel much preferred being able to look up and see Elbereth Gildhoniel's works rather than stone. She had very much enjoyed doing so while traveling with Harry and wasn't going to give it up just yet. At night, Almost all of the lights from the hanging chandeliers scattered throughout the massive cavern were put out, giving a semblance of nighttime time, complete with a few gleaming like small suns, giving enough light to still walk by. The silence of the area was worse, with only a few sounds of night watchmen moving around, the muted conversations of a guard at the door of 20 men under the command of a bluff, no-nonsense-looking dwarf. He looked like someone Harry had been introduced to at some point, or at least Harry thought he did. His mind currently was addled by drink, but the dwarf certainly looked familiar, perhaps one of Dane's commanders during the Battle of the Lonely Mountain? Regardless, Harry slurred a hello to him as he and Toriel wound their way outside. Toriel wasn't all that much better than Harry, and the two of them had a devil of a time making it the few hundred yards or so away from the entryway into Erebor they had to go before reaching the first of the small elven houses built in and among a series of trees. The houses here weren't finished, much like the house that Harry and Toriel were being given down by the long lake, but they had shape to them, and Toriel led Harry to one, opening the door and leading him inside. They were barely within the doorstep before they were falling forward on their faces, giggling and laughing and then kissing. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on who you asked, both of them were far too inebriated to do anything more than kiss as they had over their long courtship. To add injury to annoyance, both of them were dealing with hangovers the next day, proving that there were limits to how much more physically capable elves or even wizards could be than normal humans. The dwarves, including Dis, were also dealing with hangovers, although they at least were able to eat. The mere sight of the normal heavy breakfast spread the dwarves put on had the young lovers racing to the nearest latrines. They then stayed in the same sitting room as the night before until the world stopped spinning, and the noises of the king's receiving hall did not fill them with murderous thoughts. That day and the next two disappeared in a welter of greetings, backslapping, and friendships being renewed between Harry and the dwarves of the company. Nori worked extensively with Keely around the Lonely Mountain, and most of that day was taken with the pair of them showing the various farms and other work going on there. Although, Nori was proudest of the home he and Dory had taken over in the upper reaches of Erebor, near the farms for their extended family. The pair had convinced their entire clan to migrate to Erebor in the second wave of returners. Dory controlled a business of movers and also regularly trained with Dwellin and the city guard. Dwellin, in turn, was head of Thorin's royal guard. He took pride in showing the colors they were given, a dark blue surcoat over chainmail, its uniform nature and the teeniness of the links showing the typical dwarven quality, the first sets of chainmail made in Erebor since the dragon. Both he and Balin were extremely proud of the important positions they had been given since work began on rebuilding Erebor, but really, Harry felt that no other choice could have been made in either position. Gloin laughingly took Harry and Toriel on a tour of his still, happy beyond words, as he introduced them to his wife. Both parents were happy to hear that Harry had met Gimli and befriended him while on patrol, although the tale of the battle against the second group of goblins had worried the pair. The only one missing was Boffer. Boffer had left soon after Harry and Toriel had, returning to the Blue Mountains to bring word of Bomber and Bifer's death to their clan. He had gone with a full group of dwarves and ponies, bringing with him as he was 3 portions of the treasure of Erebor, all of which was owed to him and his dead cousin and brother. The ablest woodsman of the company had not returned to Erebor when the dwarves sent with him had. Instead, he had sent a message to Thorin, informing him that Boffer would be staying with his clan in the Blue Mountains. None wished to immigrate to Erebor, and he had no desire to leave them, which Harry could well understand. On the 5th day after they had arrived in Erebor, the Rune Masters were finally able to meet with Harry. Although if they were annoyed by the fact they had to wait, they didn't show it, and Harry was pleased to make the reacquaintance of the 2 senior rune scribes from the Iron Hills. Harry and the pair of them spoke for several hours in a small alcove off of the king's receiving hall that was used for private meetings with important locals or delegates, working on commonalities between the runes of the dwarves and the runes that Harry was used to, as Harry followed up on Thorin's words the last time Harry had spoken to these two, that he would not be teaching them anything if they were not willing to reciprocate. Even though both of them had agreed in principle with this prior to Harry and Toriel leaving Erebor before, it was still a big issue. Dwarven runes were interconnected with Huzdal. And once more Harry was coming up against the realization that dwarves were almost paranoid when it came to keeping their language a secret from others. But with their king having made his own views on this matter plain and with so much abilities and knowledge ahead of them to gain, the 2 dwarf and rune masters were forced to agree to it, and better, Harry also wanted to follow dwarven custom and put that agreement in writing. Balin would take a few days to write up a formal contract to signify the agreement between the 2 runic masters and Harry. Such needed to be marked down and agreed upon ahead of time, especially when it came to trading information. The extra time would allow Harry and Toriel's house to be finished and for Harry and Toriel to make a final decision on whether or not they would be staying at their home down by Long Lake for a few years or less. While Harry was meeting with the 2 rune scribes, Toriel made the acquaintance of the Blacklocks, one of whom had been commissioned to help create her gambeson. She found the Blacklock in question was somewhat standoffish at first, which was to be expected considering everything, but also talkative. His voice, like the Blacklocks who had been chanting during the ceremony that Harry had witnessed, took her by surprise, being almost human in how lyrical it was. Toriel was also quite taken with some of the colors that the Blacklocks were able to put on different fabrics. The crimson color that was woven through the cloth maker's own clothing was quite amazing, better than anything she had seen in Toriendaetelos. Not quality in terms of the make of the material, but the coloration was incredibly striking in a way that the muted or natural colors she was used to were not. She had only occasionally seen such vibrant colors even in Lothlorien, and white, yellow and bright blue had dominated there. A red like this was entirely new, as was the copper color woven into the arms of the cloth maker's shirt. By the time the Blacklock cloth maker and the group assigned to create her gambeson had her measurements and requirements, Toriel had made a decision to see if this man could make her a few more items of clothing in colors like that. While too much red would probably not go with my hair color, some of that copper, interspersed with white, might work quite well in a formal dress, she explained later that evening to Harry. I am more than fine with whatever purchases you want to make, love. Personally, I'm looking forward to experimenting with the dwarven runes and, more importantly, how they work them into metal. Some of the other hints of things they've been able to do with runes fascinate me. Not just on things like the secret doorway either, the way it hid the door so well, but sharpness runes added to weapons, runes of protection, of defense. They're not as powerful as my shields, but they were still fascinating. Other runes and other ways to add longevity to items, anti-rust protection, and so forth. Limited, but still fascinating. Limited only to you and your magic, my heart, Toriel quipped, shaking her head. And did you also get fitted for new clothing? The two of us will be on display tomorrow evening when we are formally introduced to the representatives of the Ironfoots and Blacklocks. Actually, Thorin said he was putting that off until the Stiffbeards arrived so that he could rub it in their faces that he considers us friends and get a formal meal over with all in one, Harry said with a wry little grin. But he did also mention something along those lines. Richer, finer clothing for important functions, I believe he called it. And durable to boot. Harry then became serious, taking Toriel's hand and squeezing it gently. Are you certain that we can spend so long here? I don't want my agreements with the rune scribes to interfere with our desires to travel north and deal with whatever is going on up there that Arom hinted at. When I was given the task by Arom, I felt that I had time to do it, Harry. Now, looking back on it, I believe I will be able to tell if that changes. For now, we are fine. We can spend 3 or 4 years here among the dwarves, I think, and then travel once more. I am certain that I do wish to travel again in the future, even setting aside the duty laid on me by the huntsman, Toriel answered, cocking her head as she looked back at Harry, squeezing his hand in turn. Me too. A home is nice, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the dwarves have devised there. But home is where the heart is, and my heart is with you. So if we also feed my interest by traveling, I am twice blessed, Harry said, bringing her hand up to kiss it lightly. I could say the same, my heart. Toriel smiled and leaned in, capturing Harry's lips in a long, drawn-out kiss. Then she pulled away, and the two of them continued towards the elven houses arm in arm. Both of them were smiling, leaning against one another as they re-entered the house they had taken over for their stay until their actual home was finished. But those smiles went away instantly as they entered the house, replaced with expressions of surprise on Harry's part and shock on Toriel's. Because inside the house, they found visitors. And not just any visitors either. Harry recognized only one of the 3 elves sitting at the small table within the house. Legolas, former prince and now king of Toriendaetelos, here for some reason that Harry did not at first understand. That only lasted a second, as the identities of the 2 other elves sitting at the table were revealed by Toriel's shocked exclamation of, "Mother, Father! What are you doing here?" The pair smiled back at their daughter, and Harry could see some similarities with both. Toriel had the same color as her mother, while her eyes matched her father's. Her face was more sharply defined than either, but she came closer to her mother, who shared Toriel's curves if what Harry could see given the elvish dress the woman was wearing. Toriel's height matched her father more than her mother, who barely came up to her daughter's shoulder as the two came forward to exchange the light, gentle hugs of elven kind. "Why, daughter, it sounds as if you are surprised to see us. Surely you were going to come home and introduce your young man to us eventually, weren't you?" Her mother asked sharply, smiling very thinly indeed at Harry, who began to feel a certain sinking feeling come over him. End chapter. As stated at the beginning, this chapter didn't quite go as I thought it would, but I wanted to show Gimli a bit, and then finally show the last manner in which orcs and goblins can repopulate themselves. This concept was basically taken from the broodmothers introduced in Dragon Age for the Blight, and I wanted to make it seem as horrifying as possible, a stark contrast to the simple sense of wrongness mud and dirt so steeped in the powers of Morgoth or his servants appeared before this. In this manner, I hope to show why orcs and goblins can rebuild their numbers far faster than any of the natural races, and also show once more how horrible Morgoth was in his original twisting of the Avery elves who fell into his hands in the days following the start of the First Age, which was started by the awakening of the elves in darkness, before even the trees were planted. This is seen as his most vile act for a reason, well beyond anything else he has done. I'm also not quite happy with how the chapter ended. Perhaps I should have ended it after the "what are you doing here" line, considering that the rest seems to cut abruptly off? Regardless, I will be interested to see what you all think of this. In particular, the aspects of dwarven society I showed near the end of this chapter and the idea that going forward, we will have at least one chapter dealing with just the dwarves, runes, and magic. That one chapter will encompass, however, 7 years, being the first of several large-scale time skips that I will be doing. During it, we will also take a brief journey over into Rivendell and the Shire to check on a few other characters. Until that time, folks, I hope you enjoyed this and are staying safe, warm, cold, or whatever your preference is and enjoyed this. Chapter 23. I am not Tolkien, never would I ever assume to be his equal. JKR, is more likely, at least in terms of romance and action scenes. A bit of a note, I realized when working on this chapter, I had mixed up the names of the dwarven houses occasionally in the last chapter. I have since corrected this. No more Ironfoots except for Dane, lol, and no weird black rocks either. This has been re-edited by a new beta reader going by the awesome name of Lena in verse. Enjoy! Chapter 23, Prospective In-Laws and New Meetings. As his lady began to talk to her parents, Harry reflected on what Toriel had told him of them and her family before, and seeing that the coolly assessing looks in their eyes as they looked at him, Harry remembered that they were very insular like most elves. They didn't have any personal history with humans that influenced their opinion of humans, but they were also students of elvish history and opinionated about many of the mistakes that could be laid at the feet of humans, even as far back as the betrayal of the Easterling tribe of Ulfang the Black during the Battle of Nirnaeth Arnoediad, or in the common tongue as the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, which apparently their own parents on both sides had fought in. Although they had survived that disaster, all 4 of her grandfathers had not survived the First War of the Elves against Sauron in the Second Age. According to Toriel, they had fought in the main host of Gilgalad in many battles, the lands of the Sylvan community they had been a part of having been put to the torch by Sauron in his march on Eregion. Eregion was lost, the first of the elven nations to fall, although Harry had learned from Sealborn about that campaign and knew it had not died easy. Sealborn himself had led a host to victory against Sauron's first army, only retreating when several more hosts threatened to envelop them. His forces in danger of being overwhelmed, Sealborn had broken off south and somehow infiltrated through Sauron's armies with a large portion of his army. Once behind the front line, Sealborn organized a hit-and-run campaign that helped to weaken the enemy, but not enough to save Eregion. It had been fascinating to Harry to hear Sealborn speak of those dark days as if they had just happened to the ancient elven royal. How hard it had been to decide to split his force, sending the majority on a forced retreat to Eregion's capital of Ostinedel as he led his own troops to do what they could behind enemy lines. How reluctant Sealborn had been to aid Eregion at all, given their friendship with the dwarves for centuries, finally admitting that the elves of the Longbeard House, the House of Durin, had never wronged elvenkind, and how he had even worked alongside them in that war. I doubt I will ever forgive the dwarves for the death of Thingol and the subsequent fall of Doriath or be comfortable around them, but the dwarves of Hezad-dum, they fought well. When the Númenóreans arrived later in the war and shattered Sauron's might in the Battle of Gwatlow, although Harry felt it should have been called the campaign, and judging from what he knew, the shattering part was underplaying things too, Toriel had stated that the scattered Sylvan folk had almost entirely turned away from war and even interacting with others. They had lost too much. To a tribe, the forest elves had simply retreated deeper into the greenwood, each group going their separate ways. It was only when Orifer, a Sindar lord at the time, moved into the greenwood that they began to come together once more into a nation under his banner. Sindar and Sylvan elves merged there as they had already further south in the Galadrim, with the Sylvan elves taking on much of the Sindar society while also teaching the Sindar how to live and not create any sign of their habitats within the Great Forest. Now, the two groups had mingled so much that it would be hard to tell one from another except in names and perhaps the disposition of a few elves more devoted to woodcraft or to music and the arts. Orifer was Legolas' grandfather. He had died during the War of the Last Alliance, leaving the throne to Thranduil, his son. Which led to a whole host of other issues. Most of which Toriel's parents had been around to see, and to blame on outsiders, much like a lot of the other Sylvan folk among the Greenwood. When it came to the elvish society within Mirkwood, though, it was Toriel's older sister who, in Toriel's own words, has always wished to be more important than her skills or abilities could garner her, which made Harry pleased she wasn't here along with Toriel's mother and father. This was awkward enough already. Harry had once asked if Naniel, her sister, was a gold digger and now had to smile at the memory of incredulous laughter Toriel had let loose at the explanation of the term. I cannot fathom how an elf would ever be so enamored with physical things as to try to force a relationship to gain more such. The redhead had said at the time, throwing her head back in laughter and squeezing Harry's hand as the two of them had walked along, the leagues falling behind them, no threats in sight and the sun high overhead. Even elves who are simply crooked of soul and mind like Caranthur, Curufin, or Maeglin the Accursed would never stoop so low. Enamored of the flesh, of the handsomeness of someone, yes, that is how the darkness of their souls was shown. In the tale of Luthien and Bran, the brothers Caranthur and Curufin caused much harm, and Maeglin desired Princess Idril so much that he willingly gave up the secrets of Gondolin. But physical things? Perhaps an elf could be enamored of a painting or a song, other creations of hand and eye, but simple wealth. Toriel laughed again before reminding Harry that elves did not have anything like a set economy. Barter and simply gift-giving dominated when they dealt with one another, though they understood the concept at least to be able to interact somewhat with humans or dwarves if they wished to. In this day and age, of course, most elves didn't. Unfortunately for Harry, his small smile at that memory was interpreted wrongly as contempt or something similar by Toriel's father for him and his wife. Toriel's father, whose name was Sanwi, turned from where he had been looking at his daughter as Toriel spoke, his eyes flashing with anger as he cut her off, staring at the human man who stood next to his daughter as if they were equals. I do not care if he truly can wield magic, he is still human to my senses, and that means his life is finite. His emotions pale in comparison to our own. His lifespan is but a blink, and I will not have my daughter go the way of Luthien, lost forever, or Idril lost over the ocean to those of us who have no wish to see the light of the Mayor. What have you so amused by our presence, human? Or do you find the concept that a parent would object to his daughter making a bad personal choice amusing in some fashion? Would your own parents have allowed you to simply chase off after the first human female you saw, or can you at least understand our concerns on this score, especially when our daughter has not sought our opinion on your courtship? Sanwi practically spat the word, or even introduced you to us. Instead, leaving like a thief in the night to meet with you, never telling us of her interest in you or, indeed, that she had left the Greenwood at all. Harry's smile vanished at that, and he answered coldly. As the only memories I have of my parents are of my mother getting murdered by a magical spell that destroyed her Fia, I cannot tell you what they would have allowed or not. And as to the tone you give the word courtship, in our human language, we would probably use the term shacking up to imply the same meaning. But I have never used the term, nor would with Toriel and my relationship, as the connotations would insult your daughter. Something I refuse to do, unlike how you seem willing to. Tanwi twitched at that, his lips pressed together in a ruler straight line, but said nothing for the moment. At the same time, Harry watched Toriel's eyes narrow dangerously while Legolas took a step to the side away from the two older elves. Although what about them tells me they are older than Legolas, I can't say. A stoop in the shoulder, a fragility? Shaking that observation off, Harry caught Toriel's eye and cocked an eyebrow in question, asking silently if his presence was needed or would just make this confrontation worse. She shook her head lightly, then flicked a finger subtly back towards the door, and Harry smiled over at Legolas. Legolas, it's good to see you as always. Seeing as these two wish to talk to their daughter, and I, the subject of this discussion, don't actually need to be here for that, might I invite you to walk with me outside for a time? He held out his arm to the other elf while both parents pushed through their shock and outrage at the verbal spanking Harry had given Tanwi, swelling themselves up at what they saw was an insult to their king as well as an insult to themselves. But Legolas simply smiled back at Harry, knowing that for Harry, friendship would always be a precious thing, and being called a friend was not something he would toss about lightly. He gripped the other man's arm firmly before letting it go and making for the door. Yes, I get the impression of that as well. I'm also here to speak with Thorin. The way Legolas said the word speak made Harry's eyebrow rise, but he nodded and, after a final, almost defiant hand squeeze with Toriel, it would have been a kiss on the cheek if not for Legolas's presence, led the way out of the house that Harry and Toriel had been living in. Glancing along the small walkway to the other houses, Harry wondered aloud if this would be called Ambassador's Row or something similar in the future. A permanent domicile for representatives of other nations. An interesting thought, assigning someone to interact with the government of another power permanently. Legolas mused, reaching up to his hand and running one finger down through his hair, which fell now in a long braid along one shoulder rather than loose down to his shoulders. A fascinating thought. One I might actually take up in the future if my own folks' interactions with the dwarves and the humans continue. Which is in question at present. Yet perhaps in times of future trouble, it might become necessary. I am not so foolish as to believe that evil has been completely crushed from this world, after all. Legolas had been there when Gandalf had told Thranduil that his greatest fears were, in fact, reality and that the necromancer he had been losing ground to for so long was Sauron. As such, he was determined that his folk would be able to protect their borders better, at the very least. He said so now, adding, I have to thank you for whatever you said to Lord Sealborn and Lady Galadriel. They sent 3 Noldor trainers to us, and they have been a magnificent help in rebuilding the shattered morale of my people's main army, such as it is. The term army seems far too grandiose, frankly. By which, Legolas meant the regular army that had been brought in during the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. The losses the elves had taken in that battle had forced Legolas to enact several policies that most of his people did not like, and in fact were annoyed by, enlarging the unseen host, and eventually turning his attention to reforming the normal army after the spiders had been eradicated. That last was far more annoying to most, as Legolas had forced nearly every elf who had even a vague knowledge of combat to join up for training. That annoyance would not turn into reluctance let alone rebellion as it might among humans, but it was there, and it was making Legolas's life a bit harder. Harry winced, understanding that, and saying aloud, so, Sealborn was right when he guessed that most of your troops were green. I can understand what you mean by how you say it, although the term is unusual, Legolas said as the two of them began walking away from the house, heading first around the area, simply up and into the woods for a time as they talked. Legolas did want to speak to Thorin, but a few minutes spent speaking and talking with Harry was not exactly time spent ill, in his opinion. And yes, most of our people trained for hand-to-hand combat were not as well trained or as well experienced as those of the unseen host. If it comes to direct conflict again, I mean to make certain that we prove that the tales of elven prowess in that area have not been mistaken once more. That this has also allowed me to open dialogue with Lothlorien is also a bonus. And that, in turn, allowed me to shore up my own internal power structure at a time when I needed it. Harry blinked at that, and Legolas sighed. I could say that you have no need to know of the eternal politics of my position as king or make a joke that such is very, very little such in terms of a human would understand. But considering my very presence here is because Thorin perhaps did not comprehend that power structure, maybe you do. You see, despite what you and Thorin might have thought, or indeed Toriel, who has never been exactly quiet about her opinion on my father's policies, he was not a poor king. Rather, Thranduil was revered by my people as the leader who led us away from a darkness few could comprehend, let alone combat. Far too many of my folk believe the rest of elvenkind, and of course, the humans abandoned us, concentrating instead on their own matters save those of our own folk in Lothlorien under the Lady. The Elven King sighed faintly, looking up at the sun descending into evening above, shaking his head. Worse, my folk can almost be as irrational as humans. Many resent you for being the reason why Mithrandir overawed my father in his own hall when he forced us to get involved in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. All life is precious to us elves, even those of orcs, and killing such makes a mark. Worse, we lost the flower of our strength in that war, as you well know. I tried to funnel that resentment into increasing the numbers of the unseen host, and in further training for our regular troops. But the bitterness is still there and fuels a. Legolas paused, thinking. I suppose you could say an isolationist point of view. But I understand that most elves are isolationists in comparison to what humans are like, or even dwarves. Simply more so, I suppose, or more strident in their thoughts on that score, so much so they resent me and my own, especially the need to send so much food to Erebor since the battle. A demand that has only recently ended. That I had somewhat gotten a grip on, Legolas went on. I had begun to slowly change people's opinions, mostly thanks to the overtures from Sealborn at Lady Galadriel, as well as the fact that with the increased numbers of the unseen host, we had basically won the war against the spiders left behind after the White Council drove Sauron from his base at Dol Guldur. But there is still quite a bit of dislike for dwarves, and there are many who do not believe that the interests of Mirkwood would be served by allowing Erebor to continue to grow stronger. And into that muck and mire came an official missive not to me but to be passed on to the parents of Toriel, saying that the time had come to formalize the relationship between Toriel and you, Harry. A man who still, to the senses of many, seems mortal rather than the Istari I know you to be. There was a lot to unpack there, and most of it, Harry decided he would wait to unpack until they were in front of Thorin, who probably did need to know that there was growing resentment within Legolas's realm towards Erebor and even Dale. So, he decided to tackle that last part first. Perhaps you could explain that last bit? To your senses, I seem human? I know that my magic shouldn't ring out any longer as it once did, but... Oh, you do not seem mortal to my senses. Legolas laughed gaily, a sound as wild and fey as Toriel's, and for just a second, Harry understood how inhuman and powerfully other elves could sometimes seem to humans. To me, you gleam with the power of the world within you. Mithrandir might seem an ancient human, stooped by age yet hale of mind and body. But to those of us with senses to see it, he glows with all the power of the wind and earth beneath our feet. His power shines through the outer raiment like an ill-fitting cloth. In your case, that energy is even easier for us to discern. But it only becomes so if we look for it or know what to look for in the first place. Legolas tapped his chest and then gestured up to the small diadem of gold and silver lying within the greater gold of his hair. Thanks to my position as king, I have become far more in tune with nature, with the powers of magic and how those two interact, and can see it in you when I could not before. That came as something of a shock when you came through the door just now. Legolas chuckled, and Harry chuckled with him before Legolas continued. I have no doubt that Toriel can tell, given how long she has spent in your company. But to others? To other elves, you will seem simply human unless they see you perform magic. And as important to the history of Middle-earth as human and elven relationships have been in the past, they are also seen as tragic to a one by the Sindar and Sylvan folk of my realm. Among the Sindar many resent Burn the eternal loss of Luthien, and that has spread amongst our Sylvan folk. And some doubt that even Tuor of Gondolin was welcome among the firstborn and mayor beyond the ocean when he and Idril travelled there eventually after the fall of Gondolin and his son wed Elwing of Doriath. Elwing was the daughter of Dior, son of Luthien and Burn, who wed in turn Nimlith, an elven maiden. Dior was technically human, but his soul had been elven, and when Noglamir, given to him by his mother after she passed on a second time, sat on his brow, he had seemed the most handsome and magnificent of men. Both had been slain by the sons of Fëanor, with Elwing, their daughter, being the only surviving member of their house, fleeing to the Hidden Havens. Nimlith was the only elven maiden whose love of a human had not ended with her soul being barred from ever returning from the halls of Medros, and thus, unlike all others, her tale was not seen as a true tragedy by elvenkind, as there was a hope that her soul could eventually return. Sealborn called Toriel and other sylvan folk to wear waith. Harry murmured in lieu of an answer as he thought of that, wondering if that harkened back to how Gandalf had said that every time he used magic, he had caused a splash in the world. Am I still doing that even now that I am tied into the world? Harry didn't think so, or at least not to the scale he had been, but he knew that Gandalf had also been discovered through the use of magic when he had infiltrated Dol Guldur. That is definitely something to consider in the future, but perhaps only when I know I'm near someone else who can use magic. Legolas laughed again, nodding his head as he explained that that was an old name for the Sylvan Elves, for when there had been dozens of scattered territories claimed by the Nandor, elven people who had begun as part of the greater tribe of Teleri, only to stop and linger in the Vales of Anduin rather than continue the journey. The Sylvan Elves had broken off even before the leader of the Teleri, named Elwi at the time, had met the Mayor Melian, which had caused a large portion of the remaining Teleri to stop their journey and search for him through the woods of Nan Emlith in search of him. Shaking his head and realizing that that was something he would need to think about in the future and to try to experiment with in some fashion perhaps, Harry turned his attention back to what else Legolas had just told him. You also mentioned that this missive came over officially from King Thorin? I don't suppose you kept a copy of it, did you? Because I would wager anything that it wasn't written by him. It was not. I could tell that right away. But as I said, who it came from did not matter. Simply the fact that it mentioned that the relationship between you and Toriel was moving forward and should be formalized was enough to give those who resent my changes to our society more reason to do so. I can deal with them, but I prefer it when they are less. Legolas paused, trying to think of a word. Strident? Screechy? Voluminous with affected affront. Harry quipped, causing Legolas to laugh again, some of the ill humor that had returned to him as he answered Harry's question disappearing as he slapped the young man on the shoulder. Exactly. And as I said, it came as if it was a formal missive from King Thorin, not to me, but to almost be passed on straight past me to a pair of citizens within my realm. Such a thing is simply not done on many levels. But I will take my displeasure with that out on him and whoever was truly behind it. That would be Dis, his sister. I think she's the only one that would be able or willing to do something like that. I know Philly handles quite a bit of the diplomatic side of things for Thorin, he is his heir at this point. But there's no way I can picture Philly being a part of that kind of thing. He might not understand or know about your position within Mirkwood, but he also wouldn't care about Toriel's relationship with her parents. Harry went on to explain some of what he knew about how dwarves and women were generally speaking in charge of courtship, as well as Dis's even more special position when it came to the royal family of Erebor and her current duties. From her perspective, I would wager she's simply acting as a dwarves and matron should. Not saying she's right, just saying that's probably where she came from on this point. That does not excuse her, and if Thorin thinks it does, he and I are going to have an argument, Legolas said simply before changing the subject abruptly, deciding that the rest of this walk before they reached the massive doors heading into Erebor should be taken up with more pleasant things. Tell me about Lothlorien and your experiences there. Tell me about meeting the Lady Galadriel. What is she like? What is Sealborn like? Hearing the near awe and veneration, Harry chuckled at that but made no jokes. If anyone in this world was worthy of that awe, it was Lady Galadriel and, through her, the mayor beyond the oceans. He began to describe Lothlorien as well as what he had been doing there. He went into detail on meeting Sealborn there for the first time, as well as Arwen, and how Lady Galadriel was while at home in Lothlorien, not dwelling too long on Arwen to Legolas's shock. Even in Tori and Aedalos they had heard of the beauty of the daughter of Elrond. Harry also described his healing at the lady's hand in vague terms but went into detail on the training that he had been given after waking up from his induced coma by Sealborn. He also explained the decimation of Dol Guldur, mentioning his own brief part in that destruction while lavishing more attention on how Lady Galadriel had done the majority of the work there. That conversation took them until they were near the guards stationed outside the doors into Erebor. At night, this guard detail was not the formal thing it was during the day, but here he was known well enough to be passed through without issue, and one of the guards had even recognized Legolas, although Harry did have to formally introduce him to the rest of them. Philly met them at the entrance to the throne room, waving them on, sliding past several other clumps of dwarves around the area and heading towards Thorin's personal office. Well, that was remarkably easy. Legolas said as he followed Philly, shaking his head. I remember my father had often mentioned that his own personal visits to Thror were full of pomp and ceremony. Philly opened the door to Thorin's personal study just as Legolas said that, and Thorin looked up from where he was working at his desk, snorting as he got up, moving around the desk to shake hands with Legolas. Nearby, Balin sat at a similar desk, but the older dwarf did not rise, seemingly writing something down as he stared at a truly massive book set to one side of his parchment, a ferocious scowl on his face. Some of our folk are indeed taken by that, and the older we get, the worse it can become. But our pomp and ceremony, as you put it, is very different than that of humans, let alone elves. My grandfather had incorporated much of human ceremony in order to intimidate and overawe people. A move that can backfire if used too often. Thorin paused for a moment, his gaze going far away for a second as he thought about those days before coming back to the here and now. We dwarves do admittedly prefer formality with strangers, as you both should know. But our ceremonies and formality among ourselves lean in a different direction than humans. Not displays of might and raw wealth or grandeur so much as displays of craft, martial strength, and mastery. You might see such ceremonies if you wish to stay here for a few days. I intend to put one such on to rub the Stiffbeard House's representatives' noses in the mistake they made in not treating Harry like the dwarf friend he is. He looked at Legolas, his eyes narrowing. But what has brought you personally to my realm, King Legolas? And I thought you would be staying with Toriel for the rest of the evening, Harry. Your presence here with Legolas rather than simply Legolas himself tells me that something is going on. Should I be worried? Some trouble in the Misty Mountains you think we should get involved in, or perhaps even within Mirkwood? My presence here does indicate a bit of a problem, but it has nothing to do with the security of your realm or mine, never fear. It has more to do with the fact that your sister, at least that is Harry's guess, might have overstepped herself and caused me trouble within my court, Legolas said. His eyes widening in shock, Thorin rocked back on his heels while Philly frowned, winced, looked away, frowned deeper and finally essayed, well, that doesn't sound good. I had wondered why I saw a report of a letter being passed on by our messenger to your people by Long Lake. Familial loyalty demands me to try and defend her, but if that truly was her, then whatever her reason, my mother overstepped any bounds of, wait. Philly looked over at Harry, showing the bright mind that sometimes reared its head in the blonde dwarf. Don't tell me. I'm afraid so. And to say that Toriel's parents are unhappy with her decision to enter a relationship with me is something of an understatement. And they made trouble for Legolas, official-type trouble in his actual court in turn, Harry said drolly. It's not so interesting a story as to hear 3 times, though. I'm going to go get the good wine, I think, Philly stated. Please, sit, Thorin recovered and remembered his manners, gesturing to indicate a pair of small sofas set so that they could be turned to face either desk, now facing one another. Philly brought out from one of the corners a small but ornately wrought table, setting it between the sofas before returning a second time with a bottle of wine and a glass, which he set on the table in front of Legolas. Seeing that, Legolas smiled faintly, seeing the dwarves did indeed have wine for him rather than the regular dwarven mead or heavier drinks. While the humans had yet to take up winemaking on the scale that they had been forced to previously, a goodly number of people coming in from other villages had brought wine bottles with them, and more than one vintage had somehow wound up in Thorin's possession over the past few years. He didn't use them often, but he knew that elves preferred wine to ale or mead. Sipping from the wine, Legolas declared it good before going on to explain what had happened, as well as how it had caused him issues. Hearing all this, Thorin winced, rubbing a hand down his face but resolutely not downing his own mead in a single quaff as he so desperately wished. My sister is a magnificent organizer and has performed her duties as the matriarch of our family very well in trying times as well as in the good ones we are facing now. Normally, I would not hear a single word against her. But Dis does not understand humans, let alone elves, and has no knowledge of how your societies do such things. Thorin barked a laugh. Really, I could say the same about myself. Regardless, she did wrong here. I will first make my displeasure plain with her later, and then I think that we will allow Toriel to remonstrate with Dis directly. Is there anything I can do to offset the trouble she has caused you? Thorin was very serious on this point. Causing such issues within the court of another nearby power like this could have led to a major diplomatic disaster. That was especially true in this case, as Erebor was still deeply indebted to the Elven nation for the amount of food that it had produced and sent to Erebor and Dale until they had begun to be self-sufficient. I think that I need to see some physical token of apology. Legolas' tone was apologetic but firm. Not so much that you personally were involved in this wrong, but that you acknowledge that it was done in your name, that it should not have been, and you apologized. Something personal to me, I think. Harry cocked an eyebrow, leaning back and glancing over Thorin, humming thoughtfully for a second. Something to immediately take back to your folk to show that Thorin was demonstrably contrite? I seem to recall something about your father wanting a specific set of jewels from the dwarven treasure trove here. For just a second, Thorin's eyes flashed, anger at the memory of the treatment that they had all been given at the hands of Thranduil coming through. More, he could remember that Thranduil had used Thrain's decision to withhold that set of jewelry as a reason to state that the elves had no obligation to help the dwarves after Smaug sacked Erebor or even after Smaug had moved into the mountain, leaving the dwarves to flee without attacking them further. But Philly spoke up before Thorin could perhaps say something impolitic. That could be a good idea, uncle. Either that or something master crafted from your hand for Legolas. But since I know that you are already working on something else altogether, perhaps the jewels are a better plan. He added that with a teasing note in his voice, and Thorin laughed, a flush appearing on his cheeks as his anger instantly dissipated. True enough. Thorin turned back to Legolas, nodding his head firmly. If such baubles are needed to cool the ire among your people for discourtesy, take them. My father and grandfather might have put much store in such, and they are amazingly master-crafted, I will admit. But your folk fed my people and that of the humans. That is beyond price. And I have to thank my grandfather for having paid for the work from start to finish, else I would have been forced to return them to the maker's family. Old Crowlin was slain by Smaug and his sons later, but I know his grandson has only recently returned from the Iron Hills. Legolas bowed formally from the waist, both in acknowledgement of the gift and at the wisdom of Thorin's words, wondering mentally if either Thror or Thrain would ever have been able to say such and mean it. Thorin was very, very different from the memory of the one time that Legolas had met Thror while accompanying his own father on a diplomatic mission, let alone what Thranduil had said of Thrain, his grandfather. On a personal level, Legolas was also somewhat astonished at the changes he saw physically in Thorin since the last time they had met personally. That had been shortly after Legolas had left with most of his folk back to Mirkwood after the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. Thorin stood taller. He seemed broader at the shoulders, more energetic and somehow more centered in a way that Legolas had trouble putting into words, even in his own head. It wasn't magic or anything of that nature, but there was a certain presence to the young dwarven king, like yet utterly unlike the one Harry or one of the other Istari had. I wonder, is that the effect of bonding to the Arkenstone? I had heard something of that process, but I did not expect it to have such an impact. Just like Harry, I think Thorin is going to have a greater impact on the world than any might expect. I thank you, great king under the mountain, he said formally. Such a gift after such a mistake from your family will appease my own people greatly and will soothe those troubled waters to the point that I think we can both take great pride in our continued goodwill towards one another. And I thank you for your forbearance on this issue, King of Tori and Aedelos, Thorin answered just as formally, looking over to Balin. The older dwarf nodded and exited the study, heading towards the treasury via the royal house's personal entrance. There was still a faint corrupting element to the gold held within the massive vault, but it had faded almost to nothing over the years. Harry knew that a few of the oldest dwarves in Erebor had shown some impact from it, yet all of the dwarves of the company had proven largely immune after their own close call with the dragon madness. Balin was no exception. Legolas looked after Balin for a second, and when he turned back to Thorin, he raised an eyebrow, looking between Philly and his uncle, a smirk working on his lips for a moment. Forgive me if I am wrong, but there seemed to be a little more to how you were talking about whatever it is you are working on yourself a moment ago. This caused a faint flush to appear on Thorin's face again, but he answered gamely enough. As part of making certain that the foundations of my new kingdom remain strong, one aspect I have been looking into has been marriage alliances and producing more heirs for myself. I have made my interest in one of the prospective women who might become interested in me in turn plain. As such, I am in the process of creating something for Ani Red of the Blacklocks as a final showing of my affection. You are at the gift-giving stage. Legolas nodded thoughtfully. Among my folk, it would be wooden instruments, paintings, comparing poetry and song between man and woman. And I rather doubt it will go on for as long. Among elves, courtship can last for decades. Harry snorted at that, very deliberately taking a chug of mead for a moment to stop himself from saying something that would get him smacked. In our culture, it is routinely only the men who present the women with such gifts, and a far wider assortment of said, at this point in the relationship anyway. If the woman is a crafter, she can then present the man with one amazing gift to show her own interest in the one suitor she has decided is her one. Occasionally, it is the womenfolk who take the lead when they meet their one outside of formal courtship, but that is rare. For my part. Thorin paused, looking away for a second as he tried to work up the courage to continue. Emotions and romance did not come easily to him, to say the least. This allowed Philly to step in with a grin. He's going to make her something, the first something from his forge that will bear his new master's mark. Harry's eyes widened, and he then nodded thoughtfully, putting that in with what else he knew of dwarfing culture easily, while Legolas looked confused, having none of the insight that Harry had gained over his friendship with Thorin and since returning to the Lonely Mountain. I take it that is important? The Elf King asked quizzically, wondering what a master's mark was and what the difference between one of those and a maker's mark was. Those I am familiar with, at least. One thing elves and dwarves had in common was a respect for craftsmen of all sorts. It is very much so. A maker's mark is part of a master, part of who and what he is, and who my uncle wants to become in the future, Philly explained, hopping to his feet just barely ahead of a grab from his uncle. To have Ani see it, to show it to her as his first project, is like showing Redring the future of his clan and essentially asking if she wishes to be part of it. Grumbling as his nephew stayed out of grabbing range, Thorin took up the explanation with as much dignity as he could at present. Which wasn't much, admittedly. If Ani thinks she is worthy of it, then the courtship will enter a formal stage. In other words, they will be promised to one another, and there will soon be a wedding, which is not the simple prospect it is among human folk, Philly interjected again, only to eat a pillow from the sofa to the face. As Harry laughed and Legolas smiled at the byplay, Thorin shifted the subject slightly to more important matters. Ahem. Yes, well, my sister will continue to handle talks between her family and mine in my name. At the same time, Dis will cease such talks with the others, coming up with ways to appease them that match the effort the other houses put forth. Sending a single princess of the house this far away was a huge showing, even from the Stonefoots. That will be a delicate thing, and her council of women will help her. Meanwhile, with Balin and Philly aiding me, I will handle the larger, house-related portions of building a blood alliance, which will be discussions of trade and military aid. Everything more personal will come from my sister and the matriarch of her family or Ani herself. Thorin smiled faintly. Knowing how forthright my prospective bride-to-be can be, I have no doubt that she will take over the formal discussions at that point, and perhaps even the house-related portions if she was given that authority by her own king. Although she might work through an intermediary. And I wager she will still make me work even more for her hand. So be it. Nothing worth having should be easy, and I think Ani will enjoy the chase far too much to make it so for me. What exactly are you making? Harry asked. That, you will have to wait for. Even telling anyone else what I am making would diminish the impact of the gift. Thorin chuckled, shaking his head. Harry nodded at that, and Thorin turned back to Legolas, asking him questions about how life fared in Mirkwood. He had received formal letters from Legolas occasionally, mostly talking about the food supplies and the battles against the spiders within Mirkwood and once about the human forces making a new dwelling place at the feet of the Misty Mountains. Built around Bjorn and those who wished to live with him, they had begun to wage a small war to keep the number of goblins within the Misty Mountains in that area down. But those had been very simple, short missives, and Thorin had a particular interest to hear about how the spiders had been wiped out given his own run-in with those creatures. At that point, though, a messenger from Dis came in, announcing that it was dinner time and that the delegation from the Stonefoot house wished to talk to Thorin before retiring for the night. As a female dwarf, Dis would not show herself in front of a stranger and non-dwarf like Legolas, so this was not actually as rude as it might have seemed to such, something Philly explained to Legolas now, who looked amused at the oddity of it. Thorin looked at his sister's messenger, then over to Legolas and sighed, stood up, and gestured towards the doorway. Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. If you could get my sister for me, and gentlemen, give me the room? This will hopefully be short and not overly loud. But it must be between us. Legolas nodded, stood up, smiled at Thorin, and left without a word while Harry patted him on the shoulder commiseratingly, and Philly winced before hastening out the door as if expecting someone to light his rear on fire. As they went, Philly explained, remonstrating with our womenfolk about a mistake like this rarely happens, and it's normally done by the clan matriarch when a younger woman overstepped the bounds of propriety. Here, having a woman, a princess, no less, nearly cause a diplomatic incident. I can't think of a single example of that ever happening before. My mother truly overstepped herself here, and truly, only ignorance can excuse it. While your king is dealing with that issue, perhaps you can show me around. The glimpses of Erebor we saw before entering the throne room were amazing. They make the halls of my father seem almost prosaic in comparison, Legolas inquired. I go with you. I gather that returning to my own house might be a little more fraught. Harry quipped, causing Legolas and Philly to chuckle. Oh. Your prospective human swain seems willing to leave you at the drop of a hat. Perhaps it is something you should get used to. The certainty of marriage among human folk as Toriel's mother began as soon as the door closed behind Harry and Legolas. But Toriel had about enough of this and interrupted her mother, L'Oreal, her voice coming out terse but trying to keep just this side of polite. Harry is not like that at all. Harry simply trusts me to be able to handle my own battles without his aid, an opinion that I quite like. Harry treats me as an equal in things like this. L'Oreal sighed. Setting your bad manners aside, daughter, this has going on long enough. Humans are mortal, ephemeral. Would you truly tie yourself formally to such? I will not say he is without his physical qualities, I suppose. Humans can seem barbarically impressive to the eye so long as they are clean enough, which cannot be said most of the time. But marriage? Sharing your body with such? That is far too far. You would forever close off your fiat to the touch of another, all for a few decades or, at best, a century of dalliance with a mortal. At that point, we also piled in. I eventually did not see any issue with your obsession with becoming a member of the unseen host, as it brought you into meeting Legolas, who anyone could see was taken by you. Now we learn not only that instead of simply enjoying the chase, you have fully refused his suit and turned to a mortal for affection. That is beyond the pale. Why it is any wonder that Legolas's policies are more warlike and aggressive since. That is both an insult to Harry and to our king. Legolas was the first to actually acknowledge what was going on between Harry and me, to step aside, and to wish me well. While he was attracted to me, never once did I return that affection or show him any interest in turn. Toriel shot back. Legolas's policies since becoming king were designed to reinforce the strength of the unseen host and our people as a whole. I was consulted on much of it and agreed, yes, but none of those changes were caused by my relationship with Harry or suggested by me. Tenwi frowned but acceded to the point easily enough. It had ever been Naniel who had pushed Toriel to acknowledge Legolas's courtship of her, not her parents, who understood that their daughter would not be happy in such a relationship. She had also not been attracted to Legolas in any way, as elves counted such matters both on the physical and Fia-based level. But Sanwi's grandmother had lived in Gondolin, and the memory of Maeglin was hard to forget, even if the tragic story of Tuor and Idril was often overshadowed in tales of the First Age by the tale of Byrne and Luthien. It did not end as tragically for the participants, but for those around them, it was certainly on the same scale. I suppose I should be thankful that Legolas did not feel as strongly towards Toriel as the accursed. And as for your second objection, how little time I will have with him. Ha! I do not know why you think Harry is like any other human. He is an Istari, practically proving it from the first moment he and I met in the forest. You must have heard stories about it from the guards on his cell, at least. Naniel must have carried stories of the numerous times Thranduil stalked down to the cells in wrath. While she and I do not get along, I know Naniel was there in the hall on more than one such occasion. That was caused by my Harry using his magic within Thranduil's halls. Seeing that her parents still looked disbelieving, Toriel calmed down a bit, going on in a more controlled tone. Even among his own folk back in his previous realm, wizards, such as they were called, could live for several centuries. That was before he came to this world and became as he is now. I will not tell you more on that score, that is Harry's tale, not mine, despite how much I love him. That, and it would sound far too much like bragging frankly to Toriel's mind. But suffice to say that the two of us will have our entire lives together and that his life will be just as long as mine. Bah, while we heard of his powers, that matters not. He still feels human. He has no fear, as an elf should. That means that his thought processes will be human. Are you ready to have a child? Are you ready to be tied down as human womenfolk are? L'Oreal shot back. Given how badly you pushed to become part of the unseen host, that seems most unusual. Who is to say your infatuation with him is but a passing fancy, something that will fade in a mere handful of decades? And again, you speak from ignorance. Toriel exclaimed, losing her calmness, her arms flung out to either side in a stark expression of exasperation. This caused her mother to cut in quickly, overriding whatever Toriel might have said. And he seems to be a bad influence on you. Your emotions seem to have become more out of control, almost human. Toriel tried to control herself a bit more after that, but the discussion didn't get any better for the next while. Her parents had heard about Harry's magic, but Harry's presence was still human to their senses, and they refused to think otherwise. Even setting aside that thought, though, once they learned that the two of them had bonded over traveling, of all things, the conversation got worse. Toriel had to admit to some fault in not telling them about her relationship with Harry from the first. She had hoped to put this off until the changes she had noticed Legolas had begun in their society had settled down. Well, that was a lie, and she knew it. Toriel had simply not wanted to have this very conversation. Even if her parents could tell Harry was an Istari like she or Legolas could, he still wasn't an elf and still wanted to explore the world. Both her mother and father had long hoped that becoming involved with someone in their eyes, it didn't have to be Legolas, but there were dozens of unwed elven men in Torienda Edalos that would keep her grounded in the city or, barring that, at least Mirkwood. And for her part, well. Toriel had wanted to have her parents at their eventual wedding, but the three of them had not been all that close ever since she joined the unseen host. That had caused a rift between them and one that had yet to truly heal, even if all of them were willing to ignore it. Toriel simply saw the world in a different light than her parents, one they could not understand. It was as simple as that. By the time that Harry and Legolas were meeting with Thorin, and explaining what happened, Toriel had only begun to force her parents to listen to her at all. And it took even longer than that to get them to admit that while they did not like it and still felt it would end in tragedy, her word was final in this as it had been for her decision to join the unseen host. I have always wanted to walk my own path. I have never sought conformity with what Sylvan or Sindar society would wish of me. I wish to be my own person, to find my own path. Will you try to deny me that again? That demand brought both Tenwi and L'Oreal up short, reminding them of the several decades in which Toriel had refused to speak or even be in the same room with them after they had tried to forbid her from becoming a member of the unseen host. At the time, Legolas had yet to show any interest in Toriel, and Toriel had been fascinated by the greater world of Mirkwood out past the borders of the Elven Kingdom and had wanted to go out to explore, to see new sights and to hunt down monsters. The latter part being why she wanted to join the unseen host rather than simply explore on her own. Like among men, among elvish folk, women rarely fought, and for much the same reason, men were on the main, tougher, stronger, and more physically inclined. Among men there were exceptions, like Haleth in the First Age. That worthy had been so good at combat and leadership that her people, the Haladan, the second tribe of men to meet and befriend elvenkind, became known as the Halathrim. So good at combat was she that she led a siege of her people's soul city until aid from the elves could arrive, and was so proud that she refused to subsume her tribe under the rule of Caranthur of the House of Fëanor, instead leading them to the forest of Brethil, in the lands of Thingol, which they defended from orcs and other foul things as free men. But among elves? When it came to actual combat, even to the type of combat Unseen Host used, there were no such examples. Elven women wielded other powers, and occasionally on a scale their men could not match, like Luthien the Fair, with her voice, Galadriel magic and healing, or others for skill in craft. An elven woman only wanting to be a warrior was unheard of and still rankled both Toriel's parents, who were entirely pacifistic and isolationist, believing that they could be safe simply by closing the borders of Tori and Daedalus entirely. No. But neither will we give you our blessing for this union. We can tell you are in love. Tenwi sounded as if that admission was costing him teeth, but still made it after exchanging several speaking glances with his wife. And in that, as in so many things, we cannot stop you from making a mistake. We will not stand in your way, but do not expect us to be welcoming of it, her mother finally stated, shaking her head. We will retire for now and speak more of this tomorrow. I presume that we can stay here with you at the very least. Toriel hid a grimace but nodded her head in answer to that question, knowing that in that, at least, she had little choice if she ever wished to have even a remote chance of mending the bridges between her parents and herself. I will set out my bedroll, and the two of you can share the bed. She continued on, ignoring the renewed flinch from her parents at the blatant acknowledgement that she and Harry shared that one bed between them. I will need to step out for a time, though, to ask for some food to be delivered here so we can have a meal together, and to make certain Harry knows that he will be staying with Thorin for now. And to verbally tear his eyes out. She added mentally, even as her parents began to speak again, pointing out how it sounded to them as if Harry was pressuring her into moving their relationship along far too quickly for elven propriety. That is the least dissows me for springing this on me without warning. Oh. Walking Legolas through a tour of Erebor's main cavern took Harry and Philly around an hour and a half, at which point they decided to return and see if Thorin was done with his sister yet. They found the king under the mountain brooding in his work study with Balin once more, dictating something to the old dwarf as he sipped slowly at a mug of mead with several papers in front of him as he sat at the sofa. He looked up as Philly once more led Harry and Legolas inside and waved a hand towards the other doorway leading deeper into the royal apartments. Toriel just arrived about 5 minutes ago, and despite the positively thunderous expression she was wearing, I allowed her through to tear a strip off my sister. So long as it isn't physical, I care not. Thorin sighed. Dis was somewhat unrepentant at first when I laid out the reality of her mistake, but she began to understand the severity of her actions when I informed her of how much trouble her actions had made for you, Legolas. That was not my sister's intent, and that is the only thing that soothes my mind on this. That. And here Thorin leaned forward, gesturing Legolas to sit across from him, tapping a parchment on the table between them. And that your being here might let us conspire a bit on the future. The smaller ornate table had been replaced by a much larger one, forcing the sofas apart further, almost like the family sitting room nearby, but even more so. Harry was amused to note that the dwarves enjoyed shifting furniture around to match the need of the moment like that. It was something that no human would have been willing to do at the drop of a hat, but given how strong dwarves were, Harry supposed it made sense. Although why Thorin didn't just invite us into the sitting room, I don't know. Too comfortable for serious discussions, maybe? Or perhaps it's the fact that Legolas is a king from another country, and that's sort of the center of Thorin's family area, and he wants to keep a clear difference between kingly duties and family time? Regardless, Harry sat down next to Legolas, peering down at the map, which was a very crude one of the lands around the Lonely Mountain. Small marks of squares picked out here and there, with dwarven lettering inside them, which Harry recognized as being similar to something he had seen on Wooly's map. It indicated that that segment was mapped out in greater detail elsewhere. We've begun to map out the area around the Lonely Mountain again. Not much has changed in terms of geographic features, obviously. Even a dragon like Smaug cannot shift entire hills or empty rivers. But there was a forest at the foot of our mountain, one that stretched to the north and around the northern edge of the Lonely Mountain and then back down. That is gone now. Legolas nodded slowly, commiserating both with the loss of so much forestry and with the deeper loss that it simply represented to the dwarves, audible in Thorin's tone despite the almost prosaic words he had used a moment ago. He looked at the map, then over at some sketches laid down beside it, blinking. You mean to create permanent docks on both sides of the Long Lake? Currently, there was nothing on the Mirkwood side of Long Lake. You had to go up the river quite a way before finding the Watergate, where Harry and the dwarves had been ambushed by the orcs. I do not mean to. I mean to ask for your permission to do so. A boat rowing across Long Lake and then handing off a message to one of your folk can carry a message or supplies to you in Tori and Daedalus far faster than even an elven runner can reach us from the edge of Mirkwood, let alone vice versa, Thorin explained. True, the mouth of the river is far closer to Torienda Edalos than the edge of Mirkwood is. But given how isolationist my people wish to become despite my best efforts, I am uncertain how they would react to such a move from you, Legolas stated apologetically. Not even if the construction of such a port is part of our repayment to you for the foodstuffs you sent to us over the past years. Thorin asked shrewdly. You said that not getting any payment for that was one of the issues that was fueling your isolationists. Not even if it is clear that you all will control the docks after we are finished building it. Perhaps, but you miss the point. Even the people who are not leery of you dwarves among my folk wish to isolate ourselves further. Even couched as payment for our food, as you say, it would tie us to you and to the wider world beyond. While I can see the reasoning behind it and the fact it is necessary, that does not mean my people will like it. We have just healed one wound that has weakened my position. I have no desire to replace it with another. Legolas's tone was hard as he replied. How about we throw in free wine for as long as the project is going on? Or offer our aid in renovating Thranduil's halls? Or the entirety of Torienda Edalos? Philly asked. Legolas smiled a bit at that, humming thoughtfully. Perhaps. Not needing to deal directly with either elves or humans would be a good idea, as would bringing back the wine trade. I hadn't realized before taking over from my father that our folk have not been able to actually produce as much wine as we drink. Since the disruption of the loss of Lake Town and its vineyards, there has been something of a drought among my folk when it comes to wine. He then shook his head, gesturing down to the plans. But this is still far too grandiose a project. Something smaller, something more nondescript that can blend into nature, would be acceptable, at least in terms of design. A fast project, over and done swiftly, would appeal to my folk. Legolas then looked over at Thorin questioningly. Yet with Erebor and Dale self-sufficient now and stronger in terms of people and material to boot, I didn't see why you would wish to continue to trade with my folk to that degree. Why exactly do you want us to have such a dock? I understood your point about speed, but... He paused, his face lightening up. Ah, I see. I am not used to thinking of Mirkwood as simply being one step among many. Thorin nodded firmly. Exactly. This is but the first step. The other step will be in the hands of Bjorn. If he and his folk can keep the road through the Misty Mountains clear of goblins and other predators, then we will be able to have somewhat steady lines of communication between us here in Erebor, you, and through you and Bjorn, Elrond and Rivendell. And past them, the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, Harry added, thinking about it now in the larger terms that Thorin seemed to be doing, not having seen it before. I won't mention that part to my folk when I attempt to convince them that my agreeing with this is not part of an expansionist or warlike policy on my part. Which is an entirely different conversation I'm not going to be having with anyone else at the moment, Legolas answered dryly, humming thoughtfully once more. The resumption of the wine trade is one thing, but this trade needs to be sweetened a bit more I feel, so I can convince my people to go along with it. Thorin grinned, and the two kings got down to haggling. Despite the fact that the elves didn't really have a set economy, they liked to haggle quite a bit, and Legolas knew what he wanted to get out of this trade. While the dwarves preferred to deal in gold, they, too, understood barter, and the two of them had a fascinating back and forth for a time. Harry watched them go back and forth for a bit before Balin called Philly and Harry over to look at something else. This turned out to be the formal document denoting the contract between Harry and the Dwarven rune scribes. The trio were still looking over it when Toriel appeared, looking slightly more satisfied than angry as she had been when she first arrived but still annoyed. She looked at Harry and then gestured with her head towards one of the corners, where Harry met her after a few moments, asking lightly, "Did you leave Dis alive, love?" Going by the face Thorin said you were wearing when you first arrived, I feel as if I have to ask. Of course, if you do need to hide the body. Letting loose a small snicker at Harry's gallows humor, Toriel leaned her head against his pec for a moment as Harry's arms wrapped around her waist. For a few moments, she simply laid her head there, delighting in the feel of Harry's arms around her before speaking. Oh, Dis and I argued for quite a bit. Dis seemed to fully understand that she had overstepped her bounds in how she had contacted my parents before I began. She wanted to argue the point that she should still have done so, considering where our relationship is and the fact you have no matriarch to do so for you. And I can't argue with the fact that I probably would have put off introducing you to them for a few more decades. That still gave Dis no right to contact them in my stead, of course, and she is now well aware that our growing friendship is on hold. She seemed genuinely repentant at the end, but whether or not that was because Dis understood my arguments or simply the volume of them, I do not know. Harry said nothing, simply continuing to hold her there while the dwarves in the room studiously ignored looking their way. Legolas looked over at them, smiled for a brief moment and then went back to his discussion with Thorin. Soon, Toriel spoke up again. But these are going to stay here for the night at the very least. And I'm afraid it would be very antagonistic for the two of us to share a bed tonight, my love. Harry snorted, nodding his head. I had figured that out already. One of the first things I asked Philly when he started to show me and Legolas around as Thorin went to soften his sister up prior to your arrival was if I could be put up for the night here. He agreed. There are more than enough bedrooms to go around. They even have enough human-sized beds to give me one for the night. Thank you for being so understanding, Toriel said, leaning up lightly to give him a kiss on the cheek, which was about as much physical affection as she would allow herself in company. And how did it go with your parents? I understand that one night is probably not enough to get them used to the idea that you are involved with a human, even one as unusual as myself, Harry said drolly, shaking his head. But did you make some progress, at least? They are unwilling to cut off all ties to me, so to say they are resigned to our relationship rather than happy about it would be quite accurate. I hope to turn this entire thing into a positive over the next few days, have the two of them interact more with you, show you their good qualities and vice versa. Unfortunately, we're going to be facing an uphill battle there. Harry almost made a quip about it being an upstream battle, considering the discussion going on presently about the forest river and how it would be interesting to see if a messenger sent upstream against the current would make up that time by heading down the river Anduin and arrive near Bjorn and his folk faster than traveling overland from Erebor. It sounded as if the discussion had shifted, broadening further between the two kings, with Thorin now leaning back and tugging at his beard as Legolas tapped the map emphatically with a finger. With a shake of his head, Harry banished any curiosity in that direction, instead concentrating on something far more important to him, Toriel. If you want me to put my best foot forward, just tell me how. Do you want me to perform small magics in front of them to show I am not a normal human whatever their senses are telling them? I can do that. Do you want me to keep you at arm's length as long as they are here so they don't understand, shall we say, how much we both delight in the human method of courtship occasionally? This time, Toriel's laughter caused everyone in the room to look at them, but she waved them off, pulling away out of Harry's arms and looking up at him, her eyes twinkling. That would be very much the worst thing you could do, I think. Yes, small magics, prove that you are indeed a wizard in front of them, and, perhaps, if you wish to, mention your friendship with the lady. That caused Harry to frown a bit, his face wrinkling in disdain. It felt wrong to use his relationship with Lady Galadriel in such a way. I think I would sooner explain to your parents more about my magic and how I am sort of like a mayor to Arion, frankly. Mentioning Lady Galadriel feels too much like bragging about a social connection to me, whereas Arion and my connection to her is just another aspect of my being in history. That is your choice, beloved, although I will admit that I have not made any mention of Lothlorien at all, let alone meeting Sealborn or the lady myself for much the same reason, Toriel answered, leaning back in briefly to give him a tight hug, before pulling back and away. I just wish for the two of us to do all we may to help convince my parents that your presence in my life is not something they should object to, let alone change. They will never be happy about whatever we do. But for now, I think I will return to them. I will see you tomorrow morning. Harry nodded, fighting back the urge to offer to walk her out of Erebor at the very least, knowing that if he did, parting with Toriel would be even harder than it was now. The fact it was hard in the first place was both intensely gratifying and annoying. Since he had met her in Mirkwood after dropping Bilbo off in the Shire, the two of them had not spent a single night apart. Even when Harry was in a medically induced coma so that Galadriel could work on his brain, Toriel had been beside him, although he had no way of knowing it at the time. Spending a night apart shouldn't have been difficult, but it was. I will be outside Erebor when the sun rises, Toriel, Harry said finally. I suppose I can take this as a negative to how elves court one another, how our Fia is merging with one another. I was warned about it, but I didn't think I would still feel such a reaction years into our relationship. By the look on her face, Toriel was feeling it too. She squeezed his hand, then visibly steeled herself, pulled her hand away from his, and turned towards the door. And I will see you then as well, Harry. Legolas seemed to take this as his own cue to leave, standing up and shaking hands with Thorin, saying that their talk would continue in the morning and that he was fine with meeting with Bard and Thorin in the afternoon tomorrow as well. Bard was due to arrive then for what had become a thrice-monthly meeting with Thorin, as the two of them continued recreating their reborn kingdoms and, perhaps even more importantly, making it clear where one kingdom began and the other ended. Rights and prerogatives, trade, and laws governing how humans and dwarves should comport themselves around one another were incredibly important and helped smooth over ruffled feathers, something that had been important hundreds of times over the past few years. The Elven King clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder, then followed Toriel out, speaking to her in Elvish. Whatever he said earned Legolas a hard glare from the woman, which in turn caused him to laugh quietly before they were out of sight, opening the door that led into the throne room and Erebor proper beyond. Harry watched them go, or rather, he watched his lady go, staring after her even as the door closed between them until Thorin came up to them, grasping his bicep in a powerful grip. Come, Harry, he said with a chuckle, it's only one night apart. I will remind you of that when you and Ani Redring are wed, Thorin Oakenshield. Don't think I won't, Harry answered back, but willingly let Thorin lead him back towards the table, where the two of them, Philly and Balin sat drinking for some time, talking about the future and future plans for Erebor. Early the next day, as he had promised, Harry met Toriel outside the massive entryway into the underground kingdom. The two of them held one another for a few seconds to one side of a stream of dwarven passers-by, garnering many looks before Harry, having had enough of the gawkers, walked with Toriel back to the house the two of them had been living in before this, meeting her parents outside of it. For the rest of that day, Harry tried to get along with her parents, telling them more about himself, his magic, and so forth. In turn, Harry learned that her mother was a weaver of some repute among the people of Tori and Aedelos, while Tanwi was a sculptor, one who worked with both wood, clay, and rock. They were chilly to him, but that seemed to fade very slightly when Harry reached down and plucked a blade of grass from the ground, transfiguring it into a rose, which he handed to his lady for a moment, quipping that, among humans, the giving of roses of various colors has a certain language to them all their own. Unfortunately, I only know what the red one is supposed to mean, love and affection. Toriel smiled at that, holding the rose up to her nose and sniffing appreciatively before saying, perhaps a different color would go better with my hair, Harry. This one can only be placed elsewhere, lest the red disappears in the greater red of my hair. With that, she placed the rose on her belt, looping the stem in an intricate pattern around her belt to one side of the latch. That wasn't precisely what Harry had been going for, but he had to admit, a red rose on red hair didn't look all that good, frankly. Still, he tried. When Harry began to produce roses of various other colors ranging from purple to blue to green to violet and beyond, Harry won his first snort of laughter from her parents, which he counted as a win. This is how it went over the next 5 days. While Legolas was deep in talks with Thorin and Bard, creating what amounted to entirely new contracts and trade agreements with both, something that would first annoy then soothe his people's views of the world, Harry attempted to ingratiate himself to his future in-laws. Unfortunately, that first initial burst of laughter proved to be the high watermark for that endeavor. Despite all the magic he was doing, to the senses of the two elves, who themselves could not use more magic than any other Sylvan elf could, Harry still felt like a mortal man to their senses. And when he or Toriel casually mentioned how many centuries they had to look forward to together, both of them simply looked disbelieving as if they simply could not understand that Harry was, while mortal of mind, immortal of body and soul. Eventually, he came to the same conclusion that Toriel had. Tanwi and L'Oreal would accept him as part of Toriel's life, but neither would ever be truly happy about it until Harry proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that he did indeed have an elvish lifespan. Thankfully, they couldn't exactly prove the other aspect of why the most poignant of elven-human relationships had ended in ultimate tragedy. After all, how was anyone here in Middle-earth to know or learn that Harry's soul would be allowed to enter the halls of Maedros and eventually reincarnate rather than join Elevator wherever he was beyond Arda? This was a point Harry did not deign to bring up, obviously. So does this mean they will not give us their blessing for what, another 100 years or so? Harry joked with Toriel on the morning of the third day after her parents and Legolas had arrived. That is a very harsh prerequisite, but I suppose I can get behind the idea, considering how much time you and I will spend together going forward. Even to a wizard, thinking in terms of centuries like that was not something that came easily, but while traveling with Toriel, Harry had on occasion used his newfound powers and training from Lady Galadriel to connect to trees or rocks, to feel their connection to the greater weaving of Middle-earth. While he would never be at home in thinking entirely in those terms, he could at least envision it and understand that he, like the ancient oaks in the deepest of forests, would have a lifetime more easily counted in centuries than years or even decades. I'm afraid so. I wish it could be otherwise, but even with your magic, neither of my parents can discern that you are anything more than a human, Toriel said apologetically. They lack the greater skills in magic and insight that Legolas has gained as king or the amount of time spent in your company that I have. And it has to be said, Harry, that even in comparison to other history, you come off as somewhat unusual. You wear your power lightly for the most part, whereas they always seem a bit more than they are even on the surface. Sensing how regretful Toriel was that their marriage would need to be put off for so long, Harry simply shrugged. Frankly, whether or not they married at all was a technicality to him. He very much doubted that their relationship, physical or otherwise, would be put on hold until they were, after all. Considering the glances Toriel has sent my way over the past few days, I'm not the only one missing cuddling at night, let alone other things. If I have to wait so long to wed you formally, I will. I would wait forever if that was what you wished. Harry smiled then, turning to face Toriel fully, leaving his forehead against hers as he went on, feeling suddenly romantic, overselling it a good bit, but putting so much passion in his gaze that the words, cheesy thought they were in his opinion, still rang true. And to prove worthy of you, I would pluck the jewels from the earth, craft gems with my art and mind to rival the stars in veneration of your beauty. I would travel with you on whatever adventure you wish, discover whatever you desire to see, and make certain that you can always find your way home so long as I can keep walking beside you. Instantly, Toriel's expression lost the regret and annoyance that had been there, and she positively melted a little inside, pushing her own forehead lightly against Harry's as she looked into his emerald gaze, her own positively crackling with emotion and feeling none of the slight embarrassment Harry had as he spoke. I would never ask that you prove your worth in such a manner when you have already proven it so often. I prefer to hold you, to gaze into these eyes of yours, so bright that any gem would seem pale in comparison. And to know that you are willing to accompany me, that you are the reason why I was able to leave Torienda Edelos behind to become free to explore the world beyond Mirkwood. That is a gift beyond any piece of art, song, or poem. Instincts had both of them turning their heads slightly in different directions as Harry leaned down, kissing Toriel hard on the lips. Both leaned into the kiss, their mouths opening, their tongues dueling against one another. How long the kiss lasted, neither could tell because they only broke apart when a passing thrush landed nearby and trilled at them, a gleeful, almost naughty tone to the sound. Which, given the high intelligence of the thrushes that made their home on the lonely mountain, was not as big a stretch as most might have assumed. They routinely interacted with the dwarves, carrying messages everywhere around the lonely mountain. Slowly, Harry pulled away from Toriel, raising a finger to point at the bird, the tip of his finger gleaming with gathering magic. The bird chittered once more, then flew off before Harry could do anything, and Toriel giggled, leaning breathlessly against his chest for a moment. I love thee, Harry Potter. And if my parents might believe that waiting a century will cool our ardor or make us follow the more staid, controlled, elvish manner of courtship until Harry starts to show signs of age or what have you, well, what they don't know won't hurt them. And I love thee, Toriel of Mirkwood. For now, and for all time, Harry replied, his own chest heaving a little. This little moment did not go unnoticed despite how few people were living in the row of external houses that Dis had convinced Thorin to commission for humans and elves. While Tanwy and L'Oreal were gone, both Legolas and Bard were there and had been coming out of the house they had been speaking in, the one that had been set aside for Bard by the dwarves, only to turn around and re-enter, neither willing to interrupt the moment between the two lovers. At first, Thorin had offered Bard a place within Erebor, but like many humans, the master archer turned king preferred not to be under several 100 million tons of rock, finding that disturbing even when surrounded by the finest finery and most well-crafted furniture. Then too, Bard had heard about Harry's idea of ambassadors and had decided that setting up a formal house for one here for his own ambassador and another for dwarves and ambassador in Dale was a magnificent idea. In fact, he was in the process of vetting some of his own people in his head so that in the future, he and Thorin would not need to travel to meet one another, instead conversing entirely between their ambassadors, who would have to make the trek themselves instead. Given the distance between Dale and Erebor, a day's hard travel by horse or two on foot, that really wasn't a major issue right now. But it might become so in the future for several reasons. The least of which being that, once their nations were fully established, making sure that both dwarves and humans understood they were separate nations would be important. Currently, that particular demarcation line was quite blurred. But it would not always be so, and setting the foundation for it now was a good idea. Bard and Legolas had been discussing the idea of restarting the trade of wine for elvish herbs, a completely separate agreement from the one that Legolas and Thorin had been speaking of. They had just finished and been in the process of leaving to resume discussions with Thorin when they had spotted the romantic moment going on, and not being heartless bastards, and knowing how much trouble the pair of lovers were currently having with Toriel's parents, had decided not to interrupt. That didn't mean that Legolas hadn't heard what was being said initially, and now Legolas frowned thoughtfully, tapping his chin as he began to plot a bit. While it is indeed traditional that elvish courtship takes a few centuries, it isn't exactly written in stone either. And I believe that I would rather like to see a wedding between those two in the near future, say within a decade at most, regardless of what those among my folk who have not met Harry might think of it. And I think I know just the way to. Some would force the issue without seeming to, and perhaps earn Sanwy and L'Oreal's blessings too. Next to him, Bard stared at the thoughtful expression on Legolas's face, then out towards the two lovers, before chuckling, shaking his head, and mentally making a note to get on with his own search for a wife. Heirs don't grow on trees, after all. Later that day, a message came to both Bard and Harry, as well as Toriel, that the time for personal matters had subsided for a moment. The Stiffbeards had been sighted by a scouting party of humans, and Thorin wanted everything to be ready for when they arrived so we could put on a show. Oh! Here yet, here yet. Hearken one and all to this, a missive from the steward of Gondor, Lord Turgon. A town crier shouted in the middle of the square of the village in central Gondor. The village was much like any other, and the town crier assigned to it was much like any other, too. Both in volume and the words he was speaking as word went out from Minas Tirith that the steward of Gondor was beginning several plans based on the discussion he'd had with his son and the wandering wise man, Incantus. The need to deal with a foray from the Corsairs, which had actually tried to take Cobus Haven, had halted Ecthelion's great circuit before it could begin. This had forced him and much of the forces of Minas Tirith to ride to the aid of the Prince of Dol Amroth, lest the Corsairs use that foothold to raid up the river Mordhond into the most well-populated areas of Gondor. That campaign had lasted the better part of a year, but had decimated a large portion of the Corsairs' military force. Although, far too many of their actual ships had escaped for comfort. Nonetheless, with that victory and the Prince of Dol Amroth, Agla had enthusiastically supporting him, Ecthelion's great circuit had begun. And with it, so too would the projects needed to secure Gondor from the storm to come. When that storm would come, no one could guess, but the sooner it started, the better done. Rumors have reached Minas Tirith of orcs and goblins amassing once again in the fell lands of Mordor. The corsairs of Umber have recently been taught a lesson, but their perfidy knows no bounds, and they might yet try to come against the might of Gondor. Even the men of Herat are rattling their spears, eyeing South Gondor and more with covetous gaze. Showing a mastery of public speaking that came with the job, the town crier paused, letting the common folk around him to grumble, growl and start to work themselves up a bit at the mention of those ancient enemies before going on. Knowing this, Lord Turgon has decided we will not simply wait idly. Instead, Gondor will prepare. Lord Turgon and his son, Goodman Ecthelion, call upon any good men or women who wish to serve in any capacity they deem fit. The steward calls for multiple national projects, a great wellspring of effort from all corners of Gondor to see to the defense of our mighty nation from every direction. Caer Endrys is to be rebuilt. Osgiliath is to be fortified as never before to defend against the dread lands of Mordor. A watch on the south, with towers to be spread along the river Harnan. They will serve as warnings should the dread Haradrim come from the south. A navy. New ships are to be designed and put down to take the fight to the corsairs on the open ocean. There was some shock as the three projects proposed sank into the listening peasants' minds. Even one such would have been ambitious. But all three? Such effort to strengthen the realm's defences in total had not been made in hundreds of years. Indeed, a whelming like this had rarely been seen since the rule of the stewards had begun upon the death of the last king, King Erner. The island of Caer Endrys was unknown to any here, but those who did know of it elsewhere in Gondor, those who lived further northeast, were astonished at the idea. Not because it didn't make sense in terms of geography but because of the difficulty of refortifying the island. Yes, there were the ruins of a fortress there, but the ruins were just that. Not a single wall remained standing, let alone a tower. There would need to be a lot of new cut stone to aid in rebuilding it. Worse, there was no place on the island or nearby for stone, which meant transporting the stone would be even more difficult than repairing the fortress in question. And those with a strategic bent, many a lord or soldier, wondered why would you build a fortress there when Osgiliath, the ruined city of Minas Ithil, was already in a better position? It seemed strange to many. Only those most knowledgeable of geography outside of Gondor knew that a powerful enough fortress on the island of Caer Endrys could defend the great north-south road, the fastest and easiest way for armies to travel between Rohan and Gondor. Most of that border was blocked by the Erd Nimraius, an almost impassable mountain range. Only by coming close to Mordor could you find any way for an army to travel. Watchtowers against the Haradrim also made sense. It was well known even to peasants that South Gondor was an ongoing area of conflict with the Haradrim and the corsairs of Umber. Between the rivers Poros and Harman, there was just no natural defensive area, with wide plains, grassy knolls, and no forests to speak of. Placing a series of signal towers on the Harman that could hold up an attacking army and send messengers north into Gondor proper just made to those who knew the geography of that area wonder where they would go. The real shocker was the fleet. None here in this village knew that the corsairs had been raiding for nearly 5 years now or the recent near disaster that Ecthelion had turned into a great victory. But even those who did know of that wondered, for there was a reason why Gondor did not have a national navy. After all, the corsairs of Umber were the product of the last national fleet, a fact that was something of a national shame to even peasants. Room and board will be paid by the steward, and all material for the building projects will be paid for by Minas Tirith. Training, if you feel called to war, will be provided by the local lords. But men who know of stone, men or women who want a new life but do not wish to join the army of Gondor, may travel to Minas Tirith and present themselves and their skills to the steward's household. And even better, all debts will be forgiven if the service you give the nation is proven worthy. While this town crier wasn't the most eloquent, he got the gist across at least, and more than a dozen men came up to him to ask questions, accompanied by 4 women. It would have been 5 if not for another woman pulling her away and hissing in her ear, shaking the younger girl angrily and pushing her back towards one of the houses nearby. Similar events were happening all across Gondor. From the lands of Anfilis to the mouth of the Anduin, men and women alike learned of this as the news spread, both men of good heart and those agents of the dread enemy. But they could not stop word spreading, not when it was given voice by the steward or his son, who was well beloved by the people of Gondor even before his most recent victory. Soon, people would begin to gather, and the projects would start. Now was the time, before the enemy could become strong, to gather, to prepare. Although all of these works would take decades, and there would surely be both enemies within who would wish to stop the project for their own reasons and enemies without who would try to take advantage of the shift in Gondor's attention. Indeed, it was doubtful Turgon would live to see even the fleet rebuilt. But, Ecthelion was just as determined to see the work done. When Mordor rose once more, and the dread enemy tried to reach his hand out towards Gondor, Ecthelion wanted to make certain that he would pull back a stump. Oh! Gurnai Blackblade was a late middle-aged dwarf who had been assigned to the Bloodhammers given the duty of protecting a group of the Stiffbeard House's princesses and the rest of a large trade convoy to meet and possibly start formal engagement talks with the young king of Erebor. He was a veteran of several small wars with the Haradrim and a master of organizing long marches, although this one had been far, far longer than any he had done previously. Yet now, even as they were allowed into Erebor and even assigned a set of caverns befitting their numbers and status as diplomatic envoys, Gurnai was uneasy. Not as unsettled as he had been even when traveling through the wild lands between Stiffbeard Land and Erebor, let alone when they were spotted by a human patrol days back, but still uneasy. Frowning, he began to tap at the golden rings in his carefully braided beard for a moment. The noise of it was a secret language known only to the Stiffbeards, directing a warning to his fellows as well as to the womenfolk unloading from the carriage nearby. Old instincts warn of danger here. I am uneasy about this formal meeting with the king we have been invited to. He was instantly overruled by the leader of the caravan, Ancient Buller, who tapped a sharp negative on his own ringlets. Advisor to King Sharflint Gaze, currently the strongest ruler among the Stiffbeards, Buller, older than Gurnai by nearly 8 decades, had been chosen for this mission very carefully and understood what was at stake, as well as what they represented. The sight of Erebor, less than 3 years after its being freed of the dragon smog, was astonishing, but even so, even with the power of the Iron Hills behind the Reformation here, Erebor and its young king would undoubtedly need more help. And the Stiffbeards could not only give that help but benefit tremendously from trade with Erebor. The Stiffbeards' last iron ore mine had been run dry 12 years ago now, and they had nearly no reserves left anywhere in their lands. 2 of their holds had fallen in that time, and the Haradrim were close to driving a wedge between the Stiffbeards and their only nearby allies, the various holds of the Iron Fist House, the only remaining source of iron they had. Without iron, there would be no weapons of any kind, let alone the various mechanical gadgets they had begun to use to offset the Haradrim's numbers advantage. Worse, the Stiffbeards' last fully trained rune scribes had died nearly 200 years ago without being able to pass on more than rudimentary knowledge of runes. While the Bloodhammer's weapons were all made in an older time and would last for centuries more, the regular military units of the Stiffbeards were not nearly as well armed. Yet even so, no dwarf, no matter how old, could be said to be without a certain amount of ego. Buller was no exception. Oakenshield wishes to bluster, to show off more of what has been reclaimed in such a small time while also welcoming us, giving us a chance to show off in turn. Good. Let us do so and remind him that he is but a young king, the foundations of his kingdom built on the ruined remains of another. I mean to make as much of our time here as possible. What of the princesses? There were currently 5 princesses with them, 1 matriarch, an old widower there to handle the business of the courtship for the other 4, who varied wildly in ages. It is not proper for them to be shown to so many strangers, even dwarves. And we saw humans among these longbeards. Gurnai hissed the last few words as if they were a curse. Which, coming from a Stiffbeard, they were. Humans were not to be trusted. They had proven that many, many times over the ages. While a part of me still regrets young Torn's words to that wizard given his and the elf woman's actions against the trolls, he only said the truth. No human can truly be trusted, and kindness to such is simply a way of committing slow suicide. True. I will speak with matriarch Princess Yulin. She will decide. Quickly, Buller was back. Yulin had agreed that the princesses should not show their faces, but they had long since decided on ways to get about that idea. Heavy cloth veils had been prepared for them all, able to hide their features from beard up to just below their eyes for anyone. Gurnai still worried about what they were walking into, but with that, and with their clothing showing not a hint of femininity, his objections faded quickly. Within 2 hours, the group was ready. The dams were all dressed in severe, loose-fitting black garb, marked by bronze and copper bangles over their forearms, golden necklaces and crowns on each of the young princesses. Matriarch Princess Yulin's crown was the only one that had jewels in it, rubies the size of a finger inset in a simple row around the brow. All their jewelry gleamed, and the bracelets were each marked out in fine filigree, with more than one bracelet among the dams being marked further out by a watch, the clock faces within ticking over behind small glass containers. The bloodhammers were also well turned out. Their scale armor gleamed in the light instead of being darkened as normal, and each ring in their beards had also been shined. Every third bloodhammer carried an uncocked crossbow, the bolt missing and no quiver on them. Instead of being simple weapons, those crossbows were another sign of the mechanisms that the Stiffbeards had developed, each of them having several cogs visible along their length. Moving from the set of caverns that they had been given through the main cavern of Erebor in formation around the princesses and the rest of the merchants, the Stiffbeards drew a lot of looks from the other dwarves and the few humans around them. Yet the crowds parted way for the bloodhammers easily enough as they made their way towards the entrance into the royal castle. There, they found themselves entering into the throne room, their entrance announced by dwarven bugles. But as much of an entrance as they made at the head of the column, Gurnai and Buller both flinched as they glanced surreptitiously around. Here in the throne room, they did not see just the local royalty or numerous other delegates from other houses or the affected wealth of a kingdom that had more gold than true worth. Instead, they saw the panoply of a dwarven kingdom in full might. Thorin had been telling the truth that dwarves had their own pomp and ceremony, and it was on full display now. And it began on the ground. Something that had severely surprised even Harry, who was present now for this ceremony. In the center of the throne room lay a carpet of immense beauty, yet like many a tapestry, this carpet, too, told a tale. For on it, the body of Smaug was shown so that whenever a dwarf strode on it, they stepped over the body of the dragon. Beside the tail and towards the entryway was the burning city of Dale, with a representation of the mountain behind it also burning, a long line of flame marked out on the rug between the two, before the mountain slowly transformed into the body of the dragon, which took up the majority of the carpet going forward from that position. Near where Smaug's head ended with a single tongue of fire spat out from the dragon's mouth, there were hundreds of dwarven higlas. The term was used to describe the marker of a family, clan, or master. And they were all here. Every single mark from a dead family or wiped out clan, every master's mark of a dwarf who would never craft again, that the remembrancers had records of who had died to Smaug either in his first initial sacking of the mountain realm or after trying to hide away, trying to survive and escape only to be slaughtered or die of starvation. So was the crown of the King of Dale, as well as the known weapons and heraldry of many of his officers who had also died trying to defend their country from Smaug's predations. To all who saw this carpet, it was a stark contrast between remembering the past and shouting the company's victory against Smaug. The rug had been commissioned by Balin barely a few weeks after Harry had left with Bilbo, and had taken every master and apprentice rug maker among the humans and dwarves more than a year to create, even after they had agreed with the overall design. It was so amazing and so magnificent that it was rarely brought out, simply making all of the other banners and tapestries within the King's Hall look poor and unimportant in comparison. This was why there were only a few such, showing the family and clan marks of the dwarves of the company. But it wasn't just the rug that had grabbed the attention of the Stiffbeards. Most of the Stiffbeards, save for one of the princesses and several of the merchants, were able to move past their shock at the rug, striding forward over it easily towards the dais holding the king and the royal family. Today, that included Keely and Dwellin in addition to Balin, Dis, and Philly. Gloin could also have been there, but he had just left the day before with a group of humans to Dale for some reason that Harry hadn't been told about. And Gimli, the young dwarf Harry and Toriel had met leading a scout patrol, had yet to arrive back in Erebor, though his group had been spotted that morning. Philly stood to one side of Thorin, the place denoting his position of heir presumptive, while Dis sat on the throne reserved for the queen as was her right as matriarch for the moment. Although she would have to give up that position when Thorin wed. Keely stood to her left, marking him as her son, with Balin to her right, Dwellin standing beside him. All of them wore their finest, with Dwellin once more showing off the dark blue coat and finely wrought chainmail of the royal guard, with the others equally well dressed, including a flowing dress in green, brown and copper for Dis, matching the small circlet she wore on her head. On Thorin's chest was the Arkenstone, glowing almost as bright as the sun outside, lighting the room with more natural-seeming light than the dwarven lights situated on either wall around the throne room. And with them in turn, in a show of friendship that had rarely been given out to other dwarves, let alone a human, Harry stood. He wore a green cloak over a black shirt and pants. At his shoulder, he wore a leaf of Lothlorien, but that was the only sign of ostentation he allowed himself. In the crowd, Toriel was similarly garbed. A white blouse marked with copper thread at the neckline and hem met a light blue skirt below. Her hair fell down her back in a wild wave. Although it covered everything just as a dress would among elven and dwarven kind, it still showed off her form to the point that Harry had been rendered speechless when he saw her wearing it earlier. Any human's presence on the royal dais would have been shocking enough to the Stiffbeard. But to see Harry there, the human that they had insulted so badly weeks past, was more than astonishing to Gurnai and Buller. But while Gurnai was lost in shock, Buller understood something else. He wasn't just concentrating on the king or even the presence of that glowing stone, which could only be the fabled Arkenstone, an item of power that even the Stiffbeards had heard of before. No, he was surveying the crowd as surreptitiously as possible. And as he did, he realized that while undoubtedly still young in terms of a nation, Erebor had already begun to gather a tremendous amount of power and wealth to itself. Real wealth, too, not simply the gathered gold and wealth that others might have meant when they said that word. Here on display were weapons, the weapons of the famed forges of Erebor, the first such weapons made since the fall of Erebor, held in the hands of dwarves throughout the small crowd, and not just in the hands of Longbeards either. A few were already present in the Stonefoot and Blacklock House delegations who were also there. Buller could tell from a mere glance that these weapons were of better quality and make than any the Stiffbeards could create in this age, marked with the sheen of the proper mix of ores and even, dare he think it, more than merely physical strength. Armor there was also on display. Master-crafted, the sign of the smith that had made them was worked into the links of the chainmail over the leftmost shoulder or on the side of the helmet, barely visible but still there for eyes that knew what to look for. The armor was worn either by warriors or by the smiths themselves. Buller could not tell which. And then there was the rest of the crowd. Cloth makers, resplendent in the finest of their own clothing, the colors of which looked garish to his eyes but were undoubtedly rich. Jewelers proudly displaying their wares. Humble farmers wearing their best, staring around avidly but without fear. Smiths of all sorts, hunters, warriors. The breadth of Erebor's citizenry were here, alongside glassmakers from the Stiffbeards, furs and leather from Stonefoots, spread throughout the crowd just as much as the weapons of the Longbeards had spread to the delegates in turn. And all of it showed not only wealth but craftsmanship, which, to dwarves, was even more important. To a human, the display, beyond the magnificent rug and the arc in stone anyway, might well have seemed of poor quality, or rather quantity. There were barely 60 dwarves throughout the hall before the Stiffbeards entered. But quality was what the dwarves strove for here. A human king's court would have had a gathering of a few hundred humans, all of them showing the nation's wealth in their jewelry and clothing. All of them were there to curry favor or use the wealth they had gained from family. Showing off their wealth and connection to the king would have been the main point. But among the dwarves, this far smaller gathering was much more telling because each person there had brought their finest. And among dwarves, their finest meant far more than it would among humans, for most here had made what they wore or earned it in some fashion as Dwellin had. They were showing off their skill of hand and eye rather than simple wealth. That wasn't even mentioning the fact that there were 2 other non-dwarves in attendance, something Buller only became aware of as the blood hammers started to peel away to either side, letting him and the other civilians forward as the blood hammers, still in perfect lockstep, knelt for a brief second before standing at attention. One tall human man stood among the crowd of dwarves looking out of place to Buller but also as if he belonged there. On his brow was a crown, a simple thing to dwarven eyes but still telling. At his side was a longbow of surpassing beauty. His eyes were keen as he examined the Stiffbeards in turn, catching Buller's gaze in his own, assessing calmly as he stood near the dais to the throne. On the opposite side of the hall from the tall human stood an equally well-built elf, garbed in green from shoulder to toe, wearing a silver circlet on his own brow, the mark of a king among his own folk as it was among all others. To see 2 such here, a human and elf allied with a dwarven king, and welcome within his hall to boot, was a message all on its own. It did not sit well with Buller or any of the Stiffbeards who became aware of it, although they could not do anything about it. Seeing all this, Buller understood that the young king was making a point. Look upon us. Erebor is reborn, and we have already made allies. I understand that message all too well. We are last, and we are not going to be very welcome thanks to how we interacted with the human and his elven lover before. We may even be forced to give out an apology, and we must also acknowledge that in allying with Erebor, we may have to ally with the elves and humans nearby. For a second, Buller fought with himself, but in the end, Buller's loyalty to his king and greater house won out over pride. Very well. We can deal with that, I suppose, if, in so doing, we link ourselves to this growing power here in Erebor. We need their metal, we need their armor, and we might need their armies in the future. If I have to bend my neck and apologize or even prostrate myself in some fashion, I will do so. It won't be pleasant, but I am a diplomat and an advisor to a king. I am used to unpleasantness. With that, as Thorin gave them a formal welcome, Buller moved forward with matriarch Princess Yulin moving to stand beside him as they moved forward from the rest of the party, bowing from the waist towards the young king. Oh. Well, my friend, are you satisfied? Thorin said, kicking back in the family sitting room with Dis next to him. Keely and Willin lounged out in chairs nearby with the older dwarf snorting at something Keely had said. Balin and Philly were not there, having gone out to work the crowd so to speak. They wanted to know what the general feeling towards the Stiffbeards was now that they had arrived, as well as to get a feel of whether or not any of the other house representatives were going to make deals with them in turn now that the opportunity presented itself. It was doubtful, but it was possible. The rest of the formal welcoming ceremony and the meal afterward had gone off without a hitch in Thorin's opinion. Many a small deal had been made, and none of the other delegates had been slighted in the least by the show, realizing almost to a dwarf that show had an edge to it. If anything, the Blacklocks had approved of it mightily, and, if Thorin had seen Ani smiling at him, well, that was no one's business but his. I am. The Stiffbeard commander looked as if he was eating a still-living crow when he was forced to apologize so publicly, although Buller, the one in charge of the whole caravan, seemed to take it with a bit more self-control. I couldn't get any kind of read on how the princess matriarch was dealing with it, but I was satisfied enough on that score. So long as it is agreed that nothing touched by my rune work will be traded with them for a good while. Say 7 or 8 years. Harry shook his head. And what was that word you used when you introduced me? You switched to Husdul then. Round it up to a decade, that makes it a nice neat number. As for the Stiffbeard princess matriarch, Yulin was not happy. I could tell that much from her body language and our words during the meal. Her eyes also told the story, but it is not one of outright hatred so much as wariness towards you and to Bard. Toriel, I think, interested her and is perhaps the first female of any other race she has ever seen, Dis said, glancing towards Toriel. The elf woman sat leaning into Harry's side. Dis still remembered their argument nearly a week ago all too well, but she shook it off. There were more important matters to think of now instead of strained friendships, and she quickly turned her eyes away from the ruby-haired elf. But she was intensely put off by the fact that a human was named Aduzak Kal, and that a human king was in attendance. That might have been a little too far in Yulin's mind and will make any future interactions with her more difficult. Still, I will handle that score. There it is again. What does that mean? Harry asked. It is a deeper term for friend, Thorin said slowly. It means something like shield brother you have trained with for decades and would trust to protect your family in your stead. It is not a term any dwarf would use lightly, but it makes my opinion of you even plainer than having you on the dais with us. Harry stood just a little straighter in the chair them, staring back at Thorin, but when he spoke, he tried to make a joke of it. Ah, so an obvious thing, then. As if you would even have to ask me to do something like that. Thorin snorted, and the two of them clinked glasses. Humor is a shield to not talk about emotions. That is still a bad habit of yours, my Harry, Tuariel said, poking him lightly in the side before looking around at the dwarves. Just as pride is in the stiffbeards. They have pride, yes, but what if they face troubles they cannot deal with? Pride is brittle and can often crack unexpectedly. I think you need to be aware of that going forward, Thorin. Thorin paused at that, thinking, then slowly nodded. I will tell Balin that we will gouge them on trade deals or any other lesser contracts. The stiffbeards might be far too stiff and will likely never accept Erebor's close relations with Dale. But trying our best to keep them strong is a good idea long term. With that, Thorin decided to change the subject. And speaking of something strong, how long do you think it will take for the poison within Smaug's body to fade away? That mound over his corpse is still barren, but surely it can't take much longer. I have leather workers and weaponsmiths both salivating at the idea of getting at the scales and bones of Smaug, and I personally quite like the idea of wearing dragon hide gloves myself. Oh. Fur and blood flew as several wargs and dogs fought in a large pit, howling, biting, clawing at one another as if their lives depended on it. It did, of course. They all had been starved and goaded into a frenzy before this, the last battle of the surviving studs of 2 years' worth of winnowing through the various warg and dog breeds that could be raised in Mordor or stolen and transported to Barad-dûr. The onlooking orcs and the unseen watched as first one of the wolves, then another began to pull back and away from the fight, trying to escape, trying to pair up. But the dogs, raised from when they were puppies among humans and bought or stolen away to be trained here in Mordor, did not. They lacked the self-preservation instincts of wolves, the instinctual knowledge that as predators, their lives hung on a knife thread all the time. They had to be at peak condition in order to hunt, in order to survive in the wild. The dogs did not know such, and fought all the harder for it. Moreover, the wargs, even the best trained and bred among them, did not have the size or strength that some of the dog breeds from among the Easterlings did. Sauron's presence was there as well, his physical form a bare shadow in the darkness of the pens, enveloping all. That presence spurred the dogs and wargs on and pressed down on all the orcs like a weight on their minds. Many of them had begun to bleed from their eyes, yet they remained upright, knowing that succumbing to the pain growing in their minds would cause their fellows to turn on them in hopes of winning favor from the master. Sauron's attention was on the dogs, not the orcs. He had plans for them, and this result was somewhat surprising. To think that man's dog breeding has come so far as to create a dozen different types. The mane around that one dog's neck, the fact that it protects it so well against the natural tendency of all dogs to go to for the throat is interesting, as is its raw strength. Its viciousness isn't as much as the others, but to think that even orc-raised wargs would lose in that area to a dog. Soon, the battle began to die down, the last of the wargs dead. Now, the final 4 dogs turned on one another, lost in a battle blood-mad frenzy. When but 3 remained, the handlers barked out orders to one another. Swiftly, nets were thrown, the dogs were pulled away from one another, and the spirit of Sauron coalesced. Instantly, the dogs whimpered, lying flat, ignoring their wounds and showing their bellies, completely paralyzed and terrified. Similarly, the orcs trembled, their bodies tense with both fear and a dark pleasure in the pain their master's presence brought them. When Sauron spoke, his voice was like a hammer into the minds of all the orcs, bringing more fear and yet also pleasure. This was a sign of the twisted creations of Morgoth, who parroted life but had no souls of their own. The pain they caused others filled up that empty place within them. Good. Breed some of your wargs with the muscular one with the most vicious instincts. That will do as a template for your new mounts. Set aside the other one, the one with the mane of hair around its neck. Breed it with one of the females of the 3rd type. Bring me all of the children of that litter the moment they are whelped. Sauron would work his magic on them, taking from his time as a lieutenant of his dread god, Morgoth. In the wars against the elves and the men of Numenor in the Second Age, Sauron had moved away from his previous use of transmuted beasts and animals. But he felt it was time to once more dig into that bag of tricks. The goblins and trolls are magnificent blunt objects. With them, Sauron would once more create an army fit to roll across the west, crushing the remnants of Numenor that resided in Gondor, the men of Hadar who had not moved to that island whose get yet lived in Rohan, and beyond. But to help that, to make certain that his enemies not only feared the coming of his armies but feared the darkness and the howls of the wolves, he needed more weapons. He needed assassins, creatures of the night, intelligent, biddable, and able to sneak in where even goblins would never be able to go. And for the best of that breed, Sauron had one very specific target in mind. It will take me a decade or more, but so be it. If I cannot bring the Shara-Burzamkar, man born of darkness, to serve me or to break him to my will, then I will set a watch. And when he does appear again, my hunters will be set on the trail. Let us see then what he can do against my werewolves. That was but one plan, one piece on the board that Sauron was creating for the moment. He had others, and a second later, all of the orcs in the fighting pens beneath Barad-dûr breathed sighs of mixed relief and sadness as the presence of their master faded, taking the pressure on their minds with it. Soon, Sauron's spirit was back where his spirit habitually resided. After the battle with the White Council and his confrontation with Lady Galadriel, and then the harrowing of his spirit to the very borders of Mordor by his erstwhile ally Curumo, it had taken Sauron a bit longer than 2 years to gather energy to take a single shape once more. Now, when his presence was concentrated in one place, that form took on the image of a great shadow, larger and stronger than any troll but as ephemeral as a will-o'-the-wisp would be to the touch. Were any being brave enough to try to touch him in this form, they would have been able to pass through. Sauron knew not to nor cared what would have happened to anyone stupid enough to try to do that, but knew that he would not feel it. He had not felt anything physical, the touch of the stone underneath his feet, the wind in his hair, the taste of food, for centuries. Not since he had lost his physical form in the destruction of Numenor. A victory that might have been for him, but Eru Elevator's overwhelming response had been well beyond his calculations, and he had paid for it tremendously. Never again would Sauron ever be able to take a physical body. Even in the war that the elves and humans called the War of the Last Alliance, his spirit as a mayor had been contained within his armor, given more strength on the material plane thanks to the One Ring. But the lack of a physical body did nothing to restrain the power of a mayor, which Sauron still was, regardless of what his former fellows might think. In front of Sauron, his chief lieutenants, the Nazgûl, all bowed as one, forming a triangle in front of him, with the Witch King of Angmar at their head. Bearers of the 9 rings of power made for mortal men, each of these human kings, Easterlings, men of Numenor and others, could only serve him, their wills long since subsumed by his darkness. It had taken those who had been with him in Dol Guldur time to reform after the battle there, but now all of them were once more able to take nearly physical forms. Witch King, has there been any news of the Shara-Burzamkar from our spies? Although able to spread his spirit throughout Mordor for a given value, Sauron still lacked the strength to reach beyond it and would for decades yet. No, Master. There was the battle in the Misty Mountains 2 years ago, but that is aught that we have heard. I fear he has disappeared into the Elven lands, the Witch King, whose name had long since been lost to history, answered, fear of having failed in his ghostly voice, but he was more afraid of not having told his master the truth. Yes, that is logical. Very well. He will appear eventually, and hunting his scent will be given to lesser servants for now. Your talents are needed elsewhere. I have used up valuable willpower to reform you and the rest of my Nazgûl into your nearly physical bodies for a reason. The Easterlings are our creatures and have long been so. But the men of Harad have had many centuries without the touch of my guiding hand, and only a few of their houses remain true to their real master. You will reintroduce my hand to them. You and one of your fellow Nazgûl may take your time in this task. It will still take many decades for the armies of Mordor to be rebuilt enough to take the offensive. The Witch King of Angmar bowed his crowned head almost to the floor both in response and a show of submission to their master. It will be done. Sauron turned to one of the other corporeal Nazgûl, his second lieutenant among them. Camel, you will return to your people. Long have they warred on the powers looking to the light in the west. You will harness that hatred. Your main task will be to break the houses of the dwarves. Like the Witch King, you will have time to do this, but I want the dwarves broken before the great war I mean to launch against Gondor is ready. The elves have no strength left to challenge us. The reports the Witch King passed on about the Battle of the Lonely Mountain at least taught me that. Rohan and Gondor alone among the human realms will stand against us, and I mean for man to stand alone in this war. Like the Witch King before him, Camel, who could barely remember his name when it did not come from his lord's lips, bowed his head in supplication. They will learn once more to obey you, Master. I swear it. That left only one more command to give, perhaps the most important one. Adunak Hor, you will travel to Morannon with the rest of the Nazgûl. There, you will take over and enlarge our spy network throughout the realms of man and dwarf that the Witch King has built. You will send out goblins and scour as much of the river Anduin as possible without drawing attention to yourself from the White Council, not even Curumo. Search for the One Ring. I still exist, therefore it still exists, and cursed Ulmo would undoubtedly have found a way to destroy it in his depths by this point if it had been transported out to the seas. I will be bending my own thoughts in that direction occasionally, attempting to discern its location. But this most important of tasks, will be laid on your and the rest of my Nazgul's feet. Bend the wills of men, sift through rumors and tales from them, orcs, goblins, even dwarves if possible. Dwarves had proven almost completely immune to any kind of corruption from even the 7 rings of power given to them. Yet they were greedy things, and some among them could be turned by the glint of gold. If my ring has been found, someone will know of it. The Sauron's presence shifted away, beginning to spread, covering the whole of Mordor with his presence, and the remaining wraiths dissipated, returning to their own orders. And above Mordor, the smoke and plume of forges began to grow. Oh! Legolas was still there a week after his initial arrival, hip-deep in talks with Bard, Harry, and Thorin. They had put aside the treaties and contracts between them now, with all of them, if not happy, then at least satisfied with what they had done. Now, Legolas was spending a lot of time talking to Master Cartographer Kiflo and Harry. He, Thorin, and Bard were all discussing a massive mapping project. Not for Mirkwood, Legolas well knew that his folk would not see any such move as a good idea, although he would still push to create their own maps incorporating the ideas Harry had introduced. Rather he wanted the areas outside the edge of the Greenwood mapped out. In particular, Legolas was interested in completely mapping out the River Anduin and the area immediately around it between it and the edge of Mirkwood and beyond up towards the feet of the Misty Mountains. He well understood that should trouble come his realm's way, that was the first direction it would come from, with the other being up out of the Brown Lands to the south. Past them lay the Aman Mule, the marshes that few could move through better than goblins and orcs. And beyond that, Mordor proper in the form of Morannon, the Black Gate. But from that area at least Legolas would have far more warning. For one thing, it would take any army months, or even any band of goblins or wolf riders weeks, to make that journey. Moreover, Legolas knew from the Noldor trainers Sealborn sent to Mirkwood that Lothlorien would be watching the Brown Lands. And now, Dol Guldur could no longer serve as a forward base. Thus, the Misty Mountains would become the primary avenue of attack on Legolas's kingdom. In turn, Bard was absolutely enamored by the ideas that Harry had introduced into the map-making when talking to the dwarf Wulai while traveling with Gimli's patrol. He and Thorin had bargained heavily on the mapmaker's services. Knowledge of the terrain was a major force advantage in times of war, something Harry well understood, although he had not seen all of the civilian applications, particularly when it came to 2 budding and still growing realms like Dale and Erebor. Meanwhile, with the prospective in-laws gone, Harry and Toriel resumed living in the same house they had been assigned before. Their nighttime activities resumed, making both far happier than they had been in the preceding days, even though they had yet to do more than make out intensely while shirtless. Both knew it was only a matter of time, but at present, just sleeping beside one another was more than enough for both. Beyond that, the pair turned their time waiting for their house, work on which had kind of paused for the moment with all the work on Balin and Nori's shoulders, to other things. Toriel spent her day exploring further and further away from Erebor, working with and making an impression on dwarf and human alike. Meanwhile, every morning he found himself corralled by the mapmakers and forced to share what he knew with Kiflo. During the afternoon, Harry would train with the sword for a prerequisite amount of time with Thorin, Kili, or Dwalin. After that, he would sit down with the rune masters, working on the contract until they were all satisfied with it and had made plans going forward. Throughout this the Stiffbeards were very pointedly ignored. 2 of the Stiffbeards were actually apprentice rune scribes desperately looking to be taken on by a master, but there was no talk of bringing them into the contract that Harry was making with the Longbeard House's rune scribes. The Stiffbeards simply took this. After the show that Thorin had put on for them that first night, they understood how badly they'd messed up with Harry and that they had also missed the boat when it came to wedding one of their princesses to Thorin. But he and Dis were very quick to point out that Fili and Kili were both still available for dynastic marriages, so long as the Stiffbeards kept on putting their best foot forward. Within 2 days, some trade agreements had already been reached with 2 small shipments, around 7 ponies worth of weapons and armor, heading the other way, defended by half of the Bloodhammer Company. And such armor, better than any the Stiffbeards could make on their own, more durable, stronger, tougher, and longer lasting, simply because of the nature of the various ores nearby. With armor like that, the weapons of the southern Haradrim would break, and it was hoped their armies would as well. At least, that was the hope. In return, several Stiffbeards had already begun to work with the local artisans to create gears, springs and mechanical devices. Their first project was to make the gates leading into Erebor able to be opened more efficiently and easily. Others went to work on helping to redesign the huge floating chandeliers to make them easier to pull in at night and maintain. Working together with the Blacklocks, with their mastery of glass, the artisans of all 3 dwarven houses would undoubtedly make something amazing in time. There was even talk of creating and selling to other houses great masses of the revered dwarven lights. This would rather neatly line up with some of the things that Harry would be learning from the dwarves and rune masters. Because Harry would be doing a lot of learning as well as teaching, which was the major sticking point when it came to the contract between them. The rune scribes were insanely reluctant to teach anyone not under a very formal apprentice contract with them, let alone a human. Thankfully, Thorin and Balin had ground down any opposition to sharing what was normally about his secret to the dwarves as their own language or dwarves and names. Harry would learn things that only one being, the great Celebrimbor of Eregion, had ever learned before, the secret of how to imbue runic magic into metal. This is at the heart of our ability with runes, the ancient master Guruk Surehand said slowly during a meeting with himself, Balin, and Harry, just the three of them that day. The other rune scribe had been called away to help an apprentice. Our runes are more subtle than many of yours, but the impact they can have when worked into the metal? It will endure. It will become a part of the metal, remaining within until the metal itself rusts to nothing. Have you ever wondered how amazing a thing could be to have an ever-sharp weapon, one that needs no care but will always cut like it was newly come from the forge? Or which was heavier than a man blade of similar length? We dwarves are powerful, stronger by far than men, and we make light of burdens. Think you what a weapon like that could do against a similar weapon of man's manufacture. Occasionally, the ancient dwarf's comment seemed to become stilted, almost strange to the ear, but he certainly got his point across, and Harry nodded slowly. Where I come from, we could only ever embed runes into stone or jewels. Rubies were best, or diamonds. Steel could not take magic because the iron within it fights the basic magical imprinting. If you used metal instead of a rune stone, you might be able to get a single use out of it, if that, and it would be far less powerful than it should be. Gold. We hadn't actually delved into its uses before I had my little misadventure and arrived here about that or other precious metals. The last was said in a right tone of voice, which made both Balin and Guruk chuckle, with Guruk waving a hand airily. The man had mellowed considerably towards Harry as the negotiations went on. It was as if writing down what exactly both sides of the contract would be held to had made him both respect Harry more and look forward more eagerly to working with him. That was a purely dwarven attitude, but Harry was happy to see it regardless. Bah, of course. Even we dwarves do not jump directly to carving out our runes into steel, let alone the more Enko-Glacha. There, he seemed to lapse into Husdol, but Harry still got the gist, deciding it meant something like precious metals, as Harry had said earlier. We will have to experiment then, to see whether or not which metals your own type of magic can work with. And we will see if you can even use ours, imbuing them with the magic. That will be your first lesson, I think. And vice versa, Harry said with a nod. It will be fascinating to see how you gather magic and push it into the rune. With history like myself, using the local term for wizard had almost become second nature by this point, we simply imbue our own magic into the runic array, and I know for a fact that elves who have been trained to use the magic within them as well can do the same. Guruk harumphed at that but nodded. They'd already gone over that Harry would learn how the basic premise of rune work among the dwarves was done. While he was still not exactly sanguine about a non-dwarf learning that secret, it wasn't as if Harry hadn't already had clues in the direction, seeing the dwarves and blacksmiths at work as he had more than a year ago. But yes, learning how to imbue any kind of magic into metal? That will be amazing. Harry shook his head with a wry little laugh. That is a secret that back home was only known to the goblins of my world. Guruk and Balin both growled angrily at that. Balin had learned a good deal about Harry's old world during their time as friends, yet some things were just too bizarre to them and their own sensibilities to let go of. The idea that humans would trust goblins with their gold? With the only bank in the wizardly world? That was bizarre enough. To learn that many of the secrets that the dwarves held so dearly on Middle-earth were the providence of such creatures in Harry's? That was even worse, and Guruk and Balin both spat to one side, muttering to one another in Husdol, while Harry sat back, sitting at his watered-down mead. This was a professional meeting, after all, until they finished. When they finished, it was Guruk who spoke up first. Yet there is more that our runes can do. Runes of protection from heat while at the forge, runes that allow the goodness within the earth to rise and renew itself via placing a wellness stone. He tugged at his beard thoughtfully, then said slowly, beyond the first tests going either way, teaching you our runic language and vice versa also seems somewhat straightforward now that we have it on paper. The classrooms you describe are somewhat similar to how we do that. There's not going to be a lot of issues with that. But the way you described it, you performed far more experiments with runes without supervision than I would allow for. I think we need to figure out an area outside of Erebor for tests and such things, as well as time for you and for us to simply observe one another's training in action. Hands-on learning is well and good, but seeing something like that will help hugely. And so, the discussions continued. Within another week, Harry began his first lesson in Dwarven runecraft and began to teach his own. Meanwhile, Toriel continued her work with the dwarf and human scouts, and life around Erebor started to fall into a routine. A routine that would continue with only some interruptions, such as weddings and other important matters, for several years, as elsewhere, life also continued on, while the power in Mordor continued to gather strength as well. End chapter. Reading back through it, the first part where I have Harry remember talking about the past seems a bit too infodump-like, even for this story. But I kept it in. There is just so much stuff from the Second Age and I love sprinkling it in. I still cannot believe the sheer lack of vision shown in Rings of Power. You had a literal age to play with. Thousands of years. You could have had drama, exploration, the creation of nations and alliances, espionage, corruption, societal changes, and numerous wars, and you instead decide to create not hobbits, a newly arrived Gandalf, a Sauron who is exceedingly obvious, and a Galadriel who is absolutely nothing like what the real lady is like outside of her being blonde. You could have had Sealborn take much of that role. Combat commander, hunter of dark things, has a chip on his shoulder when it comes to dwarves, which could have been interesting to explore, but you had to use a woman. And not a woman from Numenor or even an OC. Then had to introduce her to Numenor by trying to send her over the ocean to the land of Aman in a way Galadriel at that time would never have agreed with, let alone the other BS. Just, why? You all will note I am not commenting on combat, tactics, armor, strategy, plot, or inclusion. I think I'm good enough at combat scenes myself to say that's all shit too, but when it comes to the sheer disrespect shown to Tolkien's works, that aspect doesn't matter. Tolkien wasn't the best when it came to designing fortifications, either, but that's no excuse to pull back from a highly defensible position just to set a trap that didn't even work all that well. As for inclusion, lean into the Haradrim, the Red Hawk, the Blue Wizards, the other houses of the dwarves. Please, God, just, have some imagination, people, whine. And RIP, sorry ROP has a second season. I want to cry. I really do. Simon Tolkien, you are the fantasy genre's quisling, selling out the nation your father created for gold and your own ego. Rant over. Not sorry. For those wondering, Adunakhor is the name of the Númenórean king, Tar Adunakhor, who outlawed the elven languages from Numenor. I figured that it was a name that would be given to other Númenóreans after that, and worked as a name for one of the other two Nazgûl who are descended from Numenor. The Witch King is the third. Camel is the only black rider named in the original canon. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this chapter, folks, even if it didn't really advance the work as much as I had hoped. I had hoped to show within the chapter the 5-year gap coming up. But this way that can happen off-screen, so to speak, and I can then show all the changes that have happened in Erebor and to Harry and Toriel since. That will be the first of many large-scale time skips, folks, so your reaction to those changes will help inform me if I am doing those right. Chapter 24. I am not British, nor do I own either property. Here's the next chapter of Fate, folks. This version hasn't been edited by any of my beta readers, so if you notice mistakes or lore inaccuracies, point them out, please. My Patreon readers already did. I also went over it with Grammarly, but I know I had trouble with some of the names and making certain what I wrote here was built on what has gone before. And now it's time to jog Daemon and Hyrio's elbows for da and effect, respectively. Hopefully they simply forgot to hit the send button to get the chapters back to me, lol. I will also be starting work on making waves. Should hopefully have that done Monday night, but we will see. Chapter 24, Marching Towards the Sound of War. Toriel and Harry settled into their home by the lake and their lives within the kingdom of Erebor with little fanfare, busy as they both were. It was not so much a cabin in the woods as most humans would have imagined it, but rather a mixture of house and elvish-style tree house, built around one giant tree and the wardstone. At first, that wardstone had been blank, but over the years, Harry had carefully added several wards to it, each layer taking up time to experiment before etching the array in place. The first wards he had done had been purely defensive. Wards to keep the foundation of the house from ever degrading, wards to hide the house from scrying, since Harry knew that was a thing in this world. Sauron was still out there, and Harry knew he was a target for the fallen mayor. After that, wards to keep strangers away were added, and finally, wards to warn of people coming near. The first was necessary because, despite Bard's best efforts, the knowledge that Harry was a wizard had spread without carrying with it the fact he wasn't willing to use his magic to solve whatever ailment or problem that people came to him with. The dwarves, thankfully, didn't have that kind of mindset, but far too many humans seemed to want to bother the wizard like that. Or kill him for being a wizard and thus obviously untrustworthy, despite how high Harry stood in the confidence of Bard and Thorin. Yes, people were stupid. Harry had known that in his past life, and this wasn't the first example of it Harry had seen in this world either from humans, elves, or dwarves. But it was still frustrating. Thankfully, the wards around the area were so strong that no stranger could even enter the copse of trees without being turned around. The warning ward had been the most difficult after a fashion, not only to come up with but to get right, and had taken the better part of a year. The problem was that Harry wasn't the only one that the wards needed to warn, and while Toriel had a normal Sylvan elf's sense of magic, they had found out during testing that the warning ward was too subtle for her to sense. Something that, at the time, had somewhat annoyed her. As I do not think we have to wonder which of us is the most subtle, Harry. After getting over his laughter at that comment, and kissing away her annoyance during a very pleasurable turn of the candle, Harry had figured out a way to connect that ward to a color-changing ward. This was then set into specially made dwarven lights. The small runestone would change the color of the light to warn Harry and Toriel of strangers coming near. Strangers as defined by people not read into the wards, anyway. Thorin, Philly, and the rest of the company still living in Erebor were read into the wards right off the bat, followed by a few other dwarves, Bard, and a few of his representatives, along with Legolas. Toriel's parents were, alas, next to be added in. Harry and Toriel's newest friend, Gimli, was the latest to be read permanently into the wards. A tiny drop of blood on the wardstone, and Gimli not only could find their home without being with one of them, but he also didn't trigger what Keeley called the stranger danger ward. Gimli had become a semi-frequent visitor whenever he was in Erebor. Somewhat amusingly, the warlike dwarf loved to fish and talk as a way of winding down from his time on patrol. Sometimes, he, Harry, Philly and Willin would all be out there, sharing mugs of good mead and just whiling away a day. The runestones in the lights still burned out after a few warnings, but that, too, Harry and the dwarves had been able to solve after a bit of trial and error. The dwarves had been able to design lights that had a small separate area at the bottom beside the ever-full oil. This, in turn, had an opening in it that let Harry just replace the runestone within after they turned to dust. Magically speaking, their home was almost as defended as Rivendell, although far smaller in area. They lacked the offensive spell work on the rivers that Elrond had weaved over the centuries, but Harry was certain that a band of orcs could pass by the house without finding it, even if they already knew the general location to look for them in. Not, mind you, that was likely to happen, given the power of Erebor or even Dale. But strangers were also a thing, and more than once over the past few years, Bard had found strange men trying to spy on his realm. While Harry had worked on defense and Balin and a few carefully chosen architects among the dwarves had designed the house itself, Toriel had stamped her own presence very firmly on both the house and the surrounding area. The trees around the house were well cared for, connected one to another by insanely well hidden ropes, which in turn connected to the main tree well above the normal level of the house, allowing for a quick, silent exit at need. A tree grew up and out of the house's interior, a mighty oak that had been transplanted from Mirkwood by the elves, its lower boughs blended together to create a rooftop. As for the walls, Toriel had worked with several of her fellows in order to merge the ground, bushes and stone the dwarves had provided in order to create walls that looked almost natural, like a dense hedge, until someone was right on top of it. Only at that point would someone see the stone within. Unlike Harry's work on the magical side, none of this was done with defense in mind. It was simply the way of Sindar and Sylvan elves to blend any construction into the forest around them. The large copse of trees that dominated the side of the long lake near the lonely mountain hardly counted as a forest, but the principle, as one elf was quick to point out, remained the same. The bedrock of the house, the cellar, and the stone for the walls came from the dwarves, but the elves designed the exterior of the house and a lot of the interior. Even the small dock where Gimli introduced Harry to the normal, non-magical, method of fishing looked almost natural, shaped to look like a tiny peninsula sticking out of the rest of the land. 2 stories above the rest of the building a true treehouse sat, containing the couple's bedroom. Much like the houses of the elves in Lothlorien, the Tellane merged into the tree, including the covered spiral staircase leading down into the rest of the house through. Even that spiral staircase was made into the living wood of the tree. Walls and slats of green wood merged into the tree, simply becoming another part of the tree. Within the building the lovers had slowly stamped their differing personalities on the house. Toriel had, over a few years, created respectable-looking chairs, the dwarves providing them with soft cushions. Harry had made the kitchen area his own, and both of them loved a small booth-like nook bulging out of the side of the house. The lack of intervening walls between the main room and kitchen allowed large groups of their friends to come over and dine with them, but the nook was just for the 2 of them. A few murals were painted on the walls, showing how Toriel had taken up painting a few times over the past few years. While most elves would say that Toriel didn't have much talent for it, Harry still felt her painting of the lonely mountain on one wall was amazing. She didn't do so well with people or imagined scenes, though, and one of the other walls had been cleaned of paint several times, causing much teasing and laughter over the past few years. Similarly, the branches of the tree wound through the roof had been gently carved over the years into various simple designs. In turn, Harry had created a pensieve. Set into the northernmost wall, it displayed up onto the wall memories placed in a small bowl-like dent in the floor there. Many a night had been spent with the 2 of them sharing memories like this. Only a few times had Thorin or Balin used it, as the dwarves did not really go into plays or theatre much. The memories they shared were more about the past of the lonely mountain, and it did not do to dwell on the past, lest it blind you to what could be done in the present. The main bedroom had also been changed over time to suit the lovers' tastes. The king-sized bed had been shrunk, as elves were not in the habit of tossing and turning, and nor was Harry. The window along one wall had been enlarged to spread across one wall along the height of a dwarven head, the glass of which could be removed with ease in nicer weather, and a large portion of the roof had been hit by the same spell Harry had used above the farming areas in the lonely mountain to let light reach them. Only, since the roof of the house was simple, thin wood, the spell hadn't faded since being cast 9 years ago, while that one had. This had resulted in a major project for Harry and the dwarven rune scribes, but one they had completed in under 5 months. Now, the underground farms of Erebor were a wonder to look upon, and Harry knew that Dane had requested similar work be done in his holds in the Iron Hills. A small patio had been added to the terrain, along with a door. In one corner was another small nook with a tiny desk, on which could be found scattered stones, parchment, an ink quill and an etching set. Along one wall, the weapons and armor of the pair lay, excluding the training swords, which were always left in the main room. A few knickknacks lay across the top of a long dresser, full of clothing made by elves, humans, and dwarves alike. Over the years spent making this place their home, Harry had woken up without Toriel beside him many times. As he blinked his eyes open now, his head was already twisting around to look to where he knew she would be, a faint smile coming to his face as he took in the sight. It was still night out, the light of the stars and a pale half-moon coming in from the window. Unlike in most elven realms, the pair of them normally kept to the diurnal cycle of the dwarves, something Toriel had never complained about. But occasionally, the pair of them had stayed up all night, just cuddling together, staring up at the stars. No matter how many generations removed, the stars, the gift of Elbereth Gildhoniel that had been the first thing the elves saw upon waking, would still have power over any elf. Now, Toriel stood naked as those ancient elves had been upon waking on Middle-earth as she leaned lightly on the windowsill, breathing in the night's breath, staring up at the stars above. Her dark red hair had grown longer over the past few years, flowing down now to mid-back. Her rear was small and pert, her legs thin and well-muscled, her back showing much of the same musculature, perhaps a bit more toned now than in years past due to her sword and spear training among the dwarves. As she turned her head slightly, her cheeks, too thin and sculpted to be human but perfect in Harry's eyes, could be seen, as could her long, tipped ear and one blue eye, reflecting the light of the stars above. For a moment, it was like a spell had been cast on Harry. He could not have looked away if he had wanted to, and he very much did not. Slowly he got out of bed, the movement causing Toriel to turn towards him, and she smiled, increasing the power of the enchantment coming over him. Like Byrne and every other man who had ever fallen in love with an elf, Harry was thoroughly ensnared by his lady, and he would not have it any other way. Reaching her, Harry gently took Toriel into his arms, kissing her ardently. By the Vala, but I love this woman. I might have an eternity to spend with her now, but even that seems too short a time. Pulling away, he breathed more deeply, feeling his arousal rise between them in reaction as he felt her naked body against him, but feeling no urge to act on it. You are my life, he whispered, putting as much emotion, as much devotion and love as he could into the words despite the spontaneity of his declaration. The pair of them hadn't really gone much further, physically speaking, since they had travelled up from Lothlorien. Yet Harry, despite knowing that was beyond unusual for human-human relationships, felt no urgency to physically take the next step in their relationship. Yes, he desired Toriel, and in point of fact, he had shown this the night before as he had nearly every night they lived in his house. And he knew the desire going both ways, having felt Toriel's reactions most intimately and being the recipient of her own ministrations. But somehow, it hadn't seemed right or proper to take the next step. Part of that was just because of how long courtship lasted among elves. It wasn't unusual for an elvish courtship to span 50 years or more, and very, very rarely did an elven couple take that final step before they were wed. On a social level, it was seen as a sign of self-control and the true nature of the connection between the couple that they could wait so long. And not doing so before you were wed in the eyes of the Vala until the pair had said their vows under the eyes of Elbereth Gildhoniel on Thursday's, Manwë's, name was seen as an ill omen for the future. Harry had learned that many elven scholars took that concept literally, believing it was one of the reasons that the somewhat forced relationship between the Dark Elf, Eol, and Eredhel had gone so badly for all concerned, including their son, who caused the fall of Gondolin. Harry wasn't certain he agreed with that. Putting Maeglin's later actions, his betrayal of Gondolin thanks to being spurned by his cousin the princess, on the fact his parents conceived him before actually marrying seemed more than a bit of a stretch. On the other hand, Harry was very firmly of the mind that taking that last step needed to happen at a romantic moment. And given how busy nearly every day since they returned to Erebor had been, there hadn't been any time to really set up a moment romantic enough. Even the nights spent watching plays or listening to songs from his past via Harry's pensieve hadn't seemed enough, somehow. There was also a real, if still mystical, side of things to consider. When elves made love, their fia mixed. This began during the courtship, of course, and both Toriel and Harry had felt it from almost the start of their relationship. But when making love for the first time, that process finished, and both then and every other time, the two lovers also expended their fia to a degree. Whether or not that expending of soul and life energy resulted in the creation of a child was random but was also something that Toriel was not ready for. She was still considered young by her people, not having seen her first 500 years yet. As such, Toriel was a little leery of taking that last step, regardless of her growing desire to do so and how much she had enjoyed the human method of courtship. And there was no such thing as morning after pills or contraception in this world, as far as Harry knew. He had brought up the idea once, and the look of horror on Toriel's face at the idea of there being something between them as they made love made Harry drop the idea. More prosaically, and somewhat embarrassingly, there were also the reactions of his future in-laws to consider, and how often they stopped by unannounced. Even now, going on 10 years since they had first been introduced to Harry, Tanwi and L'Oreal were still very much of the opinion that this was some kind of phase that Toriel would wean herself away from eventually. While Toriel's relationship with her parents wasn't the warmest, she wasn't willing to make it any worse due to, as Harry had put it, jumping the gun in that manner. "And you are my joy," Toriel answered now, her own words and tone just as filled with love as Harry's. She smiled, running one hand down his back as she did, feeling the powerful muscles there, feeling his fingers caress her own. As she reveled in that light touch and delighted in the broad shoulders that he had developed, Toriel's thoughts on the moment and their relationship in general somewhat mirrored Harry's. Working out with the dwarves had been very kind to Harry, who had seemingly aged only slightly over the past few years. He had added a few inches to his height and several to his shoulders. His muscles had gone from wiry to honed for strength, endurance, and speed alike, coming to what Toriel felt was probably nearly to the peak of human health. He was also a fell blade now, specializing in sword and buckler style, with an emphasis on movement just as much as strength and the speed of his strikes. After all, Harry couldn't match a normal dwarf in raw strength, let alone Thorin, who was his most frequent sparring partner. Building on the style-type training Sealborn had given him, Harry's spars with the dwarves helped him to practice dodging and striking on the move, using his shield to block what few strikes he could not outright dodge. This rough manner of training had polished his skills to an incredible edge. But while Harry's body has changed in terms of muscle mass and strength, the true difference in the past 10 years can be seen in his eyes, Toriel reflected now, biting her lip lightly as she stared at her lover, losing herself in those emerald orbs. It was as if, over the past 10 years, his internal magic and the magic of Arda had finished interweaving one another, his emerald gaze becoming ever more striking over the years. "When I see you at night like this, it is almost as if Arian's light has been stored in your eyes," she said aloud, causing Harry to flush a bit, but he did not look away. "I have heard tell that Curunir and Mithrandir have their voices, powerful voices that draw attention and can bend the minds of those around them. With you, it will be your eyes that will draw everyone to you, and I doubt not that you will find them a weapon against those who do not know you. Well, if we have to move around mankind, hopefully needing to hide my eyes alone rather than those long beards will allow me to move more easily among them than either Saruman or Gandalf can." "Dwarves, not so much," Harry snorted. Toriel laughed quietly for a moment at Harry's use of humor to deflect her honest words of wonder before falling silent, her hands moving up and down Harry's back as they locked gazes. Holding Harry like this always sent a sensual thrill through Toriel, working in tandem with her more emotional love for the man who had, as she had just said, become the source of much of her joy in life. Every day she woke up beside him, every time that he joked with her, worked around the house together, spoke and talked, all of it fed her love for Harry. "My man. My Istari. I will walk together with you for all my days and count myself blessed beyond any on Arda, regardless of what trials we face." The thought of trials fought to bring a frown to Toriel's face as her mind tried to bring to the fore why she was awake just now. But it failed for the moment as she felt Harry's turgid manhood pressing into her right above her own womanhood. "I'm sorry, by the way. Did my absence wake you?" she breathed. Feeling Harry nod against her neck, even as he began to lick and nibble at her shoulder, Toriel gently twisted them around so that Harry leaned back against the wall beside the window. "In that case," she began, moving down his body. "Let me make it up to you. What about your parents, love?" Harry asked, reluctant to stop her but knowing that one thing would lead to another, and it would be some time before they left their bedroom if he didn't. "I thought the thrushes said that your parents were on their way here again and might arrive at any time. Given how they like to travel at night." Tanwi and L'Oreal never called ahead, seeming to want to find Harry and Toriel doing something they shouldn't, in their eyes. Or maybe just assuming their daughter would always make them welcome. Both of which were somewhat annoying to contemplate. Thankfully, while the thrushes of the mountain were useless in terms of delivering nonverbal messages, they simply couldn't understand the importance of written messages. They were very good about scouting and looking out for specific individuals at need. Toriel convinced several who made their home in the surrounding copse of trees to be on the lookout for her parents as they flew far and wide, and they acted like the wards did for her parents and other welcome guests. "We still have some time before that," Toriel said, her hands having reached his manhood by this point. She paused then, looking up at him, becoming serious for a brief moment as she pushed down her arousal. "I will want to have a serious talk with you before they arrive, Harry. There is a reason why I was up besides wanting to look at the stars." She then looked back down, and Harry shivered as he saw her lick her lips. But for now. At that point, any thought of dissuading Toriel left Harry's mind. Although he was right, it was well into the morning before the two of them finished pleasuring one another to their mutual satisfaction. Such things, after all, could not be rushed if one had the dedication and enthusiasm necessary to do it right. Alas, this meant they did not have enough time for that serious conversation Toriel wanted before her parents knocked on their door. I would have thought that you were at an age where humans grow those strange beards you and the short folk are so enamored of. Yet for the short time I have known you I have not seen such. Strange, were the first words out of L'Oreal's mouth as Harry held open the door for her and Tanwi. She peered closer at Harry, tucking her head to one side. I have not heard of any race of man that does not grow a beard, but then again, I haven't exactly made a study of your short-lived people, and perhaps I am just wrong about the length of time needed. This was a little too blunt even for Tanwi, but Harry was somewhat used to it. After arriving, L'Oreal was always a little too acerbic for polite company. It wasn't as if the travel from Mirkwood annoyed her, or perhaps not just that, but rather, that entering the house where Harry and Toriel lived, which was quite expansive in Torienda Edelow's terms, annoyed her. It was all in an effort to get a rise out of Harry, hoping to show her daughter how violent and combative humans could be. However, while normally Harry would have to excuse himself, mostly to the kitchen, in order to get away from such comments, after what he and Toriel had been up to, Harry was just in too good a mood to be annoyed by the woman's comments. And hello to you too, he said blandly, speaking in Sindar rather than in the common tongue, going on to add a common Elvish greeting. The hospitality of my home is freely yours so long as you bring no strife within these walls. Tanwi nodded his head in thanks. Surprising Harry somewhat, he had been the one to mellow the most over the past 10 years. It seemed that in his case at least, the fact that his daughter was clearly extremely happy with Harry and that Harry was not aging before their eyes as he had feared a human would meant more than it did to his wife. L'Oreal still did not believe that Harry and Toriel were right for one another, but even she had stopped trying to attack the relationship itself, only sending initial barbs Harry's way before calming down a bit. I thank you for your welcome to my wife and I. I assure you we bring nothing but good cheer. Ignoring that patent lie, Harry gestured the two of them over to seats in the sitting room that dominated the first floor of the house before moving over to sit next to Toriel on the sofa. Her hand found his, and the two of them exchanged a loving glance before Toriel replied to her mother's initial comment. Actually, Mother, Harry has occasionally shown evidence that he might be able to grow a beard, but he has always heeded my words that he should not do so. That was putting it mildly. The first time that Harry had forgotten to shave after a few days of allowing his facial hair to grow and the two of them had partaken of certain activities like that they had been doing for most of the night before in the morning, Toriel had almost crushed Harry's head between her thighs in shock while wincing in discomfort. Elvish skin was extremely sensitive. Hence, if Harry wanted to continue to have access to such bounty, there were certain rules he needed to obey. Thankfully, the meaning behind Toriel's somewhat more open than they should be words went over the older elven couple's head. Watching her mother look of disapproval, Toriel fought hard not to roll her eyes. The feel of Harry's hand in hers gave her strength to ignore that urge, and she asked politely, "What brings the two of you to our home this time?" "What brings us every time, to see if you have come to your senses," L'Oreal retorted. "But I see you have not. We are actually wondering if you would be willing to travel with us back to Torienda Edelos. Your sister wishes to speak to you but cannot get away from her duties to do so." From his tone, Tanwi didn't think that this invitation would be taken up but felt he had to offer it, nonetheless. "Exactly. Surely your human here can live without your presence for a few days. If L'Oreal had her way, it would be at least a few weeks, more than enough time for whatever infatuation their daughter had with Harry to die away." While she was no longer trying to convince Toriel to leave Harry, that did not mean she was above trying more subtle means. But Toriel simply shook her head. "I have no desire to see my sister at this time, nor any desire to travel to Torienda Edelos." She paused, looking over at Harry out of the corner of her eye. "Rather, I believe that the time might be coming soon that we will be traveling elsewhere." Harry caught that but said nothing as her parents frowned, wondering what she meant. Then the parents continued, trying to convince their daughter to come back with them, to no avail. While Toriel was more than willing to talk to her parents, she and her sister had never seen eye to eye. Harry had learned that the sister had been almost furious that Toriel had caught Legolas's eyes rather than her, despite the fact that from the first, Toriel really hadn't responded to Legolas's interest in her. And she was even less happy with Toriel's relationship with Harry than with their parents. Thus, rather than risking a permanent estrangement from her sister, Toriel simply wished not to meet her any time soon. The rest of that day was somewhat uncomfortable for Harry as he, again, tried to win over the two parents. This was always the way with them. The pair would arrive, their acceptance of Harry and Toriel having regressed during their absence. While no longer trying to push so hard that Toriel threatened to cut them off, they would make barbed comments about Harry, the house, and so forth. Nothing was good enough for the pair of them, and it would take time to wear them down to the point the barbs stopped, and they left once more. At this point, Harry felt that if he could get the man alone, Tanwi might come around to accepting that his and Toriel's relationship was good for her. Despite having been the one to put his foot in it hardest with Harry right off the bat, the man had mellowed every few years now when he saw that there was no sign of Harry having wandering eyes or aging in any appreciable way. Unlike L'Oreal, he at least could tell the difference between Harry's body changing due to exercise and training rather than age, and he also seemed to at least understand how impressive Harry's magic was. There was still an aspect of no human is good enough for my little girl in the man. But that was at least understandable. L'Oreal, on the other hand, continued to see him as simply a jumped-up human despite his magical powers and his love for Toriel. She had learned the tales of Byrne and Luthien, of Idril and Tuor, and Dior and Nimlith. L'Oreal feared that, while the love between them might be true as with every elven and human pairing, tragedy would soon befall the pair and those around them. Where L'Oreal felt that tragedy would come from, Harry had no idea, but that, and her basic distaste for man, continued to color her interaction with Harry. Thankfully, like Toriel and all other elves Harry had met, her parents greatly enjoyed fish. Meals of fish cooked by Harry mellowed even L'Oreal considerably, as they always did whenever they visited. They kept on trying to convince Toriel to leave Harry behind and come back with them to see their sister, but the barbs thrown Harry's way stopped after the second day. The married couple's tone also shifted, not trying so overtly to take Toriel away from Harry for a time but more in an effort to heal a rift between their children. This did not go well. No amount of remonstrations, demands, or simple requests based on filial piety were enough to get Toriel to travel with them back to Tor and Edelos. If Liwi wishes to reconcile with me, she will come to me, not vice versa. She attempted to first convince Legolas to look her way rather than mine, then shifted to trying to push us together to the point where I was ready to become almost human in my dealing with such. Toriel finally growled on the fourth day of her parents' stay, cutting across her father's words, which was the height of rudeness in Elvish culture. Words were said between us that cannot be taken back. I will not deny taking part in that wholeheartedly, but I was not the one who started it. At those words, Tanwi subsided, shaking his head. So she told us. Liwi is willing to apologize for it but is not willing to leave Tor and Edelos. But I have your word that you two will reconcile if she does make that journey. You do, Toriel answered firmly, then smiled at her parents, a true, honest smile, one they had seen more of in these little visits than they had seen for decades before. Something that Tanwi realized with a start as Toriel continued. Just because I don't wish to be the first one to make the move to treat one another as sisters once more does not mean I stopped loving Liwi as such. This seemed to satisfy both L'Oreal and Tanwi. Even though L'Oreal still sent a few barbs Harry's way and seemed to disdain anything around the house that seemed to manage to her, the pair spent their last day with Harry and Toriel somewhat pleasantly before leaving as the sun set. That night, as the two lovers cuddled in bed, Harry broached something that had been on his mind the entire time Toriel's parents had been visiting. That first hint of something bothering Toriel hadn't been repeated often, but Harry had seen them, only to then forget about them under the pressure of needing to entertain her parents. So, is it just that you are wishful to start traveling again or is something specific guiding you? Don't think I've missed the hints you've been dropping, love. Ah, I had hoped you had noticed. I wasn't truly able to keep it in my mind while my parents were here, but something is bothering me. Something that has bothered me a tiny bit more every day. Even now, I do not know what it is, not precisely. I confess that I could wish that Arom would speak to me in dreams as he did to train me while your mind was being healed by Lady Galadriel, Toriel breathed, shaking her head. But he has not, leaving me with only vague impressions and an urge to travel that is gradually growing stronger. I gather that even setting aside my out-of-mind experiences, Arian's talking to me as she did through my mind alone a few times was highly unusual and perhaps even dangerous. Well, more than to just my own brain, anyway, Harry mused, snorting a little as he remembered how much time it had taken for Galadriel to heal his mind. Both the physical makeup of his mind and his actual brain after the touch of the Vala had essentially set into stone his PTSD from being in the great beyond for who knew how many years battling Riddle. I also recall that Gandalf mentioned that the Vala had wished to remove their influence from Middle-earth, to leave it to the elves that already live here and to man in particular. Certainly, I haven't gotten the dream visitations since early on in the process of Lady Galadriel's efforts. His lips twitched. Then again, I don't know if that is still their plan, and even setting aside the exceptions they made for me and for you, there's also the Arkenstone and the strength it has gifted Thorin. True enough. But whatever the wish of the Numharavi, Lords of the West, Lord Arom tasked me with hunting down the creatures of the Dark Lord, those left behind after Morgoth's fall that might one day walk Middle-earth free under the sky again or might join in communion with Sauron should his power rise once more. And I have been feeling more and more uncomfortable these past few weeks, Toriel confessed. Harry's eyes widened at how long she had been feeling this urge, and he leaned in, taking her hand in his, which she squeezed an apology for not telling him from the first, confessing, at first, I could not tell why I was feeling uneasy, only that occasionally, I would wake up, and I would stare out at nothing. Whenever I went out on patrol or in training with the Dwarven Scouts, my attention would wane on the world around me, as if I could tell there was something just beyond my sight but could never find it. It only grew to the point where I understood what this feeling meant the evening before my parents arrived. And only last night could I tell you for certain where my feet are urging me to go. Where? Harry asked, instantly accepting her apology and her reasoning, bringing her hand up to his lips to kiss gently. Toriel smiled at that before frowning, her attention shifting back to the conversation. Somewhere north. These past few days, my mind and eyes have wandered in that direction alone. While the nature of my quarry still eludes me, I am certain what I am to hunt lies north of here. Could it be cold drakes? Harry asked, leaning away from Toriel and scooting up in the bed until he was leaning against the wall behind the bed. Toriel joined him but instead leaned against his shoulder. Harry's arm went around her, his hand resting at the top of one of her breasts, something he did his darndest not to notice due to the serious conversation. The past few days had not been fun, as having her parents in the guest room below had put a halt to anything besides kissing about as effectively as being under an incontinent charm would have back in Harry's old dimension. Not only would it have been the height of impropriety for a not yet married elven couple to have relations, if they were doing so in the first place, with one another while their relatives were around, but from a purely human perspective, Harry and Toriel were loud. The entire house was warded not to let noises in or out, but Harry hadn't warded their room to keep any sounds within from getting out to the rest of the house. The covered stairwell is fantastic to have during winter for Harry, but it also served as a long funnel for noises coming from above or below. And frankly, using a muffalation would have felt kind of wrong. As if they were sneaking around doing something they shouldn't. Those are the only dangerous creatures that spring to my mind when I think of the north, but I suppose it could also be an outbreak of spiders. Those creatures had to go somewhere when you and the unseen host pushed them out of Mirkwood, Harry continued. I do not know. I feel as if it should be something else, but that is all I can tell you. Nor am I getting any more of a specific location than simply north, Toriel answered with a wry smile. I am not, unfortunately, an expert at trying to put into words such ephemeral feelings, unlike my normal nature sense. This feeling sits in my mind with far less weight than even the furthest tree of our little territory does to me from here. That's not good. Still, it gives us at least a starting point. For a time, the two of them talked about what it could mean. Not that they should leave soon, that was a given. But rather whether or not they should try to head straight north, or if they should try to find an easier way through the mountains to the north. Toriel hadn't really talked very much with any of the dwarves about what lay to the north of Erebor's territory around the Lonely Mountain, although she knew the general lay of the land within a week's travel of the northern edge of the Long Lake. She had been on more than a dozen scouting expeditions to the north of their little home as part of her role in training the dwarven scouts over the past 10 years. Away from where the river Silduin fed into the Long Lake, the ground became rocky and uninhabitable once more, with scattered bits of grass and very few large trees. Wild cats, small furry creatures, which Harry likened to prairie dogs when Toriel described them to him, and numerous snakes made their home in that area. And near the river Silduin, the river was just as wild and powerful as it was below the Long Lake. Listening to that and going over what he knew about the distances involved, Harry estimated it would take the two of them moving as fast as they had up from Lothlorien to travel the better part of 3 weeks to the foot of the Grey Mountains. The Grey Mountains lay almost perpendicular to the Misty Mountains, connecting to them at the now destroyed Orcish fortress of Mount Gund Abbot. Keely and Willin had led a band of dwarves there after the Battle of the Lonely Mountain to clear it of any remaining orcs, as the mountain was sacred to the dwarves. Their legends told the dwarves that it was there that the 7 fathers of the dwarves had first woken up on Arda. Harry and Toriel knew all that and had sat down with Keely and Willin to go over their campaign there in detail. They had seen the evidence of the pilgrimage that the pair had brought back, an eggshell-thin bit of rock the dwarves all claimed to be the shell that their forefathers had been kept in prior to their awakening by Mahal. It was now one of the royal treasures in Erebor. Yet when it came to the Grey Mountains, Toriel had no knowledge. While Mirkwood stretched far to the north of the edge of the Long Lake, it stopped well before even the hills of the Grey Mountains. Nor had any of the dwarven scout groups she had been a part of traveled far enough north for even an elf to see them. Harry knew a bit more about them than that. He and Thorin had spoken in more detail about Longbeard House's history, and Harry knew that the Grey Mountains had been home to a few settlements of dwarves in the past. After Moria had been abandoned, the majority of the survivors first came to Erebor, creating a nation there under King Thrain I. But at the time, the depth of the lodes currently being worked under Erebor hadn't been discovered. The nation had also sent out prospectors to the Grey Mountains, and once they found gold and silver deposits there, the initial iron, coke, and random gem veins they had just begun to find in Erebor lost their luster. Thrain's descendant, Dane I, led his people to those mountains in a mass migration. While some of their people had remained in Erebor, the vast strength of the Longbeard House shifted to those mountains, where they created several kingdoms in the Grey Mountains alongside the Stonefoot House, who already lived there further east. For 600 years, those nations grew in strength and numbers. Eventually, the cold drakes of the north began to battle both dwarf houses, although mainly targeting the Longbeards. According to Thorin, it was because they had been the ones to find the greatest veins of gold, and gold always attracted dragons. Now, I can't say if that is because of Thorin's vanity or truth, but from what I saw, gold was the main reason for Smaug's assault on Erebor, so I would err on the side of truth there, Harry said sardonically. And there's also the fact there are still some House Stonefoot holds in the Grey Mountains further east. And how long did the dwarves fight these cold drakes? I cannot imagine any dwarf giving up easily, Toriel questioned, frowning even as she nuzzled into Harry's side. And when did you and Thorin speak so in depth about his people? Oh, several times over the years. Specifically when he introduced me to Thunderbelly, Harry replied, getting a laugh from Toriel as he always did when using that particular dwarf's assumed name. Thunderbelly was the current chief ambassador from the Stonefoot House and was almost as fat as Bomber had been. But he was also almost as strong as Dory and a doughty warrior. His ancestors shifted further east away from the Cold Drakes, losing 2 of their holds to the Cold Drakes. Harry became serious then, shaking his head. But while the dwarves fought hard, the Cold Drakes were just too strong and a horrible thought, too numerous. The War of the Dwarves and Dragons officially started in 2570 of this age. Dwarves, like elves and men, measured years from the start of an age, the ending of the previous age having always come from some tremendous victory. The Elder Days technically began when the children of Iluvatar awoke and ended with the destruction of Angband and the second capture of Morgoth. Considering this age saw the shift of years being measured by the 2 trees to the sun and moon, what the term year meant shifted drastically, starting anew in a second age had probably made a lot of sense. 1 Valian year, as measured by Telperion and Laurelin, was equal to a little under 10 sun years. The second age, similarly, ended with the first downfall of Sauron in the days of the last alliance of men and elves. Although Harry personally felt that it should have ended a little over 100 years earlier with the destruction of Numenor by Iluvatar, considering how much destruction that had wrought. The Longbeards and their Stonefoot allies fought the Cold Drakes for 7 years before they realized they were losing the war. Thorin and I talked about it, and he and Balin both reckon their folk killed at least 5 dozen, maybe more Cold Drakes, but for the loss of thousands, along with their holds and hoarded gold. Harry shook his head. From the few records the Longbeards kept of that war, few of the Cold Drakes could ever match their ancestors in size or intelligence, but their scales were nigh impenetrable, and their size made them even harder to kill. Retreating from the Grey Mountains, the Longbeards resettled Erebor. Delving deeper, they eventually found the coke, lead and gold lodes that the people of Erebor today still work to make their weapons so amazing and the mountain as a whole so rich. Toriel nodded at that, smiling faintly as she looked over at where her spear lay. Leaf-shaped, with a longer blade than most elven spears, that weapon had been made by Harry and one of the dwarven master smiths for her over the past 10 years. It was no masterwork weapon like Orcrist, but it would serve Toriel, and she knew that Harry had been fascinated to learn about metallurgy from the dwarves. Despite the fact that Thorin's people retreated straight south, I don't think that those mountains are going to prove very possible there, Harry continued. I think we might have to skirt well to the east if we're to find an easier way to the Forodwaith beyond. Unless what you're hunting is in those mountains specifically, Harry paused, staring at Toriel, whose eyes had widened, flicking in a direction that Harry somehow knew instinctively was to the northeast. Ah, was it something I said? He quipped. For just a moment, it was as if I felt the hand of the hunter on my shoulder, Toriel admitted, nodding her head. It was when you mentioned the Forodwaith. My first hunt, my first task lies beyond the mountains in that ice-covered land. I don't know much about the Forodwaith other than the fact it's an ice and snow-covered realm, maybe as large as the lands between the Misty Mountains and the Iron Hills, or even larger if you count the areas that are too cold for any living being to live in, Harry mused. We might need to put together some more supplies in the realm of clothing. While the pair of us can make light of weather to a certain point, and I can come up with runic arrays to help, we can still freeze to death if we're not careful. And leaving without talking to Thorin first would just be rude, so I hope you are not so compelled we must leave with the dawn. Smiling and shaking her head at Harry's semi-poetic turn of phrase, Toriel stated that the pull was not that strong just yet. And I'm also almost out of arrowheads anyway. So long as we can leave within a few days, I think I will be satisfied. I'll send a thrush over now. Philly's always burning the midnight oil these days, and he can tell Thorin that the 2 of us need to speak to him about something in the morning, Harry proposed, shifting to get out of bed before pausing. Come to think of it, aren't Philly and Keely set to leave with their caravans soon? Toriel thought about it and nodded. I think so. Keely might even be leaving tomorrow. Although I do not recall him saying how long he would be gone this time. Going south to the Stiffbeards usually takes around 8 months round trip, but, hey, come to think of it, he didn't mention how long he would be gone. He normally does. Harry suddenly grinned as he moved to his desk, winking over at Toriel. Why do I think there's something there he isn't telling us? The next morning, the 2 of them woke up as the sun crested the horizon, and it was Toriel's turn to find Harry out of bed. However, a moment later, her nose told him where he was, the smell of breakfast wafting up from below. On silent feet, she swung out of bed, heading downstairs. There, she found Harry wearing what he had called a gag apron, with the words "Kiss the Whizcook" on it. While a part of her objected to the term, Toriel was more than happy to obey the order given the fact that besides the apron, her lover was currently naked. The little jolt of surprise kissing the back of his neck earned her and caused Toriel to giggle. I see we still have to work on your hearing, my heart. Toriel, if I ever get to the point where I can hear you coming, it will either mean you've lost your touch, or I've turned into an elven ranger. Harry twisted around, placing the pan he had been cooking with to one side for a moment as he lifted Toriel into his arms, kissing her ardently. And last I checked, he murmured, you like my human side. As Toriel doubted there had ever been an elven relationship in which the man would pin the woman against their kitchen's wall and kiss the living daylights out of her while both were the next best thing to naked and truly had more important things to be doing, Toriel found it hard to argue that point. Nor would she complain nearly an hour later when breakfast was a piece of toast and some fruit as Harry had accidentally let his fish sausages burn. But despite this pleasant interruption, at around mid-morning, the pair left their home and headed up to Erebor. By request, there was no set trail leading to Harry and Toriel's home. That had annoyed the dwarves, particularly Guruk Shurhand and the other rune scribes, at first, until their outdoor experiments were interrupted by several humans trying to talk to Harry to convince him to use his magic to solve their problems or help them in some way. That had faded over the years, thankfully, but one desperate or ambitious person still tried to find the Wizard of the Lake once a month despite the best bard could do to stop his folk from believing that Harry could use his magic to solve all their problems. Thus, much of the land between the copse of trees by the long lake and the hills leading up to the lonely mountain remained the same, the equivalent of a national park, almost at the heart of the dwarven territory. Hunters routinely made their way through the area, and there were a few dwarven houses built around small, well-kept farms, but those were nowhere near as plentiful as they would be in a human realm. Beyond that area, as the years had allowed the two lovers to make their home their own, so too had the years allowed the dwarves due to Erebor and the surrounding area. Although to be sure, few dwarves wouldn't put it so. After all, what changes had been wrought had been made by their hands and sweat, not simply because of the passage of time. The first sign of such was seen as the pair passed by the large semi-square flat area set between two hills that were used by Harry and the rune scribes when they were experimenting or simply practicing new runes. Protected by notice-me-not wards by Harry and a series of concealment wards made by the dwarves, only those who were in the know could see it, let alone be interested in the particular acre of land. And even within Erebor, those who knew about the lab and who didn't actually use it were few and far between. The dwarves were even more serious than Harry was about making certain no one could learn their secrets. The land within the lab showed the results of some of those experiments, an area of molten metal covering more than a yard in every direction, a series of divots blown out of the land. Currently, two apprentices were working on something under the eyes of a master rune scribe, fitting a series or runes on ever smaller bits of stone while nearby, forge fires were working to melt metal in preparation for the next step of their experiment. To one side of this small class, another journeyman was working on something else in an area set up like a jeweler's room rather than a blacksmith's. The dwarf was working on a wide bracelet made of silver, his workspace separated from the others by a tall bocage, with a small viewing platform creating another side of the square, protected by several shields. Harry's eyes narrowed. That's young Mito. What's he up to? Toriel looked at him, but Harry was already moving forward off the trail leading up to Erebor, saying over his shoulder, I know what Mito was trying to do, but he shouldn't be doing it without me or at least one of the master rune scribes nearby. Shrugging, Toriel followed him only to watch as Harry went from walking to running, his hand outstretched, his voice a shout as he cast a spell too fast for him to fully internalize it. Prodigo. Mito had been folding a small, simple piece of silver among many on a bracelet. But just as he did so, the piece of precious metal began to glow a white light beyond the heated red it needed to be bent in the first place. The dwarf was quick to react, dropping his weapon and moving away as the light flowed into the two pieces of silver on either side of the one he had been folding. The next second, the whole bracelet exploded, sending white-hot bits of silver everywhere. Even though he had begun to fling himself to the side, the dwarf might well have been killed regardless, but Harry's shield spell arrived in time. Creating a simple wall of magical energy, the anti-magic shield was able to hold the silver bits in place long enough for the dwarf to get behind a set of steel shields set in a small raised viewing area to one side of the experimental area. Mito waited until the ting-ting sound of molten metal smacking into metal faded before he poked his head around the shield. He instantly regretted this decision as Harry's voice sounded from nearby. You bloody idiot! Flinching, the young dwarf, one of the very few blonde dwarves Harry had met, turned towards Harry, shrinking into himself as Harry marched towards him, followed by the master rune scribe on duty. Master Harry, I didn't see you. You know that I didn't okay using my anti-bug wards in silver. Our work with the notice-me-nots proved that there is a limit to what kind of runic arrays can be worked into metal and will work. Worse, I saw what happened there. You were using some of your own runes, weren't you? Clear sight and wakefulness, I'd wager. Not one, but 3 arrays on a bracelet. Do you not remember the size of the crater the last time Gwythol and I tried to pair 3 arrays together like that? Mito's face turned mulish as only a dwarf's face could. I worked it out how the runes should be able to flow together. The power upkeep of both clear sight and the anti-bug ward is minuscule and Lowering his hand from where he had sent a stinging hex into the dwarf's chest, Harry's scowl deepened. Normally, he wouldn't be very comfortable with any kind of corporeal punishment, but he felt it was justified after the young idiot had just tried to kill himself. And the problem's in the fact that the anti-bug ward, like all wards. Here, Harry had reached the young dwarf, and he began to prod him in the forehead with a hard finger to emphasize each word. Don't work when cut off from the world. It was one of the first things we learned, you idiot. What in the world made you think that? Looking at the suddenly crestfallen face that replaced the previously obstinate one, Harry sighed. You forgot, didn't you? When Mito nodded, Harry scowled. I think I've found a good second name for you, Mito, worms recall, as in you have the memory of a worm. One of the many things that Harry and the dwarves had found out over the years was that some runic arrays that Harry had learned or made himself simply did not work when used in conjunction with the dwarven methodology. Wards did not work at all when folded into metal or even pinned between different layers of things. They needed to, in some fashion, no matter how small, engage with Middle-earth. That was why the ward stone in Harry's house wasn't hidden at all, rather being one of the walls of the house. Further, heat and the fact they were using metal also impacted a lot of wards negatively. Defensive wards like shieldstone runic arrays to add impact to things along with the dwarven rune for weight. Those worked when folded into metal. But wards, runic arrays that needed to be aware of the world was a hard no. I apologize for the young fool. Mito told me he was working on the true sight and wakefulness runes. The master rune scribe had hurried over from his class and now ground a palm into the back of Mito's head. You'll be banned for months from the laboratory for this foolishness, Mito. For lying to me, that will cost you good gold. While the older dwarf had used the term Harry had given to this area, which had been universally accepted, he went on in Husdul for a moment. Harry could follow some of it, but not all. While the dwarves were willing to let him listen to them speak, not even Thorin had offered to teach him their tongue, that seeming just a bit too far given how hard they worked to keep Husdul, like their true names, a secret. Right now, he mentioned the word contract and then some numbers, all of which meant that for lying about what he was going to work on, intentional or not, Mito was going to need to pay his master a goodly amount of money in recompense. Harry let the rune master continue for a few moments but then interrupted. You were right in one thing you mentioned, Mito. The anti-bug ward hardly needs to be empowered to start working. But it is still a ward. There is a workaround that you should have already learned. I'm afraid you need to go back to the classroom. Mito scowled but didn't argue, and Harry shared a wry look with the older dwarf before the older dwarf asked if Harry's schedule was back to normal. But Harry had to shake his head at that. Sorry, Token, but that won't be happening. Toriel and I are probably going to be traveling once more soon. By this point, Harry didn't need to be involved in the low-level training of the apprentice rune scribes. Guruk and two of his fellows, one of whom was a late arriver from the Blacklock house, had learned a lot of Harry's runes. Not all of it, but enough to teach along with their own runes. Instead, they spent at least 10 days every month experimenting alongside Harry or finishing Harry's own education in dwarven runes. But now, with Toriel feeling the urge to travel north, Harry doubted that they would be experimenting anytime soon. To his surprise, Togen merely nodded sagely and, grabbing Mito by the shoulder, marched him away. The young, rather accident-prone and slightly duplicitous dwarf sighed but didn't try to fight it, and Harry chuckled once before turning back to join Toriel again. The road leading up to Erebor from the hills below the Lonely Mountain had been practically remade all the way to Dale. While one offshoot led down to the lab, a far larger offshoot led to the west and the Old Forest Road, which eventually through Mirkwood and the pass of Imladris, where Bjorn and his small realm lay, having grown in numbers, if not territory over the past 10 years. Not a lot of trade went that way, but what did went peacefully now thanks to Legolas rebuilding the spells on the road within Mirkwood and Bjorn's folk, keeping the passes clear through the mountains. Several times over the past few years, messengers had passed from Elrond to Legolas and Thorin along that route. While that road was important, it rarely saw traffic. In comparison, not a week went by when men and dwarves alike used the road between Dale and Erebor. The road had been enlarged twice over to handle the traffic of men coming in with large carts full of food, drink, wood, or cloth, or dwarves heading the other way with tools, weapons, or other things. While the dwarven migration to Erebor had slowed over the past 10 years, Dale was still drawing in people from small, scattered settlements south of the Lonely Mountain, the likes of which Harry and Toriel had seen abandoned or destroyed remnants as they traveled up from Lothlorien, the human realm growing in turn. When the sun began to fall, the steel-covered stone doors of Erebor shut. Work might continue into the night, but trade with other races only happened during the day. The houses near the massive entryway into the dwarven nation where Harry and Toriel had lived prior to their house being finished had been made into permanent dwellings for humans and elves. While the dwarves didn't understand why living underground for months on end bothered other races, they were aware it did, and over the years, they had taken requests as to how to make those homes more comfortable. 2 twin guard towers had been erected outside the entryway into Erebor. Large enough for one of the dwarven ballista each, a band of 5 dwarves manned those defenses constantly, adding to the band of 12 dwarves that provided security at the entryway into the underground realm. In these days, those guards were mostly ceremonial, but they were still important when it came to regulating traffic on busier days. And no one in Erebor was likely to ever take defense for granted. Not after Smog. Quixotically, the Dragon's Mound, as it had come to be called, was unchanged. Near to 14 years since his death and burial, the dragon's taint still seeped into the ground, leaving the mound as dead and brown as the brown lands to the south. Today, the road out of Erebor was the site of a long, winding column of carts, around 80 or so, a massive group. The springs and the way the wheels all worked together to somehow lighten the load were distinctive, showing them all a stiff beard make. As was the fact that Harry and Toriel could spot covered carts that didn't carry goods but rather a new version of the ballista that Harry and Toriel had seen in use when they first met members of that standoffish dwarven house. Although even there, the ballista's general framework was different than it had been back then. With the better steel available to Erebor, the stiff beard penchant for devices had come out strongly, showing why, despite the horrible start they'd had with Harry and Thorin, they had become well thought of. The ballistay on the wagons were repeating ballistay. Each wagon-sized weapons platform consisted of a box containing a dozen smaller launchers, each of which shot an arrow the size of a stabbing spear rather than the larger variety. Able to be fired in sequence and reloaded easily like their smaller crossbows, those carts could cut any attacking force into ribbons before they met the pikes of the guards. With the princesses of their folk having been mainly returned home, the Bloodhammer Honor Guard had been called home. Instead, there was only a squad of such, acting more like officers to the pike company that made up the guards for this caravan. Although the overall leader of the expedition was not a stiff beard. Rather, he was a young, dark brown-haired dwarf who still struggled even now to grow a beard worth the name that Harry knew very well. Currently, he was talking amiably with one of Erebor's guards as he waited for the last few carts to trundle their way out of Erebor. Keely paused as he spotted Harry and Toriel, holding up a hand to them and gesturing them to the side. I was hoping that the two of you would be able to settle with your parents by today, Toriel. As you can see, we're off, and it would have seemed ill luck to start on such a journey without saying farewell in person to all the members of our little company still living here. Looking over his shoulder into Erebor, Keely's face looked troubled for some reason. When he said nothing, Harry decided he needed to lighten the mood. Ha! As if you haven't made this particular trip before. True, this might be the largest caravan Erebor's sent to Stiffbeard Land, but even so, you've done this before. And I doubt that you're worried about the return on your investment. At that, Harry waggled his eyebrows. This would indeed mark at least the fourth such caravan Keely had been involved in over the past 5 years. Tell me, is there some reason why you're always so eager to head down there? Moved on from SIA, did you? SIA was the name of a middle-aged dwarven woman who hadn't found her one from the Stonefoot tribe that Keely had been trying to court 10 years ago. That had ended when, instead, she had met and almost instantly fallen in love with one of the chief miners 2 years later. Sensing similarly that something was bothering Keely, Toriel got in on the teasing, too. The last time and I talked, she didn't tell me she had begun formal discussion with anyone among the Stiffbeards for you, but she did mention you having some interest there. And here I thought it was merely a mercantile interest. The youngest member of the ruling clan of Erebor blushed a little, looking away. Keely had filled out a little over the past 10 years, putting on more muscle, although, as many of his folk joked about, his beard still wasn't much to write home about. He had also spent a goodly number of the past 10 years learning warcraft from his uncle and Dane of the Iron Hills, ruler of the Longbeard nation that sat between Erebor and the holdings of the Blacklock House. It hasn't gotten to that point just yet, but I might have found my one among them, Keely admitted after a few flushed moments. She's not. Goli isn't a princess or anything like that, rather the daughter of a major merchant house with a penchant for crafting and inventions. Looking around, he leaned in and pulled out from under his tunic a silver pendant. Clicking open the lid, Keely showed Harry an amazing sight, a small watch. While Harry had seen clocks in various places in Middle-earth, they were all grandfather clock-sized. This was the first truly portable version he'd seen, and he whistled appreciatively. Very nice, Keely. Goli gave this to me the last time I had to leave with the return caravan. Keely hid the watch, which was probably worth its weight in diamond, away once more, his still youthful face firming. I mean to stay this time until I have won her hand or Goli has found her one elsewhere. That puts more of an onus on Philly to marry for dynastic reasons, does it not? Toriel mused. I know Dis was lamenting his inability to attract a woman's attention. Keely barked a laugh. Well, yes, Philly's a bit too buried in work, as most of our race has a tendency to do. He sobered for a moment, looking back into Erebor once more before shaking his head. But you'll learn more of that from him and my uncle, I have no doubt. He threw off his moment of concern with difficulty, putting on a cheerful face. But with my uncle already happily married to Ani and thus securing an alliance with the Blacklocks and Philly spending so much time in the Iron Hills or among the Stonefoots, I am free to follow my heart. Whether or not Goli accepts, we shall see. The watch was an amazing gift but... He shook his head, the sober mood he had coming back to him for a third time, although this time, Harry knew it had a different cause. Given how few women there were in comparison to dwarven men, living so far away from your prospective bride was just one worry heaped on an already large pile. He said this aloud, and Toriel followed up on it by saying, "Yet if she truly is your one, Keely, take heart. Your absence alone will not make her heart seek another if she is leaning in your direction now." Keely's wry smile at Harry's words widened at the elven woman's words, and he nodded in her direction. "I can hope. It was only on my last trip down to her home in Waterhold that we began to exchange gifts. When we meet, I will know, and at least I will, barring weather, arrive within the month I told her I would." While Harry was musing on a dwarven hold being named Waterhold and where it could be in the vague mental map he had of the Stiffbeard lands, Keely glanced back over his shoulder into Erebor once more. "I could wish the timing were different, but even setting aside Goli, I had put my name on the contract to fund and lead this caravan, so I cannot get out of it now." "What do you mean you wish the timing could be different?" Toriel asked, frowning. "The way you say it sounds as if there's some trouble somewhere." "But we've been so busy playing host to Toriel's parents we haven't received any news from Erebor or elsewhere," Harry added. "Yes, your prospective in-laws tend to take all your attention every time they visit," Keely snorted, but whatever else he would have said fell by the wayside as one of the Bloodhammers shouted at him, causing Keely to reply with a long sentence in Husdol. "I will have to leave Philly and Thorin to fill you in on the latest word coming in from the east. The day is already wasting, and I have to be gone. Hopefully, we will see one another again in another decade or so." Harry blinked at that, wondering now both about what news Philly and Thorin had that was making Keely so grim about leaving right now and at the fact that Keely was admitting that he would be away from Erebor for that length of time. That wasn't normal for the caravan team sent south. Evidently, he was serious about this woman among the Stiffbeards, Harry mused, then shook hands with Keely. "Good luck then, both in that endeavor and in talking to your mother about it if this Goli woman agrees to your suit. Be yourself, Keely. Never attempt to be anyone else, especially when pursuing a woman. We will see straight through such things in time, if not right away," Toriel advised, shaking his hand before stepping away. "And try to stay out of any snow drifts." Keely laughed at that, remembering the time a few winters ago when Keely and Toriel had been part of a winter patrol. Keely had woken up and found a snowdrift had grown up around his tent, burying him within until he and the other dwarves had dug him out. "Ha! Right back at the two of you. Stay safe and keep your weapons ready." With that, Keely turned aside, racing over to join the end of the caravan. The Istari and Elf stood there for a time, watching the caravan bound for the south and the Stiffbeards marching alongside it as it wound away from the entryway along the road. The road to the Stiffbeard territory wasn't nearly as well kept up as the one to the west or to the east. Outside of the reach of Dale, there just was no way the dwarves could maintain an actual road over the empty, barren lands. In recent years, that route had become even more perilous thanks to roving bands of goblins and a few small groups of trolls becoming more restive. But counting out the number of guards, Harry shook his head. "They'll be fine. That caravan might be a large target, and I could wish they had some of Dane's boar riders, but I'm counting at least 80 Longbeard guards along with the Stiffbeard Pike Company. And I noted one of the scout bands when we first arrived," Toriel noted. "Unless outright war has broken out once more with the Easterlings or Haradrim, they will make it through, and Keely will return to the Lonely Mountain again. Maybe with a wife, maybe not," Harry agreed with a chuckle, wondering if Keely would be able or willing to make that happen on his own without speaking for him to Goli's family. Knowing Keely, the answer's yes, but he may ruffle a few beards doing it, especially among the hidebound Stiffbeards. But regardless, Keely's a survivor. Something he proved many times on the trail with the company and after. Only when the last of the Stiffbeard pikemen were out of sight did Harry look over at Toriel, allowing a frown to appear on his face. "Am I the only one who is a little concerned about what news we are about to hear?" "You are not. If memory serves, Philly should be heading into House Stonefoot's territory with a similarly sized trade caravan sometime soon. So whatever trouble is going on in the east might do with that house, or something dire has occurred straight east among the Blackbeard's house, calling him in that direction," Toriel mused. "And you don't have any hint that this trouble might involve whatever ROM's hints in your mind are pointing you toward?" Harry probed. "None, my love. I am still certain whatever I am to hunt is within the Forodwaith, but if it is the source of the troubles Keely warned us of in the east or perhaps among the Stonefoots, I cannot say," Toriel admitted. Harry scowled a bit but then chuckled. "I suppose that would be too easy. Still, let's find out what this news is and tell Thorin or yours. The sooner, the better." With a nod to one of the guards at the gate, the pair bypassed the long line of dwarves and humans which had built up waiting as the caravan left, eager to enter the mountain. Normally, the two of them would take their time heading towards the palace. Instead, they would take in the sight of the massive bazaar that dominated Erebor's main cavern. More often than not, Harry's eyes would be drawn up to the massive network of chandeliers above. Composed of several large lamps made by Blacklock and Longbeard artisans, the inventiveness of the Stiffbeards showed in how the lights hung or could be moved around for quick cleaning or dousing at night. Sometimes, Toriel would become fascinated by the amount of colored cloth or glass on display from the Blacklocks who had made their homes here. Harry would make his way for the smithy below or see some of his friends in the crowd of short folk while Toriel moved to look at the glassware, weapons, or clothing on display. Today, though, neither took the time to do so. Instead, the pair hurried on to the King's Hall. Entering the King's Court, Toriel and Harry moved forward, shifting to walk along one wall rather than joining the crowd in front of the throne. For a moment, they watched Thorin speaking in orbit to several of the local clan heads. He seemed to be smiling behind his beard, although if that had to do with the conversation or something else, Harry couldn't tell from here. What he could see was that there weren't nearly as many Stonefoots around the place as there normally would be. Normally the heavy-set dwarves stood out easily among the Longbeards that perforce dominated the crowd, but Harry couldn't see a single one. He also noticed one of his friends was missing when he would normally be dealing with his own group of questioners. I take it that Balin not being here means he went with his plan to push on to the Shire to see Bilbo, Harry murmured. If he didn't, he would have been back sometime in the past few days. I would imagine so, Toriel said with a nod and a faint smile. Hopefully, a dwarf stopping by will not cause nearly as much trouble as your and my visit did 5 years ago. Harry snorted at that, shaking his head. Around 2.5 months ago, it had been decided to send Balin to Elrond with the hopes of opening up formal talks of trade with Rivendell. While Dale and Erebor already had a somewhat good series of trade agreements with Mirkwood and Legolas, that didn't stop the dwarves from opening up talks with the more distant Rivendell. Especially since Rivendell could, in turn, allow for more normal travel to the Blue Mountains and the 2 dwarven houses there. It would still take months, but with the elves' help, it might be safe all the way to Bree. More importantly, in some dwarven minds, an agreement to pass goods through Rivendell would allow dwarven merchants access to the Shire and its pipeweed. Pipeweed was one of the many things that could not be grown near the Lonely Mountain, nor did the humans of Dale have any knowledge of it. 2 of House Stonefoot's holds sold a good bit of pipeweed to House Blacklock, but it was ridiculously expensive for anyone in Erebor to get their hands on it since those trade deals were locked under contract to their current resellers. Gaining access to a new source of pipeweed, no matter how far away, would be a magnificent idea. As the head of Thorin's council and easily one of the most diplomatic dwarves in Erebor, Balin had been an easy choice of ambassador to Elrond. And if it did take a few weeks to travel to the Shire to speak to Bilbo, and he came back laden with several casks of pipeweed, that was 2 birds with 1 stone. But that wasn't to say that the hobbits would welcome a dwarf any more than they had welcomed Toriel and Harry when they had traveled to see Bilbo. Well, I rather doubt that Balin is going to be tempted to circumvent their bounders by taking the elvish ways and then simply appearing in midday outside Bag End, Harry replied with a chuckle. And I still say we should have stopped in the old forest to see if we could find Tom Bombadil. Chuckling, Toriel shook her head at that, smiling a secret little smile as she looked away from her lover to look towards Thorin, taking in the smile still visible through his beard. Harry caught this little movement and looked between Thorin and her, eyes narrowing. You know, it seems to me that there are a lot of smiles hidden behind those beards out there, especially those who I know are friendliest with Thorin. Even Dwellin seemed to be smiling, and I could easily count the number of times that was true when we were on the trail together. Even Gloin's here, and he's never in court. While related to Thorin and his family, much like Balin and Dwellin were, Gloin had little interest in leadership or ruling, simply wanting to master brewing, as Thorin had done smithing. But he was here now, and Harry somehow knew that his lady knew why. And that it had nothing to do with Keeley leaving as he did or the news that both he and Toriel were worried about hearing from the east. The last I talked to Ani, it was not confirmed, but she might be pregnant, Toriel confided in a low tone. I do not know if the dwarves announce such things, but I would wager that at least those close or related to the king and queen know about it. Except for the plotting wizard, who is always the last to know, Harry quipped, smiling himself. He locked eyes with Thorin over the heads of the crowd, and his friend's smile widened just a tad before he gently tilted his head to the side, indicating that Harry should look in that direction. There, he found Philly standing near one of the doors leading into the royal quarters. He twitched his head towards the back of the hall, which told Harry that it was all right for him and Toriel to bypass the crowd here just as they had done outside when entering Erebor. Toriel made their way around the hall, being ushered into the royal quarters by Philly, walking down a familiar corridor into the main sitting room of the royal house of Erebor. One which had changed dramatically in the past 3 years since the wedding between Thorin and Ani. Among dwarves, courtship could last between 1 or 3 years, depending on circumstances once it was clear that both parties were interested in one another, and the matriarchs of their respective clans hadn't found any reason to disallow the marriage. Royal marriages between the dwarves and houses happened very rarely, but there was a set precedent of waiting 7 years, 1 year for each dwarven house before the actual wedding could occur. Thus, Thorin and Ani had been only wed for 3 years up to this point. Yet even so, Ani's stamp was very clear here in the royal quarters, just as it was in other areas. The normal dwarven lamps that had been here before Smaug had been replaced by new ones shaped into the likeness of crystals in the corners of the room, showing off the glass-making ability of Ani's Blacklock clan. The bits and pieces of furniture that could be moved around before had been replaced by more comfortable chairs, a larger circular table, and a small bar set to one side. Across the entrance into the sitting room, a short grandfather clock sat, its entire front made of glass showing the intricate gears. Above the clock, there was a large plaque of steel. Seeing that plaque, Harry smiled, remembering Ani and Thorin's wedding. It had been different. A lot more writing and an exchange of contracts and crafted goods than Harry felt would be normal in a human wedding in Middle-earth. And an hour of prayer to Mahal. The dwarves didn't make a point about it, but they were highly religious. Everything they did with their craft, their skill of eye and hand, in devotion to the smith of the Vala in a way. And when they wed, they sang of their deeds, bride and groom switching off. Then, as they finished, their family members took up the tale, asking one after another for this union to be long and fruitful as the couple carved out their names, both true name and public, into a plaque of slightly warmed metal. In this case, silver. Normally, that signing would have been simply scored into the metal, but with a royal couple, the names were marked into the metal, and then those marks were filled in with molten gold from a nearby brazier. Then, if one of the couple was a master in his or her craft, the pair would work together to create an image of their house on that same plaque. The prayers ended then, and the segment of the plaque containing the couple's true names was cut off. Ani and Thorin had held it, letting a drop of blood fall onto their names, and the wedding ended. Followed by a lot of drinking. It was considered bad luck among the dwarves for anyone at the party to be able to walk away. With the portion containing their true names elsewhere hidden away, the image of the royal house Thorin and Ani had come up with took up most of the plaque and wasn't all that imaginative, in Harry's opinion. Something he had teased his friend about several times over the years. A shield carved to look like it was made out of wood instead of metal with a blood-red ring set into the middle and an image of a mountain around the shield was somewhat met. But symbolism like that was important to the dwarves in such things. Ani's touch could be felt throughout the royal quarters. One of the other rooms, a former bedroom, had been shifted into a work office, complete with several desks, where Thorin, Balin, and Philly could work all together or speak privately with anyone they needed to. But this room was now for social gatherings rather than both social and business as before. Similarly, another room had been transformed into a royal library, with all of the walls lined with bookcases filled with books, maps, and important documents. History. A voice bellowed as they entered, and Harry blinked, turning from where he had been gazing at the wedding plaque to stare at Thunderbelly, ambassador of the Stonefoot tribe. He lounged on one of the larger padded chairs in the room, tugging at his beard with one hand and drinking from a huge mug of mead in the other. "And what are you two doing here, Et?" Across from him, Ani sat docilely, her hands moving swiftly as she drew something on a piece of parchment. "You know well enough that both Harry and Toriel have leave to come and go as they wish," she murmured. In dwarven terms, Ani Redring was the equivalent of a dusky-hued, not maiden, as she wasn't young, but it was close. Ani's skin was the same light copper color as most of the Blacklock house, setting off her normal red, black and white clothing quite well. Her hair was the color of night, the blackest color hair Harry had ever seen bar Arwen, a comparison Harry had made at one point, and which had made Ani's eyes light up with delight at the time. Apparently, even dwarven women liked being compared to elves in terms of beauty. She was shorter than Dis and quite soft-spoken. Rarely had Harry ever seen her out and about as Dis was, but, in the past 3 years, it was Ani who had taken over the duties of queen from Dis. Dis was still in charge of her 2 sons, and finding a marriage for Philly was an ongoing issue. But the royal household was now firmly in Ani's hands. What conflict might have occurred during this takeover, Harry had no idea nor any interest in learning. Because while Ani might be soft-spoken, there was more than a hint of steel to the woman. A scar on one hand and a certain look in her eyes told of the hardship that she had lived through along with all of the people of her hold, the Blacklock hold of Red Rocks, after they had been forced to flee during a war with the Easterlings. On the same scarred hand, Ani wore a thin ring of red metal of some kind, which she had designed and crafted herself. And even here in the royal quarters among friends, or at least trusted associates, considering Thunderbelly was there, she wore a royal circlet on her brow. And something still kind of bothered Harry, Ani also had a beard, just like every other dwarven woman Harry had seen in the past decade. A short one, barely a fuzz, really, connecting her sideburns. Despite this, Ani's general shape, which she tended to show off just a little more than Dis or any of her generation would, and her voice made it clear she was a woman. Her voice was an almost furry contralto when she spoke, and Harry had been immensely impressed by her singing voice on more than one occasion over the past few years. Thunderbelly. I imagine I'm going to be speaking with you in a moment, but I also understand from my ladylove that some congratulations are in order, Ani, Harry bowed deeply to Ani, a wink and a smile on his face. Is it true? It is, Ani said in that furry contralto of hers. I had suspected for nearly a week now, but Dis and the other matriarchs on the Ladies' Council are certain. It is early days yet, but a happy occasion still. Her eyes flicked over from where she had been drawing to stab into Thunderbelly, who shifted uncomfortably under the suddenly cold glare in those deep black eyes. Although that happiness has been overridden by dismay and concern thanks to the news coming from other quarters. Now, give over, Queen Redring, Thunderbelly said quickly. That's no fault of mine. I didn't tell the Easterlings that now was a fantastic time to invade, nor the goblins of the mountains that they had finally made up enough numbers to cause trouble. Thunderbelly was a typical example of a house stone-foot dwarf. He was almost as wide as he was tall, being more than wide enough to make 3 of Harry even now that he had built up some muscles of his own. He had a massive belly, thrusting forth like a battering ram, and had, in fact, used it as such in the past, hence his name. Indeed, Harry hadn't ever even heard his normal, public one. He also had equally massively thewed arms. The top of his head was shaved clean, as the warriors of his house always did. But despite how fierce his reputation made him out to be, Thunderbelly cowed now under the glare of the Queen. If anyone ever makes the mistake of thinking Ani doesn't have a brain or will to match, they will be making a very dangerous mistake, Harry thought, not for the first time. While Ani wasn't out there in public with Thorin all that often, which Harry knew Thorin had thought she might well be, that didn't mean that she was slow to put forth her own counsel or make your own opinion known. Ani had put her stamp on not only the trade agreements with her house in general but with the trade agreements with the Stiffbeards, adding caveats to the trade agreements with the Stiffbeards that Thorin would not have thought of, to wit, that the trade deals were with the Stiffbeard house as a whole, and that no one Stiffbeard clan or city could take over that trade, and thus enrich itself by selling Erebor goods on to the others. Even though, at that point, the two hadn't even been married. She had also been very forthright about giving her opinion about politics and city-state matters that would normally be outside the purview of a woman in dwarven society while leaving the military aspect and the political side of things alone. It turned out Ani had not been the one to run her hold's guerrilla war, only organize the retreat out of the hold before the invading Easterlings could close in. And Ani also had thought up the idea of the overdone knuckle-dusters that allowed them to give weapons to far more of their people than would otherwise have been the case. Harry felt that she and Thorin made for an excellent match. She was not, as Dis had once put it, a counterweight to Thorin's flail, but she certainly helped him in aiming it. And, at times, cover that mace with a sheath of velvet right before it strikes. The fact that she and Toriel had become firm friends within weeks of meeting one another also meant quite a bit in Harry's eyes. Now, Toriel sat next to her friend, leaning in and whispering, the two of them exchanging hugs, which caused Thunderbelly to start, although Harry had seen them do so several times before. From what Harry heard before he decided to no longer listen in, it appeared as if Ani had kept the secret of her possible pregnancy from Thorin until that morning. No doubt that had brightened his day considerably, but Harry, looking at where Thunderbelly was slowly recovering from the glare that Ani had pinned him with, had to wonder if that news truly offset the news from the east. He let the two women talk for a few moments before coughing quietly, looking over at Ani. The trouble which Thunderbelly just mentioned with the Easterlings, I take it that Thorin and Philly are going to be taking steps? And does that affect your house at all, lady? Philly had not followed Harry and Toriel through into the royal quarters, having heard his name be called by one of the other dwarves in the king's hall. Ani frowned pensively, setting aside the drawing she had been doing on a new ring design and turning her full attention onto more important matters, alas, than her pregnancy. It doesn't get. However, I do not doubt that it might eventually do so. You know that some of the scout groups Toriel has trained over the past few years came from my folks, and we also have trade going on with the Easterlings. Even in times of war, occasionally. That trade hasn't dried up yet, and we've heard rumors of some kind of warlord rising among the Easterlings over the past few years. One who has been able to bring together the disparate tribes in a way we rarely see. Harry frowned, thinking about what he knew about the Easterlings. He knew they used cavalry, although how much and in what manner he didn't know. He knew that in the past, the Easterlings had also used chariots. Calling themselves Wain Riders at the time, they had conquered large portions of what had been Gondor territory at the time, along with the Ravanian nation. Numerous times in the past they had been able to smash the dwarves in open combat, only to find that they could not break through the defenses of the dwarves in their cities. And you mentioned goblins making trouble at the same time for your people, Thunderbelly? That's interesting timing, isn't it? If you mean to ask if we know that they're in collusion with one another, we do not. They would need to be able to get messages to one another through our territory, and while we Stonefoots are not nearly as good scouts as the elves train Thorin's scouts to be, we're still good enough to spot groups of goblins coming and going, Thunderbelly grumbled. No, it just seems to be bad timing. Or something else stirring both of them up, Harry retorted. After 10 years of peace, Harry might well not have leaped to that conclusion if not for Toriel's feelings about the need to head north. With that uppermost in his mind, Harry had to wonder if this assault by orc and man was set into place by the great enemy. At the implication of that, Thunderbelly shivered a bit while Ani scowled, looking away. The dwarves of the other houses had not been happy when Thorin had sent to their various kings the knowledge that the great enemy still lived, sharing with them much of what Gandalf had told Harry and Thorin previously. Even the great enemy needs physical troops able to pass on messages, his attention cannot be everywhere, Thunderbelly said in response, although his voice sounded far weaker than normal, almost uncertain. He might be able to somehow stir them up, but he would not be the warlord directing the war. That I will give you, Harry acknowledged, although he remembered something else that Gandalf had told him about the 9 chief servants of Sauron, the Witch King of Angmar and his fellow compatriots. He also knew that Gandalf had said it would probably take many decades or more before the great enemy would be able to instill in his servants enough power to incorporate them into physical bodies more after their defeat at the hands of the White Council in Dol Guldur. Even so, it might be possible. Any such creature would be able to manipulate the minds of men and goblins easily. Actually, how do such creatures travel? Sauron would be able to influence both goblins and men from a distance to a certain degree, but is that a power the Nazgul share? I wish I knew more about how the 9 riders acted. Something to ask Gandalf if the old man ever stops by again. Gandalf had actually stopped in to speak to Harry a few months after Ani and Thorin were wed, as if he had somehow heard that news. He had been spying on the Corsairs of Umber for years but hadn't had much knowledge to share about Sauron and what he was up to. The borders of Mordor are closed, my young friend. Not even the greatest scouts in the world can pass that barrier, Gandalf had said at the time. I found several agents of his among the Corsairs, but it seems as if he was sorely weakened in Saruman's pursuit of him, and he is in no position to stretch out his hands beyond his realm. His power grows steadily, but it is not to that point just yet. At that point, Thorin and Philly came in, and with a look at his wife, Thorin asked everyone to step into the office room, leaving Ani behind. While she had been the figurehead of a guerrilla campaign and knew quite a bit about logistics, she was no master of maps or strategic warfare. The furniture in the office wasn't quite as comfortable as in the sitting room, and the air of the room was much more serious. Here was where the day-to-day work of running Erebor was done, even more than out in the hall where Thorin dealt with matters of law and contracts. One of the desks was currently dominated by a map of the area surrounding Erebor. The areas between the Lonely Mountain and the Iron Hills were intricately mapped out, and there were also several roads shown that lead northeast into Stonefoot territory, starting with one that then broke off into 3. 1, the westernmost, was marked by an X. Soon after the point where the others broke off, the area around the road had none of the detail that was visible near the mountain. I take it that you have already learned of what is going on in House Stonefoot's land. Thorin began without preamble, the smile he had been wearing sloughing off his face as he settled down in front of the desk that held the maps. All thoughts of his impending fatherhood were gone as the king under the mountain scowled furiously at the map, tapping the edge where the details started to fade. This is the extent of our mapping thus far. The number of cartographers that can be trained with the new skills and education necessary to create detailed maps, as you explained to us, is still a bottleneck. Traditionally, the land Erebor claimed to control spreads to here. He pointed to a further point, making a broad line to the edge of the river Silduin above where it fed into the Long Lake and then east before shifting down in a sweep to where it intersected with the triangle marks of the Iron Hills. To here. We haven't even sent out scouts beyond the point where, as you can see, the detail fades. I had thought that we would need to be worried about the southeast, not the north. I thus chose to map out the lands between us and the Iron Hills, then the lands of Dale, before turning our attention to the lands between the Iron Hills and the Blacklock lands. A project that has barely begun from the last missive Dane sent me. Looking at the map, Harry understood, shaking his head at the note of self-recrimination he heard in his friend's voice. Don't bother beating yourself up over it, Thorin. From what I've been told, this problem is happening far beyond Erebor's traditional reach, and you can hardly be blamed for prioritizing your own lands and those of your closest allies. As Thorin grunted in acknowledgement, Harry went on, looking over at Thunderbelly. And speaking of what is going on, can we have more details, please? We've gotten generalities and hints since meeting Keeley by the gates, and it's getting annoying. Sighing deeply, Thunderbelly grumbled. So much for hoping someone else would take on this shame for me. Dwarf friend, you might be to Erebor, but you are still a human and an elf. Then he shook his head and went on bluntly. My house can claim to control 2 valley holds, 2 mountain holds, and 3 hill holds. As of the latest messages that arrived via a runner, all 3 hill holds are under assault by an Easterling army, and goblins have been seen raiding both valley holds. Cold drakes have also been seen near one of them. As such, my king and the other kings of House Stonefoot are calling on Erebor and House Longbeard for aid. Harry could almost see Thunderbelly translating the hold terms, but Toriel asked the question first. As you said earlier that you've seen no evidence of collusion between our enemies, can I ask for more clarification in terms of what those various holds are and where? Grumbling even more at being questioned by an elf, Thunderbelly shook his head. Valley holds are holds in valleys, the ends of which have been closed either by Mahal's hammer or our labors. The mountain holds. He gestured all around them, indicating Erebor was an example of said. As for hill holds, they are a mix of underground caverns like Erebor and built-up dwarf-made dwellings and are normally made within hills rather than mountains. Harry nodded at that. He had figured some of that out but felt the term hold was a misnomer. Each hold was essentially an independent city-state with its own king and government, the size of the population varying wildly. The various houses each would act as a conclave of kings, led by the one with the most seniority, decided. The city-states of each house would come to the aid of their fellows, united by shared blood and marriages. Although the number of city-states that the Stonefoots had surprised Harry. I knew that the Longbeards had lost much of their power when Erebor fell, but I didn't think the other houses had that many more city-states. Dane's Iron Hills is a series of what humans normally call towns, connected via underground roads and having large-scale fortresses built onto the hills, with a central underground capital. Some of those fortresses had the aid of Numenorians to design them in ancient days when the Longbeards and Blacklocks had made friends with the men of Numenor, Thorin explained, nodding thankfully to Philly as he handed out watered-down mugs of mead. Philly took up the tale then. Having been involved in several trade caravans into Stonefoot land, he knew much of the land between Erebor and the realms of their fellow dwarves. He pointed to the map, marking out distances using the distance ledger on the portion of the map with detail to count out leagues past the edge of the map. Even the closest point was a formidable distance away from Erebor. Philly said a normal caravan would take 5 months to get to Varney's Folly, on the southernmost tine of the Grey Mountains around halfway along the range's length. It's the closest Stonefoot city to us here in Erebor. From there, you can take roads to the valley hold east and north, which is the closest hold to the monstrous valley called the Withered Heath. Toriel frowned faintly, trying to imagine what he was talking about without anything to look at. The Withered Heath is where the majority of the cold drakes that warred with your folk came from, correct? And still come from, Thunderbelly growled. I was in. Again, Thunderbelly had to pause to translate from Husdul before going on. Fanged walls. He frowned, then shrugged it off, continuing while Philly twitched but politely made no move to correct the other, older dwarf's translation. Not 20 years ago, and the walls were attacked by a cold drake. We killed it, but not before it shattered portions of the wall and slew more than 100 of our defenders. I am sorry for your loss, and I did not mean to sound as if I was making light of the Withered Heath. I am just having trouble picturing what we are talking about. If a regular valley takes 4 to 5 days to travel, how far or how long is the Withered Heath? Toriel questioned. Who knows? No one has tried to travel to that vile land in dwarven memory. Even when the Longbeards joined us in the Grey Mountains, we did not try to cross that land. Thunderbelly shook his head. Even those weird humans. Can't remember what they were called. They rode horses. Even they didn't try that in the records of my great-great-great-grandfather despite being, as he put it, crazy brave. But then again, they were farther to the west anyway, near the river Anjuin. Thunderbelly twitched at the look Philly was giving him. What? I like horses. I always liked reading the stories and looking at the pictures of those folk. Harry shook his head at that, linking that to some of the things Gandalf had told him about Rohan and the Rohirrim. They hadn't covered the horse lords in detail, but he knew that the Rohirrim had once been Northmen, refugees who rose to make a new nation after their home kingdom of Ravanion had been conquered by the Wainriders well over 1,000 years ago. The survivors had rebuilt in the north and then helped the much-reduced Gondor destroy the Wainriders for good, although the war cost Gondor the last of its kings and both his sons. I can remember that, but I can't remember the name of that, and we stayed in Bree when we went to see Bilbo. Odd how even an occlumency-assisted mind works. Setting that aside, Harry estimated that the time when the Horse Lords were called the Eotheod was the period Thunderbelly was talking about. And the Wainriders were a coalition of Easterlings, just like the ones facing the dwarves now. Interesting how things change yet remain the same. A touch of Toriel's hand brought Harry back to the here and now in time for Keeley to say, the three are probably the strongest, not only because they are closest to us and thus have seen the most goods in trade, but also because they can reinforce one another in less than 2 days as a dwarven army could march. Given that dwarves, even heavily laden dwarves, could probably march any human army into the ground, which was a good indicator that those three holds would be able to see to themselves with a little help in terms of metal weapons and scouts. Something Philly said aloud before going on. The hill holds are laid out in what looks like a scythe blade almost sticking out from the end of the Grey Mountains, but they are all further away from one another than the first three. They can help one another but with difficulty. Their roads in that area are good, better than in the mountains by a long margin. They are simply further away from one another. And they are at least 3 months' march away from any large force sent from the Blacklocks. The roads are that good because they are the major source of food for the other holds and need to be, as the traffic on them is nigh constant. We Stonefoots have never been as good at underground farming as you Longbeards, nor have we ever had as many rune scribes. And yours haven't agreed to take contracts with any of our holds bar Varney's Folly, which doesn't really need their aid, Thunderbelly grumbled. That seemed to be his base state of speaking at present, although if the troubles facing his folk were as dire as they sounded, Harry could hardly blame him. 2 of the valleys can supply meat and furs aplenty, but bread, vegetables and such do not survive long there. The wines coming off the mountains are too cold, Thunderbelly continued. Without those hill-holds, the rest of my folk will need to rely on Erebor for food or starve. And now our enemies use our roads to invade our lands. While the main trade with the Blacklocks was glass, steel, jewels and cloth, with the Stonefoots, it was mostly unrefined ores, meats and spices coming into Erebor. In turn, metal goods, jewelry and gold had flowed out, but in recent times, food had become a decent-sized export for Erebor to the Iron Hills and the Stonefoots. This was made possible thanks to Harry's runes and dwarven ingenuity. Harry's runes could keep bugs or rodents away, while dwarven runes could keep food cool. Recently, they had even found a way to take runes they used in their underground farms and Harry's runes to create an array that, although very large, could keep the foodstuffs of a cart fresh for the months it took to transport anything to Varney's Folly. Through us, the elves of Mirkwood and Dale can both help to shoulder that burden. I've already begun a message to Legolas in that regard, Thorin agreed. But Philly's force will be the first we send. They will have some food, but more weapons, healing supplies, scouts and warriors. Thorin looked up at Harry and Toriel. Harry, I know not what kind of recompense the Stonefoots will willingly pay you to help, and I hate to ask, but you don't have to. If any of my friends are going looking for trouble, I think it's only natural I go with them. Besides, the Easterlings have long severed the great enemy, going as far back as Ulfang in the First Age and his betrayal of the elves of East Beleriand in the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Harry answered before glancing over at Toriel. He gestured down at the map, but she shook her head. Despite all the talk about the cold drakes and the withered heath and the Easterlings, none of it had jolted her as much as Harry mentioning the Forodwaith. My quarry is in the frozen wastes, not the dragon-blasted heath or the grey mountains. That is a distinct pity. Inwardly thinking at that and after wordlessly asking for permission, Harry explained what Toriel had been feeling, that some dark creature or monster was stirring in the frozen waste. All the dwarves looked surprised at that, but Thunderbelly just shrugged, his face the very picture of fatalism. Part of the reason why we're having trouble is that the cold drakes are appearing again in more numbers than we've seen since Smaug traveled south. We've even seen a few fire drakes, although none as large or dangerous or intelligent as that monster. He shook his head grimly. Since Smaug burned one of our valley holds from one edge to another for food and fun, the survivors spoke of how he was laughing as he burned their homes and neighbors alive. We can only pray to Mahal that he was an aberration which will hopefully never come again. And even without such, my house is facing a desperate time. The reports from Fanged Walls say they've been attacked by 5 cold drakes and 2 of the fire-breathing beasts in the past 2 months. If that continues, the valley will need to be evacuated. Aberration, greatest and largest of calamities, dead overgrown lizard. Harry shrugged, interjecting a bit of humor deliberately before the dwarves could lose themselves in fell memories. The appellation changes wherever you are standing in relation to the object in question. Gandalf. Tharkin. Harry changed the name he used for his old, in both age and time spent as, friend quickly when Thunderbelly looked confused for a second. Tharkin and I talked about it once, and he was of the opinion that the birth of Smaug was indeed an aberration. No other dragon will ever grow to such a size in the modern age. Not without outside influence, anyway, Harry added mentally as that horrible thought occurred to him. Could Sauron, or maybe some other follower of the greater darkness, somehow influence dragons to grow larger? He looked at his lady love, but Toriel didn't seem to have made that leap of logic. And come to think of it, where did Smaug himself spring from? Gandalf told me he was the largest and greatest of dragons, but... Once more setting aside an intrusive thought, Harry touched the map with a gentle finger. So while myself and Toriel are willing to travel with Philly and his caravan, I don't know if we will stay with you to fight off the Easterlings. I presume that's going to be the main thrust of... He paused as Thorin shook his head firmly. No. Going by the last report we had from those hill forts, they are stuck in a series of sieges against a massively overwhelming foe. A small force will not suffice there, as will be the case in the Grey Mountains. Philly will make certain the other holds of the Stonefoots do not starve, and he and his warriors will reinforce their efforts against the goblins in the mountains while I will lead an army of Erebor and 1,000 volunteers from Dale to aid our cousins. Harry was silent, contemplating the idea that his best friend in this world might be going into a war without him. For a moment, he felt honestly torn between going with Toriel, the love of his life, and Thorin, his best friend, but after a moment it faded. Thorin would have an army at his back against a powerful but straightforward enemy. Whereas Toriel, who knew what threats she would be facing. Toriel caught the conflicted look on her love's face but decided to set aside talking about it for now. After all, they would have the journey to discuss what to do once they reached Stonefoot lands. How many warriors can you field now? It was around 5,000 dwarves the last time I spoke with Dwellin. Among dwarves, the difference between professional warriors and militiamen was very small. Especially here in Erebor, where excellent weapons and armor could be produced in bulk. So the real question was how many dwarves could be removed from the local economy without causing trouble in the various crafts or sectors. Closer to 6,000, but I won't take all of those troops. I will take only around 4,000, split into 5 corps, each with their own baggage and artillery trains. My folk have been busy and learned much from the Stiffbeards, Thorin stated, smiling grimly, using a term for the organization he was speaking of that he had gotten from speaking to Harry about the wars in his old world. Dane will hopefully meet us halfway to the Stonefoot Hill holds with his boar riders. That will give us a cavalry arm. Left unsaid was the fact Dane would also be a voice of experience when it came to leading large forces. While Thorin had held a command in the war against the orcs in the Misty Mountains, that had been a small command of barely 3 companies. While he had held overall command of the dwarves and humans in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, even that force had been a smaller force than this one. Harry nodded slowly at that, then asked, "And you, Philly, how many are you leading? And are any of the others coming?" 2 companies of regular infantry and 6 groups of scouts, Philly answered crisply. Nori and Dory will be coming with us, and Gimli will be my second in command. He's currently over in Dale organizing the archers to join us and my king's army, along with one of Balin's secretaries to write up the contracts. Thunderbelly grumbled at that again but said nothing as Philly continued. Those men will be paid in full by the Stonefoot holds, both for their time and any injuries or deaths that occur. Just like among our own folk, no human family will go without income if their patriarch dies. Harry glanced over at Thorin, who smiled and shrugged in answer. Harry understood that shrug as meaning this was another step up for Philly, another test of Thorin's current heir. Regardless of when Thorin's son, far more likely than a daughter, Philly would remain the heir until the young dwarf to became of age. Considering that was normally around 60 for dwarves, that was still a ways in the future. And Gimli had already proven himself in command of smaller units as well. Wait, so who is going to? I presume that it will be some time before you set off. Toriel began, looking at Thorin, who answered that it would take him 3 weeks at minimum to ready the supplies and artillery trains for his army. Then, who is going to rule Erebor? Will your people accept Ani as your voice in your absence? Sigh. That is going to be a problem. Not only is Ani a woman, but she is a pregnant woman now. Our societal mores will not allow her to speak for me as king in public, Thorin admitted. Keely would have remained as my visible deputy if not for him having signed a contract to fund and lead that caravan. Even princes among the dwarves were held to their written word. Philly is needed on the Orcish front, as we need to be seen by all the Stonefoot houses we have trade agreements with doing something for them. Dwellin would be my next choice among those available, but he's no leader, Harry snorted, a reaction echoed by Philly and Thorin. And he thinks every problem can be solved with an axe or sword. Gloin and Oin aren't really leaders, either. Balin would have been easily the best choice. I think you and he really need to think about training up some actual ambassadors rather than asking him to make that journey or even the one to the Iron Hills. Teach your mother to smell pig iron, Thorin barked back, glaring for a moment before both dwarf and human began to laugh ruefully as the others all looked on. As Thorin's prime minister, Balin had truly come into his own, acting like a second king under the mountain occasionally, given how trusted and respected he was. If Balin had been left in charge, no one within Erebor or even among the humans in Dale, would have questioned it. Yet there was no way to get a message to him in enough time for him to turn around if he had already set out from Rivendell toward the Shire. But dwarven kings have gone to war before in similar straits, Thorin said as he finished chuckling, shaking his head. I can shut down the court for a given value, setting aside most of the day-to-day decisions, decrees and rulings I need to make. Gloin and Oin will be here to act as mediators for anything that cannot wait among the various crafts, and if a third voice is needed, Guruk Surehand can step in as the most senior rune scribe. And both Gloin and Oin can relay Ani's orders if a true king's decree is necessary as in the realm of law or contracts being broken. Given how important contracts were venerated among the dwarves, that rarely occurred, and when it did, the outcome did normally have to be decided by the king. Unless it was between one individual and another who practiced the same craft. In that case, the rest of their fellows would provide a tribunal to decide who was in the right and what monies were due to the aggrieved. Well, you know your folk best, Harry agreed. It wasn't a perfect solution, but from the look on their faces, Philly and Thorin were both certain Philly needed to go with the caravan and take part in the lesser campaign against the dwarves, such was the importance of the defense treaties they had made with each individual Stonefoot hold. So he wasn't going to comment further. Dwarves are not humans, after all. They are far more orderly as a society and as people. I very much doubt anyone will try to take over, like what might occur in a human realm. When are you thinking of leaving, Philly? 2 days, Philly answered firmly. Gimli needs time to return, and we need that time to gather supplies for our donkeys. Harry and Toriel looked at one another, and after a moment, Toriel nodded. In that case, we will indeed be going with you. Happy to have you, Harry, Philly answered with a grin. Harry smirked back at him, then turned to Thorin. Now, let's discuss what kind of runic arrays both caravan and army will want, what Guruk and his fellows and I can supply in those 2 days. I envision a lot of work in my near future. Oh. As the year 2951 of the Third Age picked up pace for Harry and Toriel, another Istari was scheming. Gandalf had turned his attention to the Haradrim and the Corsairs of Umber, fearing that they would become the source of Sauron's true military might in the wars to come. This left Saruman to keep his watch on Mordor in conjunction with the Rangers of the North, those rare descendants of Numenor who had survived the Witch King's wars. But having inside information, Saruman knew that Sauron was not going to be in a position to attack out of Mordor for decades. So, he had sent his servants out to the east. Saruman was an Istari, a mayor given the form of a seemingly mortal being to walk Middle-earth. His agents were not human men or women. Rather, they were the birds of the sky, ravens, crows, sparrows, hawks. Only the largest and most independent of birds refused his call, refused to let him use their senses as his own, for the eagles were Manwë's to command and his alone. Beyond that, Saruman had also made a point of becoming friendly with the Stiffbeards on several of his journeys abroad. He found in them minds that worked much like his own when it came to mechanical devices. As such, he knew about the growing dwarfish strength in Erebor and had even heard a highly edited tale of Harry's meeting with the Stiffbeards. Currently, Saruman was in one of the rooms furthest up the Tower of Isengard. This room had several large windows. The interior of the room and the walls between the windows were lined with bird perches, each perch connected to a food dispenser of Saruman's design. Along the back wall was a table, where Saruman was now sitting, staring at a map of Rhûn that was not nearly as detailed as he could have wished. Neither he nor any of the wise had ever been able to map out that realm to his satisfaction. Nearby, a door led into the main room of his living quarters. With the information available to him at present, Saruman estimated that the Stiffbeards might prove to be a far harder nut to crack than the Haradrim thought when they gathered their strength enough to attack once more. Certainly, their weapons, armor, and devices would all be of far higher quality now, thanks to the amount of steel weapons and otherwise flowing down into their territory from Erebor. I do have to wonder about the secret of that production capacity, Saruman thought even before Smaug. Erebor was renowned for producing as much steel as any 4 or 5 other dwarves and holds, and of rare quality to boot. At the moment, that thought was not his primary concern. Rather, his mind was on the war to come. All of his birds had reported the same thing in Rhûn, men and horses moving, armed, and coming west from their distant cities. While the birds cannot count, they can share their memories with me, and the size and numbers of different armies on the move are telling. War was going to hit the Stiffbeard lands as well as the Blacklock, while the first blows had already landed upon the Stonefoot. Whoever Sauron had sent to rouse the Easterlings was doing a magnificent job of it, and they were quite well led, in Saruman's opinion. The army sent against the Stonefoots would shatter several of their city-states while using smaller, more mobile forces to harry the Blacklocks. It was a masterful campaign thus far, but it felt unfinished to Saruman. Even the sieges on those small city-states of the Stonefoots feel like a distraction. No, the Easterlings' true blow will fall somewhere else. Saruman pondered for several minutes, then shook his head. It will not fall against the Blacklocks. While they do not have as many holds as the Stonefoot or the others, they are now the stronger of the 4 eastern dwarven houses thanks to the trade with the growing power of the Lonely Mountain. They are also the most flexible, tactically speaking. The Stonefoots make a decent enough target but a thorny one. Obviously, they can be reinforced by Erebor, just like the Blacklocks could, given time. And only a fool would believe that assaulting a dwarven fortress would be quick. No, that entire campaign is secondary, Saruman whispered aloud as he realized what was going on. Somewhere deep into Rhûn, far beyond the range of even my winged spies, there is another army preparing. One that will fall on the Iron Fists. Break them, and you secure a border with the Haradrim. And you isolate the Stiffbeards from their closest allies. Erebor might be willing to send trade caravans all that way, but that is a far cry from fielding an army so far away from your own land. But there is Harry Potter to consider. What will he be up to? From my discussions with Gandalf and the impression I got from our brief interaction, Harry is someone who likely cannot stop himself from diving headfirst into trouble to defend others, regardless of whether he knew them or not. He looked up as several birds flew in one of the windows. Sitting on a perch, they each hit several small buttons set into the stone. A small chute opened in front of each bird, letting loose some birdseed or, in the case of one of the ravens, pulled off the top of a magically sealed container. Within lay small strips of meat, which the crow instantly began to devour. One by one, Saruman met the eyes of the birds, pulling the information of what they had seen from their minds. Soon, he had a better idea of what was going on in the northeast than before. Goblins moving in groups of 100 or more strong in the Grey Mountains, and the cold drakes moving out of the withered heath into the mountains in larger numbers than they have in years. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps the Stonefoots are truly the target of this war. Or perhaps whoever is on the other side is more powerful than I expected. Could Sauron have decided to empower his 9 riders before himself or any other endeavors? If so, Camel could be the one leading this campaign. Not the Witch King. For all of his power in personality and magic, he is no real general nor an Easterling. Regardless, it is clear that either the Nazgul or Sauron himself has somehow been able to rouse the cold drakes, as well as the goblins of the mountains, despite how horrible their losses were to the dwarves in the Battle of the Lonely Mountain and the offensives the Stonefoots launched afterward. With a 3-pronged assault, even if the Stonefoots' house is not the true target of this war, they may well be doomed to fall even with Erebor's aid. But that almost makes it certain that Harry will get involved. Where? Against which enemy? And how can I use this to my own advantage? Still thinking that, Saruman left his bird room, heading into his throne room for a moment, then down, deep into the tower. His leg, injured in his chase of Sauron, had long since healed, letting him get around with ease despite his apparent age. He paused in one room, staring into a room that looked like a mix between a jeweler's and a glass-blower's workshop. The lights within gleamed blue as he stared at several scrolls on the walls and the notes flung everywhere. My research into the rings of power has come to an unsatisfying conclusion. As has my search for the One Ring. Like Sauron, I know it is still in Middle-earth, but where? Where eludes me. My birds have told me of goblins searching the Nindolf and along the rivers. The Nindolf was a land of marshes fed by a portion of the river Anduin that was largely uninhabitable below the Aman near the border of Rohan and Mordor. But if the ring fell into the river Anduin, finding it would take thousands of eyes and decades of work, not including those blasted marshes. No, that cannot be my path forward. Saruman's contemplation was interrupted by a feeling hitting him from one of his specially prepared stones. He had taken the idea from what Gandalf had told him of Harry Potter's wards, and while they couldn't work very well, they served as internal warning systems for Isengard. Someone had just entered the tower from the keep beyond. He was already moving down the stairs to the bottom of the tower by the time one of his retainers was coming up. The woman bowed deeply to Saruman, who she served as her mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, viewing the mayor as a god. She was of Dunlending stock, a folk that Saruman whose ancestry had idly traced all the way back to the Haladan, one of the 3 tribes of men to make their way west and befriend the elves. But like most descended from that reclusive house of the Edain, her people had fallen into near barbarity. Still, like her parents and grandparents before her, the girl had taken to instruction well enough. Master, one of your other servants, a Rohirrim, wishes to speak to you, the woman said. Another arrived earlier today, not a servant, and they supped together with other men of Rohirrim here in Isen. The distaste was plain in the girl's voice but not visible on her face, and Saruman nodded. Good, her training works despite how much those of Dunlending stock loathe the men of Rohan. It has been more than 200 years, and that hatred hasn't faded a jot. The wild men of the hills, as they were called, the Dunlendings had lived in the Vale of Isen and further east in Kalanard Han, the land the men of Gondor ceded to the Eotheod for their help against the Wain Riders. Since then, it had been renamed Rohan and expanded despite dozens of small wars and several major ones. The last had been a little under 200 years ago, 11 years prior to Smaug descending on the Lonely Mountain. It was in helping the men of Rohan in that war, although the Dunlending remnants didn't know it, that Saruman had won their respect and the right to the Vale of Isen and Isengard itself. Is he in the receiving room? When the woman nodded, Saruman smiled. You have done well. Return to your duties. The receiving room was on the first floor of the tower, a former guard room that was to the left of the massive, nearly impenetrable door that sat in the outer wall of the tower like a plug in a hole once closed. It was simple but comfortable, and the man of Rohan rose from a padded seat as Saruman entered. He bowed formally, and Saruman smiled thinly. Gaheris. My lord, Gaheris replied, only then rising from his bow. Gaheris was one of the men of Rohan who Saruman felt had potential. He was a rather ambitious fellow who wanted to enrich himself any way he possibly could but came from a poor Westfold house that had sent him to serve here in the Vale of Isen, hoping that in doing so, he could earn his way when they had nothing to give him. That kind of ambition was easily turned to Saruman's own devices, and he wondered if it could be so now. Master Saruman, a messenger came with a report from Rohan for you. Saruman made no move to take the messenger tube from the man, simply sitting down in a chair nearby, looking at him thoughtfully. You would have been given verbal reports as well. Give me those and your opinion. The man noticeably straightened his shoulders, proud at being asked his thoughts, although, frankly, he had few shoulders to straighten, in Saruman's opinion. The man looked slightly rattish, with none of the height or blonde hair that made the men of Rohan so distinctive. Orcs and goblins have been seen trying to get through Rohan without being detected. All the marches from the Westfold to the Wold have reported it. They were not trying to go to Gondor, nor were they trying to attack any of the Rohirrim settlements. Rather, they are trying to simply get past them, heading north into the Brown Lands. Others have been seen along the rivers for some reason, but few of those lived over long. But the forces of the Riddermark are mostly away on the border with Mordor. These smaller forces are perhaps a small threat, but it is one the men of Rohan are not equipped to deal with at present. Gaheris smiled thinly, enjoying the fact this made his king look weak. And it was not, indeed, that the men of Rohan could not deal with these scattered bands of fell folk. Rather, their current king lacked the will to order such. Thus any response would be piecemeal. Fengel has always been more concerned with living well and fondling his gold than anything else. As such, the king is asking for you to lend your aid in both warding off such groups and in discovering their goals. Interesting. And what do you think that goal is? Saruman murmured before needing to hide a sneer and a snort alike as the man gave his own thoughts on this matter. Gaheris felt that the goblins and orcs trying to sneak through the mark were trying to go north to link with the powers of the Dwemoorden. The Witch of the Woods has weaved her webs for thousands of years. If she were to join the great enemy, reach out past her forests, then surely Rohan would be doomed, caught between two enemies. Saruman was amused, as always, by the superstitious nature of humans, and how much hatred Gaheris felt towards womenfolk in general. Dwemoorden was the name the men of Rohan had given to Lothlorien on their retreat north and then their migration back south in ancient times. Those men who entered Lothlorien never returned, yet a rumor still began of a witch whose beauty ensnared their minds, turning them into trees or fell creatures of the night. To think of Galadriel as a witch. Such foolishness. Still, it is useful to keep a wedge between Rohan and the elves. Not that the elves have any strength left for open warfare any longer. You are right. That is a problem that we need to make certain does not come about. Whatever these orcs and goblins might truly be up to, the great enemy will not have sent them forth without purpose. And it comes to my mind that this is not the first such report I have seen over the past 10 years. Still, with what my winged agents show me, this proves that Sauron also has no idea of where to look for the ring beyond along the river Anduin thanks to the ancient battle of the Gladden Fields. I am not so foolish as to believe that Sauron will remain without such direction for very long, but for now, I can rest easy in the knowledge that he will not find it there. Let him waste his energy searching, then. I will turn my own attention to other matters. Standing up, Saruman made for the door, gesturing the young horse rider out of his way. He took the scroll from the man, opened it, and read it crisply as he walked until he came to a doorway on the first floor of the tower that led into one of his many forges. How many of you folk of Rohan am I employing currently, Gaheris? 110 at present, my lord, with another 50 womenfolk. Those womenfolk were mostly unwed, young adventurous ladies of lower houses of nobility among were the Rohan, or even peasants, who decided to try to see if they could make a better life here in the Vale of Isen under Saruman's rule for one reason or another. Gaheris disdained such, but it was true that they were excellent cooks at least. Saruman did not. In years to come they too will serve my purpose, just as the women of Dunlending descent will. Fengel has asked me for advice when he already knows what he should be doing. Keeping his land clear of orcs and goblins, no matter how many men he must take from the fields. Saruman kept his own disdain from showing more than a tiny bit, but that was enough to make Gaheris' radish face break into a sneer. But, if he is asking me for aid, I will give it to him, even though I believe that the cause of the good peoples of the world would be better served by my personally heading northeast. Gaheris' sneer became a frown at that, but he then gaped as Saruman opened the door wide enough for him to enter behind the older man. Within, there were row upon row of excellent swords, shields, and lances. All of them were of such high quality that even dwarves would have nodded in approval. My lord, what do you intend? I intend for you to take my gathered hoard of weapons. Whether you use them or pass them on to others, all I ask is that each of these weapons taste the blood of the goblin of the orc and that I keep having your trust in the future. Do you understand? Gaheris' ambition was playing once more across his face as he stared at the armor and weapons in front of him. Such armor that even a marshal of the Riddermark would have trouble matching. It was said that the king had hundreds of such weapons in his hoard for his personal muster at need, but how well the other nobles of the Eorlingas could arm their Eord varied wildly. I understand completely, my lord. I am certain you do, Saruman murmured, already turning aside and moving to a small writing desk set into the corner of the forge, one of many he had scattered throughout the tower for when an idea struck him. Once there, he began to write even as he smirked inside. Each of those weapons was special in a very different way than what Gaheris thought. All of them had been embedded with a stone that would allow Saruman to discover their location wherever they were and to work his influence through them on the bearer in a subtle fashion. He would not be able to directly influence the minds of the individual, but he could gently heighten their darker emotions or their greed. And in the case of Gaheris, I don't even need to try that hard. He and the others who carry these weapons will become, if they survive, secret tools among the riders of Rohan for me in the future. Perhaps they will even pass these weapons on, letting me influence the generations to come, weakening Rohan from within. I well know Rohan will stand with Gondor and the so-called free peoples, which means they will almost certainly stand against me when the time comes. In return, I require 2 horses, Saruman said aloud, looking up as he finished writing, his plans forming as he did so. They are to have good endurance and footwork over rough terrain but be otherwise unremarkable. I intend to travel to the northeast, and I must go swiftly. A chance to work alongside Potter against the Easterlings is not one I will give up, And if, in so doing, I can weaken Sauron without making it seem as if I have set myself directly against him, all the better. The orcs and goblins searching for the ring are no threat. The ring is not within the Anduin nor any of its tributaries. No, it will be discovered someplace else. And I have time to devote to that after I have gained access to Harry's runic knowledge and perhaps even his spells. With that, I may even be one step closer to making my own ring instead of needing to rely on finding Sauron's. Regardless, I will be stronger for that knowledge. Scene break. True to Philly's words, the military caravan heading into House Stonefoot's lands was ready within 2 days. Harry and Toriel met them outside Erebor that morning, dressed for travel. This included the armor that the dwarves had made for both of them, and Philly wasn't the only dwarf to smile in appreciation as they saw the pair wearing them under their cloaks. Both lovers currently wore their elvish cloaks, classed with the leaves of Lothlorien, but underneath, the brigandine armor could easily be made out. Dozens of finger-sized, scale-like plates were riveted into heavy cloth on either side. The rivets had also been worked with some kind of oil to take away the shine and make them immune to rain and cold. The cloth was green and dark grey, the better to blend into the surroundings, if such a thing was needed. And both sets of armor were positively brimming with magic. Harry had learned quite a few of the dwarves' tricks about molding his magic into the metal of things during the smithing process, although only through years of experimentation to learn which type of runic array would work with another across the two schools. In a way, the 2 pieces of brigandine armor had been a kind of test bed for what Harry and the dwarves could do together. Between Harry and the rune scribes, although it took several years to get it right, they had created brigandine armor that could stand up to a dragon's bite, wouldn't ever rust, was padded against impact, cooler and lighter than it should be, and further, was silenced. What little noise that kind of armor made normally was simply completely absent, an absence of sound that could, with the touch of a hand to a specific rune and a pulse of magic into a small chain at their waists, spread over the rest of the individual wearing it. And on that same small chain was a rock that contained an anti-bug ward, much like the ward Mito had tried to fold into silver a few days back. A thought that was uppermost in Harry's mind as he saw one of the dwarves in the group ahead of him. Mito. What are you doing here? The young dwarf scowled, running his hand through his beard and down the cloak he was wearing. While he wasn't wearing the same armor, Harry knew his chainmail, like that worn by several others in Philly's force, had been reinforced by runes. Under that, they wore gambesons, which, while kind of stifling at the present moment, would serve them in good stead to dull any blunt force objects hitting them just as much as the scale mail would. Master Togan and the others decided I could do more good among the Stonefoots than here. I'm good at the rune plagues we use in the farms, so they thought I could at least earn good coin there. Harry frowned at that, thinking it a bit too much for his near disaster, but it wasn't his place to discipline any of the would-be rune scribes. That he left to their masters. Well, all right then. I can give you some instruction when I put wards down at night if you want. Mito nodded at that while Toriel looked around the 100-strong band. All of the wagons and carts were loaded with food, bar 2 in the center, which Toriel knew would be loaded with arrows, spears, cooking and camp equipment. No artillery here. The Longbeards, around 380 strong, were already formed into columns as they marched out of Erebor, 1 column on each side of the carts. All of them, either those dwarves on the carts or marching, wore chain mail. Most were simply incredibly well made, their chains so tight an elf would be hard-pressed to push a needle through, the quality of steel such that most orc or human weapons might break on them. Every Longbeard also wore a small helmet on their heads. Shields would be in the carts, but weapons, axes, swords and hammers were in hand. In comparison, what armor the Stonefoots wore was invisible. How the overly wide dwarves were not sweltering in their heavy woolen cloaks, Toriel had no idea. But they, too, carried their weapons, short stabbing spears with thin heads, made to penetrate rather than slice. At their belts, they wore short swords or hatchets. For some reason, they disdained helmets, which Toriel felt odd considering most enemies dwarves faced were taller than them, but she put it down to Stonefoot's strangeness. Ho, you two, get up here with us. Philly shouted from the head of one column, calling up Toriel and Harry from where they had been beside Mito. He then turned to his men, shouting something in Huzdul. He pumped a fist in the air. They responded with a roar of Barak Hezed, Hezed Ai Durin Nur, raising their weapons in the air. Harry smiled at that, then clasped arms with Gimli, grinning cheerfully at the other dwarf. Gentlemen, this looks like a magnificent cavalcade. Let's go find some trouble, shall we? Gimli and Philly both laughed while Toriel rolled her eyes, even as she smiled at the pair of young dwarves. Of all their dwarven friends, the only pair that she liked better than these two were Thorin and Ani. It will be quite nice to travel with the pair of them, I feel. Within moments, the troop was on its way, the dwarves jogging along in the ground, devouring lope of dwarven infantry, while Harry and Toriel marched alongside the two young leaders. Wary but strangely eager for the challenges ahead. End chapter. Don't worry folks, this is the last chapter where romance will be a large component of the chapter. And damn do I love working in Tolkien land. Thank you, Sir Tolkien, you made a magnificent world for those of us with actual imaginations to play with. Regarding the time skip, I had to think long and hard about this. I did not want to get bogged down further in small time skips and world building just around Erebor. So I wanted to show the various changes wrought by Harry and the rune scribes as an aside, then go into it in small increments going forward on that score to show what they had come up with as they used it in war. I realize that I probably did more tell than show because of this, but I hope you all can understand the reasoning behind that. I also hope you all liked the further hints into dwarfish culture. As for the main plot, in the books, it was mentioned several times but never expanded upon that the Stiffbeards, Ironfoots, Blacklocks, and Stonefists had lost their homes. Migrations of dwarves were mentioned moving into and through Erebor and beyond to the Blue Mountains to join their folk there in a scene with Samwise and other hobbits talking about the queer folk passing through the Shire. I imagined this would have been a gradual thing, of multiple wars over decades well away from Erebor and Dale, until it very much wasn't. For those who don't know, in canon, Dane Ironfoot fought a war in the northeast against forces from the Easterlings and eventually defeated them. In the past chapter, I had Sauron start that work by sending the Nazgul camel to his folk. Now, I will build on that. The campaign in the northeast will begin in the next chapter, folks, as we start skipping travel times and delve deeper into first the Stonefists, then the Blacklocks as both houses feel the fell attention of the Nazgul and the dwarves and Harry go to war. Will Saruman's prediction prove accurate? Who can say? As for what Toriel needs to hunt down, well, that would be telling. I will also need to think hard about what to do about the cold drakes. Should they be as intelligent as Smaug but weaker and smaller? Or more animal-like up to a certain age/strength? We will have to see. As for the goblins in the mountains, they have no idea what's coming for them. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this, and as always, feel free to point out mistakes and leave a review. Chapter 25. I am not British. Covers the bases here, really. Here's the next chapter of Fate, folks, the winner of September's HP poll. This version hasn't been edited by any of my beta readers, so if you notice mistakes or lore inaccuracies, point them out, please. I went over it with Grammarly, but I know I had trouble with some of the names and making certain what I wrote here was built on what has gone before. I also want to take this time to apologize to my FIL5 fans. As I have mentioned before, Clan is welcoming a little one soon, and there has been so much to do over the past few months I haven't been able to put much time into the fourth story of the month. The basement needed a complete rehaul, furniture needed to be moved, then the bathroom had issues, then the other bathroom had issues, then paint, then, it went on. Hopefully, I will be able to finish the next chapter by the end of the month and send it off to my editor, but a chapter that should have been out in August won't be out by the end of September. Chapter 25, Wars Poll. To start with, I would like to thank Master Hamfast once more for his help in allowing me to win this reward for the 10th year in a row, Bilbo said as he waved at the small crowd of hobbits around him from all over the Shire that sat in front of him at more than a dozen long tables. Several in that crowd were looking at him a little annoyed, while others were looking at him with narrow, wary eyes. The majority, though, were simply chuckling and laughing, amused that Mad Baggins had won the summer fair's contest for largest vegetables once again. I will note that, as always, the local boys got their votes in early this year when they tried to abscond with my mushrooms, of all things. I hope the embarrassment I gave them will keep them from attempting such on my neighbors, he joked, his eyes flicking over a few younger hobbits in the crowd, many of whom looked away in embarrassment. In terms of their specific target, if nothing else, it was one thing to try and steal vegetables. For many youngsters in their horrible tweens, as more respectable hobbits called it, that was almost a rite of passage. Getting caught at it and getting caught stealing mushrooms, of all things? That was utterly shameful. If a farmer caught a young hobbit doing so, he was well within his rights to take a cane to his back. Bilbo and his farmhand, Hamfast Gamgee, did not use such painful punishments for the most part. Instead, after ensnaring any trespassers, which covered quite a lot more territory than simple vegetable stealers, they would fit the punishment to the crime. If someone had tried to break into Bag End to look for dwarven treasure, for example, that would earn them a bit of humiliation on the first attempt and then a proper thrashing on the second. For vegetable thieves, though, it was always simple humiliation. Sending them off without their shirts or breeches was one of Gamgee's favorites, while Bilbo liked to paint them in different colors or write little messages on their skin with ink while the trespasser was tied up and squirming. Frequently, some of those writings pointed out pieces of advice about how to move more quietly or stay hidden for longer. More often than not, Bilbo also mentioned that trying to sneak in at night wasn't actually the best idea because any kind of noise around the garden when there shouldn't be any stood out all the more. The local tweens were still uncertain which they disliked more, the embarrassment or the more painful punishments. Although a few had actually taken the bits of advice to heart. Bilbo's words garnered loud shouts, jeers and laughter from the crowd, although some of those faces still looked annoyed while others became more pinch-faced as they knew what Bilbo was going to say soon. To many a respectable hobbit, it was getting to the point where many of them were wondering if there was truly some kind of magic to how well Bilbo's garden did. He routinely won or at least placed in the top 3 for contests that dealt with vegetables, flowers, and herbs. Even his apples did well for all that he only had 3 apple trees on his property. And they are quite right about that, Bilbo thought complacently, even as he prepared to continue his speech into territory that would not be as well received. It's just that they refuse to see the forest for the trees. Just like all of the Shire has been blessed by the hands that work it, so too is the love myself and Master Gamgee put into our craft in my little garden, a benediction to the powers of the Vala and Lady Yavanna in particular. Every time I win one of these, I know and acknowledge that, at heart, it is the love of growing things and working the soil that we all share, which comes from the giver of fruits, which has let me take the prize. The laughter slowly trickled away and mutters about, "Oh, there he goes again," and such like rebounded. Others in the crowd mumbled, "Knew it," or "Ugh, there's that unnatural talk again." Others muttered more direct imprecations on Bilbo being odd, his mind twisted by the strangers that had occasionally stopped into Bag End since his return 11 years ago. Some of them even muttered about how the dwarf had renewed Bilbo's oddness, although most didn't connect the dwarf, Balin, to Bilbo's ability to grow things. Even the insular hobbits knew that dwarves were not the best when it came to working the earth unless it was to dig things out of it. By this point, Bilbo was used to this response. Yet while most hobbits did not wish to acknowledge magic, the Vala, or even the world beyond the borders of the Shire in many cases, Bilbo did not. He had seen too plainly the hobbit's ability to purify the land when burying Thorin had helped him overcome the dragon taint. Even the lands around the lonely mountain and close to Lake Town had changed despite how short a time Bilbo had to work with small plots of it. For this reason, Bilbo would continue to give thanks to the giver of fruits until he no longer had a voice to do so. And maybe some of these knob-headed fools may think about it and remember that all of us are followers of Yavanna, and it is only because of her we are so good with the earth. Yet Bilbo knew it made his neighbors and other contestants uncomfortable and moved along briskly. He had some people he wanted to talk to today in any case. So Bilbo finished as he normally did, pointing to 2 large wheelbarrows that were even now being pushed down from Bag End towards where the contest had been going on in the party field, a field kept free for events such as these. There, they would join the small booths that had already been set up by several others lining the outer edge of the area. "My friends, I ask that all of you partake in some of our blessings from this year's crop. Master Gamgee and I have already set aside enough for ourselves and his family for the coming winter, and I know that there are others around here to boot. Let's stop all this contest nonsense and get down to what we are really here for, eating good food." Bilbo smiled somewhat wryly as the cheers redoubled. If there was one thing that every hobbit would agree with, it was the importance of good food and good company. Not for them was all of Bilbo's nonsense about magic and what all. With a final wave at the crowd, he nodded to the 2 men pushing those wheelbarrows. Both hobbits were of an age with Hamfast. Bilbo had hired them to help sell his wares with very specific instructions. Those instructions were to sell them at a rate those who wanted them could pay. Thus, a poor hobbit mother would be able to buy as much as a rich matron, and such would flock to the 2 hobbits selling Bag End's fare. Both would be walking away with a good portion of the profits, but Bilbo felt that was fair enough. After all, changing the prices for the individual like that in a crowd was bound to draw some ire from those not partaking in the lower price. The workers could blame it on Bilbo, of course, but would still have to deal with a lot of shouting. This way, Master Gamgee could spend time talking with some of the other dedicated farmers and farmhands for a time, while Bilbo spoke to some of the locals. In particular, some of the Tooks, Brandybucks, and others. The local sheriff was already at his table, and he waved at Bilbo while his companion, the head bounder, the other half of the watch, simply nodded his head, taking a long draught from his ale. Bilbo slid into place beside the man, tapping the table as a young, pretty hobbit lass quickly wound its way her way through the crowd, a plate of sandwiches, bread, cheese, and other things resting atop it for them all. "So, gentlemen, how goes the summer for you all?" His companions all chuckled at Bilbo's ebullience, his good humor and energy infectious, even though most hobbits of his age. "I note, Bilbo, that you didn't make a point of parading the latest would-be vegetable stealers in front of the crowd this year? Is there any particular reason for that? I know you caught several youngsters from Buckland last year, and they all took it in good fun. Even my sister Primula, who really is a tiny bit too old to go along with such things." Rurimak Brandybuck laughed cheerfully, before shaking his head wryly. "Ha, but she's begun to settle down at last over this past year." A younger man than Bilbo and the others at the table, Rurimak was a good friend to those he grew close to and was one of only a few Brandybucks in the crowd at present. He often acted as the master of Buckland's ears and eyes beyond the reach of Buckland. Since Rurimak's father was the master of Buckland Hall and the leader of that small, almost independent territory, that was fair enough in Bilbo's view, who respected that shrewd old man quite a bit. And similar to his father, Rurimak had his sharp mind, which had already begun to grow the Brandybuck fortune, under a smiling face. "You Brandybucks have always been a wild sort. I don't know why you ever thought your sister would be immune to that," Adalgrim Took stated, his smile giving his true feelings on that score. After all, having wildness in them was something that could be said for many a Took as well, despite the vaunted position the family held within the Shire. The Tooks were the preeminent family in the Shire, able to trace their line all the way back to the Old Bucks, which had been one of the families that had founded the Shire. The family's patriarch routinely became the Thane, the head of the Shire, although admittedly that did not mean nearly as much in Hobbit lands as it would among the big folk normally. Taxes and such like were not rigorously enforced among Hobbits, but that did not mean they were unimportant. Normally, the Thane made certain that the post and the watch were well funded, as well as helping the lawyers keep track of the laws of the Shire, although even there, most Hobbit clans saw to their own business. Lawyers were only needed when two prominent clans found themselves disputing over something or when, such as in the case of Bag End when Bilbo returned and had to prove his identity, when they were called in specifically. In times of disaster or war, though, the position of Thane became much more important, as it was when Band Obras Took led a force of hobbits against the orcs of Mount Graham when they invaded the North Farthing. In such times, the Thane became captain of the muster and leader of the Shire Moot, either to lead them in war like Band Obras or to deal with a natural disaster that threatened the Shire. The last time the Thane was truly called on was to deal with a series of natural disasters and floods some 50 years ago. White wolves also invaded the Shire in the winter, and the then Thane had led the Shire through nearly 2 years of such disasters but then had stepped away from the power as all Thanes had before. Power like that was good for getting things done but too much trouble to any good hobbit. Adalgrim was the head of a junior branch of the family, the Tooks as a whole currently being led by Fortin Bras II. Like many a young Took, he had been a bounder and was currently acting as a junior sheriff, although his adventurous years were well behind him at 72. Still, his own son Paladin was in his tweens and had been a guest at Bag End several times over the past 10 years. Both expected and not. Although I also wonder why you didn't parade the latest group around. 2 years ago, you had Paladin up there painted blue from head to toe when he was caught the night before the contest. Ah, the reason why I didn't do so this year was because one of the fellows we caught this past week was a Sackville Baggins. There is enough bad feeling between the two branches of the family for me to not want to add still more salt to the wound. Even his listeners, none of whom were exactly normal hobbits as most hobbits would use the term, looked at Bilbo a little sideways for that phrase. Yet the conversation quickly shifted as he explained what exactly he had done to the latest batch, which earned him several howls of laughter. Ha ha ha. Ah, anyway, Bilbo, I received your message that you wished to join the watch again for our archery competition, the local sheriff said, glancing over at his bounder companion. But I have to ask, would you be willing instead to be one of the judges? Bilbo hummed thoughtfully, then shrugged. Certainly. I'd like to see some of your younger fellows step up their game a bit. Certainly, there should be some youngster with a better eye than this middle-aged fellow. That earned him some snorts, as in his 60s, Bilbo was in the prime of his life, but he continued on, looking over at the head bounder. However, have you given any thought to my idea about having actual training classes? In sneaking around, I rather think most of my fellows don't need much help there, the bounder's commander, a proud foot named Caradoc, said. He didn't really have a title like that. Instead, he was simply the head bounder, a title much like that given to the postmaster who organized the distribution of mail throughout the Shire or the senior sheriff. This showed the lack of importance to the job of head bounder that the hobbits felt. Which, in these days of peace and plenty was well enough, in Bilbo's opinion. There was no tremendous danger on the horizon here in the Shire, and when he woke up from nightmares of the Battle of the Lonely Mountain or, worse, the battle under the Misty Mountains, Bilbo prayed fervently that it would remain so. As he thought of those days, of the time he had been forced to take the life of that poor creature Gollum, a hand dropped to his pant pocket for a moment. There, Bilbo's hand found the familiar indent of the ring, even though it did not register to his mind that his hand had done so. Instead, he looked on as Caradoc continued to speak. However, I do think that having a lesson on archery as you practice it, might be a good idea, Bilbo. I've got plenty of competent archers, but picking out proper targets, moving after firing and keeping hidden while doing so? Those are things that we bounders could learn for our betterment. I believe we finally came to an agreement on that point over the past month of debate. Bilbo smiled at that and reached across to shake Caradoc's hand. Excellent. I hope such lessons will never be needed, but, Bilbo shrugged, and the man nodded. Caradoc had been alive during the time of the White Wolves. Barely 34 at the time, he had still taken part in fighting them off and had no desire to see such again, or worse, the tall folk or the evil orcs and goblins trying to make trouble in Hobbit lands. Indeed, although thankfully, we've only had peaceable folk coming through the Shire recently. Like your friend Balin, Bilbo. Strange but still peaceable, and the deals he made for pipeweed were excellent for all concerned. The conversation then turned to news from Bree, which was the only area outside the Shire that those in the Shire routinely exchanged news with, and then to what was new in Buckland. Since Bilbo had repeatedly gone through Buckland and out into the forest beyond, he was intrigued by the news that the Old Forest had made another attempt at the High Hay. But generally speaking, the conversation was light and full of fun, with plenty of food coming and going, all of it on Bilbo's account. It was well known that Bilbo was quite rich from his adventures abroad, and he had no issue with paying for the food of his friends at any point. Indeed, as many of the poorer families knew, he was quite generous. About an hour passed like this before Bilbo heard his name called by someone in the crowd. Turning in that direction, he saw one of the members of his extended family, one that he quite liked, coming through the fair toward his table. An elderly hobbit, his back stooped with age, and leaning on a young lady, he smiled at Bilbo as he came within conversation range. "Well, you did again, did you, Bilbo? And here I thought my Duddo would have a chance to win his first contest. Didn't he get second place, Fosco? I think that is quite a fine achievement, first and second place both taken by a Baggins. And he is some 20 years my junior. Duddo will get better in time as he learns to understand the soil better." "Already I've heard it said that he's got soil under his fingernails," Bilbo said. "Although if he truly blessed the land in Yavanna's name, I dare say he would be my better already." Bilbo stood up along with his fellows as he said the polite phrase, which was the Hobbit equivalent of saying a farmer was a hard worker and liked to get his hands dirty. Even the slightly more formal Adalgrim stood, nodding his head politely to the older Hobbit. While Bilbo had more primacy in the extended family because he came down from the firstborn son of the family's ancestor, Bilbo Baggins, elders in Hobbit society were always treated with respect. "Come, sit, Fosco. I see Dora over there, talking with a few other ladies. No doubt giving them advice as usual, although I don't see Drogo around anywhere. Is he still off with the rest of the family?" Bilbo asked, smiling lightly at Priska Baggins, a distant cousin who liked to look after the older members of the extended Baggins family. "Ha, no." Fosco looked over at Merrimack while Priska giggled at his side, helping the older hobbit sit down. "He's actually off in Buckleberry. He seems to have found an interest in a certain scapegrace daughter of the Brandybucks." Merrimack blinked, then laughed, and the conversation devolved from there into the most favorite topic of all for hobbits, families and their goings-on. Quite a good time was had by all as it should be at such events. That night, Bilbo allowed himself to bow out of the festivities early, despite knowing that there were going to be several competitions and contests on various drinks and cordials that he would miss. He walked up Hobbiton Hill to his little smeel, smiling at the bright green door newly painted that morning by Hamfast. Every 4 years, the handyman put a new coating of paint on the door right before the summer fair. Bilbo had to shake off old memories again for the second time that day as he pulled open his door and entered quickly, laughing quietly to himself. What was it that Balin said? Memories condensed into smaller time stay with you the longest. Tea was certainly the busiest part of my life, to be sure. Chuckling at that, Bilbo wound his way through his hobbit hole, smiling faintly as the sounds of the distant revelry died away from the distance and the door closing behind him. As it did, Bilbo absent-mindedly patted his waistcoat pocket again. But this time, Bilbo noticed he was doing it. Bilbo frowned, reaching inside and pulling out the ring, staring at it for a moment, wondering why he had been doing so. "And that's not all you should wonder, my lad. You used it a few days ago to avoid the Sackville Baggins. Mind you, it was a force of them, 5 all at once, and that's enough to try the patience of a mayor, let alone a merely mortal hobbit like yourself. Yet you could have simply tried to hide in the normal way. And it's not the first time this past year it's happened. You slip too easily onto my finger these days," he murmured, staring at the ring, turning it this way and that. It was a pretty thing, a simple band of golden metal, thicker than most rings would be among hobbit folk, both in the width of the band and in the size of the finger it was meant to fit. Yet still, it fit on his finger. It was a treasure, to be sure, and he recalled fondly how he had used it to help him hide from the elves and orcs alike. Yet even so, there was no need to use it like that. Perhaps, I should set it on the mantle. Yes. Remove the temptation to use it. Such things are useful, to be sure, but they should not be abused. Besides, if I keep on using it, I might get out of practice myself. I'm only in my 60s. There's no way I should need to use such a thing against other hobbits with all the training and experience I have in sneaking about unseen against far more dangerous watchers. Especially those lumps of gristle, the Sackville Baggins. Nodding his head firmly, Bilbo moved over to the fireplace. Starting the fire within, Bilbo then set the ring on top of the mantel next to a small drawing that one of his other young cousins had made of him and Balin a few months back when the dwarf arrived in the Shire. While the majority of the Shire felt that the dwarf's visit had been just another example of Bilbo's strangeness, his own family, especially those who grew pipeweed, had greatly enjoyed his visit. "That will do," he said to himself, smiling faintly as he looked at the drawing beside the ring before pushing it behind the pictures so that it would not be visible unless you stood directly by the side of the fireplace. Yes, remove the temptation, and let the memories of that time once more fade. And maybe, get a little practice in over the next few days. If I am to teach the Bounders how to sneak and shoot, as Harry once put it, I'll need to work on my own sneakcraft for a bit just to make sure that I haven't lost my edge. I wonder whose mushrooms I can visit? It would be quite a thing to return the favor. With a chuckle at his own wry thought, Bilbo turned away from the ring, heading into his kitchen to get himself a bit of a nightcap. So strong was Bilbo's desire to not lean on the ring too much that he kept the ring there hidden behind the drawing of himself and Balin sitting outside Bag End for nearly 2 full months. But then, on a bright day in winter, with a chill in the air and an inch of snow on the ground, the ring was back in his pocket once more. Oh. It seems as if my master-at-arms was quite correct, Elrond hummed, somewhat impressed as he stared down at the prone form of Estel, who was gasping for air and wheezing both from exertion and from the blow to his side that Elrond had gotten through his defenses a moment ago. You have indeed improved. I have not noticed so much myself, Master Elrond, Estel said, slowly pushing himself to his feet. I will admit that I win at least 2 out of every 5 spars with Trevedran, yet even in the bout I win, I still take more injuries. Wouldn't that mean that, if we were fighting for real, I would have lost? You are human, your learning ability is different than those of my folk. You never made the same mistake twice, the pain working far better for you to learn a lesson than it would for someone from my folk, Elrond answered, no censure or condescension in his tone, simple fact. Do not despair that you are not as fast as I or Trevedran. You have other strengths, basic physical endurance that most elves lack and upper body strength. You can also learn to be almost as quick as an elf and as precise, as skilled. Elrond chuckled quietly, his eyes far away as he remembered the wars of the last alliance. We elves might be tireless while simply walking or running, and we do not need nearly as much food as humans. I well remember learning that when we marched with the men of the human nations of the Númenóreans against Sauron. But unlike many of our ancestors who spent thousands of years in the light of the Vala and the 2 trees, when it came to the exertions of actual combat, we elves can also become tired quickly. You know this. You have taken part in many an exercise among my folk. This was actually very true. When the Noldor first returned to Middle-earth, one of the things that set them apart from the Sylvan elves, those elves of the Sindar and Lake Wendy who had remained behind, the Noldor had far more energy and endurance. Now, the survivors of those days, of whom Elrond was not one, who still remained in Middle-earth, did not retain that endurance. The only ones who did were counted among Sire Dan's folk at the Havens or with Lady Galadriel. The elves born in Middle-earth since those days retained the ability to ignore cold and heat to a great degree and rarely, if ever, grew tired when it came to running and walking. But when it came to hard labor like building something or combat, that was not the case. I know, and I do not begrudge the time spent to become as good as I can be with a blade. I would simply like to walk away from one bout without my body covered in bruises, Master Elrond, the young man said, shaking his head with a wry chuckle. But I did ask for this. I asked you and Trevedran to make me the best swordsman you possibly could out of my merely mortal clay, and if that involves that clay being beaten into shape, this particular lump will not complain. Several other elves and more than a few men snorted at that, but the men also smiled, impressed. These men had begun to arrive a few days ago, but Estel had seen several of them come and go from Imladris and had even seen several of them train alongside the elves of Imladris before. These were all men of the north, rangers, Dúnedain. Each and every one of them was descended from Númenor, just like Estel, although none were of an age with him. These were the men Estel would be working alongside when he came of age soon and could leave Elrond's house to see the world beyond. That was the reason why, in his own mind at least, Estel had felt the eyes of these men on him a time or two since they had begun to arrive. They were evaluating Estel, making certain he would not be a liability when it came to a fight or the hardships a ranger was forced to shoulder in the world beyond the last homely house. That understanding had made it hard for Estel to not try and show off in his training, but Estel sensed somehow that trying to do so, even if he succeeded, would not be seen as a good thing in this crowd. To a certain extent, this was true. But the Dúnedain had other reasons unknown to Estel to be evaluating him. And so far, the hard, perennially weary men of the north were impressed, and not just because none of them could have claimed to be the master of arms of the last lonely house 3 out of 5 times, regardless of how bruised they might be afterward. No, Estel could deal with the bruises and his drive that impressed them more than simple skill. That kind of stubbornness and ability to deal with pain would serve him in good stead. That will come in time. Indeed, over this winter, your exercises will be stepped up to a tremendous degree. You have learned much in terms of geography, of history, of the tales of your people and mine. You have mastered your voice such that it is reckoned among humankind and my own to the point that the singers of my house often request your presence. Now, you must step up your training on the blade, the bow and war. For this winter, that alone will be your charge. I fully expect you to have far more in the way of bruises over the next couple of weeks than you have ever had before, young Estel. But we will see your request fulfilled. That was only a portion of my request, Master Elrond, and you know it, Estel gently but firmly corrected his. He wasn't certain what Elrond was to Estel and his mother, really. Savior, certainly. Master of the land they lived on, again, certainly. Yet even so, Elrond seemed to take more interest in Estel's doings than he felt was quite on point for either of those relationships. Indeed, at times, Elrond treated Estel almost as if he were a family member. It was hard to put into words how Estel had come to that conclusion. Elrond was polite and welcoming to everyone, and the Dúnedain had come and gone throughout Estel's life. But the Dúnedain were guests, welcome, certainly, but still guests. Unless one of them needed healing, Elrond would not drop everything to greet them. Several times Elrond had done so for Estel, in a way that he would not for even other elves who lived in Imladris. Whenever he had free time, Elrond would come by to speak with Estel, and their conversations ranged across the spectrum, from history to animal husbandry to healing. Estel had tried to get Elrond and his mother to explain this relationship and other things to him when he was younger, but neither had, and eventually, Estel had stopped asking. Yet it remained there, a minor mystery at the center of his life here among the elves of the last homely house. I know, Elrond said, breaking Estel out of his musings. You requested also to head out into the land beyond the borders of my realm. I accepted that then, and I will tell you now. When the weather clears in the spring, you will be free to range out with your fellow men of the north. Elrond gestured to the human men around them. Experience is the greatest teacher of all, after all. The men all chuckled while Elrond smiled blandly, his eyes tracking back to Estel. If this youth is to be the one for which Narsil will be reforged, who will rise to bring together the tribes of men against Sauron as in the past, then he must prove himself not just to me, but to his people. But there is still much that you need to learn before I allow that. I understand, Master Elrond. I'm prepared. Estel stated firmly, staring back at Elrond, a weight behind his eyes that few men could create, a certainty to his tone that made Elrond smile. This was no hasty or arrogant decision made by a youth eager to see the world. It was made with a clear understanding of the dangers involved and a desire to meet those challenges. Excellent. Then I will no longer be taking it easy on you. Elrond's smile shifted into a small smirk. You will practice with me rather than Trevedran from now until the evening bell. Not just today, but every day, after the noontide bell, you will be here in the training area with me until evening falls. To his credit, Estel didn't flinch, merely gulping slightly before pushing himself to his feet, getting into a ready stance with his sword held in the proper guard position. At your pleasure, Master Elrond. Hours later, Estel found himself unwilling to sit upright from where he lay with his head on the root of a tree in Imladri's expansive garden. Next to him was a small plate of food along with an equally small cup of wine. It was all he had felt he could keep down after the punishment he'd taken, having been proven all too correct on that score. But, he consoled himself, I am getting better. I could feel it, my response time and my feeling out of the fight. I could almost read Master Elrond's moves by the time of our last spar. And those leg exercises might seem evil, but I can at least see the point in them after speaking to some of the Dúnedain, not like the lessons I was forced to take for the past few years on diplomacy and history. I know my mother has told me much about the northern kingdoms of Arthedain, Card-Olan, and Rudor and how we are all descended from Númenor, just like Gondor, but I have never understood why I was getting lessons in languages and diplomacy. It was a minor mystery, one he had brought up on occasion just like he had brought up the strange, almost familial way Elrond acted towards Estel. When he had asked Elrond, he had simply looked at Estel thoughtfully, then stated when Estel reached his majority, he would be told. His mother said it might be needed and refused to elaborate. Unwilling to spend time wondering about the whys, Estel had simply set aside that mystery as well, concentrating on learning everything his teachers were willing to teach him. You did quite well, you know. I have seen grown men, rangers with hundreds of ambushes and small-scale battles under their belts not do half as well against Master Elrond. He fought in every war against Sauron and is reckoned a fell blade among the Noldor, who themselves are the most warlike of the elves. Estel looked over to where the voice had come from and saw several of the northern rangers standing there watching him. 9 in number, they were all dressed similarly, brown leggings, green shirts, and dark cloaks swept back. No weapons were present here, but the way they stood, these men gave off the feeling that such were not needed to make them dangerous. Looking at the Dúnedain now, Estel was struck by the difference in them in comparison to the Bree folk that he had seen 11 years ago on his journey with Harry and Bilbo to the Shire, the last time he had seen more than 2 or 3 other humans at a time. These men were taller in the mane and thinner in shoulder and waist, but Estel didn't doubt they were stronger than the men of Bree for all their weight. Long black, brown, and in a few cases grey with age dominated, with no orange or blonde hair among them. Their skin was pale but harshly weathered for all that, with thin faces and grey eyes just like Estel's own. Their fingers were thin and calloused through years of training and combat. Their grey eyes were deep set into their heads, again unlike those of the Bree folk. Hooded gazes they were, which saw the world around them through the lens of harsh experience, harsh lives that had not broken them nor their ancestors. Proud they were, these men of the north, and Estel knew they had a right to be so. Not just because they were descendants of Númenor, or Arnir, the northern kingdom created by Elendil himself and the 3 kingdoms that Arnir was eventually broken into, but because of what they had, as a people, survived since the fall of those kingdoms during the wars with Angmar. Indeed, in reading the history of his folk, Estill often felt that their decline and fall could be told in 3 parts, all equally tragic. The first was simply a tale of man's arrogance and slow decline. Long before the actual destruction of Numenor, its people had begun to turn away from the Vala, a process that had, the scholars of Rivendell felt, begun in the ashes of the victory of Gilgalad and King Tar-Minster in the First War against Sauron in the Second Age. It was in defeating the fallen Mayor that the Númenóreans began to be arrogant, wishing to settle new lands. Instead of accepting the gift of men, they longed for eternal life like the firstborn. Slowly, the Númenóreans turned their backs on the Vala, and even their relationship with the elves, their kings ceasing to take Quenya names. So the Númenóreans slowly split into 2 camps, the king's men and the faithful, who retained their faith in the Vala and friendship with the folk of Gilgalad. Second would be the ultimate fall of Numenor, which began before Iluvatar actually sank the island. No, that fall began when Ar-Pharazôn usurped the kingship, captured Sauron, and brought him back to Numenor. A mighty captain of men on land and at sea, Ar-Pharazôn had already claimed the kingship through evil means. The former king Tar-Palantir had attempted to turn back the tide of his people's slide into corruption and away from the Vala. He failed, and Ar-Pharazôn, his nephew, took his cousin as wife against her will. He then turned back the former king's reforms and returned to Middle-earth, capturing Sauron after forcing his armies to flee from the might of Númenor's army. Sauron had realized he could not win through main force, and decided to use guile, as he had often before. His whispers in the Golden King's ears poisoned his mind entirely against the Vala. So bad was it that Sauron convinced him that Iluvatar was not real, a lie of the Vala, and that Melkor was the true god of the world. In this way, the Númenóreans who were not among the persecuted faithful began to worship Morgoth, and their religious practices soon included human sacrifice. The White Tree, Nimlith, the symbol of the royal family and their connection to the elves and Vala both, was cut down, and all access to the holy mountain, Menelturma, where of old the eagles of the Vala would come to roost, was closed. If not for Isildur, the last remaining connection to Telperion of the 2 trees of Aman would have been lost. It was only due to his courage that a fruit of the tree survived, which was not the least nor the greatest of Isildur's deeds. Only after Nimlith was cut down did Sauron convince an aging Ar-Pharazôn to launch a full attack on Aman. When Manwë asked the Creator for aid, as the Vala could not wage war on men at Iluvatar's commands, he was wroth. Similar to his decree that the Vala could not war against men, so too had Iluvatar ordered that no force of mortal men could come to Aman. At Iluvatar's anger, the seas rose, and both the island of Numenor and Ar-Pharazôn's fleet were destroyed. After that, a time of peace came for the followers of the Vala among the Númenóreans, who had over centuries begun to remove themselves from the island that had been their home under Isildur, who became High King of Arnir and Gondor, the southern and northern kingdoms. Elendil ruled directly in the north, while his sons ruled Gondor in his name. However, that peace was shattered by Sauron. Eventually, Isildur fell in the Battle of the Gladden Fields, and the 2 kingdoms truly became separate. Yet perhaps the worst was to come for the men of the north, for as the seasons grew colder in the north, so too did the men of Arnir diminish in numbers and strength. Their unity also began to diminish, and when King Eärendil died, his 3 sons could not agree who would rule. Thus the kingdom was broken up into 3, Arthedain, Card-Olan, and Rudor. These 3 kingdoms often fought one another, and it was during this time of strife, in the year 1300 of the Third Age, that the kingdom of Angmar rose under its Witch King. Over the centuries, the Witch King, a bearer of a ring of power and a ring wraith under Sauron, destroyed Card-Olan and Rudor by causing internal strife and military force. Plague, treason, strife, and discord were his weapons, and for several centuries he wielded them until finally, Arthedain, the last realm of men in the north, fell. Its king was slain, its capital sacked, and what was left of its people fled to Lindon, the land of the elves of the Havens. There, they rallied, joining a might army sent from Gondor via the ocean, and with a force from Lothlorien and Rivendell, the greatest army since the alliance of elves and men fought against the Witch King, shattering his army and his realm. Only the Witch King remained, still alive. Some thought him unable to be killed by any man, but Aragorn did not know the truth of that. As for the Númenóreans of Arthedain, they became the Dúnedain, a small clan of folk scattered across the north. That was what the ancestors of these men had survived. Yet still they stood, defending lesser folk against the creatures in the dark, hunting orcs, goblins and worse in the ruins of the north, from the dark lands of Angmar to the misty mountains and the grey flood in the south. Even beyond that area, they had begun a silent vigil of late over the realm of Mordor, never entering but watching as much of the land's borders as they could. Estill tried to stand in respect, only for one of the Dúnedain to move forward, pressing him back down with a firm hand on his shoulder. No need for that. That last blow you took when you were off balance when Elrond didn't anticipate you would be able to deflect it, and so put more strength in his blow than he should have, which your thigh no doubt felt when the blow landed regardless. Let your leg rest before you stand on it again. Even Elrond's healing skills cannot make such a bruise as nothing so quickly. Thank you, Sir. I will do so. But I am sorry, I do not know any of your names, Estelle confessed. We will tell you our names in time if you truly do mean to range out with us come the spring, another man said with a harsh chuckle as if the term he used was too blasé for what it described. Some of us will still be here. Others will have come and gone or been replaced. The work does not stop in winter, no matter how dangerous it might be. The work. Estelle said thoughtfully, then slowly nodded. The ongoing conflict between orcs and men, or perhaps the watch on Mordor. Both of those are but a parcel of it. The work is against the enemy, against Sauron. Do not make the mistake of thinking that just because Sauron cannot communicate with them that the orcs in the north or the feral lands of Angmar, the spirits and fell beasts, do not bend to his will. Few and scattered those creatures might be, but they are still there, still at times gathering in sufficient strength to attack other folk. Such it was 200 years ago, in my father's time. More, we rangers must always be aware of Sauron's influence these days, since he returned to Mordor. He cannot yet field armies, but he has fell men under his influence, and with them, Sauron can bend the minds of weaker men. Beyond that, our work is a thing of small-scale battles, of halting this or that raiding band from the north. Or even in the south, where proud Gondor and proud but currently ill-led Rohan miss any danger larger than an army, one of the others said, his voice both wry and tart. He moved to squat near where Estelle lay on the ground. Two of the others came over and gently helped Estelle to sit up against the tree rather than simply laying his head against one of the roots. As they did, Estelle examined them, and both men would later tell the others that it was as if he was staring deeply into them, his gaze holding a strength of will and insight that perhaps only Elrond or one of the wise would match. It was unsettling, yet also comforting, as if this young man who shared their ancestry understood their hardships and did not feel sad for them, rather respecting their strength. I understand. Where an army cannot go unseen, a group of 3 or 4 orcs could. I once had an experience with such on the road to the Shire. Do you know of it? Estelle asked, not trying to act as if he was an expert or anything, just showing he knew enough to at least understand it. The place with the little people, the hobbits? Fat and lazy they might seem to most, but we have tales of their colonizing the Shire, of their war against the orcs of Mount Graham. While we were busy dealing with other bands, as my companion said, 200 years ago, a large force of orcs attacked the Shire. The Thane of the time beat them off, killing their chief. One of the others said with a laugh. There is depth to the hobbits that most do not see. So I discovered when hearing of Bilbo Baggins' part in the tale of Thorin and company, although I did not hear most of it from him, but from the dwarf Balin when he passed through both coming and going this past year. Estelle chuckled quietly. At any rate, I do know something of the small battles you all fight. But I would dearly like to learn more. He smiled then, patting his wounded leg, which had been wrapped around with a poultice but was still quite sore from the blow he had taken. Elrond had been extremely apologetic about that, having wanted to strike him, yes, but not nearly that hard. Yet Estelle had waved it off, stating simply that it had been his own arrogance to think that he could try to deflect Elrond's blow in such a manner when he had been caught off balance. I would have been better served to try and take advantage of the strike in some manner. He'd said at the time, and Elrond had asked him how he would do so, which led into a series of conversations that kept Estelle's mind busy as Elrond himself saw to his wound. But tell me of yourselves. Not the battles you have seen or the deeds you have done. Rarely have I ever been able to converse with other humans, and right now, that is what I want to do. To get to know you. Estelle stated earnestly. Just like you, I would like to know those who I may in time fight alongside. The men looked at one another, then shrugged and began to take turns speaking about themselves and what they had seen of the world beyond the last homely house. This went by for weeks as Estelle came to know the men and vice versa. Many a time Estelle surprised them with his insight, some bit of advice or understanding of the individual that the person in question himself had missed. Sometimes, it was minor, like one of them having developed a lingering injury to one elbow that had slowed him somewhat when it came to sword fighting and had never even noticed it. Other times it was deeper, when one of the men would speak of home and hearth, the way he said a single name resonated to Estelle. Through probing questions, it became clear to the man that he was actually pining for a young woman of his acquaintance when the very idea of doing so should have been, in the man's own words, anathema to me. I had never intended to court, let alone settle down. But perhaps there is something there. That man became the first to give his name to Estelle. He was Penner, and he had been a ranger for over 80 years. He was not the oldest among the group of Dúnedain and Imladris that winter, but he was one of the most experienced. Penner had ranged along the feet of the Misty Mountains for most of his life, there and deep into the broken lands of Angmar. And while the dwarves had done an excellent job not once but twice cutting the number of orcs and goblins in the mountains down, there were always more, small scattered bands eager to prey on anyone they could. Estelle's insight was not the only way Estelle impressed the men, nor his memorization of what he was told about their own lives was the most amazing of his talents. His skill with sword and bow were superlative, but that the Dúnedain had expected. They had not expected his tactical insight, the way he was able to follow the tales of their small-scale battles and skirmishes so easily, pointing out places where they could have done better within seconds. Nor did he speak like some kind of armchair analyst. Rather, Estelle spoke as a fellow person who understood that in the heat of things, battles could often go awry but wanted to help them become better in the future. In turn, Estelle got to know these men. Tall and fair they were in appearance. Grim and watchful at the best of times, even here in Imladris, a place of welcome and home for many. Only occasionally did they smile, but when they did, it was with their whole faces, with true and proper warm emotion. They chuckled often, but darkly, or low, with a wry twist to their lips. Each had a tale to tell, either of hardship survived or battle won, and Estelle heard and memorized them all. But above all, it was clear to Estelle that the blood of Numenor was still in these men as strong as it was in himself. Each Dúnedain could perhaps live to 160 or more and still be hale of mind if not of body by the time they passed. They could see farther, hear more, and were, as he had supposed, physically more powerful than most men of other breeds could match. Their longevity was a gift from the Valar to those of the Edain who had never married into the royal house, which had the lineage of both elf and Mayor within it. That had begun to fade when the men of the island had been forced to intermarry with other houses of the Edain or even those men who had never joined the elves in their wars against Sauron, but it was still present in the Dúnedain to a far stronger degree than the men of Gondor thanks in part to having a larger population of Númenóreans when Arnir was first founded by Elendil, but also because the Dúnedain had kept to the traditions of their people in a way that those of Gondor had not been able to save in their oldest, most noble houses. One evening, however, more than half of the rangers had left Imladris, ranging out to the north and east with Elrond's 2 sons. The pair of them were apparently well known to the Dúnedain and firm friends to many, just as they had become to Estelle in a way. The others had seemingly disappeared on their own errands or were listening to the evening choir elsewhere in Elrond's sprawling mansion. Thus, for once, Estelle took his evening meal alone, sitting at a small stone table in a reading room in Elrond's mansion, warmed by a fire against the chill beyond the walls. Currently, he was reading a book, a historical account that Lochinar's village, another Dúnedain whose name Estelle had earned, had kept since the destruction of Arnir by the Witch King of Angmar. It made for grim reading at times, but there were moments of joy and happiness. Every death was mourned, but every child born was applauded, a time of delight for parent and village alike. Other moments of joy occurred when they met up with other villagers or townsfolk or won a victory against the wandering orcs, who, although crushed in the final battle against Angmar by the men of Gondor, the Galadrim and Elrond's folk, still roamed that territory. More than that, the book spoke of the great works of their forebears, portions of the ancient kingdoms that still stood like the ruins of the old capital, Annúminas. All of it, grim, great or happy, fascinated Estelle in the way it was written. The language might be Sindarin, like most here in the last lonely house, but the tone, the emotions, it all resonated with Estelle in a way most of the historical texts he read failed to do. Yet right now, Estelle wasn't really seeing the writing in the book. Instead, he was simply staring at the writing, thinking about all that he had learned and one aspect in particular he had learned over the past few days before most of the Dúnedain had left. They hid it well, but around Estelle, it had come out a few times that the Dúnedain believed that there was still the blood of Elendil, the blood of the kings of Numenor somewhere in their own people. That eventually a king would rise among them once more. And Estelle was anything but stupid. So, could that be why Elrond treats me as he does? As if I was a family member? Because, despite being removed by who knows how many generations, we are kin, no matter how distant? It would explain much. But then, what does that really mean to me, in these days? When the Dúnedain is so few, when there are no northern kingdoms to rule. When Gondor is so far away and so different. The sound of soft approaching feet on stone broke Estelle out of his thoughts, and although most would be hard-pressed to tell one human foot from another, let alone that of a different race, Estelle could tell who this was before he even stepped into the room. Lord Elrond. Estelle. That is a most pensive expression you are wearing. It speaks of someone who is grappling with a sudden change in how he views the world. Elrond spoke lightly, but his expression was grave as he moved to sit across from Estelle in another padded chair. You believe you have discovered an answer to an old question. Elrond's tone made that a statement rather than a question, yet Estelle nodded nonetheless. I have. I have learned of a great hope among the Dúnedain, and wondered about my life here in Imladris, the only young boy here, son of the only human woman who lives here. The way you treat me, the lessons. And then I realized that perhaps my name, Estelle. Hope. Hope for what I must ask myself. A hope for a better future, perhaps. You are not the first Estelle. There have been many since the fall of the northern kingdoms. The hope for the future of those men who still wander but are never lost. A hope for me that someday, the people of my brother's nation will rebuild to match their previous glory. Many generations of your family have, in some fashion, been raised here in my house. Elrond answered, the two of them locking gazes. You are Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and by blood, you are the last descendant of Elendil, and in you, there lies the blood of kings, the blood of my brother, Elros. Aragorn fell silent, feeling his real name settle into himself, examining it from all sides before accepting it as truth and concentrating on what Elrond had not said. Had not, in fact, been doing. But you are not telling me that I am the rightful king, nor are you telling me to seek my crown or to command my people, he stated after who knew who long contemplating things. You're simply stating my ancestry. Thus, what I do with that knowledge is in my own hands. Aragorn allowed his lips to twitch into a wry smile. How typically elvish of you. Elrond chuckled. But true for all that, I am not giving you advice. Your life is your own, Aragorn. What you do with it is entirely up to you. If you become a simple ranger, I will be pleased. If you become a leader of the Dúnedain, I will be pleased. If you decide that such life is not for you, that you would prefer to stay here for the rest of your days, I will accept that too. Aragorn slowly nodded, shaking his head. I had known that my life here was special, that living here, learning from you and the other elves, set me apart from other men. I had not realized the entirety of it. The weight of the line of the High King. For it is not just the north, but the south, but Gondor, which I am the inheritor of. Yes. Elrond simply answered. And now, what will you do with that information? Nothing. Aragorn shrugged, shaking his head. For the moment, this information changes nothing. I am no leader yet. I do not deserve to be. While the rangers of the north have suffered from birth to now, I have been safe here, learning in luxury. I must earn their respect. I must face those hardships myself before I can even call myself a ranger, let alone anything else. And what kingdom would I be a king of anyway? There does not seem to be anything of the north that could be forged into one. And Gondor has its stewards. Given the failures of the kings before them, it seems to me that Gondor can sustain itself much better with a steward than it did with the kings of old. Cynical, yet perhaps accurate. This coming from the child who used to play kings and orcs when he was young, Elrond teased gently, although his tone told Aragorn that he approved. The child puts such dreams away to become a man. A man knows that he needs to understand the world far better than the child ever could believe possible. I appreciate knowing who I am, but I am still in the process of making myself who I will become, so much so that I do not know what I will end up being, Aragorn admitted ruefully. I will continue to build myself, to become more than I am as a Dúnedain, and then perhaps in a year or more, I will be able to decide what else I am going forward. Elrond nodded, although inside, he was smiling, seeing the weight of his lineage settling onto Aragorn's shoulders, leaving him changed slightly but not broken by it or suddenly driven through the lash of ambition or even ego. Well thought out. And what does that mean for the now? Aragorn chuckled quietly. Already he was developing some of the mannerisms of the men of the north, cutting down on his gestures, keeping his chuckles and laughter lower than before. For now, it means that I need to get to bed early. Time and the lessons wait for no one, no matter their lineage. Oh. It was a truism throughout history, no matter the planet, and perhaps, no matter the species, that the larger the force on the move, the slower it went. Things like the need to use roads, the problems with wheeled vehicles on extremely horrible examples of said roads, and the amount of supplies, weapons, and so forth all had an impact. Beyond that, of course, was the fact that the road to Varney's Folly from Erebor was barely worth the name. Our people traded once long ago when we Longbeards had our on-hold fasts in the Grey Mountains, but they have never been maintained since, Philly had explained the day after they left the area historically controlled by Erebor. And even then, there wasn't a direct road from the Lonely Mountain to any territory of the Stonefoots. So to call it a road is being so generous you have been taken advantage of, as we dwarves would say. Even if the dwarves of Varney's Folly and Erebor decided to invest in it, the road was simply too long and would require too much work to make it into a proper dwarven road like the road between the Lonely Mountain and Dale or going further southwest. The best they could do would be to make it more like the road leading out from the Iron Hills into Blacklock lands, but unlike there, the Stonefoot House didn't trade enough large-scale goods with Erebor to make it viable. If that remained the case going forward was anyone's guess, but everyone involved with the convoy heading to Varney's Folly understood that it would be a journey of some months because of all of the aforesaid reasons, and the sheer distance involved, which was almost the same as from the Shire to Mirkwood. There weren't mountains in the way, yet that didn't mean that it was very hospitable territory. The land between Varney's Folly and the Lonely Mountain was rocky in intervals, sparse, with little in the way of growing things other than a type of brown bush that seemed able to grow anywhere. Rains could create mudholes of horrid depth, especially, it seemed on the road. Even without rain, there were deep ruts in which a cart could catch a wheel, forcing the dwarves to push them out, frequently in horrid conditions. Yet all this didn't really mean that Toriel was any happier about the slow pace. I do believe that your lady is going a little stir-crazy, Harry, Philly said from where he was marching beside Harry, the both of them looking ahead of them towards where Toriel had just disappeared over the horizon at the typical ground-devouring lope that unencumbered elves could achieve. At present, the dwarves of the convoy could see quite a ways in every direction, as there were no trees or even small hills to provide cover. She didn't even wait for the okay to set off this time. My lady did wait for us all to have finished loading the camp back up, though, Harry pointed out with a chuckle, shaking his head. Toriel's been putting up with your dwarven pace for 3 months now. Let her have these little moments to get away from everything. That, Philly reflected, was quite true. The first few weeks, Harry and Toriel had gone along with the rest of the convoy without complaint, using the time to get to know a few of the dwarves and how convoys like this operated. After that, the pair of them randomly joined the scouts as they started to range out ahead of the convoy as they left traditional Ereborian territory. But even the scouts had to return to the rest of the convoy, which acted like a tether, a set area around the convoy they could not leave, made worse by the fact they needed to report in at set intervals. Neither of which was Toriel used to. It's also true that elvish armies, even full armies like the one that helped us during the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, don't march with as nearly as large a baggage train as the convoy, Philly reflected. For one thing, there was all the food they were transporting. Even Thorin's army would not be transporting this much food in such a manner, food that wasn't meant to be consumed on the way by the army itself, but rather to be sold at Varney's Folly, transported in specially prepared and runically protected carts. Elves did not need nearly as much food as a dwarven army, even one unencumbered without siege weapons would need. Their armor was also traditionally lighter than dwarven armor, although given how much stronger dwarves were, that was probably a wash in Philly's opinion. Elves also didn't make use of animals in their armies. They did not have any cavalry as the humans were supposed to. Nor did elves make use of donkeys to carry supplies. Rather, each individual carried their own equipment, complete with food, mostly lembas or other trail fare. Admittedly, those supplies were of far better quality than dwarves or men could make, but even so, it was impressive. According to one elf Philly had talked about after the battle against Azog, the elves didn't make use of any kind of field equipment nor bring along tools to make camp. Instead, they trusted in their own scouts and guards, and every group of 4 would split the work of carrying the group's tent. That, Philly felt, was something of a weakness. But regardless, it was plain fact that even a dwarven army would probably already be in Varney's Folly by this time or perhaps had marched straight past it. Still, we're making good time, Thunderbelly said, his voice a low grumble almost lost in his massive beard as he slid one hand over his bald pate. I didn't expect us to be able to move this fast, frankly. I didn't complain about the changes you made in how we set up camp and everything, Philly, but I didn't anticipate it would have this big an impact. I can't take all the credit for our speed. Harry's work with our rune masters has developed quite a few amazing things to help make marches like this, and in particular with the carts we're using, far easier than they should be, Philly demurred. I only wish we could come up with some magical way of flattening the road ahead of us, Harry snorted, earning laughter from the surrounding dwarves. The road here was. Well, Philly had been all too accurate on its quality. It was barely a suggestion. The only thing that could really be said about it was that there were none of the horrible, many-thorned bushes on the road that could be seen decorating the surrounding area, and there weren't any large rocks they needed to move around. Indeed, the road was remarkably straight, a sign of the dwarven frame of mind when it came to such things. At least 6 or 7 times a day, one of the carts would get stuck in a rut between small rocks or mud pits, and the nearest dwarves would need to get behind and push. Yet, Philly was also correct. Beyond the runic arrays needed to preserve the food they would be selling to Varney's Folly, there were a few that the rune masters and Harry had developed on the various carts, each of them the work of weeks of etching and months of trial and error, if not longer. Wards of lightness on the cart from Harry and wards of protection and durability on the metal wheels from the dwarves. If they hadn't had those, which acted almost like a permanent impervious charm, a kind of spell that was flat out impossible in this world, Harry had checked, on the wheels and axles of the carts. That and dwarven-made springs allowed the drivers to not need to replace their spines every 60 leagues. To top it off, Harry could use both heating and cooling charms every 12 hours on the donkeys pulling the carts, making them as comfortable as possible. Spells to summon up water at intervals on the trails so they didn't need to stop and search had also helped. For nearly a month Harry had been the only source of water for the entire convoy as they passed through an area without any nearby streams or ponds and no rain to speak of. His Lumos spell was even more helpful. With that spell creating an artificial sun above them, Philly had ordered the convoy to keep on moving, pushing on through the night 4 out of every 5 nights. That had somewhat backfired, in Harry's opinion. After years spent with Toriel he quite enjoyed the night, and not just when they could cuddle together either. He always enjoyed hearing Toriel speak of the stars, staring up at the nighttime sky. But Harry wasn't about to complain. The dwarves were pushing themselves hard. With Harry's wards, there was no need for any guards on duty while they were not moving, and between that and the hardiness of his own folk, Philly had set a ruthless pace for men, donkeys, and carts alike. Now, 2 months ahead of schedule for a convoy this size, they would be coming near the border of the lands truly controlled by the Stonefoot House within the next 6, maybe as few as 3 days. A moment after Thunderbelly had complimented their pace, however, a shout came from somewhere along the column. It was in Husdol, but the frustration and anger could not be missed. You just had to say something, didn't you? Philly deadpanned, turning to look, falling out of the line of march for a second with Harry and Thunderbelly to stare behind them and where the shout had come from. And sure enough, another shout came, this time in common. Near the end of the convoy, one of the carts had gotten stuck again in a rut in the road. You conjured that into being, you beardless ass. Hearing that taunt, Harry laughed, shaking his head, reminded of a night a few weeks into their travel when one of the dwarves had asked Harry how he had yet to grow a beard. His droll response of pointing at Toriel and saying that, "My lady has decided I shall not," had won quite a lot of incredulous laughter from the dwarves. They could not understand the very concept of going without a beard if you could grow one in the first place. Indeed, many of these dwarves in the convoy, particularly the Stonefoots under Thunderbelly, hadn't been around humans before coming to Erebor. Many had yet to get used to the idea that human women didn't have beards. "Shall we go help them, do you think?" Philly nodded at Harry's words, and the two of them moved back down the column. Thunderbelly stayed where he was, rejoining the marching column when he could. "That kind of thing is for you young folk. I will just continue marching on." As they came near where the cart had gotten stuck, Harry could see that Gimli had already moved forward along with two other dwarves from the rear guard to help with the stopped cart, which was blocking the way of the last cart behind it. The cart had lodged one of its rear wheels in a muddy hole in the road, one that was deep enough to bury it up to the axle. The wheel couldn't move at all, either forward or back. Shaking his head, Harry moved forward with Philly, the young dwarf taking up position to the far right of the cart's rear, while Harry simply reached over Gimli's head. "Excuse me, short one. I note you might need some help here." "Bah! I would not be so quick to applaud your height, tall one. You do recall where that places your man parts in relation to our fists, don't you?" Gimli retorted while the dwarves around them laughed. At one point, Harry had offered to help use magic to further lighten the load of the cart, but the dwarves had not agreed with it. Despite having gotten used to Harry's magic and applauding its use in many ways, when there was something that pure physical effort could do, like now, they preferred to do it the simpler way rather than rely on magic. Harry's willingness to forego using magic himself yet still pitch in had won him a lot of respect among many of these dwarves, most of whom Harry had never spent any time around. When Gimli grunted, "Heave!" Harry put his back into it, and with the added help of Philly and Harry, the cart's wheel burst out of the mud so quickly that Gimli and two of the other dwarves lost their balance, falling onto the ground as the pair of donkeys at the head of it instantly began moving once more. Spluttering, Gimli flailed for a second before getting his face and beard out of the mud, shouting, "I know you did that on purpose. Run into another rut today, and you will be taking care of the donkeys for the rest of this journey, Berno. And if you run into that same rut, Osley, I will jump on that cart and beat you to death with my boot." "Bah, who do you take me for, Gloinson?" the dwarf on the last cart growled out, moving around them slowly, pushing out into the terrain to either side of the track. Thankfully, here, that didn't lead into its own set of trouble, be it heavier rocks, those nearly deadly bushes, or other such terrain-based issues. Harry reached down to give Gimli a hand up. "You all right there? So long as Osley doesn't run me over anyway," Gimli grumbled, grabbing at Harry's hand. A sudden look of mischief entered his face, and instead of letting Harry touch him up, he pulled down. The greater strength of the dwarf caused Harry to fall forward with a squawk into the mud, splashing face first into it as Gimli had a moment before. "It's always nice to know that you are willing to get down and dirty with the rest of us despite your magic Haryak." Gimli's voice cut off as Harry smacked him in the face with a handful of mud. This almost caused him to fall back into the mud from where he had sat up as he had pulled Harry down beside him. But a last-minute twist of his body let him roll to the other side of the mud hole. "I've never been overly fond of the idea of mud in general, but I've never ever shirked from hard work either, even if it will get me dirty," Harry quipped as Philly reached down and helped him to his feet, with some of the other dwarves reaching down to help Gimli. "I take it that your arguments with Osley are continuing?" "He hasn't said anything around me," Philly muttered, looking at his second-in-command and then gesturing to the others to get going again. Gimli and Harry fell into line almost at the extreme rear of the column, with only one of the guards falling further back of them. "Bah, of course he wouldn't. You're the best blade among us, and you made a point of calling Osley up to spar twice when we were forced to stay in camp due to the weather. As for me and that buffoon, I am not one to hold grudges, but he will never serve under me again as anything but a drover, if that. Our dressing down of him seems to have lost its impact over the past week. He's made comments about me several times, just barely in my hearing. Gah, the useless lump of quartz. Imagine changing your scouting route because you ran into troublesome terrain, only to report that you had discovered nothing. Admittedly, there wasn't any trouble to be found, but if he had tried that kind of thing near enemy territory, we would have been well within our rights to beat him senseless in front of the whole convoy," Gimli grumbled. That had happened a few weeks ago. Osley had been one of the scout leaders coming out from Erebor. He had moved there along with his family from the Iron Hills, already well trained in moving quickly and silently, at least as dwarves reckon such. Since then, he, like many others, had been trained in map-making, reading and reporting terrain. But during his time in the Iron Hills, a problem had seemingly passed under the eyes of those higher up in the chain of command, such as it was among dwarves. Osley had issues taking orders from those younger than him. Gimli was young for dwarf, as was Philly, and Osley's disdain for both of them being placed in command over him had come through several times during this trip, but it only come to a head a month ago when he had ignored the route that Gimli and Philly had assigned his scout group. Instead, Osley had led his 6-man squad to double back and around through an already cleared by another scout group in order to avoid what he felt was territory too treacherous for any kind of threats to exist within it. Which was another matter. While Osley was a veteran of the war under the mountains against the orcs, he had never dealt with trolls. Trolls, as Gimli had made a very loud point about explaining to Osley, would make light of any such terrain. In fact, they would prefer it over flat ground because the large, craggy, rock-filled territory would provide them with enough rocks to make makeshift hiding places during the day so they would not turn to stone under the light of Anar. Osley made it worse by attempting to argue, pointing out how inexperienced the pair were, but Philly had cut his legs out from under him by stating a simple line in Husdul that Harry hadn't understood but had been told later would translate to something like, "And where were you when Thorin came looking for allies against the dragon? Where were you at the Battle of the Lonely Mountain?" Shaking his head, Harry patted Philly on the shoulder. "Well, never mind it for now, my friend. Let's get a move on before the convoy leaves us behind." He then smirked and, using an aquamenti spell, filled up a wineskin at his side. "And you might want to get the mud out of your beard before it solidifies." Grumbling, Gimli did so while Philly and Harry hastened away, moving to one side of the convoy until they were near the front once more. Removing Osley from his command of one of the scout groups was but the latest way in which Philly and Gimli had stamped their leadership into the convoy. There had been a myriad of other ways, not least of which was the pace that Philly demanded the convoy set itself to. One of the other scout leaders had also been replaced, although amicably. Jorda's ability to describe terrain verbally to others wasn't all that good, and he was also slow, if incredibly accurate when it came to writing down observations or even creating a map. For this trip, there was no real need to wait every night for him to draw out his actual map. Instead, he had been tasked with compiling the maps and verbal descriptions of the other scouts and the Stonefoots who had made this trip before into one map. Indeed, Philly had gone so far as to commission Jorda for a later work, a full, formal map of the territory between Varney's Folly and the Lonely Mountain. In so doing, Philly had removed any of the resentment the man might have felt. Similarly, Gimli and Philly had worked with both the drovers and the infantry accompanying the convoy. The infantry had not had any kind of officers assigned to it besides Gimli and Philly, but by the end of the second month, they had chosen the dwarfish equivalent of a cadre of non-commissioned officers to back them up. The two standouts were one of the scout leaders named Ngolone, and a drover by the name of Burgo. Ngolone was a middle-aged dwarf with one eye but was one of the best shots among the dwarves, to the point that Toriel respected his skill with his small, specially made crossbow, a master-crafted item. He was also very good at everything a scout needed to do but drawing an actual map. His verbal notes were by far the best, and his skills at hiding and sneaking around were better than any of the other dwarves. Not up to even a normal elf's level in a forest, but very good for a dwarf. In contrast, Burgo was one of the least militant dwarves in the convoy. He was one of the few Longbeards Harry had yet to meet who had a waistline that came close to matching Harry and Philly's dead friend Bomber. Burgo also had a mind made for notes and a massive voice, able to shout and be heard from anywhere in the convoy. He had become the equivalent of quartermaster for the convoy before they had even left Longbeard lands. In some way Harry knew that the creation of a command cadre had been a test for Philly, just like giving him the overall command. He had been given what amounted to troops that had yet to be assigned a formal command structure by Thorin in order to test to see if Philly and Gimli could pick out leaders and advisors for themselves without any aid from Thorin or someone else with more experience. In that, Harry felt that the young dwarves were doing extremely well. As he and Philly reached the head of the column, Harry had to hold back a wry snort. "Frankly, I think they've had it much easier than humans would in similar circumstances. Certainly, I don't think anyone can question the general competence of Philly, Gimli, or anyone else in this command. And other than Osley, there aren't many character issues either. Dwarves didn't really have the egos of humans, or at least they didn't have the same kind of arrogance when it came to lording it over their fellows that humans did. Human nobles throughout history had felt they were better than their fellow men because of the fact they were born into a noble house. People born into privilege among humans were also quite normally arrogant about it and developed bad habits even without a noble title. Dwarves, on the other hand, only cared about what each individual dwarf could do with their own two hands. Their craft, be it blacksmithing, farming, leadership, or warfare, were what dwarves took pride in rather than just their families or the amount of gold they had earned. Harry had yet to see one dwarf lord it over his fellow dwarf just because he was given power over them, taking delight in ordering them around or acting like he was better than them in some indefinable fashion. Nor did Philly and Gimli set themselves apart from their men, instead working alongside them. They also, as Gimli had just reminded Harry, partook in the same sense of humor as the rest of their men, which included pranks and practical jokes. Harry had been somewhat surprised to learn that dwarves on the march were, strangely enough, prone to pranks. Harry had not seen that among Thorin and company but supposed the more somber, fraught mood of that party for much of its travels had something to do with it. But even then, young Ori, Philly and Keely still attempted to play pranks occasionally. Throughout the day, Harry kept marching alongside the dwarves, his longer stride letting him do so easily, joking and talking with Philly and Gimli as the trio moved around the convoy, exchanging words of encouragement and shouting taunts as they went. At one point, they came upon another cart that had gotten stuck, but the quick movements of the infantry to either side had it up and moving again before it could slow down the traffic behind it or Harry and his friends could pitch in. Unfortunately, rain began to fall on them at around evening time. At this time of year, it would have been only a bit chilly near Erebor, a sign of autumn. But this far east and north, it was bitterly cold. The Easterlings had launched their campaign against the Stonefoots at the start of spring, but it had taken months before the Stonefoots realized the true size of the threat and for their kings to agree to send for help from the Longbeard house, and then more time since. While in Erebor, it would be very early to see such a sign of autumn, this far north and east, it seemed as if the autumn season would last a very long, miserable time, if the weather and the way the few plants they had seen for a while were reacting was any indication. Harry made a point of recasting warming charms on all of the donkeys and many a Longbeard looked as if they wanted to ask for similar, but refused to. The Stonefoot dwarves, in contrast, didn't even seem to feel it despite the large droplets smacking down onto their habitually bald heads. It was very evident that their heavy fur coats were coming into play once more. Despite the turn in the weather, the party pressed on, with more dwarves shouted into position between the carts by Gimli rather than alongside. This had the convoy spread out a bit more, but when the carts inevitably began to get bogged down in the mud, the dwarves were ready and in position to push them out quickly. This happened a lot, as even with Philly and a small group ahead of them shouting out about where there were ditches or rocks, the road, in general, was quickly becoming a several inches deep quagmire. Again. Throughout the day, runners from the scout groups sent out on every side came back to report a lack of trouble, but Toriel did not make an appearance until well into the night. When she did, she announced her presence from well outside the range of Harry's small lumos that lit up the area around the convoy for nearly 300 yards in every direction. Tethered to the central cart by Harry's wool, it followed the convoy around, sort of bobbing in the air occasionally like a balloon, lighting the night almost as if it was still daytime. "Hello, the convoy. One elvish scout coming in. Come ahead, lady." Burgo bellowed before Harry or the others could, his voice so loud the dwarves marching around his cart had to cover their ears. Harry chuckled a bit, watching as those dwarves shouted at Burgo in turn, annoyed at the ringing in their ears. But more than the dwarves still being loud and seemingly in good spirits despite the weather, Harry knew his smile had more to do with his lady's return. Racing past Philly and the dwarves in front of the rest of the convoy, Toriel quickly fell in beside Harry, smiling at him as they linked hands. Thunderbelly, Gimli, and Philly moved to join them, understanding that her arrival meant news, something Philly put into words. "How is the road ahead of us, Lady Toriel?" "The road narrows dangerously once more. Those dangerously prickly bushes that we have seen far too much of once more crowd the trail there. A few trees try their best to make the area seem a bit more hospitable, but they fail badly. Generally speaking, the land is becoming a little greener as we go along, a little more filled with growing things, as you said we might start to see. But it isn't much just yet. If you push, you might reach the outer edge of that area by morning." "Good. That means we are truly near Varney's Folly. It has a few outlying farms, and the soil is decent enough on this side of the valley hold," Thunderbelly grunted. "We should actually be near a small hamlet in a few days. Fisherfolk, the hamlet's built beside a small lake. After we reach that, we'll be within another 4 days' normal speed of travel to the southernmost wall of the holdfast. The idea of trees should make you happier, love, yet I sense you're not. You didn't even react to the idea of fish there, which, since we haven't seen any such since we left Erebor, is another bad sign," Harry said, squeezing her hand. If they weren't being looked at by 3 dwarves, he would raised it to his lips and kissed it gently, but now was not the time for such things. "And for more reasons than the fact we have an audience. What is troubling you?" "I am troubled about something. I did not see much in the way of game. Such has not been unusual before this, but I would have thought I would see more squirrels, more small animals, and perhaps a rabbit or fox once the land started to turn a bit greener. I have not. Moreover, there just seems to be a general sense of wariness in the air. I have also seen ravens and crows on the wing, whereas I should have seen thrushes, sparrows and other smaller birds as well. I have not seen any such at all today." Toriel bit her lip thoughtfully, shaking her head. "I had noticed the lack of birds yesterday, but seeing the large carrion birds now rather than thrushes or sparrows, that is worrisome." While Philly and Harry frowned, Thunderbelly looked particularly troubled at that. Sparrows and thrushes make their homes in Varney's Folly just as they do the Lonely Mountain, all across the Hold's territory in fact, though we have lost the ability to speak to them as some of you Longbeards still can. Yet you say you haven't seen a single one? That's highly unusual. After a moment, Philly nodded too. I agree. I've not been to Varney's Folly that often, but each time I have seen several thrushes. He smirked slightly over at the far heavier dwarf. I have even talked to a few. I pushed at least some 20, perhaps more than 30 leagues ahead of your forward-most scouts after making a loop around the area, Toriel stated, not trying to sound arrogant, simply making a statement of fact. As a lone elf, she could easily outpace even the best dwarven scouts like Mgalone. I did not see a single sparrow or smaller animal or bird bar ravens and crows in the air. Moreover, they were not near me but rather in the distance. Always in the distance, the calls unfriendly on the ear. Harry frowned at that, crossing his arms. During the Battle of the Lonely Mountain, ravens and crows had come in the service of Sauron to help block out the sun even more than the clouds, and had even attacked the allied army. Harry hadn't needed to deal with any such attack, although Gandalf had told him of his own experience at the time. I didn't think that Sauron would be able to spread his influence this far out, not even after 11 years or so recovering from the beating he took from the White Council. I did not say that they were under the influence of some dread presence, my heart. Now was Toriel's turn to squeeze Harry's hand. But ravens and crows are carrion eaters. If I am seeing them already, there could be trouble near Varney's Folly, well before where we expected to find such. Correct me if I am wrong, but the problems we are supposed to solve are in the mountain holds to the north, not to the southwesternmost valley holdfast. Thunderbelly began to curse luridly in Husdul at that, and Gimli and Philly exchanged grim looks. Philly thought about it quickly, then asked Toriel if she had spotted any place ahead of the column where they could stop for the night. Philly didn't want to, but if they were going into troubled territory, he wanted his convoy to have a good night's rest under them. Toriel did indeed know of a place within another 10 leagues ahead. It was a small hill stilling up just slightly from the rest of the land around them currently, with a large rock dominating the center of the hill but more than enough room for the carts to be placed in a circle around it. Normally, I would not pick out a spot as it is too obvious and seen from afar, but with Harry's defensive wards, we should be safe enough. Toriel smiled faintly. Even if we would normally stick out like a single oak among birch up there. True. Philly nodded, then, with an effort to add some humor to his tone, he shouted, Virgo. I have something you need to shout for me. While dwarves all prided themselves on making light of hardship, there were still some cheers at the idea of setting up camp soon thanks to the rain. It had begun to get under the armor of many of the dwarves into their gambesons, and being wet and cold was never pleasant, even if the dwarves didn't need to worry about rust as a human army would. If Harry didn't know better, he would suspect that some dwarven magic went into the oils they used on their armor and weapons, but there wasn't. It was pure chemistry, or perhaps alchemy, coupled with the dwarves' mastery of metals. Even without the oil, dwarven equipment was nowhere near as prone to rust as that of other folk, even, according to a rather irritated Sealborn, modern elven equipment. Lady Toriel, if you could find Mgalone and the other scout groups and tell them of the change in plans? Even they should get some rest when they can, Philly requested. Toriel nodded and, with a kiss to Harry's cheek, turned around and raced off once more, leaving the convoy to continue on its muddy, rainy way. By the time the first scouts started to struggle into camp, the camp was nearly finished. The dwarves were extremely efficient about the process at this point, with Harry and a group of their own cooks putting up a cover over several small fire pits while other dwarves set up tents near the carts and wagons. They used the carts and wagons as a portion of the tent, sometimes even stretching the tarp out between two of them. Still more dwarves went out and found firewood that Harry could squeeze the water out of via his magic to use in the fire pits, saw to the donkeys, patrolled the area, or helped Mito find places to put down the nightly ward stones. The youth had not sought Harry out as often as he expected on this trip, something that concerned Harry a bit. But Mito's help around the camp was welcome, as was his work as a drover without complaint. When Toriel finally returned, the camp was completely set up, and Harry had finished helping the dwarves cook with enough time to even prepare a meal for her and himself, knowing Toriel did not enjoy the heavily meat and legume-based diet that the dwarves favored. She smiled at that and smiled even more when she noticed that he was using some of his special cooking equipment. Specifically, Harry was using the specially designed pan he had commissioned in order to make his own bread. Are you still trying to remake lembas, my heart? Toriel asked, sitting down and nuzzling into his side for a moment, sighing happily as his arm went around her shoulders. Although the rain did not bother Toriel overmuch in her cloak, and thanks to her elvish heritage, it was still a somewhat depressing night, especially given what she could feel of the land around them. There is no sensible reason why I can't remake the bread we received from Lady Galadriel, Harry mock grumbled before turning lightly and kissing her on the temple, then leaning in deeper into her hood to kiss her ear, causing Toriel to hum in pleasure before turning back to his cooking. After another moment, he pulled the bread off of the thin mounting over the fire pit. After a few looks inside, Harry pulled off the top, then quickly upended the pot onto a small plate, the bread sliding out easily thanks to a layer of butter on the inside of the pan. He then cut the bread into several slices, spreading a garlic-based sauce on them to go with some of the meat and vegetable skewers that he had also made for the pair. "Try it and tell me what you think." With a smile, Toriel did so, humming once more in pleasure at the taste of it. She quickly finished off a full slice, taking a sip of water before replying. "I think you're still emphasizing the taste a little too much. For my palate, that is perfect, but it doesn't quite taste like lembas. Nor does it fill me up anywhere as much. I tell you, Harry, there must be something different about how my folk create the bread, some magic you will have to wheedle out of them." Harry sighed, slumping theatrically at his failure, but it seemed as if her compliments on the taste were really what he was going for at this point because he quickly smiled, leaning against her in turn. He had already understood there was some inherent elven magic to the actual flatbread they had been given in Lothlorien, but that was no reason to stop trying to make his own. The two of them spent several moments simply enjoying one another's company and chewing slowly on the food before Philly joined them at their fireplace. He smiled in delight at the bread and at Harry's invitation, took a slice, adding it to his own bowl of stew. He began dunking it into the bowl of stew, a sight that made Toriel grimace. For all that she had come to enjoy many a dwarf's friendship by this point thanks to Harry, there were just some things that she could not understand. Dunking good bread into stew was one of them. Gimli soon joined them, but at least he was polite enough to wave away the offer of bread rather than subject Toriel to another example of horrible taste. Soon, Philly's subcommanders joined them at the fire one after another, spending a few moments listening to their specific instructions for the day to come. The scouts would group up in larger groups. Rather than the squad of 6 they had been moving around in previously, the group going ahead of the column would be broken into 3. One under alone would move forward of the convoy. The other 2 scout groups would range on both sides and behind the column to make up the slack. Furthermore, the column itself would shift. The wagons would all remain together rather than be separated by groups of infantry as they had today when the rain hit. Instead, the infantry would split into 2 groups. A group of 80 would remain close to the convoy. The rest, some 260 longbeards under Philly and Gimli, would move forward, keeping ahead of the column by at least a few leagues. Thunderbelly and his Stonefoots would also come with them. I realize that it is weeks before we expected to see even a hint of trouble and that on the other side of Varney's Folly. But with Toriel's report, I'm not willing to let us simply walk into anything that we can avoid or overwhelm with sufficient preparation. If the scouts spot trouble, the infantry, with your squad with them, will race ahead to deal with it before the carts and wagons arrive, Philly stated to the last of the infantry subcommanders. As the other subcommanders had before, the dwarf rumbled an affirmative in Husdol, and Philly turned to look over the fire at Harry and Toriel. "Harry, Toriel, could I ask the pair of you to head out as well? I trust my scouts, but they can't move nearly as fast as you can, and the more time we have to prepare for whatever trouble might be awaiting us, the better." "Certainly. However, if we run into small-type trouble, we might be able to deal with ourselves. Would that be all right?" Harry asked. His tone was whimsical, but his emerald eyes, burned with all the light of the sun in them at night, something all of the dwarves had noticed by this point, were hard as they gazed back at Philly. "If it is marauding animals or such like, please, feel free to deal with it. But if it is goblins or orcs, or worse, if somehow the Easterlings have penetrated this far west, prioritize getting that information back to the convoy," Philly stated seriously. "My folk have far too much experience with goblins in particular when it comes to ambush, and I would like to dearly know if they are in the territory at all before they try to spring anything on us. Again, I trust Mgalone and the others, but even the best scout has fallen to goblin trickery in the past." What he did not say was that, as good as his scouts were, they were nowhere near as good as Toriel and Harry at moving unseen, be it in the dark or in the day. It stood to reason that if they spotted the enemy might well be able to spot them in turn. Mgalone was perhaps the only dwarf that could hide in the terrain they'd been moving through to the extent another dwarf, or goblin, who was trained to do so, could not spot them. Toriel nodded, and the conversation shifted onto more pleasant things while all around them, the dwarves of the column prepared for trouble. Harry was the first to wake the next morning, the rise of the sun creating an echo deep within him, empowering him the moment it began to crest the horizon. It was going to be a good day, in terms of the weather anyway. Somehow, Harry could sense that there would be very few clouds in the sky, and Arian's charge, NR would smile down on them the entire day. No matter what we might find out there. Ironic that, he thought, trying to push down certain other thoughts as well as he felt Toriel beside him. Over the past decade, both he and Toriel had realized that the rising of the sun also, made him a bit more randy, so to speak. Harry was honestly uncertain how much of that was in his head and how much of it had to deal with becoming a mayor to Arian, but he couldn't stop himself from turning over slightly, looking down at Toriel for a moment, taking in her features. As if she could feel his eyes on her, Toriel woke up, going from rest to instant wakefulness as her people did, leaving the land of dreams seamlessly for the physical world. And yet, I find I enjoy the company in both of my Harry, she thought, smiling at her love before he leaned down and kissed her. They didn't obviously have any time to do much more, but even so, little moments like that were treasures, especially given what might be out there that day. Soon, the two of them had broken their fast together in the tent and donned their brigandine armor, weapons, and cloaks, with Harry switching out from his normal elven cloak to his invisibility cloak. The cloth of the green and dark grey brigandine matched Toriel's elven cloak, although the cloak would not be up to stopping a rock thrown from a trebuchet from breaking Toriel's bones like the armor would. Looking over at Harry, Toriel smiled as she saw his quiver was correctly tied to his outer thigh and around his waist, although the sight of his bow over his non-existent shoulder was somewhat amusing. I see you have decided to bring along your bow, Harry. Harry looked to the side, noticing where Toriel was looking and seeing only his bow and not the shoulder its string should be going over. Had. Well, you spent all that time over the past few years teaching me how to shoot. I haven't quite figured out how to embed spells into my arrows, but an arrow can go just as far as a spell, and without a lot of noise or other reactions either. Laughing, Toriel moved in to kiss him lightly on the lips. The pair stayed there for a few moments, neither moving to deepen the kiss, simply taking joy in the gentle touch before slowly pulling away. When they stepped out of the tent, the pair were prepared to march off that very moment. All around them, the rest of the dwarves were doing much the same, although more than a few stumbled at seeing Harry's head and a portion of his chest but nothing else. Mito, nearby, stumbled, staring, what the? Master Harry, where have you stored the rest of your body? Ha! Interesting thought, but no, Mito. This is just one of the enchanted items I brought from my world. Chuckling at that and the gawking from the other dwarves nearby, Harry turned back to the tent and Toriel. Between the two of them the tent came down quickly, and once that did, the rest of the column was ready to go in its new formation. Remember, you actually have to return to the convoy at some point. The two of you just can't race off together, Philly teased gently. And if you see a problem too big for the two of you to solve, I fully expect you to actually come back and report on that rather than get in over your heads. There's only so much your magic can do to even the odds of sheer numbers, Harry. You're talking nonsense. My magic makes me all-powerful. Harry said, his voice a dull drone rather than arrogant or enthusiastic, earning chuckles from both Toriel and Philly before he held out his hand to the dwarf. Clasped it briefly, he said, I like to think that my lady and I know how much trouble we can chew. We'll report back to you at midday if nothing else. Philly agreed to that and watched as the two turned away, heading down the road. By the time they left the outer edge of the camp area, they were already loping along in that same ground-devouring pace of the elves Toriel had shown so often, and Philly shook his head with a chuckle, looking over at Gimli. Those two might be a tough act to follow, but we are at least going in the same direction. Let us get this convoy moving, cousin. Oh. Harry and Toriel moved side by side down the trail until they began to enter the territory Toriel had seen the day before, where the ground became a little greener. 2 trees and dozens of the horrid bushes that had plagued the convoy several times before could soon be seen ahead of them and to the sides of the road. Luckily, those bushes were separated by a good few feet. Hey, it looks like those damned spike bushes don't even like one another, doesn't it? I have noticed much the same, yes. Still, I rather doubt your cloak would be bothered by such, unlike mine own. It would be the height of silliness to believe a cloak magically enchanted to hide its wearer from death could be penetrated or torn by thorns. Even ones like those, Toriel joked back. Even an elf like her didn't really have anything good to say about those bushes, which had caused numerous problems for the scouts and even, at one point, the convoy itself, forcing the infantry to spend some time cutting them back. Something that, according to Thunderbelly, was a yearly event. The fat Stonefoot ambassador had laughed harshly as he watched the Longbeards at work, not a one of his own people moving to help them. Those blasted KHRsbar can spring up in a few weeks fully grown, can exist nearly anywhere it isn't too hot. How they spread we do not know, but we know their roots are deep, going down at least 10 feet for some. You would have to dig down that far to get rid of the taproot to get rid of them entirely. Harry later learned from Philly that KHRsbar literally translated to fucking painful bushes. Which, frankly, was all too apropos. Without further discussion, the pair split off from the road, moving a bit more northward into the woods, moving slower now, with Harry letting Toriel set the pace. With the magic of his cloak and Toriel's cloak of Lothlorien, Harry only had to activate the ward on a small chain that stuck out from the brigandine armor they both wore at their waists to silence their feet. Not, Harry thought in some amusement, that Toriel really needs that. I, a poor plodding human, certainly do, though. The pair moved silently forward, still eating up the ground far faster than any of the dwarves might have been able to. Soon they passed the 2 trees they had spotted at a distance, and Harry had to admit, they did not do much to make the area look more hospitable. I can't even tell what kind of trees those are, they are so gnarled and warped. Warped indeed. Their voices are crotchety and mean-spirited. They resent the very land they have grown upon and resent all that can move for that freedom, Toriel replied sadly. Even I would not be able to commune with them. Hey! Makes me wonder how those trees even came to be planted here. Harry stared at the trees for a moment, their bark black, mottled in grey with hundreds of gnarled bits sticking out, their boughs twisted every which way. They had few leaves, and those looked almost like a cross between a birch leaf and a cactus to Harry's eyes. The pair pushed on until Toriel estimated it was near midday. At that point, the ground had become a bit greener, if still still rocky. Large clumps of tall grass started to dominate the land, along with a few scattered, hardy trees, oak trees for the most part. These are much more satisfied with their lot than those other two, Toriel breathed as she stood beside on such. Its roots go deep, it has sun and rain, and is content. Good to know, but unless it can tell us anything about what is going on in this land, I doubt it helps us much, my love, Harry said, coming up behind her and putting his hands around her waist. Given they were both wearing armor, that wasn't nearly as nice a feeling for either of them as it would be normally, but both enjoyed it despite that. Toriel reached out, placing a hand on the bark of the tree, shaking her head. No. I cannot get any further impression of the land here than I already have. Only a brief feeling of sadness that no birds have come to nest in his boughs for several weeks. That at least tells us that what's going on is relatively recent, Harry mused. That's good to know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't goblins or orcs mark up such trees for fun? They would, and the trees would remember such for certain. Cheered up by that, Toriel turned in Harry's arms and gave him a brief kiss before moving away, leading the pair onward. The trees never grew dense enough to be called a true forest, more simply being a spattering of trees across the terrain. Further, they never had the dense canopy of branches and leaves that would block out the sky even when standing directly below one. Thus, the pair of them spotted smoke on the horizon at around the same time. The two lovers paused, and Harry looked over at Toriel. What can you see? For all the ways that Harry had become semi-elvish in terms of his Fia, his eyesight had only improved so much since his body had completed the process of turning into a pseudo-mare. He could see quite a ways and sensed more of the world around them, but his eyes were no match for Toriel's. Without replying, Toriel turned to the tree they had stopped under. Climbing up it as quickly and easily as a monkey, Toriel was soon perched on the topmost branches, keeping her weight spread out among the small branches with the ease of centuries of practice. Peering ahead of the pair towards the smoke, she grimaced. There is a small hamlet out there, 3 houses together, just off the side of the road. I can even see the glint of water beyond on a large pond. Just like Thunderbelly said we would, a small hamlet of fisherfolk around a small pond or lake a ways away but still within reach of the road, Harry murmured before blinking, wondering what the difference between a small lake and a large pond was. Then he shook himself, knowing that his mind was trying to dwell on that rather than ask the question that was growing within his mind at present. It isn't a natural fire from a fire or a chimney, is it? Toriel landed lightly beside him, her grim face telling him more than her words. No. No, it isn't. But it is a problem the two of us might be able to deal with. I see only 10 attackers, if that. And I think I saw 2 prisoners still alive. Even I cannot say for certainty, though. They're meat for the gristle then, Harry said grimly, nodding his head as he pulled back his cloak a bit to get at his quiver where it hung at his side. Who are the attackers? Humans. Harry blinked at that, pausing and turning to look at his lady in surprise. I know. Even after you pointed out how goblins would mar and despoil the trees if they were in the area, I thought any trouble would still come from goblins or orcs. But these are humans. Tall, helmed, with horses nearby. No horse would ever stomach having an orc for a rider. Harry nodded, knowing that the horses would deeply intrigue Toriel. She had never seen one before, as her people, the Sylvan and Sindar of Mirkwood, had never kept such. Indeed, after talking to Galadriel, Harry had learned that Elrond was somewhat unusual among elvenkind for the fact he had a decent number of horses trained not for travel but also war, something few elves in history had done. To most elves, all life was sacred, so leading animals into battle where they might die was not something most elves felt comfortable with unless the horse was intelligent enough to consent to it. The elves had never fielded the kind of heavy cavalry that Harry had read about in medieval armies back on Earth, although the humans in Middle-earth certainly had. In that case, there is more trouble in this land than we feared, Harry mused. Outriders, I'd guess. We won't learn more from standing here, though. Toriel smiled tightly and then raced off fleet as the wind through the grass. Harry followed her, his own steps far heavier but still silent, his cloak now up and covering his face, hiding him even more than Toriel among the scattered trees and clumps of tall grass. In this manner, the pair quickly crossed the intervening distance between the small hamlet and where they had seen the smoke. Soon Harry could see the scene in its entirety, and grimaced, understanding why Toriel hadn't described it further. The hamlet was made of 3 houses, sturdy, two-story affair made of stone, as such structures were by dwarves who lived on the surface rather than within a mountain or underground. A fourth building, a low-slung barn, sat nearby. All four buildings were surrounded by an outer wall out from the houses by some distance, but it was small, barely chest-high on a dwarf. Harry imagined that the attackers' horses had been able to just leap over it. Near one house, a small farm field began. Given what he had heard from the Stonefoots, it would consist of root vegetables, potatoes, onions, and carrots, although the amount would not be much. A small wharf stuck out into the lake, where two tiny caracoles were tied up. 5 goats lay dead scattered across the territory inside the small outer wall, and the corpse of a single cow lay in the door of the barn. While the thatch of only one of the houses had been set alight, the front doors of the others had all been smashed open. Several window shutters had been smashed as well at ground level. Sacks of various food and stolen items had been laid out one after another in a central pile, while the horses, around 20 or so, had been allowed to range around the hamlet, grazing on the grass that had previously fed the handful of goats. And then there were the bodies of the dwarves who had made this place their home. At the distance they were still at currently, dwarven bodies looked far, far too much like children's bodies in Harry's opinion, especially when they were face down. There were at least 4 dwarven bodies that he could see. There'll be more inside the buildings. Why would the attackers bother to drag them outside, after all? The dwarves had not died easily. At least 12 human bodies lay out where Harry could see them, and a 13th was added by 2 of the attackers as Harry watched, the 2 of them dragging the corpse between them. 4 of the attackers were also injured in some fashion and lounged around near the loot, possibly talking to one another, but if so, their voices could not travel far enough for Harry to hear them. One of them even was missing his helmet, replaced by a makeshift bandage covering half his face, a sleeve torn from one of the dwarves, perhaps? Harry couldn't tell. But he could see that Toriel had been correct. Near the wounded Easterlings, 2 young dwarves, Harry could tell that from the lack of long beards, were tied up near the sacks of loot, their mouths gagged, their hands behind them, their feet tied together. From here, Harry could only make out splotches of blood on them in various places. Yet, they were alive, shifting where they sat, with the older one trying to somehow shield the younger, scooting forward to place himself between the younger dwarf and their captors. Tearing his eyes away from the 2 prisoners, Harry stared at the humans who had attacked them. So, these are Easterlings. They certainly appear warlike enough, but I can't say I'm impressed. Perhaps because they were scouts, their armor was somewhat generic to Harry's eyes, studded leather cuirasses, with one of the bodies that had been pulled aside having a set of armor that wasn't in a style Harry had seen before, at least from what he could see from where he and Toriel crouched in a small clump of tall grass. The armor was painted in a deep red color, the color of blood, and stood out on the ground, but beyond that and the fact it had been caved in, Harry could not tell much about it. Perhaps the better armor, or at least the red, is a sign of rank. Harry didn't know and certainly wasn't going to learn from talking to these Easterlings. He fully intended to kill each and every one of them. More unusually, all of the Easterlings in sight wore the same kind of helmet. It was a full face covering helmet, with only an area cut open for their eyes. From the tops of their helmets came 3 small spikes, as if they could be used to ram the bodies of opponents. Or perhaps for fashion. Again, Harry didn't know, although the sight of those heavy helmets paired with the barely useful armor was somewhat strange. The only one who Harry could see any features of was the one with the thick bandage covering his face. He looked, well, to Harry's eyes from this far away, he looked somewhat oriental, although with a more shallow, thick-set face than any of the Chinese he had seen in London occasionally with Hermione or at school in Hogwarts. The Easterling also didn't have any kind of facial hair, yet his eyes were old, and the raider sneered down at the bodies of the dwarves. As Harry watched, he kicked one of the dead dwarves to the fury of the older of the 2 prisoners if his increased wiggling was any indication. Right, time for these people to die, Harry thought grimly, his emerald eyes practically blazing within his hood. He looked over at his lady, letting her see inside the hood for a moment. She nodded slightly and moved to the side, shifting out of the tall grass. So silently and so swiftly did Toriel move that even with the tall grass, Harry could barely discern her movements, and within a few yards, he would have been hard-pressed to tell you where she was. Knowing Toriel would be ready, he turned his attention back to the Easterlings, choosing his target carefully as he pulled back his bow. It wasn't his primary weapon, but it would do to start the ambush. Toriel made no signal. Instead she simply fired, and a moment later, Harry saw an arrow sprout from the chest of one of the men nearest the horses. He fell silently, the arrow having taken him through his armor and into his heart before he could even contemplate the pain of it. Harry had none of Toriel's artistry, although he fired almost before her victim fell to the ground. The next man nearest the horses simply fell gasping, his arrow taking him in the stomach. 2 more were dead before Harry's second arrow could even leave its quiver, and it was a poor shot, taking one man running for the horses in the leg. Yet even as he began to use his spell fire instead, Toriel was somewhat pleased by her lover's skill. Toriel is deadly. Speed can be taught. It is always nice to see that Harry took my lessons to heart, even in this manner, she thought, taking aim at another man who was trying to run into one of the houses. He did not make it. Meanwhile, Harry's spell work had cut two of the men in half. The next moment, a man who was running towards Harry's position with his sword raised became Harry's next target. A bombarda spell blew the man into giblets, and the horses, to an equine, decided enough was enough. The lot of them bolted, some rushing away, hurtling themselves over the outer wall of the hamlet, while others simply ran from the point of conflict, following the wall around and away. If the remaining Easterlings had any thought to try to follow their more quick-thinking fellow and close with their attackers, all thought had gone out of their heads upon Harry's first spell. Two of them tried to race after the horses and were felled by Toriel's arrows, while the third attempted to run behind one of the houses. That one almost made it, unlike the other men who Toriel had targeted, but Harry's final spell hit him in the back. The rifle poured straight through the back of his neck and out the front in a geyser of blood. With that, Harry and Toriel moved forward, wary that there might be others within the houses. This proved to be the case a moment later. When they came closer, an Easterner made to rush Harry from the barn entrance, his sword raised to strike. Another leaped out of a window, trying to race away along the shoreline, his weapon abandoned in his fear. The one charging Harry fell, an arrow taking the Easterling through the side of his neck from Toriel, her attack going in just below where his heavy metal helmet began. A cutting spell hit the last Easterling, the reducto cutting the man in half. Between one step and the next, the fleeing man's upper body fell off at a small angle, blood gushing everywhere, adding more red to the blood-spattered town of the once peaceful hamlet. Hey! I suppose I should have captured that one, but I didn't think of it, Harry mused, the anger and fury he'd been feeling during their attack ebbing away, leaving him mildly annoyed with himself. Still, I wager there will be other groups like this out here. I doubt one such would be able to dominate the land in such a way that Toriel would have noticed the impact on the area's overall spirit and the lack of animals. Shaking his head, Harry turned his attention to the two wide-eyed prisoners, who were looking almost as fearful of him as they had been of their attackers. Kneeling down to eye height, he kept his hands away from his sword, his bow once more on his back. Raising one hand higher than the other, Harry made a small flame appear on one finger. As he did, Toriel came over, pulling back her hood to show her elvish ears. Whatever enmity existed between dwarves and elves, these folk at least would know that she wasn't with the humans who had just attacked them. I am Harry of Erebor, named friend by King Thorin Oakenshield, Lord of Erebor, Harry spoke in a calm, measured tone, hoping to use it to further calm the pair down. Hopefully, you've heard of me, but if not, I hope that my work at least has shown you that I am no friend of the Easterlings. Will you allow me to untie you? The survivors, both children, nodded quickly, and Harry moved forward, reflecting he was grateful that dwarves usually learned common when they were young regardless of anything else, or else he would have been forced to use a translation spell, and he knew most dwarves would not take his understanding Husdul well. Removing their bonds took but a moment with a small knife while Toriel knelt down in front of them, introducing herself in turn. I know it might be painful to think about, but do you think we got them all? Are there other such bands around here that split off after attacking your hamlet? We didn't see any, one of them, the older one, said. The youngster was perhaps within another 5 years or so of becoming an adult in dwarven terms and bore a wound across his shoulder and neck, a testament to the fact that he had fought just as hard as the rest of the hamlet's folk. The other young dwarf also bore some wounds, but while the older dwarf's wounds had been caused by a sword, the younger looked as if he had simply been kicked and battered about after being tied up. Looking closer at the second, Harry breathed a sigh of mixed relief and repressed anger. Oh! Not a he at all, rather a she. A young lady, in point of fact, for all that she has barely begun to grow a beard. The fact that she had been wearing irregular fisherman's clothing had thrown him, and their bagginess hid most of her feminine form even now. Moving slowly still, Harry held up his hand and began to use what little healing spells he knew on her, knowing that the boy would refuse all aid until she was seen to. That sight caused the youth to calm down further, and after a moment of speaking to the young woman in their own language, he began to explain what happened. They caught us just as we were going to start fishing. They came out of the brush so fast we didn't have any warning. If it wasn't for Dando's shout of warning from the second story of his family's house, we would have been caught completely flat-footed. As it was, we were able to retreat inside and arm ourselves. Old Still was too slow, but he took one of them down with his fisherman's pole. Don't think that damned human realized how long Still's fishing pole was right up until he took them in the center of the saddle with enough force to hurl him off his horse. The youth said fiercely. We all tried to barricade ourselves in, but... From there, the youth described the rest of the fight. The inhabitants of the hamlet, nearly 20 all told, had holed up in their houses, with nearly all of them helping in some fashion bar the youngest. But because they didn't really have any crossbows or bows, they hadn't been able to make use of those defensive positions very well. The humans were so quick on their horses that they started to attack the doors before we were able to pile too much furniture in the way. One rider actually used his horse to batter in the doors. He turned it around and had the horse do this double kick thing that smashed the door to Rugo's house. The youngster explained. Rugo and his family retreated underground at that point into the tunnels connecting our houses, but the humans kept on coming. A few of the horses who had remained inside the hamlet's outer wall had begun to calm down, but the rest had already bolted off, frightened by Harry's magic. Now, the horses slowly moved towards Toriel, who had stood up by this point, moving away from the two dwarves to put them more at ease. She held out her hands to the horses, and one after another, they came forward to nuzzle at Toriel's hands. Such was the way elves had with all good beasts and whatever else. These horses had not been put through training cruel enough to turn them entirely evil, like the wargs that orcs and goblins could make use of. That was interesting to Harry, and he wondered if there might be some way they could use that in the future, but in the main, he continued to listen to the youth, nodding his head, giving praise and commiseration where needed, buoying the youngster up further. By his account, the dwarves here had given as good as they possibly could have, including one matron who had apparently lugged a heavy cauldron up to a second-story window and dumped it out on two of the attackers. That attack had killed one of the Easterlings when it landed on his head regardless of his helmet, breaking his neck, while the scalding water had burnt another's eyes through his helmet and his arms very badly. The defender retreated down into a small tunnel area that connected their houses. At the center of that was a communal larder but no interior doors. That last meant they were forced to fight the attackers rather than simply board themselves up. The humans, perhaps under the influence of bloodlust, had continued to attack, losing several more of their number. They hadn't brought out all of their dead before you attacked, the youth stated with grim pride. Well, that is quite a tale, my young friend. I think that you should come with us to tell it to Philly and his convoy. Erebor learned of the Easterlings' attack into Stonefoot territory months ago, and we've been on the road for a while now. We're heading to Varney's Folly, and from then on, we're supposed to help against the goblins and cold drakes troubling other holdfasts of your folk as Thorin leads an army against the Easterlings. But the Easterlings having pushed this far into Stonefoot Houselands will probably change our plans. Not that Harry was primarily interested in asking the youth to relieve the day's horror again. He simply wanted to get the pair where they would be safe and knew that not being able to see to the safety of the girl on his own would be enough of a knock on any dwarf's pride without Harry outright stating it. The young dwarf nodded, understanding what Harry was saying, then looked over to the girl, speaking in Husdul for a moment. She nodded, and got to her feet before moving towards one of the houses, entering quickly. Harry looked at the young man, who did not answer directly, simply saying, "There are some things that we need to take with us if we are to leave. We have family in Varney's Folly we can stay with until this trouble is past, but some things need to be taken care of now." Harry nodded, then gestured to the bodies of the dwarves. "If you would like to take anything from them or from those bags that the Easterlings have made up of what they thought of as your treasures, please do so. And then, point me to where you wish me to dig graves for your fallen." The dwarf looked bemused at that but nodded, muttering about how Mahal would understand the need for haste, rather than ceremony, under his breath as he did so. Soon, he had shown Harry to the small hamlet's equally small cemetery, which sat outside the hamlet's outer wall to the east. It was marked out with simple stone markers that Stonefoot dwarves apparently used to mark the passing of their own. As Harry went to work creating graves for the fallen, the young dwarf did as Harry had asked him to. He went from one dead body to another, both outside and within the buildings. Stone-faced but red-eyed, he began to hum a dirge in Husdul under his breath, which the girl joined in a moment later. Leaving the two dwarves to their grief and Harry to his own work, Toriel examined the dead humans closely. Their armor was obviously not of very good quality, but if they were outriders or scouts, that made some sense, as did the fact there was no uniformity among them when it came to their armor. Such folk would need to move quickly and unencumbered for long periods, and there was only so much that horses could do if the riders wore heavy armor. She examined their helmets more closely, pulling one of them off and turning it from side to side, frowning. There was something that she did not like about the general shape of it. She wasn't certain why, but it gave off a feeling of subtle wrongness to her. And why do they all have the same kind of helmet when their armor is so different from one to another? Is it a symbol of their particular clan? It certainly does not seem to be particularly utilitarian. When she turned her attention to them, Toriel found that the saddlebags contained what humans might call food for the trail. None of it was edible to Toriel's mind, although it was certainly a far sight better than anything orcs or goblins might have made do with. There was also more of it than orcs and goblins would have had, let alone elvish folk, and examining the bags of stolen items, she discovered 4 of them contained food taken from the hamlet. So, do groups like this one have to live off the land, or did they decide to take this food just because it was better than their own? Beyond a few trinkets and small items, necklaces and tiny worked statues of iron that might have been worth something to the riders, she found little to nothing in the saddles of the horses that had stayed. None of the dead had maps, written orders, or anything else of importance on them either, although she did make a note that these humans used curved swords of a kind she had never seen before. The swords had a large guard that curved to cover the whole front of the hand holding it, which she could understand as a good defense for that hand, but the immense curvature of the blade and the reasoning behind it eluded her. None of them carried any bows but did seemingly have a few simple lances, long pieces of wood capped with small, needle-like points. Again, Toriel put the nature of those weapons down to the fact that this group were forward scouts at best, simple raiders at worst. The only one of interest was one of the dead, the one with the deep red armor. The red armor was actually quite well-made armor, of the kind that the dwarves called lamellar, with plates of metal set into horizontal rows. Underneath, he wore a very thin gambeson, its make nowhere near as good as the ones that Harry and Toriel were currently wearing, with next to no actual padding within it. The armor came down to just above his knees and was paired with a set of heavy greaves, yet it still looked to Toriel as if that would leave some of his leg, his knee, and lower thigh open to attack. Especially if he was riding a horse. So, is this an infantry officer put in charge of a group of raiders? Wanting to test the quality of the armor, Toriel spent a few moments trying to dig a dagger in between two of the joints. The armor's wearer had died from having his entire chest caved in by a strike from a dwarven hammer, but Toriel felt she would have been hard-pressed to get an arrow in between those joints. His eye slit is a different story, but that armor is of good quality. It would probably stand up very well to a pitched battle if paired with a shield and sword. Although I still do not understand the nature of the strange curved blades they all possess. Unlike the helmets, the swords were, like the armor of the group of Easterlings, of various make, even if the overall style of the blade was the same across the board. Some had heavier guards for the hands, others barely had any. Some blades looked old but well cared for. Others looked almost brand new. But I think I have learned as much as I can from these bodies. Deciding that she needed to hunt down the horses that had run off, she gazed at the ground for a few moments, discerning where they had all gone. To her surprise, after leaping the outer wall, the horses had come together in the rough ground beyond and then raced off as a group. Odd, I would not have thought that horses were so herd-oriented. Still, I will put that down to my own ignorance of the breed. Absent-mindedly patting one of the horses who had stayed behind on the nose, Toriel looked at the trail closely, seeing that the horses had run the lake to the south, the quickest way to gain some distance from the noise of Harry's magical assault. Toriel reported this to Harry, who nodded and agreed that she could try to hunt them down. In fact, bring them back here, he said, looking over at the two young dwarves, who he was currently helping retrieve a few more dwarven bodies from within their former homes. I think handing all those horses over to these two is the best kind of recompense for what occurred here we're going to get. Horses will indeed bring good money in the market at Varney's Folly, the youth said, smiling gratefully at Harry for not formally addressing the fact that the other dwarf who'd survived the attack was a girl. As Harry had suspected, the fact he hadn't been able to protect her and the other dams who had died in the attack was starting to get to the youngster. Harry smiled at him and then turned back to his work while Toriel raced off, hoping to find some information in the pouches of the attackers to use in the future. Unfortunately, in this, she was disappointed. Not even the best horse among them, the one that looked most cared for and had the fieriest personality, had anything important in its saddle pouches. Not even a map of the area, which would have been perhaps the most helpful, considering she had no idea what kind of language the Easterlings used when they wrote things down. And I know that Harry doesn't have any spells to translate written languages either. A map would have at least had some kind of markers on it to tell us something of what is going on between here and the holdfast. With a sigh, she returned to the small hamlet, leading the horses. Like their brethren, the horses were more than willing to follow Toriel thanks to her elven heritage, and soon, she had them all under her spell, leading them back to the hamlet and over the outer wall. An offering of hay and oats was eagerly accepted, and she spent some moments moving among them, only to pause and stare into the distance towards the direction she and Harry had come from. Harry, Malone, and his scout group are in sight. Well, in my sight, anyway. I doubt they can see us just yet, but even from the road, I dare say they would be able to see the smoke. You forget Malone's got a spyglass with him, love. Harry ignored how the two dwarves had both started at that mode of address, helping to lay another dwarf down beside his future grave. He had offered to use his magic to carry the dead to their final resting place, but like the dwarves of the convoy in helping to push the carts out of holes, the two youngsters had firmly shot the idea down. He can probably see a decent amount of what's been going on here. Thinking about it, Harry shrugged. Why don't you head out to meet him? Malone can send a runner back to the convoy, and then we can wait here with these young folks while Philly and the rest catch us up. He then looked at the young man, who had yet to give Harry even his common name. I don't suppose you have any information about the war in general, do you? The young dwarf shook his head. We've heard some things about attacks on Varney's Folly and West Axe by goblins and sightings of cold drakes near fanged walls, as well as information about sieges to the hill holds to the east. We had heard nothing to say that the humans had pushed this far towards Varney's Folly, let alone past it like this. But we are rather away from things out here. Harry nodded, then gestured down at the graves he had dug. Would you like to wait for the other dwarves to arrive, or should we start seeing to your friends and family now? He then smirked dryly. Or we could just burn the bodies of the humans while we wait. That last seemed like a good idea to the young dwarf. Moments later, after Harry had used magic to levitate all the dead attackers out into one mound, which the young dwarf had not objected to, he was somewhat surprised to see how many the dwarves had accounted for. All told, there were 17 dead dwarves. There were at least 36 dead attackers from before Toriel and Harry arrived on the scene, most of them having died in the fighting in the tunnels. And these were barely trained fisher and farm folk. Fighting dwarves in enclosed spaces is obviously a losing proposition. He held out a branch to the youth, lighting the edge of it on fire with a spell. I think you should have the honors, young man. The youth nodded, eagerly accepting the torch. Since the female dwarf had enough presence of mind to good cooking oil over them as well as some of the nearly purloined ale that the attackers wanted to take with them, the mound of dead Easterlings instantly began to burn. Their weapons and helmets had been set aside. They would at least be able to be sold to be melted down, the metal reused in Varney's folly. The young dwarves were still glaring into the fire when Golone and his scout group arrived moments later in the company of Toriel. When he arrived, the gruff, businesslike Golone made a brief service to the dead dwarves. All of it beyond the first few lines in Husdol, so Harry was unable to hear out what they were saying, but he knew dwarves well enough to understand what it would be about. The dead would be revered, Golone telling about how they had defended their hearth and dams well, how they had taught their children well, how their goods and the things of their hands would succeed them, and thus they would be remembered. The dwarves of the reinforced scout party and the two locals stood there, silent in prayer to Mahal for a few moments before turning, and with Golone leading the two youngsters, the group started back to meet up with the convoy. Once he met them, Philly instantly agreed that the two youngsters should join their caravan and turned over the young girl to one of Bulgo's workmen. After which, Thunderbelly, Philly and Gimli asked some questions about the attackers and then about the fight Harry and Toriel had before realizing that, with so little information, all they could do was keep pushing on for now. But it was very clear to everyone that events here in the east had gone far worse than they had feared when they left Erebor months ago. Oh. Thus, with that final load of grain for the donkeys, we should be ready to go in the morning. However, I would like to reiterate my concerns about how much we are loading up both ourselves and the donkeys of our baggage train, sir. Water alone is going to be an issue. Even with the new runes that the rune scribes came up with, there is a limit to how much donkeys can carry. Are you sure that we should not requisition some more carts? No. Thorin Oakenshield shook his head, leaning back in his chair and looking over at his cousin, then back at the speaker. Nolly Inkand was one of Balin's chief bookkeeper, or such would be the term directly translated into common for what the other dwarf was without any of the true context. The term secretary was not a word that had been introduced into the common lexicon as yet, and in any event, even that word would not quite match Nolly's position in the hierarchy of Erebor. Right now, he was acting as Thorin's logistical officer. The older dwarf had a way with numbers and organization that only Balin could even come close to matching, although he was far more obstreperous to those he worked with and did not have nearly as good people skills as Thorin's chief advisor. No, Nolly. I realize why you keep wanting to push for more carts and donkeys. Redundancy is always a good thing. But remember that we will be able to refill our supplies when we get to Blacklock lands and even buy more donkeys if need be. I've already sent runners ahead with our requests and funding for it. My wife's people will come through for us. And frankly, we can move far faster with simple donkeys than we can with carts, even on good dwarven roads. Which, I do not have to tell you, will be practically non-existent once we start to leave Blacklock lands and push into the Stonefoot territory to the north. It wasn't that the Blacklock and Stonefoot houses were at odds with one another. It was simply that none of the houses had large-scale trade between them until Erebor had been reclaimed, and trade began to grow between the Blacklock and Longbeard houses. Even the roads linking the territories of those two houses, now near to 5 years after Thorin and Ani had wed, were nothing to write home about. I want as much mobility and speed as we can get, and carts would simply slow us down. True, and might I say cousin, that I'm glad you came around to that kind of thinking. Donkeys are always the way to go. Although I did not see how well your friend Harry and our room scribes would work together before they started creating such amazing things. With the lightness runic array and the rest, they will have changed our logistics needs for the better in a way that I doubt anyone will have foreseen. The fact that you are even here and are already in a position to move on is a sign of that, Dane chuckled. When Dane had gone to the aid of Erebor, he had done so with 500 infantry and 200 of his new battle-boar riders. In the main, the two groups were able to travel at relatively the same speed while using a handful of donkeys to bring along food, with all of the dwarves carrying their own equipment, much like an elven army would. Although woe betide anyone who tried to point that out to the combative Dane Ironfoot. He could have fielded a larger army given enough time, as at the time, the Iron Hills was the only real kingdom of the Longbeard house. Although that demographic had changed dramatically since Erebor had been regained. Dane had then passed that information on to Thorin at one point during a night of drinking. With the creation of the lightness wards and the rest of the runic arrays that Harry and the rune masters had come up with, Thorin had taken that concept to heart when it came to organizing his army. That army had several nasty surprises that he, Harry and the Rune Masters had worked up between them. But above all, Thorin hoped that it would be the mobility of his army and their ability to throw up fieldworks that would take his enemies by surprise. That, and the general toughness of dwarves on the march, had allowed him to get from Erebor to the Iron Hills within 2 months, although he had been stuck in the Iron Hills for several weeks, waiting on information as to where precisely to march next, communicating with the various Blacklock kings, and gathering more supplies for his army, while also waiting for the human complement to arrive. He was, however, thankful that he had. Most of those humans had arrived saddled, with their own horses not only to ride but as part of their supply train, and there were over 800 of them, all of them archers. It would cost Erebor quite a bit in terms of gold and goods, but those archers might well be incredibly important going forward, just like the 500 boar riders that Dane had decided to commit to Thorin's force. Thorin looked back at his older cousin, cocking his head thoughtfully. "And you're positive you don't want to personally come with us? If nothing else, I had hoped to have you as my second-in-command and the commander of your boar riders." Dane chuckled wryly at that, shaking his head, amused that his younger cousin would offer and would do so without any kind of smugness. That would be rather amusing, having 2 kings in the same army. And the most senior being the second-in-command. But I rather think it would be, what was that term your human friend used to describe that crazy spell of his in the battle? Overkill. As Thorin chuckled, Dane continued. "I would have no problem subordinating myself to your command, Thorin, considering our familial relation. But some of my people might take it amiss." Neither Dane nor any of his advisors had anticipated how many of his folk would want to move to Erebor once it had been reclaimed. He had known all of the families from Erebor originally would want to move back, but many of his advisors disliked how the Iron Hills had gone from the single kingdom of their house to the second largest kingdom in a little over a decade. The Iron Hills were still a kingdom, but they had lost their primacy. Dane wasn't about to complain, though, since the back-and-forth trade between the Blacklock House, particularly the city of Redstone, and Erebor was making his people rich. Moreover, the weapons coming out of Erebor had put them in a far stronger position than they had been for centuries. There were ballistæ on towers that had never had such, and every man in his army had better armor and weapons than they'd had during the Battle of the Lonely Mountain. Even his boar riders' equipment was better. That was to say nothing about some of the Rune Master's new creations, which he had just ordered several cartloads worth of. "Further, I don't think you need me for this campaign." Dane smirked. "I remember your role in the War of Dwarves and Orcs, and so long as you have Dwellin around to help you when you get yourself into trouble on a personal front, you'll be fine." Hearing that his cousin had seen through his seemingly simple request to the real reason behind it, Thorin's lips twisted behind his beard into what anyone but him would call a mix of a pout and a growl. After all, while Thorin had led a large contingent of dwarves from the Iron Hills and been his father's chief advisor during the war against the orcs in the Misty Mountains, this would be the largest army he had personally led in his own name. Furthermore, the Easterlings were not orcs. Humans could be crafty opponents, as the Eastern houses had learned to their cost several times. Having another dwarf, one who was far more experienced in warfare than he was, especially on this scale, would have been a relief. Yet having been called out on it, he would not say any more, although he did point out that it was entirely unlike his cousin to refuse a chance to go to war. "And who says I am?" Dane grinned, showing all of his teeth, then pointed to Nolly. "Tell him. I know you've noticed." Nolly coughed a little, stroking his beard. Well, my king, it seems as if someone else has been buying a large amount of campaign-style food and supplies, which drove up the prices for our own. In fact, I was forced to go, well above budget. I was even forced to start a line of credit on the kingdom's behalf to pay for it all. I will want to see those ledgers then, and I will countersign any such line of credit, Thorin said before staring at his cousin in thought. "You're going somewhere else. My nose is telling me that there's more to this war, Thorin. You can help the Stonefoot. I'll move my army somewhere else. It won't be as large as yours, and I'll lack archers, but I've got crossbowmen aplenty. I've been in touch with King Griux or Green Spikehold, and I hope to base myself there until this war is over." Thorin nodded pensively. Green Spikehold was a Blacklock city, a hillhold like the Iron Hills, although the territory it was set into was entirely different from what little he knew of it. It was the furthest south of the Blacklock cities, and his merchants and diplomats hadn't had much to do with it, even as the trade between the Blacklock city of Red Rock and Erebor picked up to include other Blacklock cities. More importantly, though, the strategic location of Green Spike was interesting. "You suspect the Easterlings are going to attack on a broader front then?" It crossed my mind to wonder if they were going to do so, but I've seen no news from my wife's people that has occurred as yet. Perhaps not. But something is telling me that there is more going on here than we have heard just yet. Dane looked troubled for a moment. Something has roused the Easterlings. The entirety of them, not just this or that clan, or even this or that group of clans. "No, this is. I do not know what it is," Dane confessed. But I trust my nose when it comes to trouble. You will be pushing northeast, which will put your army close enough to one of the Blacklock holds, and if I shift my army to Green Spike, we'll be in a position to help them or Red Rock. The Blacklock house had 3 holds, each of which was larger than the individual holds of the Stonefoot house, thanks to the fact that they had entirely lost one hold in the same war, which had Red Rock change hands for a time. Red Rock, a hill hold was the centermost of the 3, was 2.5 weeks travel away from the northernmost mountain hold of Parnes Tower and 3.5 weeks travel from the southmost hold, Green Spike. That makes sense. Is there anything you need from me and mine to help your own muster along? No. I sent out several shipments of weapons and armor that need to be replaced, but I ordered a shipment of weapons about 2 days after you arrived, along with several of those magically enhanced carts. They'll arrive here in 3 weeks. Once it arrives, my army will move out, Dane said firmly. 1,000 infantry, 800 boar riders, and 1,500 crossbowmen. A formidable force, and one that still leaves enough of our folk here to protect the Iron Hills if need be. Which hopefully it won't, considering the Blacklocks are also mobilizing, Thorin answered, nodding his head slowly. Not as large as his own force, but with the boar riders and crossbowmen, it would probably be able to hit just as hard. And what do your own logistics look like? He added, wrinkling his brows. There, I'm afraid we haven't nearly as many donkeys, let alone the special metal plagues that the Erebor rune masters were able to devise with their new arrays. Such things take time, but as I said, I was able to procure several dozen carts from Erebor. Half of which will have the Potter and Surehand special assortment on them. Thorin chuckled at that name, remembering how Harry had looked when it first came up in conversation, but it was accurate, nonetheless. It wouldn't be as useful for an army on the move as it would for simply transporting food in the first place, but those arrays would still be useful. The lightness array was a godsend for animals and carts alike, to say nothing of the enhanced durability arrays worked into the metal wheels and axles on those carts. Excellent. In that case, I think it is time we... He paused at a knock on the door, and Dane shouted, "Enter." One of his servants entered, opening the door to allow a messenger to come through. Judging by the sash he was wearing on his shoulder, he was one of the outer watch messengers, and he bowed towards Dane. "My king, there is a lone human at the gates. He says he is Saruman the White." The 2 Longbeard kings looked at one another in surprise. Then Thorin shook his head, chuckling quietly. "If it weren't my friend Harry showing up, I would have thought Tharkin would be the one to stick his nose into our business. The fact that a wizard is sticking his nose in puts more credence into the idea that it isn't just our business. Even if we dwarves are the only ones being attacked at present," Dane answered tartly. He didn't have nearly as much faith in the wizards as his cousin did, nor had he had any dealings with even Tharkin. But Dane knew that Saruman had dealings with the Stiffbeard house on occasion, and Dane had seen humans passing through to commission various glasswork from the Blacklock house under the wizard's name. Turning back to the messenger, he nodded. "Show him down." In a mountain hold, that would have been show him in, but Iron Hills was a hill hold. What they lacked in width, they made up for in depth. The entirety of the hills that gave their name to the hold was filled with small caverns and tunnels containing houses, mining areas, smithies, and everything else a city needed. There were farms around and on the hill, but they were small, with the majority of what was on the surface defensive towers, walls, and keeps, all interconnected by underground tunnels. Currently, Thorin, Dane and Nolly were in Dane's royal sitting room, the equivalent of Thorin's back in Erebor. The only difference was that Dane's palace was built in a small cavern set directly below a larger cavern. While the larger cavern was not the site of Erebor, the smaller cavern was actually larger than Thorin's palace. The 3 of them didn't have long to wait, and soon, Saruman was led into the sitting room. Almost immediately, Thorin was struck by how like yet unlike he was to Tharkin. The 2 of them were certainly of an age, wizened and ancient seeming but somehow still spry and energetic, leaning on a staff more for affectation than need. His eyes were piercing, looking at all 3 dwarves as if he could see far below the surface of each. Yet Tharkin held himself a little more like a normal person. In a crowd of old people, Tharkin could disappear if he so wished, and he liked to simply fit in wherever he went. His eyes were both piercing and kind and his mannerisms gentle. Thorin did not think that Saruman would be able to pull that off, nor would he even try. His face was far more regal, far more austere than Tharkin's, and he did not seem the type to want to be thought of as just another person. Rather, he gave off the air of someone who was above most people. His eyes were judging rather than warm, and his body language was far more standoffish. Yet when he spoke, Saruman's voice was a rich baritone, warm and welcoming, and instantly Thorin and Dane both smiled. "Good kings, I thank you for seeing me. It has taken me quite a few months to travel here from Orthan, given the dangers between. Yet I am glad that I at least arrived somewhat in time if you are still here, King Oakenshield." "Truly? Yet you have not told us what brings you here, Saruman," Thorin said, standing and bowing from the waist towards the old wizard. "As far as I know, No call for aid from the Stonefoot house made it so far west as to reach any of the human realms, let alone Orthan, where I believe Tharkan mentioned you reside normally. We of the wise have our own ways of hearing news. We have heard of the wars against the eastern houses of the dwarves, and I am here to lend my aid to that endeavor, Saruman said, bowing back to the king of Erebor. If you worked with my friend Gandalf in the past, I am certain you will find me useful. End chapter. So as I said, this was the equivalent of a travel chapter. From here on, you'll get to know more about the Stonefoot house, the Blacklocks, and the specific dwarves that make up Philly's command. I will also go into more detail on the runes being used on the cart. What was here was just the ones with most obvious applications. Both the dwarven works and the ones from Harry will be talked about in the future. Regardless, I hope you enjoyed this, and that it is more in keeping with Tolkien lore than a certain rings of Amazonian foolishness.